KingstoNe, Dave.
From Viper, and he's
Stone.
out of... In the middle, Leary's castle goes down.
It's his turn to raid Leary's economy.
Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.
Welcome, exalted viewers around the world, to Heidelberg Castle here in the heart of Germany for Red Bull Wololo Legacy. What a pleasure it is to have you joining us for an incredible celebration of the Age of Empires franchise, spanning games across decades. Age of Empires 1, 2 and 4 showcased in this celebration of the franchise that we all love. My name's Riley Knight. I'll be your host across the coming weekends as we give away more than $500,000 to the best players in the world across, as I've said, 3 different Age of Empires titles. Age of Empires 2, the first game on the docket, of course, as we open the tournament this week here. And this is where the action will be taking place. From around the world, champions, old and new, from Red Bull Wololo series beforehand, and fresh faces will be battling out for dominance and supremacy in our war room. And we just cannot wait to bring you all the action. But there is so much else in this literal castle, my friends, for us to show you. I mean, it is not possible to think of a more appropriate backdrop for a medieval-themed RTS like this, and we're so happy to be back in the castle once again for a second live event. Here in our casting chamber, you can see our all-star cast of casters are standing, ready to go. The enthusiasm, the excitement in here is palpable, my friends. We can't wait to sit down at our analyst desk, talk you through the matches. But of course, over here, you can see we've built a little stage with a fan favorite pair, Dave and T90, ready to walk you through the games which are coming your way very, very shortly indeed. As I've mentioned, Age of Empires has been showcased here as part of Red Bull's Wololo series for a very long time now, and whether you're a new fan, whether you're an old fan, I'm sure you won't have any issues with being reminded of some of the huge moments we've had as part of the Wololo series, dating all the way back to our online events, of course, but it was last year that we assembled here in this very castle for Red Bull Wololo 5 Enthroned, and it was there that we saw some spectacular Age of Empires 2. We want to remind you of some of those moments right now, so let's have a look at what took place here in Heidelberg Castle just 1 year ago.
It all started aeons and aeons ago. Humanity made its entry into competition. The competition for survival in an unforgiving world. Harnessing stone and fire, humanity was thrust on the road towards its destiny. For countless thousands of years, humanity fought first for survival, then to thrive, and finally to dominate. Great leaders arose, uniting people to forge mighty civilizations destined to secure their own legacy. Today, we compete for a legacy of our very own. Welcome to Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Let's go back in history and have a look at the events of Red Bull Wololo 5 Enthroned. Red Bull Wololo has taken the world of Age of Empires by storm from its very inception, raising the game to new heights, celebrating the scene and its heroes. In bringing Wololo 5 Enthroned to a real castle, we celebrated and showcased Age of Empires like never before. It was the first ever live Wololo event where the world's best Age of Empires 2 players were brought together in person, fighting for their share of the $100,000 prize pool. The location, as unique as it could be for a medieval real-time strategy title, in the heart of Germany, in Heidelberg. Viewers could witness the players battling it out face to face in a castle. Besides intense games, the overall mood and feeling around Heidelberg Castle during the event was incredible. Many great moments and memes emerged and will be remembered for a long time to come.
There is a bat flying around here, and I hope that it doesn't make its way over here.
From my experience, Red Bull Wololo 5 was like the tournament of my career so far. Playing in a castle, the theme fits perfectly, spectacular.
I remember you used to show up there in the mornings and the castle was just completely shrouded in this fog, and it seemed like it was right out of a dream, and it was just an absolutely unbelievable experience.
Red Bull Wololo 5 will be so memorable simply because it really got the flair from the castle onto the screen to the viewers at home. I think that's something really special that Red Bull achieved there.
My favorite in-game moment? Well, not so much favorite, but something I will not forget is losing like 10 villagers to 1 HP Eagle Warrior from Capoch.
That's an incredible comeback and an incredible performance from Capoch. And big hug there from DauT. He's smiling, he's laughing, he knows that's a big moment for Capoch.
When I had to face DauT and we were in game 3, and there was a moment where I realized, okay, I'm pulling ahead right now and there's no chance I'm going to throw away this game anymore. Yeah, just beating him was just a great milestone for me.
So it was the first proper LAN event for Age of Empires for a long time. I'm always looking forward to meeting teammates, opponents, rivals. Obviously the prize pool was super high, competition was super high. This was what everyone wanted to qualify for.
Coming from an extraordinary group stage, the playoffs were a show-stopping clash of titans. We saw the reigning champion Leary.
Leary playing those Magyars to full aggression.
And a rock-solid TheViper.
I think I can still perform to the point where I can win an event, and what better time than now.
And Jordan's terrific record so far clearly showed that he was a determined and serious opponent.
Capoch sees he's surrounded.
Oh my God, Jordan, what a series and what a victory there.
However, one of the biggest moments coming into the playoffs was the unbelievable match between Hera and MBL.
This game is absolute insanity, I agree with you. MBL coming back from 2 and he takes it!
Oh my God!
Look, you're shaking. It's so exciting to see this.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, so much adrenaline going on, and it's probably my greatest victory of all time.
Oh my goodness, what have we just seen? Absolutely incredible scenes.
Those big trap shots there with Wololo doing the splash damage. Most of the skirms are dying, Abadas and Habadias defending.
Absolute master of chaos, and the energy that he brought to that game, the energy, passion that he put into it, I think it's a well-deserved win, and I'm so excited to see what he can bring to the semi-final.
In the semi-finals, we saw Leary go up against MBL, while Jordan faced off against TheViper.
He's getting closer and closer for the Snake to be in the grand final, Leary. 3-0, taking the castle, he's in the grand final.
After 2 amazing semi-finals, TheViper and Leary met again in the championship match. Throughout the group stage, TheViper only lost once, in a best-of-3 against Leary. Could this possibly be a sneak preview of the grand final itself? Leary, an undisputed master of Empire Wars, was the favourite heading into the tournament, and TheViper had never won a Red Bull Wololo championship before. To prepare, TheViper's team, Gamer Legion, had held a boot camp prior to the event to ensure the team was in the best position to succeed in Heidelberg. However, TheViper had struggled with injuries in the lead-up to the tournament. Would these factors prove to be decisive in the final showdown between these 2 titans of the game?
My most personal, memorable situation was probably the grand final against Leary.
just goosebumps everywhere. You're so excited, you're focused 100%. Two men going up against each other, the better one wins. It's just the feeling I live for, you know?
We're going to a game number 7 here at Red Bull Wololo 5.
Obviously being 3-3 entering the final game, stakes are high. Everything hinges on this one final game.
Viper at the end was able to make the comeback and win the game.
And I think he's done it. Viper's done it. Viper's done it. The king of Age of Empires is back on his throne. Red Bull Wololo 5 champion. Oh.
And then everyone storming onto the stage to congratulate him.
TheViper taking home his first Red Bull championship. But the story of Red Bull Wololo continues as players are once again given the chance to secure their Age of Empires legacy. We return to Heidelberg Castle for Red Bull Wololo Legacy.
Well, welcome back to live here at Heidelberg Castle. Riley and I joined by Mem and Nilly. And boys, what an incredible tour of some of the wonderful memories that we built together a year ago. And we are back here to do it again, build more memories, build more excitement, more hype. Speaking of building hype, Mem, you have been bigging up this event for a long time on your stream. I know you cannot wait to get into it. It's incredible to be back, isn't it?
Oh, it's incredible. What can I tell you? I was talking with Nelly before, with other people, and I was telling them, I'm fine, I've been here before. I'm watching the last video. Yeah. I mean, I can't wait. I can't wait, you know.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm so excited, really.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Everything is amazing. I mean, people can see, you guys can see, and there is a lot more.
Yeah. Oh, so much more to come, Nilly. I mean, we've got not just Age of Empires 2, but Age of Empires 1, Age of Empires 4. We'll talk about that in greater detail later through the week, but I know for you, someone who's been a big part of Wololo throughout this and the entire series, we are bigger and better than ever this time around, hey?
And it's actually surprising to me because last year was like, it felt like perfect. And they just stepped it up even more and making it, as you said, even bigger. Production is crazy. People are even more hyped because they knew how great last year was. And this year, I think should be the same.
Yeah, Red Bull have done it again. I mean, I didn't know what they were going to do. I was like, are they going to host it on the moon this time to raise the stakes? But we are back here. We've got a couple of surprises up our sleeves to walk you through as well, my friends. But before that, let's get through some of the housekeeping stuff and have a chat about what you're going to see on your screens across the coming days, particularly as we focus now into the Age of Empires 2 tournament. I know there'll be rabid fans, thousands of them around the world, ready to celebrate this game that has been around for, I mean, it feels like about as long as some of the civs that they're playing with, to be honest. This is an old game with a long history, and we're going to have a chat about the sort of stuff that we're going to see, starting, of course, with the prize money. $200,000 on the line for the Age of Empires 2 portion. 60K going to the winner, 30K to the second place player, the runner-up there. 200,000 reasons to smile. This is an absurd amount of money, and we cannot wait to see who is going to rise to the top to claim it. But who are those players? Mem, let's have a chat about some of the players that we're going to see here. I know you've been keeping an eye on Group A. There are some massive names throughout both groups, but particularly in Group A, talk to us about some of the players here that you're looking forward to seeing.
Well, we're going to see the reigning champion. We're going to open the tournament with the Viper. Having this name is already a hype. We want to see, obviously he's going to play against KingstoNe. He just joined it. First experience is like a gift for him, so I think it's going to be amazing the first season. Then after that, we have DauT as well versus dogao. I mean, the two players that just joined the tournament are going to be playing the first series. I don't know, it's going to be an a best of 3. It's very important to see what can happen because you lose the first game, it might end the Viper, or now, you know, they're the favorite, supposed to be the favorite, and then they lose the first game. Oh. Yeah, there's not just the Age of Empires game, there's also the psychological game. That's going to come into it. So that's our Group A. Group B, Nilly, I know you've been keeping an eye on some of the players there. I mean, again, some very big names. What stands out to you in our second group?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Group A looked extremely strong, and now looking at Group B, you probably have like 3 players that are considered top 4 players. Like Leary, arguably the best. Hera, arguably top 3 player. Mr. Yo, Red Bull champion as well. So it feels like 5 people are fighting for only 1 ticket because the 3 at the top are just so dominant.
Yeah, exactly right. And for those of you who are perhaps newer to Age of Empires, maybe joining us for the first time, welcome. By all means, welcome. They're very quickly going to realize that some of the legendary figures in this game, just how dominant they are. But Anything can happen. We've seen upsets in this very castle before. We might see it happen again. But let's have a look at our schedule for today at least. And I want to remind you there are actually going to be 2 streams covering the matches today. To kick things off, we're going to start with our Group A matches. So that's going to start with KingstoNe versus TheViper. Those boys are already setting up and getting ready to go. And then we'll move on to dogao versus DauT, of course, before checking in with Capoch and Villese. And our 4th Group A match, of course, here is MBL and Jordan. Now, those are the Group A players as we've talked about. If your favourite player is playing in Group B, don't worry, because you can head over to the backup stream, the B stream, and you'll be in the capable hands of Ellie4K and Survivalist there. They'll be looking after you as you go through the Group B there on the B stream. You can see the address there, twitch.tv/nilly_AOE. And I should mention as well, you may have seen in the schedule there that we have some TBC games later on. Those are the Group B winners matches. And I'll quickly walk you through how this is going to work. We don't need to get too granular with it. You can, as Nilly always says, check Wikipedia. But if you're interested to know how it's going to work, essentially the bottom line is 2 wins in the group stage, you're through to the quarterfinals, 2 losses, and you're out. And that's it. There are going to be 4 players from each group that make it through to the quarters, and there are going to be 4 players from each group who, unfortunately, go home. But we are going to send people to the quarterfinals today. These winners matches are taking place today in both groups, and we're going to send people to the quarters, to that top 8 spot that they're all fighting so hard for today. So a lot on the line, even on day 1 here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy, and we can't wait to bring it to you. But Nilly, before we jump into the games themselves, let's talk about the format that we're actually playing here, because we're not playing the regular random map start, what people might be accustomed to with Age of Empires. Slightly different take here at Red Bull.
Yeah, that's so true. Typically, if you think about Age of Empires, it is like we're starting with 3 villagers, 1 scout, and trying to explore, trying to build our base. But Red Bull is speeding it up so much. We're starting with 27 villagers. The scout, we already have some buildings. We already advanced to the feudal age. So basically skipping the first 11 minutes where people normally like try to see how they're going to approach. But no, Red Bull format is action-packed, and we could see like massive swings going in one direction, basically starting minute 1.
Straight into the action, and we call this format Empire Wars. It is a slightly different approach, again, a very aggressive, fast-paced format, and we've seen explosive moments as a result of this format in these Red Bull series.
Yeah, that is a problem for me. I have no time to rest, guys. My boy is gonna be dead in 2 minutes, you know. And it's something that makes that you cannot miss anything.
Yeah.
I mean, we have best of 3. Today we have already 4 players in the quarterfinals, and you miss 2 minutes, maybe it's too late.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen matches that have lasted
3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes before. So really, you are not going to want to miss a moment. And I know you are champing at the bit, waiting to get underway with these matches. Our players are too. They've assembled here at Heidelberg Castle for fame and fortune to prove who amongst them is the best. Let's check in with them now. Here they are as they made their way to this incredible location.
Welcome everyone again to Red Bull Wololo Legacy. We are so excited to be here. I'm Dave, and of course I'm with the famous and taller than me T90 official here in the broadcast booth for the first couple sets of the day. And we're kicking this one off with the most underdog of underdogs against the greatest Age of Empires 2 player of all time, KingstoNe against TheViper. Now, short story before we go in the draft room, really quick here. KingstoNe told us yesterday he's never, ever in his entire life played a game against TheViper.
Ever. Not ranked?
Tournament, rank, nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely
that
incredible.
Doesn't happen.
No.
That's not a thing usually.
So rare, and we're going to head now to the draft and our drafting room. Tristan, talk us through it.
Well, it looks pretty freaking cool, man. Some people were able to put out some images on social media and whatnot. They said, no, not the draft room. We got to wait for the mainstream for the draft room. And we have our Viper on the right, who's got a snake-themed staff from winning the previous Red Bull Wololo. And you can see all the maps there on the left side of the world map. And we're going to go over here to the left, and you'll see the ban for KingstoNe.
And starting off with Northern Isles there. So the bans will be down in red. obviously, and then the picks will be up in blue for the civilizations. Now, I believe it's the final map that is left unbanned at the end that will be game number 1, I believe.
Yeah, correct. So the way the maps work, we're going to see a lot of maps come up on your screens there. It is the map that is left over, so we'll go through it here. And it's interesting, you know, you see Kingston ban a hybrid map. We had heard some talkings about like maybe Gamer Legion players with Tato and whatnot in training would really focus on a water map when there's not many of them. And so he banned that, and he picks
Morass,
yeah.
Which is a fantastic map for a player with Kingston style.
True.
Like you've been saying it for the last few months, as his rise has been kind of amazing. He's gone from what we would consider a mid-pro tier to the upper echelon so quickly in like the last 6 months. And he's got such clean builds. He executes really well early, and he kind of spirals on that aggression and just snowballs it to victory.
Correct.
So as long as Viper can kind of stabilize against that, he should be fine. But like Mem said, it's best of 3. You can't take your eyes off the screen, and if one of these favorites loses the first match, could be terrifying. So Viper has picked Arabia, and he's also banned Shoals.
Yep. Interesting one. I mean, maybe a map that will need to be figured out a little bit as we go through the group stage as well. And so again, folks, now we see the bans until there is one map remaining. So it's very different from, you know, one player getting an advantage and getting a final pick per se. So ideally, this is going to be like as even ground as it gets for our first game.
And if you're wondering if the civs are all placed in their historical location, I can assure you that Riley Knight, our resident historian, spent 20 minutes yesterday
more than that.
arranging them as best he could. Now, it's hard to fit all the European ones into the continent, but he certainly did an excellent job from my limited knowledge. And Tristan even gave him the thumbs up, so we really know that they're all in the correct
Of course.
place.
I mean, I'm truly the final judge when it comes to anything geographical. But Outcrop is going to be our remaining map, which means our game 1, ladies and gentlemen. And if you look at, you know, if you know a bit about Morass and then Arabia, it's kind of in between because Outcrop isn't quite as open as some of the other ones, and it allows some feud age aggression, but it might be the map that we like the most if you're a fan of post-in play. I saw some of the training games go quite late.
Mobility, Cav Archers, you know, Berbers, civs like Tatars, and we see Aztecs now being banned from Viper first. And Kingston's got to be a little bit nervous. What if he like bans a civ that Viper really wanted? If Viper's got that giant staff, and they're not too far away.
Oh
like,
man, you could be creative with that thing.
Yeah.
So I believe this is interesting actually, because our poor villager doesn't know all the icons.
It's probably in a different language too.
And it's not alphabetical. So credit to him. It took him a second there to get Gurjaras out of there.
Yeah.
Viper with a little smirk on his face, like, why did you ban Gurjaras?
Maybe Kingston's got some ideas, man. And we saw him practicing yesterday. He's a very nice guy. Pleasure to meet him. And we're so glad that he could come to this tournament. Obviously, we're sad for the competitors that unfortunately couldn't make it here, but Kingston being here is a great opportunity for him. And matching up against the Snake, very first match, is crazy.
Yeah. Everyone told him, you've got nothing to lose, and Viper's going to add Dravidians to the list there. So the Dravidians, a civilization we will probably have a lot of discussions on over this week, but not for the first series.
Was that a sigh? What facial expression was that from Kingston? It's so
composure.
It's so tough. Yeah.
It's composure.
I'm surprised he's not shaking right now. He's in a draft room in front of thousands of people at a LAN event.
Look at it. Look at it.
And he picks Bulgarians. That is a confidence pick right there, I think.
That is a I need to kill Viper before 10 minutes pick. Viper is also, if he has any weakness, someone who can start to he starts off slow, and there's been instances where like he wins the final eventually, but in the round of 32, he almost lost the best of 5, things like that. So like game 1, first series is actually the best time for Kingston, and maybe Bulgarians with a fast man-at-arm play or just lots of blacksmith upgrades could really stack up.
Now we see Mayans and I believe Ethiopians there being picked for Viper. So Ethiopians recently getting the 100 food, 100 gold back in their favor, starting with on Empire Wars, so slightly better than before. But if anyone has watched the Red Bull Wololo events previously, they know how I feel about that civilization. I think it's a trap.
All right, so, you know, it just dawned on me once we obviously conclude this draft. Is Riley going to have to go back up there?
No, I was thinking about that the whole time. He's got other duties. Maybe we can find another
that's funny.
cartographer or something
Yeah.
to go up there.
Well, hey, Magyars, I mean, that's a familiar pick.
I mean, Magyars and Hindustanis, you know what you're going to get with those, right? It's early cavalry pressure. Hindustanis have a lot more options, I think, but Magyars usually you're opening with the scouts or going into an archer range a little bit later, yeah.
But I mean, as far as like the openings go for Empire Wars, all these civilizations are very different. Viper's gone for 3 archer civilizations, which means he will always tend to open a bit defensive as archers is a bit slower and more so stronger towards the mid game. So he knows what's coming, like especially picking archer civilizations when you've got Bulgarians in there.
And there's Tatars, and Outcrop is the final map. That's an excellent pick. Excellent pick.
Yeah, lots of extra sheep on that map, I believe. Very easy to protect yourself there.
I also wonder if you're Viper, if you're taking this set a little bit for granted, maybe, you know, you think you're pretty confident coming in, you've never played against KingstoNe, he's never been at a LAN event. Are you banning maps to hide strategies later? And are you banning civs to hide strategies later? Like the way the Shoals ban, you know?
I think he's going to have enough tools in his tool belt, so to speak, where he does not have to show his best strategies. Now, there's a fun conversation, which we will talk about later on. There's a story with DauT where DauT lost the series and then later said, I'm never going to hide a strategy again because he wasn't able to use the strategy later on. So it's a really tricky thing, and the level is so high that I think that there's nothing crazy that he's really going to hide. He's going to still show his best.
Yeah, and the players, we just saw them walk by, so they're making their way to the main stage, and our main stage is incredibly impressive. I know Riley showed it to you for a few seconds there. Our players are going to make their entrance onto said stage, and Kingston, the nerves have to be welling up. Viper, I think the nerves are still there. I don't think you ever quite get over it.
You like
especially with the magnificence of this setup. Even compared to last year, it's even better.
Yeah, I mean, the energy's got to be addicting, right?
Yeah.
Like, we feel it when we're casting. There's a competitive nature to it. That pressure is really what makes the best moments. So, you know, one thing I want to bring up here is just like, if Kingston can use this moment to become a massive star in our game, right? Like, there's not too many Mexican high-level players. He comes in here in a last-minute ticket. If he could beat the Viper of all people, what a story that would be.
Even taking a game, I think, would be, that's a good goal for him. Taking a game is a good goal, and if you take a game on a best-of-3, that's automatically a very competitive best-of-3,
Sure,
right?
of course, yeah.
Okay, so I think our players are about to enter the stage. And here he comes right now, Kingston, the legend from Mexico. First time ever playing against the Viper, and it's going to be in the biggest Age of Empires tournament of all time. The biggest Age of Empires 2 tournament of all time. 3 games at this one in total, of course, but Age of Empires 2 taking the stage right now, and there he is. He looks confident.
Yep, trying to soak it all in, I'm sure. Make his way over to his desk. They were both sitting in those chairs about half hour ago with their books, probably looking at the game, testing their hotkeys, testing the setup. They have been able to practice, of course, but when you sit in the desk, it is a very different feeling.
And he knows the camera is on him. Deep breaths right there, analyzing his civs once again. And, oh, the Viper is going to be making his way to his office shortly, and this truly is his office. This is where he thrives. This is where he does his work. The greatest Age of Empires 2 player of all time, our former Red Bull champion last year here in Heidelberg. The Walk of Purpose.
Yeah, and I mean, what his story was last year, right? Also, does he have no shoes on right now?
Well, he's like I said, it's a home office. You know, it's not
used to the waist up Zoom call. You know,
it's not business casual here. I mean, he's very
Put
comfortable.
Some shoes on. Like, that was such a good intro from us. He's got no shoes. Come on. God, I don't know if he can hear us over there, but.
If there's any player that's going to be comfortable here, might as well be him, right?
Yeah,
he's been here, done that.
Yeah, he's here to get a win. He doesn't give a crap what he looks like. Man. Well, anyways, at this point, you know, I'm sure they have written down what civilizations were on that board in there. Remember, this is very different. You do not have a second tab to pull up on your other monitor. You can't reference that like you normally would, and that's a very important distinction. So they got to think through, where would this civilization be played? Where do I want to counter their best strategy?
Worried. What is it?
He's probably been told something like,
Very
put your shoes on, and he's like, I don't have shoes.
He's just now realizing that a castle floor is quite cold.
Yeah. How do I quick wall this coldness from my feet? But no, I mean, they're going to be getting in here shortly. And Dave, I mean, the map is just an amazing map for Bulgarians, I feel. I mean, Magyars and Hindustanis, all these civilizations can be great. But again, if I could think of a civilization and a map for KingstoNe to open it up and try and beat Viper in 10 minutes, this is the moment.
Bulgarians have so many tools, man. They have so many tools for that early pressure. Maybe if you're in a stalemate game, they start to run out of those options, right? But you can go for the men-at-arms, archers. I know it's not very common in Empire Wars, but you can go for scouts as well.
Yeah, sure.
A good tech tree there. And if you want to make a tech switch with them, the blacksmith is so fast.
Yeah, you can always beat your opponent to the punch. And again, those early fights are going to have to matter so much here. And now, granted, my experience is going to be less relevant than some of the others out here. But considering Viper has never played the guy, I can tell you that KingstoNe is incredibly smothering off early pressure. And in the event that he doesn't kill you in feudal age, he has an ability to macro behind that pressure and get to castle age a minute, 2 minutes faster to finish you there. So he is a really special talent. Excited for the guy to have this opportunity, obviously, and not sure what he's writing down there, but he's getting ready.
I love the fact that there's probably so many people watching this right now that are saying, who is this guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Who is this guy? And you're going to see a lot more from him because the last, I think, 3 major events we've had in our community, not even counting the Red Bull qualifiers that he did amazing in, he has had great placements and great results, and he will continue to do so. And he's such a class act. He's a great guy, and he's a phenomenal player.
He is, without a doubt, top 20 in the world right now, based on other tournaments included as well. So I believe he's proven that, and there's enough examples of it.
Yep.
And that's exciting because we don't have too many people break into that and then also be his age. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe he's 20 years old. 20 years old. The last year, he's gone up like, 300 elo on the ladder, and just it gets me pumped.
It does too,
an awesome
because
matchup.
This is one of the guys you play against on the ladder.
Yeah.
You're all proud. He's like a son to you.
One of us made it. One of us made it.
We grinded our way out of that 50 to 100 rank.
Just fed off me the last 6
Rose
months.
to the top, yeah.
But I mean, again, we have to revisit this conversation. The fact that 2 players that are so highly ranked have never played against each other is insane to me. Not even one ranked game. We asked both of them, by the way. They both said the same thing. So.
I mean, we could have asked Viper, but it's possible Viper wouldn't have remembered. He plays hundreds of games. But going up against the greatest player of all time, like,
you have to know.
KingstoNe would know. He looked at us with 100% certainty that he had never played him.
Can you imagine getting the call, hey, we need you to fly from Mexico to Germany.
Yeah, today.
By the way, and by the way, you're going to play Viper, so have fun.
Yeah. I think he's just kind of soaking up the moment. As with all these players, even Viper, like, he's been here before, he's been at big tournaments before, but you can tell that everyone at this tournament is just kind of soaking it in. They know it's like a once-in-a-lifetime, well, now twice-in-a-lifetime for a couple of us, experience, and it is certainly unique. It is very unique.
Regardless of if you've been here before, though, coming to a new place, new environment, a different monitor. Of course, you have your same keyboard and mouse. You've tested settings, but it is a foreign feeling initially.
Well, that's part of the skill of a LAN event.
Yeah.
You have to overcome that. You have to overcome that, and that's part of the experience that comes in with Viper. And we can see our wonderful virtual reality symbols coming up for our civs there. So I believe that's a Gulam.
I believe it is as well.
So he's playing Hindustanis, I believe?
I guess so. I mean, if he's playing Magyars, it's really confusing. So I would imagine he's playing Hindustanis, and the Viper getting ready here. I don't know. Is here. It's going to be a plumed archer.
Well, the wrist brace?
Showtail warrior. Well, it is possible he can move more freely without.
Is that a civ?
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were commenting on the fact he didn't have it on. Yeah.
No, we'll see. Both players getting set up here, and.
On the topic of the wrist brace, by the way, I did hear Viper talking earlier. He basically said his wrist is in a stable situation. It's been the same for about like a year and a half now, so things have not worsened, which is great to hear, and I think things have been pretty good based on not only how he did it the last Red Bull Wololo, but what he's done since.
He sounds more confident when he talks about it.
Yeah. He's certainly been playing amazing Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. It's been so cool to see so many people here already. Obviously, you guys need to give yourselves a big pat in the back because you are here on day one. First hour still, I think. So many people, I'm sure, are working hard at work, and their bosses are not noticing that they're here with us at the moment. And other people, you know, might be staying up late over the next couple days. You know, whatever sacrifice you make to be here to watch Age of Empires, we're going to make sure it's worth it for you.
Yep, and tell all your friends. If you used to play Age of Empires with a friend 10 years ago, you haven't talked to them in 10 years, make sure you send them the link.
Yeah.
It's very useful. We want to get as many new people in here as possible. And what better setting to get new people in? And there's the unique unit for Viper, and I believe that's a Keshik.
Also, the unit receives a little bit of gold when they raid, and apparently that just plates their armor.
It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
It does look really good.
Man, I want a color like that.
I think you know, Microsoft's going to give Red Bull a call to like, yo, you're making our graphics look bad. Like, stop making our graphics look bad, okay?
Exactly. It is so cool. I was so excited to see that when they mentioned it at first.
Yeah.
And it's a really nice addition. One of the many additions that they've made. The production team here is astounding, as you guys are going to see throughout this next, what is it? We have over a week, I guess a week and 2 days of content for Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Some of it Age of Empires 2, obviously 2 other games in the mix as well. And Viper just getting a little bit of assistance there, and Kingston getting the last little bit of nerves out of the way.
Yeah, probably hopped in there. Plays like your opening, maybe. Do your opening like 10 different times if they don't say you're ready to go yet. And, you know, test every little kink you can. But Hindustanis, man, I mean...
Because we're going to play Outcrop, right? So he wants a mobile civilization. He knows he's probably coming up against Tatars. Like, you look at that Civ matchup.
You just know it's Tatars.
You know it's Tatars on Outcrop.
Yep.
So...
He did also ban the Gurjaras and the Britons, 2 other heavy sheep-focused civilizations on that map, but he didn't pick one up himself. But look at this. We're getting ready, folks. We are getting ready.
Oh, he looks like he means business. Look at that. It's like an advertisement.
He looks really cool.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how nerdy we would look?
How do you do that, by the way? And we can see our rating here. Obviously, we look at Viper 7 out of 10 strategy. That was the key. You know, when we were really analyzing that.
Could not change it.
I mean, one tournament a strategist does not make.
It's not good enough.
Exactly.
No, I think,
exactly.
Yeah, he hasn't proven enough.
But all the other stats are maxed out. It's looking at like my Tony Hawk character back in the day.
Yo, let's go.
After I beat all the levels. Kingston obviously experienced a 3 out of 10. I mean, all of his tournament experience basically comes in the last 6 months in big matches.
The big ones. The big ones,
and he's never been to a LAN before. So we have the micro and the macro up there. He's a very fast player. Strategy, 7 out of 10 as well. I mean, we're kind of looking at the qualifiers. He had some great strats, some great builds, and that's what we're taking off. It's just a limited sample size.
Yeah, exactly. And truly, like, if you look at the talents we have now, like Hera or Leary, for example, 3 years ago, we would be at lowered their experience, lowered their strategy, but we would have had their micro, macro speed very high. So for someone like him, again, first big stage experience, we'll get to see what his true potential could be, but it's a great starting point of what will be a great career.
I love this storyline. I absolutely love this storyline. We keep going on about it. It's like Kingston, first time.
There's been no other time we could have this storyline. Yeah,
it's amazing. It is amazing. And Viper, well, if we were playing another game with Stat XP, Viper would be the clear favorite here. And we're into the game already. Outcrop, game number 1 of Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Welcome, everyone. T90, tell us a little bit about the opening here.
Well, so there's plenty of woodlines on this map. So for the most part, players are going to just ease themselves into this series, and they're just going to see what the opponent's doing. Viper's going to be opening archery range, and eventually will move out, but Kingston just moving around with his scout trying to find out. But Dave, there's no real threat for maximum amount of damage in Feudal Age. It's all about Castle Age here.
Yeah, and you see Viper already walling up. And Kingston's already walling up. Like you said, the little wood lines, short walls. It doesn't take too much time at all. And Kingston's fully walled and Viper's fully walled, and they are going to be engaging for those resources outside the map. So in the center here, we see
Viper trapped him. Viper trapped his scout.
Oh no,
just
what a start.
Just letting him know, welcome, buddy. Welcome to the show.
Oh, Kingston gets his scout, initial scout trapped inside, not only inside Viper's base, but inside a smaller base inside the base.
Viper won't kill it. He's like, nah, you can stay there.
He'll keep it alive. But maybe Kingston, maybe he can distract him a little bit, because sometimes Viper gets so tunnel visioned on keeping a unit trapped that he doesn't notice the other stuff going on.
But look at those pigs. Like, this is such a big deal on this map. Tatars get 50% more food from those resources, and the scout not being out there to bring those in.
But a sloppy villager. A sloppy villager. That villager tried to go finish the house, and I think Viper will be best suited just giving up her life. And yeah, he's just going to have her attack the archer and die essentially outside in the cold because he doesn't want to open that gate to let Kingston inside. And there's a hole. There's a gigantic hole, and I believe that pig has found it. I believe the pig found it. Yes, it did.
Yeah, he's checking it, and he could place the houses. That's one of those where if you're in Kingston's position, you do not expect Viper to have a hole.
Well, I say it all the time, you know, when we're casting. If your opponent doesn't know there's a hole, then essentially you're fully walled. Because pros, a lot of the times, just assume that their opponent will be good enough to wall all those little gaps. They don't even try and click through. And Viper will now, that he's fully walled, make his way across the map. Viper is 1 minute and 30 seconds away from Castle Age. Kingston is 2 minutes away from Castle Age. So a little bit slower than him, but not too far behind.
There could be a villager pick here. In fact, it should be. Now, wouldn't it be something if Kingston against the Viper gets a quick wall down? You can't easily
on that
wall
hill, though.
on that hill.
That's going to be a big task. He has the archer range, though, with something inside of it. Look, oh, it's just a skirmisher, I mean.
Yeah, he's got a little bit. He did move out with his army, remember, but it's coming back home now, and that archer has been found. But I think Viper, you don't want to lose your scout.
Kingston didn't even have fletching, so Viper's fine to take that out.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, he was delaying fletching to go up to Castle Age. I think Viper got fletching along the way once he had clicked up. And Kingston is now going to have to deal with a Viper that is in Castle Age earlier with automatic thumb ring here with Tatars. And that's going to be very difficult.
This is the thing. You're Kingston's position and Viper hits Castle faster than you. Your immediate thought is don't die. But Viper's not the type of player where he has to all in. So he's still got 100 stone in the bank after selling off some of that. He could easily, with that food count especially, drop some town centers and just expand his economy.
Yeah, and we see Kingston just with a spear over there. Viper adds in another TC immediately. So Viper is going for a less aggressive approach, and we're not surprised by that at all. I mean, he's got the walls up, and he's got the archers forward. This is kind of like defense through aggression at the moment for Viper, and now Crossbow Bodkin comes in, immediately turns around with those archers to engage with Thumb Ring and adds a TC on the edge of the map. That's very far away. Kingston's unlikely to find that pretty soon, but Kingston also going to the same side.
He is, however, getting his army picked off at the moment, and it's really hard for him to even justify upgrades, honestly, with that army. They are going to the same side as you said, though, Dave, so possibly a talking point for the long run. But, I mean, Viper after the trap, and then, of course, the loss of villagers, so good and bad start for him. He's looking pretty good right now.
And you can see Viper not taking his eye off that army, and behind all of this, he's booming with 3 TCs. And you know he's perfectly fine. You look at the idle TC time for both players. I mean, they're keeping their macro up. They're keeping their villagers coming out, and the worker efficiency for Viper, let's just compare that worker efficiency last minute. 87% for Viper, 55% for Kingston.
Well, he's still got sheep. Some of those villagers are still underneath his town center right now, but look at the value again for the 3 crossbows can do, Dave, and Kingston just now getting Bodkin arrow for a 5 skirmisher army. But the good news for Kingston is that he is in this game. This game will continue in Castle Age and possibly even go to Imp at this point.
Yeah, I mean, but does Kingston really want to get into an imp battle with Viper? I think the key for Kingston here might be to just stay on these 3 TC and start to add aggression here in late Castle Age and start to find where Viper is on the edge of the map. Because if you're just fighting in the middle, Viper was faster the Castle Age than you. Viper has the pigs. Viper is Tatars, and Viper is just nerding it out with those crossbows until he realizes he's going to die. But now, no, he just lets him go.
Lets him go, has 2 cav archers on the map, and he gets in with his scout, just being annoying, Dave. But I did see 2 things. So first off, Kingston intentionally placed one of those town centers on stone. That is a conscious decision from him. And immediately after that, researched the stone mining upgrade. And look, he's even has more villagers on stone. So
he's thinking Gulam.
Gulam, and I mean, we saw the amazing Gulam graphic from the Red Bull team right before this, but it's a unit that, even though it's been nerfed, is very strong right now.
I think Viper will likely go into a few cav archers, kind of test the waters here. He's got to suspect that Kingston might be going into Gulam, and once he sees that, he might even make a switch into Keshik, because Hindustanis no longer get Halberdier. So the switch back into camels is a very difficult one for them, I think. It takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of gold.
Viper loses his scout there. Kingston probably was annoyed dealing with that, but Hindustanis have very cheap villagers at this stage of the game, and it is 59 for the Mexican, and 61 for
Of course
Viper.
he's getting relics.
Yeah, of course. Take it late game, Dave.
That's the Viper special, right? Getting relics a few minutes into Castle Age, and now Viper will send some more villagers to Stone. He knows he needs the castles to secure those locations, and there's the market from Kingston. A little bit of a helping hand there for the economy as Viper. Has he already discovered that TC? He's coming over here because I think he saw the dead body. Yep.
The most important thing to see here is how much his opponent has on stone, but he doesn't know how long that stone has been brought in unless he clicks those tiles of stone to check, which I wouldn't put past the Viper to check, and it could be an important thing.
And Viper is now going out to the other edge, too.
Skirmisher on Monk.
That is annoying.
The Monk can win that, but it's all about timing
This
and
is annoying.
range.
Speaking of annoying, that one Cav Archer over there on the stone is going to be very frustrating for Kingston. I don't think he doesn't really have any army whatsoever. Unupgraded skirmishers. And Viper will just be sitting on that stone. Already picked one villager, will continue to sit there. And that lets Kingston know that Viper knows that he is on stone too, as Kingston is going to get them. No! He doesn't get the Monk. It survives for another day. Very pious individual.
Well, there's another skirmisher and a spearman, and I'm sure they're looking for revenge right now. But the castle spot is going to be really important right now for Kingston, because even 4 Cav Archers with Bod Canero could deny a castle if he doesn't have too many skirms out there. But yep, kills a Monk. Unfortunately, loses some of these skirmishers as well, it looks like, or at least will.
You know what? His economy's looking pretty good for Kingston. Like, he added that 4th TC, and he's floating a little bit of wood right now, but he's got the requisite stone for a castle, and he has 80 villagers versus the 75 from Viper. Now, if we look at the eco upgrades, Viper does have wheelbarrow, and Viper has been a lot more efficient this game, but Kingston now getting his castle up, and he clicks wheelbarrow as well, and Viper will not be surprised to see that foundation there. Viper even trying to deal with that annoying skirmisher, the pesky skirm on the wood line.
So the question is, what do you do against the Golem right now? He has 5 Cav Archers, and I think their Pierce Armor is something like 5 in Castle, which could be dealt with by Cav Archers.
Man. I think it's Capoch.
Well, he's getting Cavalry Armor right now. He might be tempted to make a Knight out of a stable, or maybe he'll rush down that castle, but obviously he doesn't have one yet. And there's some stables, Dave. So he's going to hold off on the Capoch, and he's going to just get something out there so he doesn't lose some map control.
And the Golems are coming onto the field. Now, the Golems, a few months ago, have been slightly nerfed, so they lost 10 HP from their initial starting spot. But as you can tell right there, as those were Tatar Cav Archers on a hill against that Golem, and that Golem almost took one out. So they are very, very strong. The +2 armor isn't even in yet for Kingston. So Viper has to be careful as long as he's going Cav Archers against those Golems, but now he's adding in some Knights.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, in an ideal world right now, just trying to spitball ideas at the moment, if Kingston can make Viper prep fully for Golems and then switch right into those amazing camels with the Hindustanis, it could be so tough for the Viper to stop, because the Tatars have, I think, the weakest halberdiers in the game. They do get halberdier, but they lack the final 2 armor upgrades.
And Hindustanis, like I mentioned before, don't have halb, so the camel is your option against Capoch, because pikemen are so much, like, pikemen are technically anti-cavalry in the late game, but they're so much worse than halberdiers.
Yeah. You can see, though, how 1 or 2 Knights makes that much of a difference there. And so I think Kingston took a fight he probably shouldn't have taken there. Of course, maybe was looking away, didn't realize exactly what was happening. And yeah, Viper's going to push out here, and Viper's castle might end up being forward with how this is going. He's got a lot of map control coming.
And I think that's why he kept adding in the Cav Archers, right? He adds in the Knights to have some frontline defense against the Golems, and there's the stables right there from Kingston. So he's got 6 Golems on the field, and now maybe he's doing what you said. Maybe he's making that tech switch.
Yeah, I'm really curious on where Viper places this castle, because he cannot place a forward one easily to the northern side. There's already defensive castle there, but okay, he's going to go for a defensive castle. He's just being very patient here, Viper. Completing the Bloodlines upgrade, has the armor obviously for his Knights, and even Ballistics.
Did he see those stables? I wonder if he saw those stables.
Yeah,
he did see. Oh, so now that gives him so much information. The amount of information he can read from that. First, scouting that stone and knowing the castle was coming, seeing the Golems come out, and now seeing the stables, as Kingston is on the way to the Imperial Age first, and Kingston still has that villager lead without handcart, though, so Viper probably a more efficient eco.
Yeah, but this is a lot of pressure right now from the Viper, and if Kingston loses 10 to 15 villagers and can't really push an early Imperial Age, Viper will have the better position. But Viper having the hill here with all the upgrades in his Cav Archers, definitely still in the better spot. And, you know, camels are going to take time, Dave. They take a lot of food and gold. And even though in the past Hindustanis were less weary of, or leery, excuse me, of some type of archer fire, it still is something that you have to be afraid of if you're making camels.
Were those barracks being added?
I believe they were. I believe they were.
3 barracks being added from Viper with that forward castle. Now, he won't like the position of that castle once he sees the Kingston's in it, because he knows where Kingston's castle is, and there's a threat of being trebbed down. But I love the fact he's sitting on the stables. He's preventing Kingston from kind of massing up there. He's letting him know that he's going to hang around for a while. And Kingston actually going for a few Scorpions, too. Maybe he noticed that those Cav Archers were weak from before.
Hey, fun fact we've definitely not talked about at all today, guys. This is the first time Viper and Kingston have faced each other.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned that one yet.
Someone in the back room was like, damn it, they mentioned that.
Look at the Eco KD. It is 9-1 for Viper, but I mean, Kingston is still keeping up on the villager count, and I think it's just shown the lack of control that Viper could take over the middle of the map so far. So I think this is a good opening game for Kingston to just let it go deep, get the nerves settled, and he still has a really good shot.
Yeah, he's definitely got to push this castle, though. If Mapu could give a check on the vision of Viper on the left for a moment when he finds it, I bet you Viper's got tons of, he's got it all scouted. He's got Cav Archer there. So, like, that area is not going to be an area that he can push into without being found.
Yeah, and here come the Scorpions. They took out some of those weak Cav Archers from before, and now there's a massive Camels that Viper maybe needs to be worried about. But Kingston is in Imp right now, and he still hasn't clicked that heavy Camel upgrade, which takes a very long time.
It does, yeah. And, of course, Bracer for those Cav Archers. It is a very quick upgrade. Viper's got resources floating. Look at the stone. He can repair that castle forever if he has
I love
to.
those houses in front of that Treb. I absolutely love that play from Kingston. A lot of players would be so focused on their other military. I mean, the Scorpions are kind of out to lunch there, but
That's
how
not,
valuable are they at the moment? But the houses in front of that Treb mean the Capochs and the Knights can't just come in and snipe that. And Viper's going to have to spend that stone that you said he had so much in the bank, repairing that castle. Also, villager idle time as Kingston tries to get a good engagement here. You can see heavy camel being clicked a while ago, but like I said, it's a very, very slow upgrade. And the heavy camels would fare a lot better here than the normal camel riders.
Yeah, it's such a painful thing to wait for because camels have so little pierce armor. So he's been in Imp forever. He's got the Trebs out, which is great. But Viper's not even hesitating. He will have to hesitate though once the upgrades come in for Kingston.
I love the fact that
so close to that.
Viper is just hanging out on that ridgeline. It shows his game sense, right? He's expanding in the south because he knows Kingston is fully focused on him. And he's just kind of hanging out on that ridge line there with the Cav Archers. Every time Kingston tries to engage, he runs away. Kingston runs back to protect the Trebs, and Viper is there again. And now Viper's on the wood line once again. You said he had a ton of stone. He can kind of let this castle go as long as Kingston can't push out further than that. And he needs to make sure he keeps his Cav Archers alive because he's in the middle of a tech switch right now.
Yeah, I mean, when I mentioned Tatars have weak halbs, I didn't expect Viper to actually go for it. But the important thing to mention is Halberdiers do more damage mainly due to the bonus damage. So while the blacksmith upgrades are always important, I think you could make an argument that it's better to have halb and less upgrades than it is to have pikemen and more upgrades.
Cav Archer's still good here against the camels, especially in high numbers. And you can see Viper getting the Imperial Age upgrades as the villagers from Kingston. I don't know where they're going. Oh, they're making another castle up north there. So he's kind of taking over that area, maybe realizing that he needs more access to gold and stone as Viper is continuing to just sit on that hill and kind of abuse the Civ bonus of Tatars.
Also, he's got a lot of halbs. It's not like he's just got 10 of them. He's got a lot of halberdiers there, but he did trickle treb there, as we say. And that's a pretty big mistake from Viper. He has the castles to make more, but he doesn't have the castles in the position that he needs because it's on the other side.
I think Ghoulam Camel composition might be worrying for Viper, and I think that's what Kingston is trying to tech into right now. But Kingston is being raided constantly throughout this on the woodlines. Oh, those Cav Archers, if they get in, that's going to be very annoying for him as he's trying to fight this with villagers. But Viper seems to be holding the pressure nicely. So I wonder if Kingston's going to find that window for Ghulams.
The Elite Ghoulam, there's a massive difference between Castle Age Ghulams and Elite Ghulams. They will have 8 Pierce Armor now, and with 8 Pierce Armor, the Cav Archers and the Halbs, not that Pierce Armor helps against Halbs, but anyways, the Halbs aren't so good against them anyways. It's a great unit to have.
Look at how much idle.
There's so
many idle farms there. He's only got 18.
Techs. He's getting every technology. We might even see Flaming Camels in this game, by the way. It's another thing you could consider, Viper.
geez, I mean, he's got so many farms idled there, only 18 on food right now for KingstoNe. We compare that to Viper over here, and Viper has 42 on food currently. He's getting Blast Furnace as it is. We see Blast Furnace now coming in for KingstoNe, and KingstoNe is going to go full into the Golem, and Viper is adding more archer ranges, so maybe as he gets Heavy Cav Archer here, he feels like just a giant mass of Heavy Cav Archer with some helps to distract in front might be enough to stop the Golems.
And again, the hill is so important. The extra damage you're doing on top of that hill makes such a big difference in this fight. But if there's ever going to be a fight you could take, this is going to be it, David.
Look at the
really
way
hard to
look
see
at the
this.
way Viper just weaseled his way through the halves, and then KingstoNe has to go all the way around. That was absolutely beautiful. He had them on spread formation. He waited till the last second, went right through the middle of those halberdiers, and he's using them as a meat shield. He doesn't care about those halbs. They're very cheap. He cares about his cav archers, and now camels are going down, and he's started to weather the storm as he adds in some more units behind. But right now his queue is actually quite lacking. 4 trebs only.
Yeah, he's going to queue trebs now and no army, whereas before it was,
there we go.
it was army but no trebs. But
there we go.
He's got the buildings, Dave. The thing I'm noticing, though, is there's 25 Golems on the field right now. There's 25. There's more in queue. The castles are there on the right. If Viper were to start to lose the middle and the right side to any treb push from KingstoNe, maybe, even with all that left control, Viper might just not have the units to go for here.
Golems are a magical unit.
They're sick.
Golem can get so many things done, especially if KingstoNe, I would have liked to see him go into the eco there with those Golems instead of turning back.
I agree.
As he's trying to get the cav archers, but at the same time, I mean, he's taking a good fight up there, and he's got more camels in the queue too. His farmer count now is up to 48, the exact same as Viper, and KingstoNe maybe thinking about that south side too as he continues to push through the middle.
He's surpassed the Viper's population. This is the first time he has played the GOAT of Age of Empires ever, and he has the population lead currently. 170 population for Viper, 180 for KingstoNe.
And he's into the eco.
He is into that economy.
Viper adding a defensive castle at home. That's a very smart play. I know a lot of people love to add them on the hills, but I think players have realized that protecting your farm eco, especially against a unit like Golems, is so important. And KingstoNe is piling on the pressure right now, but he's not really killing Viper, so this might be slightly concerning for him if Viper manages to stabilize. And Elite Keshik is coming in right now.
And Viper has tried the heavy cav archers. He has tried the halbs. He utilized some monks earlier, too. Is Keshik going to be an option for him if his castles are all on the other side of the map, Dave? Because that northern side still has about 20, 30 villagers for the Viper. KingstoNe now is the one who needs the trebuchets, and I saw him lose one a second ago. There's obviously a lot of different areas for him to focus on at the moment, but he is almost to 200 population. He has the better economy, and he has the better military.
I think this might be a classic situation, though, where KingstoNe kind of takes back momentum. He's tossing in units, he's killing villager, he's killing army, but he's not building up a solid mass behind, right? So at some point, Viper's going to have that massive heavy cav archers, which we just saw right there, and it's going to get to an unstoppable force that KingstoNe can't really outraid.
It is extremely difficult to have to rely on a unique unit when you need trebuchets, and he does finally have one here, but he is also trebbing just archer ranges, right? It really feels like if you can get rid of the castles, the Golems can take care of the rest.
And he has no control over that south side. That is all Viper. So Viper is contesting the north, Viper is holding on at his base, and KingstoNe has no pressure on all the valuable resources in the south. And now Viper, I mean, we saw him before with a couple cav archers. KingstoNe manages to get a house up there to wall that off, but he's being annoying in the farm eco behind, and KingstoNe is now going into Imperial Camel. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially because Viper is not really making that many halberdiers anymore. And also, they're incredible at taking out buildings as well. The great raids here from the Viper. As we see the Golems still trying to get those cav archers. The cav archers are happy to just sit here.
And the Golems are happy to just leave, I guess.
Yeah, true.
Where are they going? We don't know.
Yeah, it's smart. Again, if we look at that northern side, though, there still hasn't been a considerable push to the castle. Will that come for KingstoNe? He is also at risk of overbooming here. It's very easy to do that with his civilization because the villagers are so cheap. But 144 villagers and counting for him. He's going to need more military.
Golems are being split up, I believe, in the south. He's going for a castle up here, and Golems are being split up, and they're harassing the farm eco. Now, I saw Viper going for it. We see it right up the top there. Another defensive castle in the farms, and he's still on stone because he managed to secure so much of that extra resource in the north initially and in the south later on in the game.
And that 35 on gold for KingstoNe is very deceiving stat because it is all in 1 or 2 locations, and Viper's just holding. He's got about 60, 65% of the map. He also has 3 relics. All these things are insane in the long run, but Imperial Camel is in, Dave. this is probably potentially the final moment for KingstoNe to use his Civ because he needs the gold. It's limited. He's got to push now.
He needs to take care of these Keshiks in the back, though. Those have been a headache for him the entire time. I see another army, I believe, coming from Viper in the center, and he's still holding in the north side there. He's still holding onto that res, and more Cav Archers on the way. When you get enough Cav Archers, especially with Tatars on a hill, they can deal with the Imperial Camel. They can deal with the Ghoulims as long as your micro is on point. And Viper is 5 trebs from the south because he knows KingstoNe is completely distracted in the north.
And again, he's just been so patient. Right? Just like a snake waiting to pounce.
Wait, snakes pounce?
What would you call it? A strike?
Yeah,
that's
it's like
a strike. A strike is a pounce. A pounce is a strike. It's really all the
snakes
same
you
here.
have in
Listen,
Florida,
I've done extensive research on German snakes. Okay, so you gotta just know where you're at.
They pounce.
Well, they have pounced here, these camels, but I'll tell you what, that does not look very good at all.
No.
The Cav Archers are owning, again, the hills, Dave, and Viper, he knew.
Yep.
He knew he just needed to hold these areas.
I think if KingstoNe were to do this again, at some point when he was pushing into Viper's base with the Ghoulims, while Viper was distracted, he would have built up trebs and gone to the south. But, like you said, if you're going unique unit, it is so hard to get that treb mass up because you feel like you just need to keep flooding units constantly.
At 64 army and 43 Cav Archers. I mean, I feel like that Cav Archer mass is good enough to fight off everything on their own at the moment. 54 on gold for KingstoNe.
Yep.
Right there on your screens, you can see about 25 of them. I imagine he's got another area on the map.
Yep. Oversaturated gold.
It's just not going to work long term for him anymore.
Yeah, and we look at the population now. I mean, 160 and Viper is max pop up at 200. He's got 24 halbs in the queue. He's got 45 heavy Cav Archers, and he researched elite Keshik, so those units are very valuable when he chooses to produce to counter the Ghoulims. And still somewhere he's got 6 Trebuchet.
Yeah, and I just love how patient he's been and how calculated he has been with the raids. He never went for a raid with more than, I want to say, 10 units, Dave, which is the lowest you typically see. He knew he had openings all of Imperial Age.
But KingstoNe's still alive. He's still alive. It's a struggle now for sure, but he's managed to deny that castle. Viper is going to delete it, and we go on with this game. Now, a reminder, we do have a time limit in these games. It's 1 hour and 15 minutes in-game time, so we're not even close.
Yeah.
We're at 40 minutes right now.
But if we were to go to the timer at any point during this event, it would likely be on this map. That's just my guess, because it does produce these types of games, which is going to make it one of my favorites, to be honest.
And look at that, KingstoNe calls
wins.
it. Viper wins, and it was in doubt a little bit. At certain moments there, I think Viper was in control most of the game, but certain moments there it was in doubt, and KingstoNe, I think that's a great showing for not only his first game at Red Bull Wololo Legacy, not only his first game at a LAN, but his first game against the Viper ever. I don't know if we mentioned that. It was a pretty good effort.
I mean, a lot of people who didn't know the whole story would be like, yeah, this guy belongs.
Yep.
Yeah, Viper's one of the best ever, and that's the match you have to start off in this event. Like, yeah, he belongs here. And, you know, I think we kind of broke it down well in that game, Dave, that Viper, he recognized that maybe the units weren't the best for him. And yes, the Hindustanis had so many good opportunities, but it was the map control, it was the patience you would expect from probably the best post-in player we might have.
Yep, and now I believe we go to KingstoNe's home map next, and we see the win marked for Tatars and the loss marked for Hindustanis there. So we have Moras for KingstoNe. And, well, Magyar seemed like a good pick. Bulgarians seem like a good pick. I don't see Vietnamese, but Moras has a lot of shorefish. You want a Civ that can comfortably go into scouts so you can immediately convert that food into a unit.
There's also a world where you could see man-at-arms. We do not see it that frequently. But if you have Bulgarians as your first pick, and you have Morris as
you start
your
with a
map pick,
barracks. I mean, you can just...
Yeah, and you can, with the amount of food you can get, you can actually have scouts and man-at-arms. And Viper's got archer civs out there, so he is fully expecting that. And there is one thing Viper will have to rely on, I can tell you, for the first couple minutes of the next game, and that's going to be his quick walls. Because if that does not work for him...
It's so tough to quick wall with those shorefish, too.
I know, the path
is
is
so
weird,
tough. It is a... So I was describing this map yesterday to Riley, and from my impression on this, it's kind of you have to make a decision right away. Either you're going to contest the fish, or you're going to fall back and wall.
Yeah.
And if you have a Civ like Humans, that works because you get that second TC up. If you half and half, you are going to lose this map, because if you plan on holding your fish and you don't wall behind, as soon as you lose that, your opponent has such a massive advantage. there is a world where you can camp behind the walls and not take the fish, but you have to be prepared for that from minute 1.
I think it is likely that we will see 0 farms from Kingston in this entire game. I think he wins or loses on the fish.
And that's a good strategy,
There's no
in my
backup.
opinion.
Yeah, there's no backup eco whatsoever for him.
Yeah, I mean, you start with 4 sheep and some berries.
Yeah.
So that's your backup right there. But there is so much shorefish on this map. And ideally, you take control with the military, maybe some forward towers, some spears, some scouts. Scouts, in my opinion, are the best on this. But you take control and you keep moving and rotating around that circle in the middle. Also, we have to point out, folks, that in all of our years as casters here for Age of Empires 2, I think Tristan will agree with me, I have never seen a more secretive meta developing. The players will not talk about it.
It's that, but also, like, everything was very quiet the last few weeks.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
You know,
like, we thought no one was practicing, and then we get here, and people are telling us, like, Leary's the most practiced player, and we're like, what?
Yeah, right, exactly. You know, it was interesting as well, like, players were practicing against each other, and there were instances where I noticed, I didn't ask, but I noticed that certain players only trained with 1 or 2. They didn't want to train with some of the others in the room. So, I mean, again, you had so many different ways to qualify for this event. We had the previous winners. We had winners of other big events over the past year, which was a really unique way of getting people here. And then, of course, the qualifiers. But I think this game is the best opportunity for Kingston. It's his home map choice. I'm assuming it's Bulgarians. Wait, does that mean we get to see a Conic then? Are they going to do this for every single Civ?
I think that's the plan.
Okay.
I mean, maybe they didn't. Maybe for something like Goss, they didn't even bother making us Scarly. Do we need this one? Nah, let's save the budget.
That's true, actually. Oh, there's the Plumed Archer. Okay, that is way more buff than the Plumed Archer in the game.
That Plumed Archer is ready to rumble. Oh my goodness, that's like a bouncer at the Plumed Archer Club.
Seriously.
Holy.
Wow. He does, like, when Plumed Archers
He
run,
just rolls up in like a Fred Flintstone car.
Totally.
Yeah.
Can they, like, make me look like that? Do they have the possibility of
There's
that?
no technology in the world that can make you.
Yeah, that's probably true. That was really deep. That cut so deep. That hurt. But it's okay. We're moving on anyways. There's going to be a Conic here, I assume. Watch the Conic be like the most frail, weak individual you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, man. I'm expecting big things from that Conic. 100%. Kingston, well, we're expecting big things from him here on his home map. He's looking focused once again. I think, like we said, that was a good first game. And especially, you know, when you got the nerves rolling, you start to look at things like idle TC time. 3 or 4 or 5 minutes into that game, he had like 13 seconds of idle TC time. So the macro was there.
Yeah, mechanics are super solid.
Yeah.
It was just Viper was, you know, it was an interesting game where I think they had a max of like 10 units in Castle Age for a while, and Viper did so much more with his, and here we are. And this is Arabia, which would have then been Kingston's choice if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, this was Viper's home map. You could choose either, and we've got Magyars for Kingston. And we've got Viper as the Mayans. Do not forget about the shorefish conversation unless Kingston wins this game.
Yeah, it's very interesting that we're going to Arabia here. But Magyars, I mean, one of the best Empire Wars civs. And it's Arabia, so we don't really need to talk about the type of map. Everyone knows this one. It's an absolute classic, even for Empire Wars. And we've got scouts coming in here with skirms behind from Kingston. So lots of food being spent on this army composition. And meanwhile, for Viper with the Mayans, he opens with more spearmen. He's kind of building up archers, keeping those in his archer range. He's nervous about the scouts with forging, coming in and picking off those archers early. And he's going to escort them across the map with his spearmen. He also made an extra eagle early, and it looks like he's just going to do the little walls around his woodline to deal with those scouts until the spearmen get back.
Now, one of the big bonuses with the Mayans, and you see it a lot in Standard Age of Empires, is the fact that their walls are cheaper, but in this game mode, it's really hard to protect yourself. And we did miss a villager getting sniped by Kingston. You can see that in the Eco KD at the bottom right. So Kingston did open up within that first minute and snipe a villager before we got everyone in there.
I think if you're playing on Arabia against Magyars and you only lose 1 villager in the first 4 minutes, I think you consider that a win.
Especially if you start with 1 additional villager as Mayans, right? So you consider it even,
Balanced out.
It should balance out in some ways. But Viper has not moved out across the map, and now the skirms are advancing forward. So I love how Kingston has played this. His production buildings have always been firing, Dave. And Viper gets the house down there, or tries to.
Kingston has to hold this open until his skirms arrive. Until his skirms and scouts arrive, and he's over that foundation right now. Viper's trying to go for gates. Viper really needs that forward wall in front of his gold. I think he's going to manage to do it. The Eagles are going to add value against the skirmishers, and now the scouts are engaging against the archers, so Kingston maybe has an opportunity to take out those numbers, but Eagles, really good control there from Viper, and you can see how much he needs this position. He's even coming out with the villagers to fight this back, and that is just experience right there from the Snake.
Yeah, it was also a great timing defense there, because Armor was on the way for Kingston. He definitely forced a fight because he knew this was about to be walled up, but it's easy for us to say there's still a big gap on the right-hand side. So if he truly feels as though he can't get in, I say you just run for it, Dave. I think he
and that's what he's doing. He's going over there, and he's going to use the mobility of the scouts to get there first and probably prevent that wall. Viper also, game sense telling him, uh-oh, my opponent's going that way. I should probably send my army over. Looking at Viper's resources, he's got 400 gold in the bank. I wouldn't be surprised to see a market and maybe even sell the stone and get up faster. And Kingston... Well, Kingston has double the amount on food of Viper, so if he idles a little bit, there's potential to go up around the same time.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if Viper does want to go for the crossbowman upgrade. You would assume he'll want to do that, but Eagles would be looking pretty strong in early Castle Age as well. Unfortunately for Kingston, though, he has not been able to break in, because if this was open, if there were no walls involved, Viper would be GG right now.
Well, I mean, he hasn't been able to break in because Viper is... He's allocated so much importance to getting that wall up in front of the gold, right? We saw the houses come down super early, even rushed out with villagers. He knew this wave of military would be coming, and he preemptively went out there with the vills and killed the smaller military so that he could get these walls down behind and make his way to the Castle Age. 700 gold in the bank for Viper, so it's likely an Eagle switch somewhere along the line here.
That, or he spent so much time walling, he knew that he was going to have to use the market. But my God, he's gone double mining camp.
Yep.
If he starts to, he should probably pull villagers off.
He didn't even sell his stone either. He didn't even sell his stone. Kingston sold his stone, which I think is a smart idea. And Kingston's actually up at a very competitive time here with the Magyar.
He's got to track that army, though. This is a really big moment. So I think it's just dawned on him as well. See, he wants to break in. He wants to break in, attack. But look, Viper knows the army shifted to the left, and Viper is not going to be spotted. There's no potential for a tower for Kingston.
I think Kingston senses this with every fiber of his being, though. He knows it's here, but is he going to do the classic and just miss it? Oh, man, it looks like there's a hole in Kingston's wall as well, and Viper is in the darkness north of the army. Kingston, maybe a false sense of comfort as he explores over to the right side there. He's fully walled.
I would also house that. I mean, I feel like it'd be very useful to have a house there. But yeah, and the reason he's walling later is because he was piling on so much pressure. But you've got to pull your scouts back now. Maybe have 1 or 2 scouts at Viper's
He's
base,
looking for it,
and then 1 or 2 scouts on the other side.
Dude, he's looking for it. Excellent game sense here from Kingston. He knows it's somewhere. I mean, if you're in Viper's position, he probably realizes Viper's up to Castle Age. He probably saw the market, what the prices were. Viper's already bought, right? So he knows the army is somewhere. He just can't find it, and Viper's doing a fantastic job here being a little ninja in the darkness, and he's hiding.
Yeah, Kingston's actually just scouting the rest of the map, Dave. He's not scouting for that army. He was initially, but he's just scouting to the right and the left for good scouting. Good does boost your score and possibly your confidence, but he does not know Viper is there, and Viper saw the wood line. So let's see if Viper waits. Because if he shows himself at all, he's not going to get those villagers.
This is so interesting. Everything about Kingston's movement is telling us that he knows something's wrong. And he was looking for it, and he's going to be like, no, it was there? It's the only place I didn't check.
It's a really bad feeling.
Yeah.
It's a really bad feeling. And, you know, he chooses not to try and get any walls behind because he knows how dangerous it is with Viper getting
He's also in Castle Age, so he can start producing some knights. Already +2 armor on the way, and it's looking like he was planning on a forward siege workshop. But Viper is sending forward another army on the left side.
And this is where it gets tricky, right? Because now the army that could have held the position to go for the siege workshop has to come home, allowing Viper to move forward in the middle of the map. So Viper will see those skirms, he'll see the knights, and he'll actually be happy about this for the time being because he just doesn't want to get any damage at home, so he can boom, Dave.
Yeah, and he didn't sell his stone. right? He didn't sell his stone. He had so much gold banked up, he could just simply buy food. And look at that, the second army of crossbows in on the left side. 2 villagers already going down for Kingston. No ballistics for Viper, so he's not going to hit the villagers as they move away. But he's going to use this army to distract and escape with the other one. That's a great Knight surround.
Engagement.
Oh my goodness.
Whoa, taking me back with that Knight path.
Dude, that was
get
sick.
on top of the crossbows, and
That was
my
sick.
God.
He clears that up for free. I thought Viper was going to take at least a few Knights with him, but
Yeah.
Kingston right through that army. Viper coming with another army into the back. Still no ballistics because he went for the extra TCs. Did manage to deny that siege workshop, which is going to be annoying for Kingston. As he goes for house walls at the back, he needs to get the Knights back there.
Yeah, speaking of annoying, he can't go forward. His siege workshop's denied. He now loses villagers against a player who has added town centers, and Viper has won more games with less. Let's just put it that way. I mean, he's at 54 villagers, taking Kingston down to 44.
He needs 2 villagers forward for that siege workshop. Maybe even think about a second siege workshop and just go all in. Just all in here.
Yeah, do what he can to get that siege going, because the Knights alone probably won't be able to do it. Only Mayans can have 3 TCs and 10 crossbows in queue at this point. I'm sure other civilizations, we might see the Ethiopians or the Britons in this event do a lot of that as well, but the
Comes the
eco behind
villager
is
again.
beautiful.
She's very industrious. I think that's the same villager that was running away before. And she's,
Well, she has no control over her own life, so she has no option.
She just wants to get the job done. She's coming forward to finish that siege workshop.
Well, again, back to Viper. I mean, obviously he did come in here as the favorite, but he's playing this game so wonderfully well. A sneaky army that would otherwise die if the Knights found them, hitting the woodline. He also has ballistics well-timed at home, and he's on stone, so he can get a defensive castle if the siege becomes a problem. It feels like the timings for Viper are there. He's just going to have to execute off all of his hard work.
I don't know about Kingston adding skirms here. Unless he's thinking about going into, like, do you really have the resources to get siege and elite skirm and continue skirm production? It feels like everything should be funneled towards your siege and then knights. And, like, even getting Bowsaw here, for me, it feels like everything should just go into military.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. Obviously, you research Bowsaw, then you get more wood, in theory, for more siege. The skirms maybe left over.
You need to win now. Like, you need to start winning now.
But this is it, though, right? He's attacking the house. He'll attack rounds between them, so both those houses will take some damage. And we might see Viper buy the stone. If Viper knows the situation and he doesn't want to micro against the siege here, which he can definitely do.
Viper's gonna have a castle soon, too.
Yeah, he just has to buy the castle here. I think, I would have bought the castle already. Viper says, I can actually micro, so let's not even worry about it.
Yeah, it's a completely different world, isn't it?
I mean, it is.
That's just the most defeated line I've heard from you all weekend.
It is, and it is for everyone else as well, as Viper drops the castle there. The other thing is, like, just like 7 or 8 villagers. He's not too worried.
Yeah, and he puts it on the gold. He's not really worried about that area. I mean, this is an awkward area for Kingston. I mean, Viper's just going to keep building up crossbows, send them back one by one. He's got ballistics now, so he can hit the knights as they're diving around. Villager even coming in here for the repairs. Same siege workshop villager, and Kingston just can't find a great position to attack the economy from Viper. All he can range are a few farms, idle a few villagers, and now he's trapped.
If he can start to take TCs, it could be okay as Viper tries to whittle down the siege here. But this is the position that ideally he would have been in before Viper had the town centers.
Viper risky. He's going out with the crossbows. There is a Mangonel there. He sends one. He sends one. You shall be my sacrifice.
That is so smart. And he's like, guys, don't forget me.
You were forgotten the moment you were clicked out. Like, dude, I'm sorry. It's over.
Man. Well, Viper did lose 2 ranges, so that would normally make you all excited, but he's got 2 more, man.
And King, I love the all-inness here from Kingston. Like, Okay,
I mean, that's not the...
Shoot!
Oh!
No!
Oh, man.
I mean, there's a lot of dead bodies there, so that wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Another Mangonel on the way. I don't know how close. It's probably pretty far off, yeah.
This sucks if you're Kingston. You've got all this army, and you're just like, dude, fight me. Like, stop making defensive castles. Stop running. Just fight me. And now Viper runs, and you have nothing at home if you're Kingston. So you actually have to deal with that, which means the whole point of pushing Viper is to
and now he adds 2 extra TCs because he knows that the all-in push isn't going to work here. He's going to add extra TCs. That's his only possibility of coming back in this game. And Viper has this giant army here. These Knights, a lot of them are weak. KingstoNe once again
he's
goes
good at
through.
that.
Dude,
Whoa, he's the
so
best
good.
Knight player in the world right now.
Oh my god, how do you do that?
That's a formation change into a stop hotkey on attack stance, I think. But maybe a recent patch did something, but I truly don't think that is common these days.
No,
that's like how people have wanted Knights to work over the last 2 years.
Yeah, that must be a trick that he's come up with to do that. That is incredibly difficult, and he's done it twice in the same game. Both those villagers dying, and Viper just, I mean, he's continuing to be a nerd. We always knew he was a nerd, and he's nerding it up with those plumed archers near the Mangonel.
Mapu, can you zoom in on a plume for a second? I'm not trying to make fun of the graphics or anything, but these guys don't have the muscles we saw on the desk a moment ago. These are frail beings.
They're people too.
I didn't say they were people. Viper, by the way, moving out with those plumed archers didn't really click in my brain. As he gets hit on the other side.
There's another Mangonel on the other side, yeah, and that castle is kind of far back, so maybe KingstoNe can range that stone, and KingstoNe, with 2 extra TCs behind, now has 5 villagers queued, so if he can get some serious damage, and I'm talking serious damage in here against Viper's economy, he might have a chance in terms of economic comparison in a few minutes, but it's going to be unlikely with double castle defense from Viper.
I still can't get over the Knight clear-ups.
It was crazy, twice.
It's insane. Yeah, the way he was able to group up there. The KD does not look so good for Viper, but 104 villagers. But he's still only got 15 military, so I think what I would want for him to do is pressure at least a town center now. It's tough because every time he tries, Viper moves out. But seriously, you've got to pressure a TC.
And don't let Viper get that castle. I know it's like the most unlikely area to expect a castle from Viper, but Viper is just judging where the army is from KingstoNe, and his experience is telling him, I could probably get that castle down and get access to those 2 golds over there, as KingstoNe now traps some plumes against the woodline, but Viper has found a little nook to be very annoying in.
I mean, you do have the extra attack there on the Magyar Knight, so it should lead to a clear-up. A big difference between the plumed archers, though, and the crossbows in terms of escaping the Knights is a lot easier due to that mobility.
Also,
this is good. This is really good.
This is really good. And
exactly
those are all farms there. And I think we have to look at the eco upgrades, too. I mean, KingstoNe already has handcart, so that factors in here.
Big shot. He needs a couple more big shots. He does attack round. He'll get another volley off here. Oh,
that was a nice
shot.
That was a nice shot. It didn't fully kill all the plumes. It killed a couple of them, but it takes a lot of HP, and all you need is one more, and all you need is Viper to be distracted for 1 second, but Viper just bravely runs away from that Mangonel. KingstoNe, dude, he continues to put on the pressure. I'm honestly impressed because I thought once that first push failed, there wouldn't be much hope for him, but he's adding a 4th TC now.
Yeah, I mean, Viper still fails to get any proper counterattacks in, and the plumed archers are just about to be above 20, but even that might not be enough with 15 Knights out there from the Magyars.
And there goes the TC. Farm still idled there, never to be returned to again from those Mayan villagers. Viper is trying for some counter raids. KingstoNe, unfortunately, has to send his Knights back there for him. That's a good play from Viper to distract him. Viper tried to get the monk, and KingstoNe's like,
great attack round. Great attack round there from Viper, though, because that was great shots all around. No monks there for Viper, though, so he loses his siege. And I believe the plumes are about to be tracked down in the middle of the map as well. However, he didn't see that. He didn't see that on the gold. He saw the other plumed archers.
That's really great from Viper. He's just utilizing the mobility, and we can see like both these games have been kind of similar with KingstoNe pushing, you know, in late Castle Age, and Viper just kind of knowing where KingstoNe's army is, and then he's raiding where KingstoNe isn't, or he's taking advantage of resources where KingstoNe isn't. And that's just fantastic. But KingstoNe's going to wipe up yet another army of Viper coming forward. And the villager difference, well, I mean, it's only 46.
It's true. I mean, there is a point where once Viper clicks in, he just drops 6 barracks and goes pikeman. And that's the point where I feel like this game will most likely end. But KingstoNe has really shown, after falling way behind, how good he is. And there's Viper. He's going to click up to the Imperial Age now. He's got 30 plumes, Dave. It's crazy. He'll lose plumes and he'll have 30 more out there, and I'd love to see Viper just drop the barracks and try and close this one out from here.
He's also done a good job to only lose 16 vills this game.
Yep.
Like, really, or no, Viper's only lost 2 vills this game. I read that incorrectly.
Oh, I just trusted you.
KingstoNe has lost 16 vills. Viper's only lost 2 vills? Viper has done an excellent job to not lose villagers this game. That is incredible. I thought surely some of the mangonel shots had connected, but...
They did lose a TC, I guess, so we assumed a few more, but man, those plumed archers now, there were no match, or sorry, the Knights were no match for the plumed archers, and of course, KingstoNe, this is his first series, right? And we say it a lot, like first game of the day, first series of the day, he might want to continue on here. Biggest moment of his life.
Yep.
So he doesn't realize maybe how the odds are stacked against him from here, but...
Impressing me once again, I think, with his macro, 45 farms.
Yep.
And some of the villagers are idle too. I wouldn't be surprised if he had 50 farms on the field right now after going 1 TC at the opening. And I never thought we would get to a stage in this game where KingstoNe is near 100 villagers. I thought he would just be stalled at around that 50-60 mark, all in pressure, and then it didn't work. But he's adapted quite well. Unfortunately for him, Viper is already teched into the best combination for Mayans here, which is the full ball of plumes, and he's going to start heading into likely halberdiers once he's...
And he has no business being out here in a closer game.
Yep.
He's moving out with his full army here when he doesn't have to.
Let's see if he does it again.
He tried. He was almost around them.
Does he run through these again?
He goes around with half the group and then stop hockeys it because they all fight at the same time.
Bro,
Boom.
this is
stop
insane!
Hockey.
What?
This is the way Knights did path back in AOC from time to time.
I haven't seen this in many a year.
Yeah, that's sick.
Holy, KingstoNe's got some tricks up his sleeve, dude.
Yeah, it's really good. And again, Viper continues to move out. Also, is being stubborn not adding those barracks, Dave. But I think he knows that this is a tap out once the Imperial Age comes in.
Is that Viper's Mangonel or is that's Viper's Mangonel? Okay, I saw that shot come in. I was thinking, that's a Mangonel behind enemy lines from KingstoNe, but Viper is going to push that back, is going to clear up that army. KingstoNe almost with 100 villagers here. He's gone into the light cap because he has 46 farms. His resources are at the limit right now. He's got stone in the bank and he's thinking about a castle. But basically, it's all production from him as Viper now gets Chemistry, Bracer, and Elite Plumed Archer, and he's got 36 of them with castles on his golds. This is an uphill battle.
Yeah, Viper's got the extra golds next to his castle on the right. He's denying golds from KingstoNe. He's got relics coming in, I'm sure, as well. So, I mean, all the late game things, just like we saw in game 1. That is the Imp TC underneath the castle.
Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be?
So, you know, if KingstoNe doesn't resign, there is actually a very good chance that TC goes down. It's halfway, I think.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Also keep an eye on all those stables with flags on them. KingstoNe is building up for a big old ambush here, but Viper is just splitting up his plumes, and KingstoNe calls it GG. Viper takes that one. Viper just experienced pulling him through there on both games.
Yeah, honestly, if you guys want to know what made the difference in that game, it was the Feudal Age army not tracking Viper properly. Because KingstoNe applied so much pressure when he got to the Night Siege, but that was delayed. And Viper does what everyone expects here and wins 2-0 the first series.
Yeah, but maybe unexpectedly tough against KingstoNe. I mean, that was a great first showing. Can't say enough about this young man. I'm old enough that I start calling people young man now, which is disturbing in a way.
It is.
But Viper takes it 2-0, and KingstoNe, I think, is all warmed up.
7 out of 10 strategy from Viper, or maybe a little bit more?
I think we're just going to stick with 7 out of 10. Like I said, he's only won one of those tournaments.
It wasn't that impressive. I think he stays there, But anyways, a great first series. We had the storyline, obviously. KingstoNe will have more opportunities when he plays against the loser of one of our other sets, but we've got, at least you and I, have 2 more sets coming to you.
Yep.
But we're going to have, I believe, an interview coming up here shortly.
Yep, and I think we'll have the snake coming in, and we'll also review some highlights, I believe, from the set coming up here. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss any of that, and we've got more exciting sets coming up behind this, and we're going to have an interview with the Viper and Riley Knight, our resident Australian. It's getting better the more I do it.
Not me.
G'day everyone, Riley Knight here. No, look, Viper, congratulations, mate. A win there that I think a lot of people are anticipating. You are the favourite in this tournament, but I think it's fair to say you were very meaningfully challenged in both games by KingstoNe there.
Yeah, he played really well. This is actually the first time I ever play him, funnily enough, which is not often in Age of Empires 2. But yeah, I took a very safe approach, I felt like. But his aggression really, especially the second game, his aggression was a bit tricky to deal with. Yeah, I'm impressed with his play, and I think he has decent chances going forward as well.
I think, you know, it's fair to say that you were tested pretty meaningfully by KingstoNe in both of those games. So let's talk about maybe a different aspect that you bring to this. You know, certainly not your strategy, your experience, you know. Look at this guy. I mean, we described it before. It looks like you're about to get on a Zoom call. Talk us through your headspace at the moment. You're not new to these tournaments. You've been to these before. Does that help you in addressing unexpected pressure, feeling relaxed, feeling confident?
It goes without saying, like for KingstoNe, for example, now this is his first time ever at the LAN event with such a production like we have here. Well, I have done this a couple of times now, so probably the nerves are a bit harder for him to deal with. Yeah, experience goes by saying the more you do this, the more you get used to it, and I feel like I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly, you know, as a Red Bull champion here, these are paths you've walked before, but the weight of pressure, it's got to be on you. You've got to be feeling that, you know, we've discussed that some of these newer players, these more unfamiliar players, they've got nothing to lose, right? But you have come here with hordes of fans, with people expecting a lot of you. How do you deal with that?
I don't know, I've had it like this for years already, so it's like, it's not really something that bothers me. Obviously, I want to do well, I want to make those that support me happy by doing well. But yeah, I don't feel like it's necessarily extra pressure. If there's any pressure, it's the pressure I put on myself.
Yeah, well, look, you've come and you've played your natural game, you've weathered the storm. Congratulations, a good win for you, Vipey. Well done, dude.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to head through to our other room here and get the perspective of some of the other casters. We were all in the back watching these matches very, very closely indeed, sort of swapping between our A stream and B stream as we kept an eye on other heroes like Leary. But right now, I want to bring Nilly in here and have a chat to him about some of what we've just seen. You know, I've just chatted to Viper about how he did feel meaningfully pressured by KingstoNe. KingstoNe, I think, full credit to this bloke who has come here hungry, ready to go. And I know that there are a couple of moments that stood out to you as being particularly important or instructive in this game. So talk us through some of your highlights here.
Yeah, and we actually start before we go into the actual game. I want to go back and talk about the map draft and the shift draft, because we are going to see the Viper going to pick Arabia, which is basically the standard map in all of Age of Empires, and that's simply saying, I am the better player, I know, okay, I am feeling confident, and if we go to a normal macro game, that's where I will win, and that just showed so much confidence.
I think something that's, you know, if we've got newer people joining us today, again, welcome, by all means, welcome. It's a good idea to kind of phrase Arabia, give people a sense of what we're looking at here with the Arabia pick. This is Final Destination in Smash. This is Dust, Rust, what is it in CS?
Dust.
There you go. Yeah, that's right. So the Arabia pick here says, look, when we're turning items off, when we're going basically like default standard Age of Empires, no frills, that shows a lot of confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And we need to go back in this one again. We just skipped something that I think is really, really interesting in how we draft civs. As you all know, we draft maps before, and then we draft civilizations. So basically, you can get an idea, okay, what is my opponent going for? We had Moraz as the home map of KingstoNe. Viper went for Arabia, and now we got into the Civ draft, right? And we are taking a look at this one again. We had Bulgarians as the opener, thinking, okay, that is going for Moraz. And now Viper sees, okay, we are having new civs coming in there, and we saw Hindustanis. So maybe we can take a look at the draft again as the whole thing, and then see how Viper can adjust to that. Because at that very moment, okay, we will skip that. We can just go into game number 1 then and see the Viper. He's on the way to Castle Age right now, and now he's getting all the upgrades, as we can see. Gold, wood, farm. He is now getting fletching, while we saw the upgrades already earlier from our Mexican player, KingstoNe here. Viper then identified, okay, we are going for a lot of CA, now goes for ballistics. And what I want to point out here, look at that, we had 111 villagers. KingstoNe's idle TC time, 1 minute. So basically no idle time there at all, absolutely beautiful play. Halberdiers now not perfectly positioned, and CAs actually dying here quite heavily. We are, well, doing our very best job to microwave, but as we all know, the damage output is just absolutely crazy, and Viper struggled to get onto the numbers, but in the end, reigned supreme. We had massive amount of villagers on gold there for KingstoNe in the end, and I want to show you the face of Viper once he wins there, because that was a tough game, and he was not really happy, had the head shake there. That was like nice move after nice move, but that one was tougher than he thought, surely.
Yeah, you mentioned, I mean, you know Viper very well, obviously, as part of the GL testing team. You've known this bloke for years, and you probably can offer some insight into his psychology. You mentioned, he probably isn't happy with the performance that he put 100% because, but then again, look, we've got to give credit to KingstoNe for that. We've got to give credit to the bloke who was turned up, fresh as a daisy, ready to go, hungry, fire in his belly, to contest someone who is arguably the greatest player Age of Empires has ever seen.
Yeah.
So full credit to KingstoNe. The scoreline, in my view, 2-0, it doesn't reflect the gameplay that we saw there.
Especially game one, right? Yeah. We were deep in it. It was pop 200 against pop 150. Viper could have easily fallen there. So I thought he was scared, and he gave a lot of credit to KingstoNe, right? Sees him as a contender to maybe even go through into the quarterfinals.
Worth reminding people, of course, that KingstoNe may be down, but he certainly is not out nearly. 2 wins means you make it through to the quarterfinals. Viper already well on his way there, but with only 1 loss to KingstoNe's name, he's still got a chance. If he can rally from this one, string together 2 wins in a tiebreaker or a deciding match, something like that, he could be on his way to the quarters as well. Full credit to the bloke for getting it done against the Viper in the way that he did, even if ultimately, of course, the Viper was victorious. That is that, Nilly. Thank you very much for your insight. I believe right now we're going to take a quick break, get things set up for our next match. So stay with us, everyone, because we'll be back live with more Age of Empires live from Heidelberg Castle in just a few moments. Yeah, sorry, I talked over the drum.
My name is Örjan Larsen. I'm known as TheViper, and I'm from Norway. It's obviously a little bit more convenient to be invited directly because I don't have to go through the troubles of qualifying and potentially missing out throughout the qualifier. So for me, it's a perfect entrance, a little bit more relaxed. I can take a bit of a cooler first couple of months and then intensify the training as the weeks approach the tournament. So my preparation for the tournament has been a boot camp with the GL team members. So all of us went to Berlin. We stayed together in the GL gaming house for roughly 2 weeks. We had some physiotherapists visit us as well and just bounce ideas of each other nonstop. My most feared opponent actually might be one of my teammates because they will know everything I want to do, so they will be prepared for everything. Maybe they'll find a way to counter it. But from pure skill, probably Leary and Hera. Fun enough, I probably also feel most confident against my teammates because I know them as well and can come up with ways to counter them.
Amazing first set. I mean, KingstoNe unfortunately going down there for his chances, but he has another shot like Riley said, and Viper, the expected winner, goes through. After some nervous moments, we have another amazing set coming up to you after this. So many sets today, in addition to our B stream. Yeah, in addition to the B stream that is going on at twitch.tv/Nilly_AOE. So if some of your favorite players are over there, make sure you give them a look. Upcoming. What do we have?
DauT, dogao.
That's crazy.
It's an awesome series. Yeah. I mean, Viper was just talking about how well prepared his teammates are, and dogao, another one who got the call a couple days ago and have flown in here. But I was talking to him last night. He talked about his opponent. He talked about who he could possibly face if he were to win or lose, and he said, "This is a great opportunity for me." I mean, there's obviously there's stars here, of course, but he really feels like he can beat the players he's going to be up against.
Yep, and we're going to get some more information here from Riley, our resident Australian, about this upcoming matchup.
I'm really not sure why being the resident Australian is something that I'm being credited with, but look, I'll take it. Certainly as we move in Age of Empires 4, that position is going to be challenged. But look, it's my great pleasure to welcome you back to the caster chamber here, Friday night again, the host throughout this entire event. What a pleasure it is to have your company here live in Heidelberg Castle, an incredible backdrop for an incredible tournament. And we are heading in now to our second game. Group A here, match number 2 coming your way very shortly. The players getting ready. And let's have a look at where things stand right now. Again, very early days. You can see with our group so far, Viper right at the top, KingstoNe falling down to the bottom, but a lot of Age of Empires left to play before we have a better picture of how this one's going to shake itself out. We might be able to have a look at Group B as well. I was able to catch up with those players very briefly, and I can tell you that even if we don't look at the standings here, I can tell you that Leary did get up against Daniel. There was a very hard-fought contest, and maybe you've checked your socials and seen some of the pictures that have emerged from our back room there, or indeed you might have been watching it over on the B stream, twitch.tv/Nilly_AOE for our B stream there if you want to get across that. But for the rest of the day, let's have a look at our schedule and see what we're going to be checking in with here in our A stream here. We've already seen, of course, our match between KingstoNe and Viper. That one's already been that's already in the books, as you can see. That score is not correct there between dogao and DauT. That is still to play. We are going to get into that very, very shortly indeed. And I know fans of the Lord, long may he reign, around the world, we're very, very, very excited to see the big Serbian getting amongst it, maybe feeding dogao the ones and the twos in the war room before very long. So we do hope you'll stick around. After that, of course, we've got Capoch and Villese. That's coming up on our main stream. And to round things out for our main matches here, MBL versus Jordan. Before we get into the winners matches from Group B, you can see those TBD slots just down here. These are players that will be taken from Group B. So players like Leary who win in Group B, they will lock up their spot in the quarterfinals today. We're going to give away 4 quarterfinal spots today before the other 4 are given away tomorrow in our elimination and decider matches. So plenty of action coming your way, my friends. And once we are ready to head over to our map room, and I do want to say, I do want to say a very heartfelt thanks to Dave at this point. It was a labour of love to go through and put all of those. I didn't want to put the nomadic civilizations on the map. I did my best, but look, I'm very, very happy to take people's criticism and feedback into account. But what an innovation our map room is, and I can't wait to get back over there once again. I believe the players are ready to go. I'm going to chuck it back over to Dave and T90 to walk us through our very next draft.
All right, well, it's time to find out what these guys are going to have in store for us. You know, with dogao and DauT, I think we could have different levels of preparation. And so for that reason, just predictions before we get into the draft room, I think dogao's going to go as standard as possible. DauT might try and switch it up.
Yeah, I think dogao had a lot of questions on whether he would be here in the first place. I mean, surprise for him to be here in some sense. And DauT has been at the GL house practicing
2 weeks.
This entire time. And so we expect big things from the Lord, as we always do. If he manages to get wins as big as himself, then maybe
he's a big dude.
He is the resident barbarian, I think, here in our castle in Germany. And well, we looked at the matchup beforehand, right, Tristan, between dogao and DauT. We knew there was a history there. They haven't actually played as many games as I thought. I think it's 7-1-3 in favor of DauT, that one being a draw. And they have matched up, though. I think the first time was in like 2010.
Yeah, I mean, to only have that low of a record, having known each other for 12 years, is really surprising, actually. It's almost like they somehow avoided each other all these years. But yeah, I mean, I think more so recently, dogao's had the slight edge, if you say from 2019 to 2022. Because
but in big events, DauT has the edge.
That's true. That's true. So the higher the stage, you know, maybe you lean towards DauT, but if it's more recent, maybe dogao. So it makes it for a very interesting series. Again, I'm excited to see what these two do. Also, I feel like it's just going to be a comical pair in this room, in this draft room, the draft chamber, excuse me.
They both kind of share that old school, old guy mentality for AOE. They're like, the new stuff.
For sure. I mean, you have the nerds, you know, the players, even the play styles. You expect the early aggression and the crazy micro. These guys are a bit more laid back, and you know, they play the game for what it is, and always tend to play late game.
Yep. And dogao, very solid macro player. He's got the micro to compete with the best. DauT, extremely good macro player. His micro can compete with the rest, I suppose.
It's underrated. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's something. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It's surely not overrated, I think would be fair to say.
That's fair.
But DauT is a crazy competitor, a Red Bull Wololo 3 champion. We're expecting huge things from him. We know he's been brewing strategies with the GL teammates, and we hope those strategies will actually pay off. We might see that in the draft for a best of 3, even though it's an early round and usually they hide their strategies.
Yeah.
You had that quote from DauT earlier saying he's never going to hide a strategy again.
Not.
So we might see that right off the bat.
You know, and the other thing too is as we talk about hiding strategies, the other question is, can you really have a hidden strategy for every map? So I think what you can have is you can have, let's say, 6 maps you really want to play, and one of them, or maybe 2 of them, particularly the ones with water, I think that's when you can start to craft and specialize
the fast castle
strategies.
Maps, I think,
that
is key.
That as well.
Any feudal aggression maps, I mean, there's only so much you can do, right?
Yeah, sure.
But the fast castle maps, you can get incredibly tricky. We know DauT loves to have that market. I would be surprised if we ever have a game without DauT with the market. And we should be getting into the draft shortly.
Yeah, so another thing to bring up, especially having played games with dogao, and this could be why recently, the bigger the stage, the more he struggled, because big stage events have drafts, have very complex drafts these days, and that is a weakness for dogao. He can see the game a bit more for what it might have used to be 2018, 2019, whereas DauT is actually not only just him, but his teammates, particularly Viper and Tato, I think are just very creative.
He's an innovator.
And they innovate, exactly. I mean, he also... what's the opposite of an innovator, or
like a replicator or something? I don't know.
That's not the direction I was going exactly, but he has his moments on the other side of positive as well, I suppose. But anyway, so I think I don't expect anything out of the box from dogao at all here. I think he's gonna probably pick meta stuff.
I can't remember. That's a great point, because I can't remember the last set of dogao I cast where I had said, wow, I can't believe he picked that Civ.
Yeah.
Or, wow, this strategy.
Yeah.
You just always know what you're going to get with him. He's a very solid player. He can be aggressive. He can be defensive. But his macro is up there with the best. So if we get late game, DauT's got to be careful.
So here's a fun conversation. I'll ask you, and then maybe viewers can answer as well. Do you think DauT's going to go Cav Archers in this series? Because I just... with the vibe I'm getting from these games, even though crossbow is more expensive now than it was in the previous Red Bull Wololos, I personally feel like Cav Archers aren't meta, but I also never expected DauT to win Red Bull Wololo 3.
I think that
he went
ship
Cav Archers
set
6
sail.
different times.
That ship set sail in Red Bull Wololo 3, and it's still out in the middle of the ocean somewhere. Maybe it might come back one day. Maybe it might come back. I know that if DauT is in trouble, his go-to solution is add 3 or 4 ranges and go Cav Archers.
YOLO Cav
Doesn't matter
Archers.
what the Civ is, as long as it's not a Meso Civ, as long as he has the Cav Archers, he will go for them. We've seen it time and time again. It brought him to a championship, but I think that's a little bit too predictable at this stage now for all those other players. It was a famous strategy choice from him through Red Bull Wololo 3. And here we go. Draft is ready now. So let's head in there to our map room. I wonder if the Civ emblems have been reorganized.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very jumbled over the next couple days. And
look at that! They're back.
Look at me,
Riley. Maybe I'm seeing a few that are.
Are they incorrect? Yeah, I totally knew that. Well, there's DauT.
There's DauT. We don't have a camera big enough to fit him fully on frame.
We do not. If that were to be a life-size photo, the legs would go below the screen. So.
Exactly. And here we go with the first ban over here, and that would be Morass.
Yeah, so it's important to bring up here again that there's a lot of bans. So initially, we're going to have a ban, and then we're going to go to a pick for both players, and then it is ban, ban, ban until there is just one civilization, map remaining.
And there's the map pick right there. I can't see it quite, but yeah,
Arabia.
It should be up on our screen. Okay, Arabia for dogao, and there's no surprise there.
That's exactly that is the bread and butter. That is the bread and butter Age of Empires 2 map. And so, again, he definitely doesn't want any surprises. And he then bans. I think this is a lovely draft for him so far. Morass is super aggressive. And then...
Cav Archer map.
And then the next one, and then get the boomy Cav Archer map out of the
that's a market map right there.
Especially seeing how good Viper played that, because you've got to know that the approach in general is going to be similar for Gamer Legion players.
Acclivity being banned now from DauT.
I mean...
another Cav Archer map right there, though.
Well, any map could be a Cav Archer map with DauT, I suppose.
True.
But
Northern Isles.
I really I feel like Aztecs will dominate Acclivity. I kind of hope we see it. I think that'd be sick someday. So
Kawasan is gone, and dogao is making his next ban here. Looks like it's going to be
Atacama and then Bull.
Atacama and Bull. Oh man, Bull is being banned.
I want to see
so
it.
excited for Bull.
What a loser.
The qualifiers were so great for Bull, and the thing the players have told us is that no one has publicly played that map. I think there was a show match like a week ago that I hosted that Vinch and Yo played, but other than that, no one has been playing on Bull. Everyone has been hiding strats, so I'm so excited to see what players have come up with.
Yeah, like I said, I think these best of threes are going to be very much standard, and then once we ever get into a best of 5, that's where we see all the real strats come out.
dogao carefully writing things down. Do you remember all the memes about DauT last year with the
book?
The book, It's so dainty. He just.
Who do you think is the best handwriting out of these two? Because my handwriting's so bad because I'm always on a computer. Like, a pen feels foreign to me.
Yeah,
I can't
it's
barely
the same
do it.
here, and I think it might be the same with DauT.
There's no DauT.
Might be the same with dogao.
Yeah.
We're nerds, right? Like all of us.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
No.
Well, they're looking and they're thinking about it right now, and it's important they do because what I do and what I've been taught anyways, granted this might be wrong, is you kind of write out 2 to 3 civilizations for each map because you're not going to be able to get every single one that you want. And once that's completed, then you can go into that draft.
DauT's really taking his time here. He's really considering.
A civ that I think will be consistent amongst Gamer Legion players, and this will come as no surprise to most, is Saracens. Viper picked Saracens in his first series, but do you remember in the previous Red Bull how everyone was thinking that Saracens would go archers? And we saw the market into like +2 knights and camels and whatnot. I think it's a really strong move.
And there's Cumans being banned, so that's very interesting. Was Morass? No, Morass was banned, and now Cumans are being banned here. Very popular civ on that in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a civilization that some players just despise. dogao might be like most, where they can't play with the civ, and they can't play against the civilization, so he just got rid of it there.
Oh, he has Enclosed as well, which is another very popular civ, or very popular map for Cumans.
That's true.
You can get that second TC on the gold.
So Enclosed is, oh yeah, the home map for DauT. You're spot on there. You are spot on there.
I believe that was Gajara's and Dravidians. New expansion civs being banned. So Dravidians being banned out a lot. I didn't expect big things from that civ so far in the tournament, but players may be a little bit nervous about the possibilities of them starting with an extra 200 wood now.
That Byzantine's ban?
That's a good ban. That's a good ban. I think Byzantines are going to be a very annoying civ to play against.
It doesn't feel like the civ really has a weakness. There's no easy way to kill them.
Yeah.
They don't have any crazy power spikes, which makes them unique in the realm of Empire Wars. But again, I like the bans from both players. And we're going to start with some picks now. And it looks like we're going to see Lithuanians who now get 150 food.
Super strong.
Additional 150 food at the start. Last time they did not. There were some civs tweaked, so they get their starting bonuses.
And they were still picked in the last Red Bull, too.
Yeah,
like
on
they're
occasion
a
they
very
were.
strong civ on Empire Wars. And they get the additional 150 food now. That is the
Hindustanis.
Hindustanis there.
Yep. So
DauT crossing out Hindustanis.
That's exactly what that is.
Exactly.
That's precisely what it is. And I think it's really important that people know that because, no offense to anyone watching, but no one's doing a draft out there. You know what I mean? They're
Koreans.
just Koreans.
Aztecs, Mayans, and Koreans here. Maybe
Dang.
the Korean Capoch is making a comeback.
Well, listen, Aztecs only got stronger, and Aztecs have been absolutely dominant, as have Mayans, in all of these events. So the fact that Aztecs got a little bit stronger going into this, it's wild, and I really think a lot of people are going to be banning it for the most part.
I was asking players yesterday, and a lot of them shared the same opinion that Aztecs are the strongest, if not top 3 civs on Empire Wars right now, as Berbers now go over to dogao. Do you sense a pattern here with these civ selections from dogao?
Yeah, I mean, you know what would be interesting, actually? The Hindustani pick, if up against Mayans or Aztecs, they've got options there.
Oh, against Mayans, they have the option.
The Gulam is so good there, so
Yeah.
that'll be fun to look for. And there's Saracens.
Yep, there's Saracens, Koreans and Saracens right beside each other. Unorthodox civs for maybe anyone not in GL, and DauT with a big smile on his face. dogao all business as they go for the fist pump, and then...
That was awesome.
Well, here we are. Back at the casting booth for another set. Thank you all for being with us as we're about to get into this best of 3. That's right, best of 3 show match, or showdown, I guess it would be. Not a show match, certainly not with this castle environment. A showdown between DauT and dogao. The players are now making their way to the main stage.
Well,
this is going to be good.
I'm going to say this as they walk past, just to see how awkward it gets.
Yeah.
Ready? dogao is the real favorite here.
Yeah, dogao is the clear favorite.
Oh, God,
wow.
I wish.
Oh, no.
It was a joke.
Listen,
It was a joke. Don't hurt
I didn't
me.
mean it, DauT.
Oh, man.
He gave you a stare down.
I didn't realize that was that loud.
Bastard.
He did not think that was funny either.
No, he didn't look very happy at all. That's a terrifying look.
He's
a big
bad.
man.
I feel really bad about that, actually. Anyways, back on track here. I think it's going to be a close series. I actually believe DauT is the favorite. He spent 2 weeks with his teammates, some of the most creative teammates we have. or he has, or anyone could have, I suppose. And 2 weeks will go a long way. Not to mention that he's, of course, locked and loaded. And, of course, dogao did not know a week ago that he was going to be here. I talked to him about the whole journey. Of course, coming from Brazil, it was a lot. Yeah. But he did play in both qualifiers. He did play an updated, balance and everything. Yeah. But I think for now it's going to be like winning with meta that is already established, no secrets. And then hopefully if he continues to advance, he might see a couple things that he'll be able to use for later rounds.
And I think the players are making their way onto the stage shortly. If dogao can fit through that, or sorry, DauT can fit through that door anyway.
Shh, don't be too loud, dude. We can't.
No, he's far enough away. Surely he's far enough away now.
I'm scared of him, man. Oh, man, I'm scared of him. But yeah, they're going to be walking in, man. And what a walk-in it was to see KingstoNe. KingstoNe just carries himself so well.
Yeah, he does.
That was so cool. All right, well, here they come.
And we are going to see DauT looking up for once. That's rare for him. He's usually looking down on everyone from his high perch up there, and he's going to make his way towards the main stage and through that entrance at the back. And he is the favorite coming into this for sure. He had the duck to get through the door. See, he points at GL, and he's got a big old smile on his face as he goes to the computer. He's going to sit down and get ready for this match.
Of course, we are off camera at the moment, but we are currently bowing down to the Lord. Very painful.
Yeah.
Very painful.
You're really sucking up to him now.
Yeah, I got to balance out the scoreline here. But he takes a sip of his Red Bull, and it is time for dogao, the beast, the legend from Brazil, to make his walkout.
I know many Brazilian fans on the stream right now, always with the Age of Empires community. We have so many talented players from there, and dogao is representing Brazil in this tournament. It was a last-minute thing for him to show up here, but he is here, and I believe that he's ready. As long as he just sticks to the basics, sticks to what he knows, he can win against anyone on his day. And he doesn't look that nervous. He doesn't look super confident either. It's just somewhere in the middle.
Don't forget, this is a world champion in team games with his country. This is a player that has been to China for LANs, various countries all around the world. This is one of the most experienced LAN players we have here. Again, unfortunately, the only big question we have is just the fact that he was a late replacement and he wasn't necessarily expecting to be on this stage here today. But I'm excited for this matchup. Again, as you mentioned earlier, Dave, these guys are very mature Age of Empires 2 players. Not to imply that others are, it's just purely because of how long their careers are. They are 10-plus year Age of Empires professionals. They have been there, they have done that. They know so much about the game. And it will take a bit.
If your handwriting is really bad and you can't read it, you sit down after all the preparation and you're like, what does that say? Hindustanis, or does that
say? What else would it look like?
I don't know. Lithuanians. I don't know. Maybe it's really bad.
Yeah. It's like an actual strategy to not pick civilizations.
Burgundians or Bohemians? We don't know. Yeah.
Yep. Or Berbers or whatever else. Also, gotta love these banners here. DauT's in particular. For a while back in the day, he was called the Sad Panda.
Yeah.
And so, to have the panda up there, I think is very fitting.
And I believe dogao has Winchester's banner as well.
He does.
Just because of the short time frames.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they did a little.
And it's a beautiful banner in the first place. I mean, we're very, we're a big family here with Age of Empires 2. We're very happy to have dogao and KingstoNe both here. We're also very sad that Nikov and Vinch, unfortunately, due to unfortunate circumstances, couldn't participate.
Of course, of course.
I mean, it's tough to balance that, right? We have the happiness of two more faces, and then the sadness of not being able to see our friends and not being able to watch them compete.
Yeah, of course. Well, you take the opportunities when they come your way, and sometimes, not that it would be luck for the others, but because this would be very much unlucky. But
well, it's like Age of Empires.
Given an opportunity.
It's like Age of Empires 2, right? Sometimes you just get the luck, and you end
sometimes
up winning.
your villagers path correctly, and other times they
and
run
sometimes
to the middle
it's
of the
just
map.
bad luck.
Yeah.
And then other times, almost every game.
And other times there's no luck involved, and you just trash.
Exactly.
Yeah. Not you. Sorry, I meant like.
You're calling me trash?
No.
You're calling DauT trash?
No.
That's because he's in the other room.
I need
he can hear you.
These are some thick walls, but I need at least 2 rooms in between us, man. Well, it is funny because, after one of the sets of the previous Red Bull Wololo, he came out and he was like, I heard your prediction. And he's done that a lot. And I have truthfully made a lot of predictions against DauT over the last few years, including the Red Bull Wololo 3 Grand Final. I said Leary was going to win there.
Well, I mean, no one except the most diehard believer in the Lord was thinking DauT could do that.
Yeah.
And if you guys are wondering if they can actually hear us here, they can't. Those headphones are super noise canceling. Like, you cannot hear anything.
Also, there's quite a distance. This is a very big castle. This is not a small place. And
yeah. But, you know, Tristan, he's very nervous. And I would be too. Yeah. The look he gave you, he definitely didn't look at me. He looked at you.
Well, so. I tried to make a joke when a player was locked in. That's not the time. That's not the time. And they should be locked in, fully focused the every step of the way. And we will get started here shortly. So let me just review here, at least from my point of view here. I think that DauT has the preparation. He's probably in better, not shape physically, but, you know, he didn't just fly across the world to get here. And so DauT is my clear favorite. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, DauT's my clear favorite here, too. He's well-versed in the strategies, the meta. He's been playing against other players. Dogao, there were so many questions with him, and he's going to have to overcome a lot. But if he can, you know, break it down game per game, and if he can get into a situation where he's got equal eco, he's got the same, you know, military that he knows and loves for all these years, maybe knights, maybe crossbow, definitely possible.
Yeah, he's got to find a sweet spot. He has to make sure he maintains control over the game, finds a sweet spot. Definitely a series that could go later than a lot of the other ones we might see today because of the style these two tend to have. Both these players tend to be patrol at home wall first players as opposed to the opposite.
I could see one of these games maybe stretching near the time limit. If the situation is like, if all the conditions are met, these two guys, I could see them doing that.
Yeah, I think that Dogao's best age is Castle Age, and I think DauT's best age is Castle Age. So Castle Age will be really fun to watch.
DauT's also a beast, though, in late Imperial, if you let him get rolling.
I agree. Yeah.
And you would think it wouldn't be that case because he doesn't have the speed of other players, but he just knows where to allocate his attention.
Yeah, that's the thing that's deceiving about him. We were talking about a player in the top 100 earlier. It's not important to name the name, but like really fast individual. But we're like, but is he applying the appropriate focus and time to the proper areas? And that is just not something that's easy about our game. I'm sure every 1,000 Elo player out there that has killed 3 villagers with 6 scouts but forgot to make villagers for 3 minutes remembers that.
Yeah, you're a god for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and then
you realize what's happening.
You know, Capture Age, if it had brought less data, would probably have more users because there's people out there who don't want to use Capture Age because they don't want to see. Yeah, they don't want to see that stuff. Get that off my screen.
I mean, I watched one of my own Rex in Capture Age. Never again. Never again.
You have too much knowledge. Too much knowledge to know that's a mistake.
Exactly. No, it's for DauT. It's just like it's action sequencing, right? Which is so important because over the course of time, you could be really fast. You could make a lot of moves, but what you're doing is fluff.
Yeah.
What DauT is doing with every single click is very important until he tries to quick wall, and then things just start to crumble around him. As we see, maybe Dogao getting a little bit of a warm-up there?
Yeah, and I believe it was Northern Isles. I actually, forgive me, it slipped my mind and I didn't see it on screen, but I believe Northern Isles is our first game, and that incorporates water with 2 experienced water players. Probably one of the bigger shocks and surprises in recent, like last 2 years, I guess, events would be when Dogao masterclassed against the Viper in one of the hidden cups on water. And so, you know, Gamer Legion love their water play, especially with Tato being there and talking to everyone about how to play it. So I'll be excited to see this one. And do you remember some of the crazy games on Northern Isles in the past with like the Fatorias and the crazy landings? It's such a cool map.
Some of the qualifiers on that map too get absolutely nuts. Like I remember there was one map or one game back in the day where someone went Koreans and then just made 30 keeps on the other island. And DauT has Koreans.
Ooh.
But Northern Isles not even in it's banned.
I thought Northern Isles, that's what Dogao was practicing.
We'll have to pull that up again.
Dogao was practicing that.
Yeah, I'm already.
I don't know any other maps. It could have been, no, I think it was Northern Isles, man. I think I saw a transport ship.
Okay.
But Dogao, clearly he's been in, like, on Dark Age doing a couple of his starts. DauT just spoke to someone here, and they're about to join the lobby is what I'm told. So they're finally ready.
You have to remember that players, you know, there was just a set played, and they have all of their settings on a drive. They come up, they plug it in, they get their keyboards and mice ready and everything like that. So it takes some time, and we want players feeling good when they start the set, right? So viewers at home, a little bit of a delay, but I think it's worth it in terms of the quality of games we're going to get.
Definitely. All the quality angles here as well. I just realized that those are siege rams. Sorry, I'm a little blind, but there's these cool siege rams underneath both desks, and here we have the draft information again. It is Northern Isles.
Okay, it is Northern Isles. Okay. And man, who was it that played Koreans? I feel like someone played Koreans on the qualifier. It might have even been Daniel, as weird as that sounds, on Northern Isles.
Well, here's my thing. We know Koreans are great on water. I don't necessarily think the other civs will be picked there. Where on earth are we going to see, what on earth are we going to see on a water map?
Lithuanians, maybe.
Berbers, because of the faster ships? There's no direct water bonuses, I guess, is my point when you look at dogao's draft.
Yeah. I mean, if you're planning on landing, then it doesn't really matter all that much. You already have the fishing ships starting out.
Yeah.
All you have to do is get over to their island.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I mean, that's what's cool about the map is you have the option to land.
Yeah.
You know, some players have even gotten Aztecs on that map and just try and land and turn it into some Eagle Monk play, but I don't think DauT would be doing that.
I think Aztecs is probably for Enclosed or Arabia. I mean, he's going to use them.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Well, I think DauT needed a little bit more time because of issues getting into Steam or something here, so he's going to be locked and loaded here shortly.
Yeah, and it looks like he's doing fine over there. We've got the lobby set up. As you can see, maps are going to be Northern Isles first game, Enclosed for DauT, and Arabia for dogao. I'm suspecting maybe Koreans on Northern Isles. You could also make a case for Saracens. I think Mayans and Aztecs are kind of, they could be good there, but it's not what you would expect, right? And you're going to expect those on Enclosed and on Arabia. For dogao, you were talking about it. What civ does he go for? Lithuanians could have some potential. Berbers could have some potential as well. Tatars, likely not. And then Hindustanis. Well, Hindustanis are good everywhere. They're a really good civilization.
All right, I think that little blink there and dogao collecting himself, I believe this means we are close to getting started. And thank you everyone for your patience as we wait to launch off here. But man, am I pumped for this one. Again, two players that have been pros for over 10 years. That is not something that is, I guess, that unique in our scene, but I would say most people
in
are around
esports,
8 or 10. Yeah.
You could have 10-year-old pros in other games.
Yeah.
You know, they've been playing for so long, over a decade since their first matchup in a tournament, I believe. So that is impressive stuff. And
also, if both of them, not that we want this, right? But if both of them were to retire like tomorrow, I think they're both in the top 10 legends of the game.
I think
DauT
definitely is. dogao, you can make a really solid argument for him being there, too.
Sure.
What a beautiful face.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And here we go. Oh, we get the levels here, and the experience reflects that. I'm surprised dogao's experience is only an 8 out of 10. I don't think I saw the sheet when it was going around.
You know, after the incident earlier, I'd just like to make it clear that I did not contribute to the 5 speed that DauT was given there, which I think is probably the lowest, but he's got
it's
very
6,
high
actually.
ratings on every... Oh.
So...
Okay, all right. Well, I think I added, it was 5 and I added it to 6. I think I can take credit for that. But anyways, the experience and the strategy, very high. In fact, I actually believe that experience should be a little higher for dogao, to be honest with you. He's been to a lot of LAN events.
Yeah, he has, and he's been in a lot of tournaments. But I mean, even recently, like the last Red Bull, he was here.
He was here. Yeah. Again, he was in China.
True, and I think maybe DauT's micro in comparison, he still has good micro. He's still a pro player, but in comparison to the other people here, maybe a little bit lower. But we're not here to nitpick the amount of dots beside each player. I mean, what you see on DauT is experience. You see macro being up there, almost a 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10 there. Strategy being 9 out of 10, and just lacking on some of the execution parts of the game.
Sure.
Meanwhile, on dogao, I mean, that is just steady. It's just
exactly.
all the way
and
across. It's almost 8 out of 10 in everything except strategy, 7 out of 10. We talked about that earlier. He's more of a meta kind of player. He knows, has been playing the same kind of styles for years. And that is a tough customer. If you're DauT looking up to or looking to go against someone, there's not many weaknesses you can exploit there.
It's true. You have to play the players like dogao. You have to play slightly better than up into the Imperial Age.
Yep.
That is essentially what happens because he is so consistent. So that's what I would expect. And that's also the thing with DauT. Two very similar players in terms of that.
Fingers are moving.
Fingers are moving, for sure.
Fingers are moving.
And
Are DauT's fingers moving? Fingers are moving.
Can you hear the dinging, ladies and gents? The dinging of the docks.
The fingers are moving, and we're about to get into game one here. Northern Isles between DauT and dogao. The civs are going to be so interesting immediately upon getting here. Now, Northern Isles, you start with a transport ship. You also start with some fishing ships. You don't need to make that transport, so you can go for a landing immediately.
Yep. You also could commit to a second dock if you want, and we're pretty far in here, actually, and it looks like a landing was attempted. We did not miss too much action in terms of the kills. Looks like dogao got 1 kill, and if I'm not wrong, I believe he just killed DauT's scout. So there goes some archers across. This is the way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Put your archers into the transport ship, send them to the island. Do not build the archer ranges in that center island.
Yeah, and it looks like we got another dock going back there from dogao as the archers, or sorry, from DauT as the archers come across. And DauT is already fully walled at home, and DauT has gone for Koreans, Tristan, so maybe some turtle ships later on.
You know, the Berber choice is interesting because of the faster ships, which I think can really help you, but also the cheap knights. And if you can get a villager on that side, that massive area that DauT has exposed there, that could be really strong for the long term here. But the archers so far looking for damage. I don't think they'll kill a villager there, but they could still continue to loop around and maybe hit the gold. And classic from DauT, by the way, he's got 2 mining camps on gold. And so he might be using that market as both players are on the way to Castle Age.
That Spearman's going to get roasted, but it does do a little bit of tick damage to the fires as the archers loop around from behind. And DauT hasn't walled for... I think that's a little bit sloppy from DauT to not wall farther away from the gold, but maybe he wasn't expecting the archers to show up there so quickly. And he's got some archers of his own in defense, but dogao already making things very messy for DauT. I don't think dogao has even noticed the docks at the back either.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward to get back there, obviously, but great work from dogao, and the 2 villagers are also on the island. Meanwhile, DauT is looping in with his forward army, but if he can't find damage there, he's not going to be too pleased. And honestly, I'm not seeing a real... Oh, wait. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm not seeing a real opening. You mean that giant field?
Yeah, there is an opening there.
To...
But he also attacked the dock, so I think, unfortunately, dogao will
know.
see that.
He'll know, and he's got a fire galley there, so DauT can't even pick off the fishing ships, and dogao, right on time, is going to send a second villager there. And he has walled a little bit further away from the gold, although there's still some potential to maybe be ranged, especially once DauT reaches Castle Age here, which he's 42 seconds away from. dogao is right behind him. DauT is, well, with the free armor upgrade with Koreans, you can fight back with just a couple skirmishers, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, those skirmishers will obviously be surprised, though, by the stables that dogao, I'm sure, is building. And if the knights come out there, the skirmishers will have to hide behind walls, and there's the 1 stable from dogao. DauT added 9, or sorry, he didn't add 9 fishing ships, but he's up to 9 fishing ships, so he did add a lot more as dogao dives in here.
Yeah, he's diving in with the scout. He knows that scout can kind of be annoying to those skirmishers, and DauT is trying to pull the scout back into his villagers to target that, and then trying to use the skirms against the archers. Now, DauT already has that +2 armor on those skirmishers, so they don't look impressive, but extremely tough for dogao to kill. He knows that. He's going to go after Villes and try and get value. He might get one here, but DauT has done a pretty good job on damage control, as dogao's Siege Workshop forward is now within view of DauT. He's going to have to notice that, and he's found himself a beautiful spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, hello.
Like, this army doesn't give him much value at the moment. He's not getting the upgrades for the army. He's making turtle ships right now to control the water. But he's found a wonderful place to sit there in the wood line. Still has to be very worried about that Siege Workshop from dogao.
You know, turtle ships can't range that Siege Workshop, right? They don't have enough range to do that.
I don't think they do. I think they have like 6 base range.
I think it's 6, and 6 would not be enough. That's nice, though. If dogao's going to need knights, he's definitely going to need the food. So good work there from DauT, but... Again, those turtle ships are going to take so long, though.
But they absolutely destroy the fires.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
dogao will... There's 3 turtle ships now, and they look angry. Like, dogao is going to lose the water here unless he really puts an effort to contesting this, which means that he will have everything focused on land, and there's only 1 palisade in between him and DauT's economy, as dogao easily makes his way past that. Now DauT is going to be in the middle of no man's land with that TC, and he's going to be walling in all his villagers behind that. Fortunately, he does have a second TC, but there's a hole.
6 speed, no!
Oh, no. no.
Oh, that's not the start you want. That can really rattle you. Good damage control so far, but what a great decision from dogao to realize he's got nothing. I'm just going to dive. And DauT, he's trying to get the quick walls down.
There's some of those speed.
Painful.
Oh, well, like I said before, DauT is really good at action sequencing until he's got some quick wall scenario like this, and then you can kind of take advantage of him. But he's managed to stem the damage. He still has 51 eco versus 48 from dogao. I mean, dogao still with 4 fishing ships alive and dealt with 9, so that's the major difference right there.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Those villagers don't want to be there.
Oh, boy, no.
Those villagers do not want to be there.
Oh, God.
DauT's falling apart here, Dave. And the turtle ships, by the way, are halfway to their destination.
They're very slow.
So, not looking too good there. DauT added a knight so he could snipe the siege. Let's see if any monks can come out from dogao to convert that.
I like the fact that DauT is on stone. He's going for guard towers now. This is going to be a very difficult thing for dogao to push through if he gets enough of them up.
Yeah.
There's a guard tower over there. Can't quite get involved in this. The TC might go down, but now there's going to be a guard tower on the stone. And Koreans are tough to push once you get a couple of those in place.
Yeah, now long-term, obviously, DauT's going to want that gold that dogao has, but he's got 2 good piles there. So has lost a TC. This might stop here. I don't know if you just attack the houses or what if you're DauT, or dogao, excuse me, but certainly you've got to try and get in with the knights if you can.
Archers at the back there from dogao, but remember that +2 armor. So DauT can just keep making base skirmishers without upgrading them if it's only archers that dogao is going to send in. And the turtles, they're here, Tristan!
Woo!
They're finally here as DauT will take out the fishing ships, and now dogao is going to have limited fishing economy. DauT is going to have 10 of those, which means he can theoretically abandon those farms. I mean, look at the amount of food he has in the bank.
He's got crazy food.
700 food in the bank, 500 gold. DauT's resources looking crazy. And still 48 villagers to 50. So with all of that pressure, dogao hasn't really managed to kill that much economy from DauT.
That's a fair point. Now, this is an important moment. That is not a TC you would normally want to place if you're DauT. He must know there's army out there. This is a good... He's got to get the quick walls here.
A gate, gate, okay. House, good, okay.
Yeah,
and
that
that'll
TC
buy
should
him
be
enough
fine.
time for the TC.
But he is going to lose villagers here. That gate should go down. And never mind, dogao moves away from it.
He's not going to lose anything here. He's going to get the TC up. The archers have to retreat, and the knights look for different opportunities. Fire galley being very annoying at the back there, but DauT with another turtle ship could clear that up, but he's going to have to Q1. He's got a fire galley of his own coming out.
You know what would be so funny? Oh my god, well, okay, that's the next best thing, but attack the dock. Make DauT, make Navy to kill those knights as DauT runs in there and dogao reacts. This is not an easy map to play, ladies and gents, because you've got so many different areas to look. Well, the Genitors won't be needed because I believe they've died to the TC. But
no. The Genitors are dealing with the archers at home. Oh, you mean the archers died to the TC?
Yeah,
I was thinking it would be quite a task for his own units to die to his own TC, but that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense.
DauT, 62 eco. It's looking pretty cramped for him, but he is going to add some monks. It's just, what does he do with all that stone, Dave? He's building up stone. Obviously, could go for more defense. But does he maybe try and drop a castle in the middle? Does he transport and build a famous forward castle on dogao's face?
I think you probably need the initial castle at home. You need that in front of your gold, because if dogao gets like the +2 damage, unfortunately damaging some of his own units with the mangonel shots there, if he's getting the +2 armor right now, there's a threat he could just run in and start raiding you to death, and that's problematic. And now we see DauT, maybe he goes for a castle on dogao's base. Dogao's gold on that 1 TC is in a very rough position.
It is. Also, he's got the gold to buy stone if he wants it now. However, in the middle, which we haven't shown too much, there is a lot of resources. So I think with Koreans, getting towers and castles up there is just an easier thing to do and possibly even more important.
There's rams from dogao. He's preparing for a big push.
Where are his monks, though? Is he healing those knights right now?
Yeah, he's doing that.
Is he healing them? Are they actually strong? Can we see the... Okay, they're getting there because he's going to dive here soon, and he's going to need to have his monks available to convert some of those knights back as well.
Only 5 space on that transport ship. So if he wants to go for a forward... What was it? The monk was heading to the transport too. The monk heads back.
Okay, this is where the monks are needed for dogao, and the pathing here for the mangonels is not so good, but the monks are there.
Be very careful if you're
away.
DauT. Like, dogao has been charging up that monk against the knight. He could convert the turtle ship right now.
He should.
I am very surprised that he didn't do that.
He should. He's obviously very distracted. Now, honestly, like, dogao has +2. He has rams right now, but his knights are weak, and one of his mangonels is weak. It feels like him pushing is becoming less and less of a possibility.
DauT's on dogao's island. He's Oh, he's towering. Okay, that accomplishes the same thing kind of as the castle does.
Oh, and a big fight. He goes in for the siege here. Was dogao prepared for this? He loses all of his siege. Of course, he's got the Rams, but again, weak knights. DauT's going to get conversions here as well, plus he's got his turtle ship. I think DauT is holding here.
Yeah, DauT's done a fairly good job here, and he started building the towers like we saw on dogao's island. He's going to start cutting off that gold there, and dogao's going to see this. He builds houses near there, so he should know what's happening over on that side, but DauT has successfully cleared up the landing from dogao. Very, very good response from him. Questions about what dogao could have done there, though. I think he could have done a little bit better with that.
It definitely felt like he was macroing there and trying to get his town centers up or something. But it's sad times for anyone rooting for dogao, because that was an important moment, and 3 Rams just sitting there in Castle Age, that's not going to help you too much. And those towers are going to be really hard to stop. However, dogao is coming back on water now, Dave, and DauT only has those 3 turtle ships out.
It's like, you see how many fire ships need to gang up against a turtle to get the damage done, but DauT lost that that first turtle. He's going for more towers on the edges, and he's going for a dock in that choke pointy area as dogao finds a villager from DauT that she was kind of out of place. And he'll let DauT know that he's still running around with those knights.
DauT did not click up to Imp. I know some people are going to think that because his food disappeared, but he's just got Vils in queue. Another turtle ship goes down. The towers are going to be great, but dogao could probably rush the towers down and head his own base right now if he wanted to. I think that's important.
Good raids there from dogao. I mean, he's got the +2 armor, right? DauT needs to run a long way to get to the safety of that TC, and you can see the eco KD right now. 23 for dogao, 4 only for DauT. So DauT is taking some damage. It's reflected up at the top as well, with dogao having 90 villagers and DauT only having 68.
We do see Imp for DauT, so he canceled a lot of those villagers. Also, just real quick, look at how many villagers he has in each resource. Imp, and he's got like 30 eco working, apparently, because of all the idle time.
It's crazy, and a big portion of DauT's eco is the 9 fishing ships that are losing value, right? I mean, the efficiency on them has been dwindling at the back. You can see there's no fish left over as DauT goes for a defensive castle now, and he's going to have to keep shifting those around. It's always better to have villagers than fishing ships. Fishing ships are great early, but later on in the game, you want, and perfect example, you want villagers.
Yeah, now, what's interesting here is, as we see someone placed a farm right beneath the castle, which is kind of funny. You know, as DauT makes that castle, if he starts to push back and take land again, dogao has 1/3, well, not 1/3 of his eco, but he's got a TC, making a lot of villagers there. And so, like...
He can make it very difficult for DauT to take control of that again.
Yeah, and he's been keeping an eye on that gold as well. So I feel like maybe dogao's going to have some questions on where he makes that next castle, but I'd love to see it forward.
I just wonder, like, what is the sequence of events here for DauT?
What are those villagers are getting wrecked.
Yep, he's paying attention to something else, clearly. But, like, what's the sequence of events when he hits Imperial Age? What is the first thing that you want to do? Are you making Trebs to push that back? Are you making, I don't know, as he loses more villagers?
It's so bad, it's so painful. And at the same time, it's so good for dogao. I mean, this was a gift. But this is because DauT has no space at the moment. And you're right, Dave. Like, he's going to have ballistics. He can make a treb or two. But what is he trebbing down?
Chemistry into cannon galleon with water you haven't even secured. Like, you're going to go for a castle fort. You can't. You only have 240 stone. So, you get keep. Okay. And then you go for chemistry for the potential to have bomber cannons sending. Oh, wow. He just dodged a huge bullet there.
Oh, jeez.
Casually just passing.
Just passing, man. Well, you know, dogao's just playing this perfectly. He's used the knights to distract DauT and push DauT back. He's got so much on water, Dave. He's got 12 fire ships.
This makes sense, though, from DauT to, like, that's a good solution because he doesn't have many options when he hits Imperial Age. He wants to utilize it somehow. He's going to start setting up keeps in the middle.
Yeah.
And he's going to, like, set up a no-go zone for those ships around there from dogao with all those keeps.
Look at all those yellow dots. What's that eco KD again? 45 to 6. It's a shame that Imp doesn't matter much for DauT here because he's got the time. And look at did the Rams take out the dock?
Yeah.
The Rams took out the dock. Just keep going there. I mean, still 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes actually till dogao is in the next stage. So that's what is working well for DauT at the moment. But not a whole lot else.
Solitary Ram, he has finally found a target. Yes, come here.
Also the pathing, like, took them into the wood line, too.
Yeah.
What a bad sign, though. You're an imp faster and you're losing water. Also, I think I see is that a transport or trade cog from DauT? I think I'm stupid. Well, I know I'm stupid, but I think it was wrong. Never mind, Mapu. Don't worry about it.
We can see up at the top that
Yeah,
DauT currently
yeah.
has one transport ship.
It was the angles.
DauT still hasn't realized his tower is being rammed down over there, but he's coming forward with villagers. DauT has been very cavalier with his villager numbers this game, and here is another perfect example, as 3 knights aren't going to be enough to stop both of these towers.
Yeah, but you're still just getting
but the
so
monk
many
is
villager
canceling
kills.
it now. The monk is canceling, and DauT, he runs away from this. The villagers can't contest those towers anymore as DauT brings over only 1 monk, and dogao is doing a fantastic job just holding on tooth and nail to that section of DauT's
Those
island.
Rams are still taking out stuff. Like, that is so good for dogao, but it also shows how bad this is for DauT. Those Rams have been everywhere.
And a castle. Oh,
That's a
man.
great castle
And
spot.
it's behind the wood line, too. He's already got a building in front. It's just so... it just feels so tough for dogao to take back this position. Or sorry, for DauT, sorry.
He's got 1 knight, 1 archer, 2 monks, and a dream.
But he does have middle control. But he's got a TC there now.
Okay, however, he's got so much wood and gold, right? I guess the issue for him is he doesn't have the docks to make Navy.
Yeah.
But you never want to be floating 1k wood, 1k gold when you're on a water map. That is a really bad sign for him.
Yep. And is that tower even going to go? It's a DauT tower, literally and
it's a DauT tower,
figuratively.
yeah.
Yep. And there's the siege workshop right there. The Rams have been noticed by a villager, and dogao is going to take it. DauT loses the first game, and he looks frustrated.
Yeah, he looks frustrated, and dogao looked good, too. He got the villagers there. Initially, of course, he didn't get the value he wanted from the knights, but he then used the knights to open up his position on water. He had the Korean player with 0 water control, despite how strong those turtle ships can be and everything else. That was an impressive one there, as it looks like the players are going to chat a little bit. Talking back and forth. Not really sure. I'm not a good lip reader. But we will obviously have DauT's home map coming up next.
Yeah, DauT looks frustrated with himself right now.
I mean, it's the first game that he has played up on that stage. Obviously, there's been lots of practice, but it just feels so foreign when you're sitting in a different area at a different desk.
Yep.
And, you know, sometimes the monitor is a little bigger or smaller. You know, sometimes you don't have, as you mentioned, some players like to put, like, pennies and things underneath keyboards for spacing and size, but either way.
Little player conference here. Maybe we couldn't hear him from across the desk as dogao heads over to talk to DauT a little bit, and he's going to figure these things out.
Yeah, they're going to see if there might be something going on there, but obviously DauT didn't pause to have any discussions about anything. So I'm wondering, you know, it could be one of those things, if there's a minor annoyance, it becomes a much bigger annoyance,
especially
in
when
a
you're
best
losing.
of 3.
Especially when you, yeah, exactly.
And truthfully, you don't want any minor annoyances regardless.
You feel like you can play with it, and then suddenly you've lost a game, and you only have 1 more chance. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
It can be very
And the
difficult.
way he's motioning right now is like, well, yeah, I could do this, but this is...
Yep. Well, it's
But we
only
don't know.
speculation on our part. For that game, I mean, dogao put him under pressure, and it was clear that DauT just had too many places to look. And dogao did all the right things. Like, he got +2 right away for his knights. He was raiding with his knights. You know, he denied the tower attempts that DauT made. He took out the first TC, which was impressive. And then he kept being annoying against the docks. Like you said, the Rams just kept making their way slowly around. And that inconveniences DauT at every step. And it means that he can't fully take advantage of even his fish eco.
Yeah. I mean, all the things you said are spot on there. Was a really interesting home map before we move on to some more land-based maps. DauT will have enclosed. Now, he can pick Arabia if he wishes to, which was dogao's home map choice. But if we have this best of 3 go to the 3rd game, we will have then had a hybrid water map, a more boomy, distanced closed map, and then Arabia.
Okay, so we have to take a look at our next maps. Hello again. We have to take a look at our next maps for the next few games as DauT gets everything sorted, and dogao will be back shortly. And we have Koreans taking the L. We have Berbers getting a win on Northern Isles, and that was the map you speculated the Berbers might be used, although he didn't use it quite the way that you thought he would. And now we go on to, well, I don't know what we go on to, because the last time we thought it was Kingston's home map, and he ended up playing and picking Vipers. So
Yes, but I think we are safe to assume with this one that it will likely be enclosed.
Yeah.
And dogao drafted against enclosed. He's got some fear of it too after removing the cumin. So when I look at DauT, it's only Mayans or Aztecs here. Like, it is become increasingly more common on enclosed to actually go aggressive. I forget which games they were last year, but we did see instances of Archer opening with a Meso Civilization into just Eagle spam like crazy. In fact, DauT did that with the Mayans in an amazing victory.
And you can punish someone so hard because there's only one main gold for enclosed.
Yeah.
You can't wall that gold into your TC. There's a rock area, a rock circle that you can't wall on. So if you can pressure that main gold early, keep your opponent off of it, the game's essentially over at that point. And that's something that Mayans and Aztecs are so good at doing, especially Aztecs. Like so good at doing. Pile on that early pressure and keep piling it on.
Yeah, now, where it gets interesting is, would you prefer to have Aztecs on enclosed or Aztecs on Arabia or Mayans on enclosed or Mayans on Arabia?
I'd say Aztecs on enclosed because it's a more momentum-based map, I think.
Yeah, I could see that. And Mayans obviously can play into Archers a lot easier on Arabia, which is more the Arabia-style meta.
Yeah.
I would agree with that statement. Now, you do have Saracens as the wild card pick. DauT always uses the market. Like, just always, regardless of what civ he has, and Saracens are amazing with that. But I still do not think that he's going to play with Saracens on the next 2 games. I think it's like, if he does and he loses, it's one of those situations where we are like, why didn't you play with that civ? Yeah.
And I think DauT has enough experience to know that he just needs a win. He doesn't need to be thinking about game 3.
Yeah.
He just needs a win right now. He needs to overcome that frustration that he has. And he's got the civs to do it. And if it's enclosed and you go Saracens for some weird kind of strategy, you lose. You look at your civ draft and you're like, damn, I had Aztecs, I had Mayans. Why on earth did I do that? So we're suspecting that's going to be the case for DauT. Let's talk a little bit about dogao. So dogao has Hindustanis, which if DauT goes Mayans, have the best matchup in the game. In the game.
I don't know about in the game, but it's up there. It's up there.
I think it's one of the worst matchups we've ever had in the game. The Gulam just completely destroys Mayans unless they can get a gigantic ball of plumes. But we're thinking late game, right? So early on in the game, the Hindustanis need to withstand the pressure. So there's still possibilities. Secondly, we have Tatars, which could be an option. And then Lithuanians, which might be saved for Arabia.
Yeah, I'm going to lean towards Tatars for enclosed. Because of how much cheaper they're. Like, I think that's so strong. I think it's Water Buffalo, which have more food. You have 150 food, and then Tatars get extra food on that. So it's very easy for the Tatars to have a competitive castle age with a player who's using the market. Now, if you play as Tatars, then you're not playing as Lithuanians, which you get 150 free food, which is sick, and all the crazy night spam, and then you're not playing as the Hindustanis, one or the other at least throughout the series. So, but when I think about dogao, I feel like Tatars could be a really solid pick for him.
Yep. We see dogao and DauT both back at the desks here. And DauT is looking in his notebook. And they're just making a lobby right now. They're going to get into it, and we will have game number 2 for you shortly here, folks. Thank you for tuning in to Red Bull Wololo Legacy. It's going to be incredible. We're still only on the second set of day number 1, but it already feels like I've been here for a week just preparing, right? We flew in a day and a half ago, 2 days ago. Been talking to so many people, just really getting our minds around what the current meta is. And us as casters, like, it's already kind of hard for us to approach pro players because we basically have a living talking about them and they don't want to give us any topics, right? But now with all the secretive strats, it's become even harder for us to talk about the game. They're so nervous, right? Don't want to give anything away.
Yeah, I think DauT right now, you know, he obviously is using this moment to decide on what he's going to do here, going through all the possibilities that we discussed as they are in the lobby now and waiting to start. But you know, also needs to regain composure. You have to have a very short memory, I think, as a player. Easier said than done, obviously, but you cannot let that first game linger in your mind.
No,
this is not the time to think about what could have done differently there. That would be the time for after the series concludes. But all things considered, considering that, like, 2 days before I flew out, I talked to dogao, and he's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be there. He showed up. He got here, and he delivered here in game 1. He looked really good.
Yep. And questions around DauT, for sure. I mean, he clearly had a plan with Koreans there.
Yeah.
I would assume he's practiced that many times, and it didn't pan out. So We'll have to see how enclosed goes. We talked about the civilizations. We discussed it to death, and he should have the advantage. It looks like they're getting started. dogao getting a sip of water, as you can see. DauT getting ready. And here we go shortly.
That right there, excuse me, just drinking some water, but that right there tells me they're about to start, because the little shimmy and the little blink and the little thinking moment. No, he did that last time.
No, but do you do that? I kind of do.
I don't know, actually.
Yeah, on the loading screen, you got to position yourself correctly, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, oh, look at the finger crack. Oh, yeah, he's ready.
He's ready to go.
He's ready. And DauT's looking ready as ever, as he has gone for the Mayans. Once again,
Dude,
we have
the
beefed up bloomed archer, man.
He's beefy. That guy's bigger than the horse for the cash.
I mean, even the bow is massive, so he's ready.
Yep.
Well, I mean, when in doubt, you go back to your favorite civilization of all time. That for DauT, that would be the Mayans. I don't think dogao, does this tell us that dogao hasn't selected his civ yet?
He's thinking about it.
Or is this like, I've selected my civ, they haven't told me to start yet? Maybe he's got something in his eye. I feel a little bad for the guy. We're just talking about his...
We're just focusing in on him. Yeah, he's going to watch the replay. He's like, well, I didn't realize.
Yeah. Sorry,
I was
bro.
the subject of this.
It is something that's very uncommon for the majority of us. I mean, even if you're using a cam, streaming and making content, it is still very different from what we have here.
Yeah. The lights and the 15 different camera angles and the boom camera going up around you, it's crazy. Yeah.
And that can be why it's so important to have experienced players, because the moment could swallow you up if you let it. The DauT's waiting for his... Does he still use HC to create villagers, you think?
I think so.
It kind of looks like
there's no way he switched.
Also, did he get a new keyboard anytime recently? Because I remember he's been using the same keyboard for like 7 or 8 years, last I heard.
I think he's using a new one.
Does that have Dell on it?
No, he's not using the ball mouse anymore, that's for sure. That one, I think that one left in like 2015 or something. I think the oldest piece of equipment here is actually Leary's mouse pad, which I tweeted a picture of earlier.
That's got some use.
Let's
just say
it's got the mouse pad coating on
Leary,
it. Let's call that.
Leary, I've been there, bro. But you gotta, whatever you win in this tournament, you gotta buy a new one.
I was like, why don't you replace that? He's like, that mouse pad won me KOTD. It won me like 2 Red Bulls.
So
like,
he's so
coming to the
connected.
finals. He's like, man, me and that mouse pad have been through some stuff. Okay.
All right. Well, we prepare. We don't prepare. We've been preparing. We are about to start game number 2 as we take a fond look there at dogao. Look at that little smirk. He's ready, Dave.
Yep.
He's ready. And there's, again, our skill points. We paneled pretty much everybody that was here on where these players would fall in. But, again, the theme here for these guys is they are generally very consistent. dogao certainly more consistent in their first game, though.
Mm-hmm. And here we go. Okay, we're into enclosed, and dogao has gone for Lithuanians here, and DauT has actually gone for Mayans, so potentially saving the Aztecs for that Arabia pick. We can see with enclosed here, there's that little rocky terrain. You cannot wall on that, so that separates your gold from your TC. There's also the deer that both players will take advantage of right away. Immediately, you will notice that your berries and gold are very exposed, and this is why Aztecs, Mayans are so good, because they can add in the eagles, they can add in the archer, the economy is good, and they can kind of withstand that early pressure, and then you just go all in on gold eagles.
DauT's going to need a moment. He didn't really have the moment in the previous game where he had any type of control. It was always some type of counterattack. In fact, the only thing that looked good for him in that game was probably just those turtle ships. So he really needs to take a good fight here, as dogao's going to have 5 scouts, or does have 5 scouts.
He'll have the advantage early because he got the extra food with the Lithuanians, right?
Yep.
So you can get that out very quickly. Also, their trash is a little bit faster, so they can get across the map a little bit quicker. And he's going double archery range behind these scouts. So he's going to hold DauT forward, hold him away. DauT will see both of those. Great scouting. Great scouting.
This is really important scouting. So does DauT tower here? Because what he's known for in these instances is selling the stone and then buying his way to Castle Edge to get to eagles. And if he were to do that, obviously he would not be able to keep himself on gold.
He's sending villagers to the deer, and he's just slowly expanding his control. Like, he doesn't want to pull villas away from the gold. He does it when the army comes in. And he's just been building military here. And now he's going to pull some more villagers away, potentially lose 1. So that's a great snipe from dogao. But now DauT has 14 military. dogao is at 8 military, and dogao is going archers into skirmishers. DauT has not dropped the tower yet. DauT still has a bunch on gold, and DauT already has a market. Look at the and he's about to click up. That is
and
just
look at
crazy.
dogao. Look at dogao.
Yeah.
dogao did the same thing. So he did get the worst prices, which is crazy, but he knows exactly what his opponent's going to do. Dave, there's still only one player that's about to threaten a gold, and that would be dogao. And if the archers snipe the spearmen, those scouts will mop up those skirms like it's nothing.
Yes, and the Eagles aren't really going to do all that much against the scouts right now. It's just the spearmen that are the threat there. dogao does not have bloodlines. He doesn't have any upgrades for those scouts yet, but they are threatening, and he's using the mobility right now. He's going to go over to the backside of the berries. Good quick walls there from DauT as he gets the armor.
The archers, though, they move in.
They're out of position.
They are out of position. Yeah, that's the problem, is you don't have the scouts with them.
But now the villagers are out of position with food in their arms, and that potentially a lot of food in the arms
What a
there.
fun moment that was there.
Oh,
like, you're out of
panicky.
position. No, I'm
Yeah.
out of position. No, you're
Very
out of
panicky.
position.
35 food in each one of those villagers' arms. So we need them to finish that mining camp, drop off the food there, and they will be doing that shortly. There we go as the scouts come in. dogao is taking a risk here. He's not keeping his scouts near his archers. He's now joining them up right here. As
What
DauT
micro,
loses
though?
another villager.
Oh, my God, this micro is so good.
Yeah, it's sick.
Like, DauT has had 5 more army almost this entire time.
Yeah.
Andy has had the defender's advantage, and yet dogao has been able to
The
snipe another villager.
the mobility usage on those scouts has been insane. And here comes Bloodlines, here comes the armor. dogao has not lost a scout yet. He lost all of his archers, but he's killed 4 villagers. However, in a situation like this, where the Mayans player is going for 3 barracks, losing 4 villagers isn't the end of the world, right? We've seen it happen before. Market, million villagers on gold, just keep spamming Eagles.
If you look at that army count, half of it's useless now for DauT. The skirmishers are not going to have much of an effect, you'd think, so they march forward now. Just as wait.
What were you saying?
Well, dogao spotted it immediately.
Dude, dogao is on the top of his
He's
game
playing
right now.
so good. Yeah, this is insane. Obviously, he's going to want to just use those archers against any spearmen, and now DauT sees them. So the important thing for DauT here is just to kill the archers, and I think he's going to be able to kill a few of these guys.
Is he? Oh my God.
Okay,
Is he?
Split micro.
Does he even
split
hit
micro.
a shot?
Split micro. Just got off the plane. Split micro.
There we go. Okay. And the scouts are, well, they're getting damage against the skirmishers. But like you said, as long as the skirms get the archers, I don't think DauT really cares about those because all of his focus should be on the Eagles here. He can also add in some monks potentially, maybe upgrade to pikemen later on if the knight numbers start to get out of control. And there's already 3 knights in the queue and 3 on the field. And we look at DauT. He's only got 12 Eagles, but he's already got a monastery.
It's insane how fast these Eagles are. And there have been nerfs to this unit many, many times, both in the production speed and the cost. DauT's got 12 Eagles with 3 more on the way and monks. dogao's got 5 knights. And now DauT just drops the TC.
Yep. And that TC, I think, isn't as much for economy as it is for just having a place to hide because the knights might run around to your gold once again. So it's very, very useful. He'll use it to produce villagers, but I don't think his focus here is just going to be an eco approach as he queues up more Eagles.
dogao needs to use scouts against monks here. It's a very important aspect of when you're playing up against the Civ.
Well, he doesn't have any left, right?
He does have them. They're on the other side of the map.
Yeah, they are.
But also, a part of him probably wants the relics since he's Lithuanians, which he should be doing. But I really think if he had those scouts here, he could actually win this fight right now. And he's going to loop all the way back home now.
He's still adding archers, too.
Also, another thing that I found interesting is how little upgrades both of them have. Timing those upgrades is going to be really important here. And even the crossbowman upgrade being researched by dogao, that's not cheap these days. 175 food,
and
125 gold.
If he gets crossbow, it means he's got to get bodkin, too. So that's going to be more food and gold that he's not immediately getting value from. Like, he's not taking any of these engagements. But at the same time, DauT is only producing Eagles from 2 barracks. And dogao has been producing crossbows. He's got already 9 knights on the field. He's getting the relics as well, which will add attack to his knights. So DauT might find himself in a position where dogao actually has a better military. It's already there. I mean, he already has a better military.
Will he use it before the Eagle Mass grows and before the upgrades come in? And here come the scouts. You know those scouts are looking for monks at the moment. And I think the push has to come, and not really the push, the fight has to start coming now. Those crossbows can pick away at those Eagles. That's a lot of knights right now. And DauT has the town center, which dogao just saw. This is a sign for attack for the Brazilian.
And dogao is picking up another relic. Yep. That's going to be 2 relics with Lithuanians. So valuable there. And DauT is actually going for that relic at the bottom. So maybe dogao only gets access to 2. I saw DauT snipe the relic in between them, which is a really, really good job from him while he had the forward pressure. And DauT is going to have, it looks like 3 relics. dogao is only going to have 2. So that's great. If you're fighting up against Lithuanians and you manage to snipe 3 relics from them, that's pretty nice.
This army, though, is insane,
it's
Dave.
Crazy, yeah.
You said this exact scenario could happen. If you give dogao a good knight crossbow sieve, he's going to dominate. And the monks aren't going to play any role here.
That's not
DauT
enough
cannot
eagles.
take this fight.
That is not enough eagles, DauT. Oh, no. He's going to have to retreat from that.
Oh, the scout will go in for the monk as well. The monk, it did get a conversion. It goes down, though, and if he doesn't have gold, he can't make more eagles here, Dave.
Yep.
This is all right before armor comes in.
Yeah, and those knights are just going to... It looks good going in from a spectator point of view, but now DauT's gold is completely cut off, and DauT knows that he is in some deep trouble here as dogao has the knights on the field, has the crossbow sitting in between the gold and the farms there from DauT. And where does DauT go for more gold? It says he has 16.
Well, don't leave. Don't leave,
because dogao is left, but dogao maybe even baiting him back.
Maybe.
Like, I'm
Yeah,
leaving.
I mean, look, it's working.
Maybe not. Now he comes in with the knights. I mean, the knights are attacking the barracks, which is not great, but he's obviously focused on the gold. Now the knights are going to hit the woodline. I mean, this is really, really, really tough for DauT. Terrible position for him currently.
There's a couple important things you can consider right now if you're dogao. Buy 100 stone, drop a second town center. You've got, you understand that he did have a Vill lead on you. Just try and, get your own villagers out of those town centers at home. Also, definitely a position where you could consider all ending this is just take out the TCs, going for siege. Look, 2 crossbows now.
Yeah, this is really rough for DauT. I think you can kind of see it on his face too. He's just realizing that there's no way he can fight that army. He let off military production for a very long time. I don't know if it was to get the upgrades. I don't know if he was trying to produce from both teams. No, but even with the double TC, you don't have to produce from both of them. I think you should make that TC for protection. Maybe even on the other side where the barracks was destroyed, but then you don't have to produce from it. Just make army.
Yeah, it's players just feel like they have to, and there's a town center for dogao.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think dogao has played this so perfectly. Some people would have dove underneath the TC. There's a risk in that. You're already ahead. Move your army around, keep it together.
I don't know if I know about moving around this way though. Maybe just sitting in the center.
The gold.
Yeah. He's getting a little bit too active, feeling like he needs to do something, Well,
the thing is he can, and he will as he continues to move around. Man, that rock terrain must be so annoying for DauT right now. He's like, if only I could build a house wall there.
He's running with the Vills, and dogao. Is dogao really putting effort into chasing these 4 Vills?
No, I think he's a little worried about moving back to the gold, but I think that
he doesn't see
a misplay. Yeah, I think he's got to be back on that gold spot.
This is okay. This could be potentially trouble for dogao. I mean, if there's a way back into this game, it's for DauT to just go all in eagle production.
Yep. And he has the gold now, and he's got 11 with 16 more. I just honestly. What I want to see dogao do right now is just run right back to the gold.
Yeah.
Just right back.
I don't think he should have ever left.
Yeah,
I think he just should have sat there with the crossbows, but this is something that we've seen from everyone who plays
those
Age of
eagles
Empires.
get destroyed, though. There's no way. And you take that fight, and then you have no gold again.
Yeah, he's got 7 eagles on the field, and dogao has 21 crossbows, 17 knights. He's got rams on the way. He's got scorpions coming.
Just the KD to the builds to everything in this game was absolute dominance from the Brazilian.
There it is. I mean, that's 2 games in a row for dogao, and that is unexpected. And DauT still has more chances. I mean, or another chance, rather, with another best of 3. He's going to have to figure something out. But right now, it's all about the Brazilian. dogao taking that 2-0 Northern Isles and in close. He's looking good. He was just notified the other day he'd be here, and he came ready.
He mopped him up. Like those games were not close. dogao absolutely obliterated DauT. What a showing from him.
Yep. And DauT was our favorite.
Yeah,
DauT was our favorite. He'll figure it out though. I mean, if there's one thing that DauT is, it's resilient, and he knows how to come back.
Well, I mean, a very important thing about this format is that you have that opportunity. If you were to travel here and not, it would not be the best of times and it wouldn't be the fairest format. So it doesn't matter how you get there. You can still get to the quarterfinal if you lose that opening round. And so I'm with you. I think his draft was good.
Yeah,
I think his draft was good. And I think we knew what he was trying to do, but
just
the
the
gameplay wasn't
execution.
there.
Yeah, the execution on the first game. And we're going to head to dogao now, accompanying Riley to get his thoughts on the series.
Well, dogao, congratulations, mate. A huge win for you here, 2-0. And one thing, I mean, I've got to ask you about this straight away. Your preparation. You know, this was something of a last minute, maybe an unexpected turn of events for you to even be here in Germany. And I want to know, like, how has that affected you? And how do you feel now that you've taken out this first match?
I mean, I played 3 qualifiers, right? So at least it works for something.
But in terms of, you know, your preparation, your readiness, you know, were you anticipating being here? Were you preparing? Were you playing as though you were going to be competing this weekend?
I started yesterday here in the castle, but I feel I'm catching up. And honestly, I felt lucky in both games. Honestly, everything went for my favor, so I'm pretty happy with the win.
I mean, obviously, it's a great way to start your tournament here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about game number 1, Northern Isles. You made an early landing on the other isle there and got some great picks early with those knights and followed up by the monks. When approaching a water map like this, what are your priorities? You know, do you want to get on the front foot, get that early landing on the opponent's base? Was that something you go into thinking?
Yeah, I mean, with the matchup Berbers versus Koreans, I felt like my winning condition was being able to land the villagers on field on the way to the castle age, so I could make mangonels on knights. And after that, the knights are in enemy's license, it gets a little bit better because you have the freedom to add more dogs, to make fire ships, to snipe the enemy fish. So, I mean, everything went perfectly in that game.
You're looking for map control and situations.
Yeah, exactly like that.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about enclosed. Obviously, you know, this is a map that sort of can be played in a range of different ways. I want to talk about your approach and how you were able to make sure that DauT was never able to get back into the game. After seizing that early initiative, what did you do to make sure that, you know, you closed the door on him?
In that map, honestly, my idea since the beginning was just making pressure. That's why I even made like 5 or 6 scouts, so I could try to raid his base around there. And then when you are playing versus Mesa with a cavalry sieve, you need the support from the crossbows behind the beginning of the castle age, and it's all about the first fight, I feel like. If you are winning the first fight, so you can kind of snowball the game from there, and if you lose the first fight, you kind of lose the game also. And the timing also of the fight was perfect, because right before the fight came, my bot came from the crossbows, kicks in, so again, a little bit lucky again.
Well, look, I mean, you can attribute it to luck, but obviously you've done really, really well to be here today. You've done a really good job in taking out DauT 2-0.
Thank you.
dogao, mate, on behalf of the entire Age of Empires community, we're so glad to see you here in, you know, slightly unfortunate circumstances replacing Vinch, but it's great to have you here, and congratulations on a huge win.
Thank you everyone.
Well done, dogao. We're going to head through to the other room and have a chat with Mem now and get his perspective on the games that we just saw. I know that there'll be people who are perhaps a little, you know, a little disappointed that the Law didn't make it, but the good news for them, of course, it's 2 losses and you're out. So DauT still with a good chance of making it through to the quarterfinals. Mem, we join you here in the casting chamber at the analyst table here, and I mean, talk us through what we've just seen. I know that you've picked some scenes for us to look at. Tell us about maybe some of the lessons we can learn from this.
I mean, we were checking the draft starting, and the Korea civilization was going to be nice. It's very nice in the Northern Islands, but then we saw Berbers. He was talking about that, right? I was talking about Berbers can be full aggression. They're trying to get the map control, and we're gonna see now. We pick some highlights that we're gonna see very soon. And DauT could never go in. Well, could keep away from his island. You will see here the Korean civilization. We were talking all behind there. He's gonna pick Korea for that map. Berbers was kind of expected, and then we're going to see very soon that I mean, the aggression he did, he's played himself. It was so smooth. He plays so smooth. And Berbers, that they are cheaper knights as well. The Korean civilization is great. He was having some good advantage. I remember at some point 10, 11 fishing ships, but he was getting raided all the time. He even lost at TC and was ahead in Villese, so DauT was looking okay. But he could never stop that raid.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure that DauT was put under was pretty monumental, and I think that dogao was able to convert that really well. In Viper versus KingstoNe, we saw some incredible pressure from KingstoNe, right? He came out guns blazing, or crossbows blazing, I guess, but he wasn't able to convert that into material advantage, and I think that was one of the differences we saw there, Mem. The pressure that dogao put on, it converted into a material advantage and ultimately a game win.
Yeah, and in game number 2, we will see as well, because game number 2 was very similar. Everyone kind of know that the Meso civilizations, if you are not playing perfect, I'm impressed. I mean, I'm impressed about the DauT performance, and then he was here in the last minute. That was amazing. The level this year in the tournament, well, it's only the first day, and we can see that the level is probably ahead of the previous year.
Well, I mean, as we bring up maybe some vision from game number 2 here, if we've got it, you can talk us through what we saw here. Yeah. This is game 1 here on the water.
Game 1, well, the beautiful turtle that we see here. We've seen that he's dominating. He's getting the map. He's already ahead in Villese. Well, he's not really in Villese. If we check 43 for dogao, 42, but he got the water control. The problem, constant raiding. He got even some janitors at home, so he was defending. He was always safe at home. dogao. This is second TC. He remained is still fine for now the population, but from this point, +2 in the nights, it starts to snowball. You see all the mangonels, the night that don't stop raiding. We're gonna keep going a lot more. DauT tried a counterattack here with the Korean towers, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because these knights are so strong. Even if he got some monks, you can see he's raiding, and now he take down one. He's gonna keep raiding as well. Sorry, but at home he was completely fine.
Yeah,
as you can see.
And this is what he was talking about in applying that pressure, making sure that he didn't leave holes in the back end for DauT to take advantage of. And as you say, well, look, I think dogao was being a little modest. He said he was lucky for this sort of stuff to come in, but luck will only get you so far. I think dogao really here.
Luck is one attack, right? One attack can be, but here is what's constantly attacking. Soon, now we're going to see how he's doing a castle. So now it's 100% safe. The towers, Korea towers that are very dangerous, they are going to be gone now. And even here, he's denying those. He's playing perfect. He's playing the game. And look at the population now. Total domination.
Total domination, game number 1. And we can probably move on to game number 2 now, have a look at what happened in enclosed.
Yeah.
Early pressure was what dogao came with in enclosed. How do you feel about that approach on enclosed, like getting out really early?
I like that a lot. We're going to see now when the game number 2 is going to appear in a moment. We can see here how DauT was still living in Imperial, much faster, but dogao got the economy. With the towers, you cannot do anything anymore because even made a castle forward on his base. So at this point, DauT was trying that. You can see how he resigned. And then in game number 2, it's really amazing because we're going to see in a moment that these 2 archery ranges done really fast. Then you might believe, hey, I'm not going to have enough economy to keep going because Mayan is so strong. What dogao did amazing. You can see there the 2 archery ranges. We're going to see again in a moment. It was there, we promise. Now they're there, the 2 archery ranges. Yeah. And this is very important. Why we put the fog of war here? Because DauT see it. But even like this, that doesn't matter. dogao played really well. And then we're going to see how the market abuse is almost at the same time. What that means. The Mayans' power is if you're gonna go up to the next age much faster, then you can kick in. But it didn't happen. They were almost at the same time. And dogao never took a single attack before he got the average and the relics, Lithuanian relics.
And this is what he talked about.
Look at the market.
He talked about that taking that first fight, taking it at the right time, with the pressure that, again, was converted into material advantage. A snowball that was, against this Mayan Civ, as dogao said, a combination of cavalry, of ranged units, and this is what got dogao over the line.
And the quality of the kills. We see KD 7-7, but how is they call KD? 4-0. 4-0 for dogao and keep going from there. Keep going from there. We're going to see soon in 1 or 2 minutes, we're going to see that it was a lot more. And I don't remember one single attack from DauT to dogao base ever in the game.
But this is something that I was talking to dogao about, the fact that he said that in this map he wanted that early pressure. He wanted to put his opponent, whoever it is, whether it's DauT, whoever else, on the back foot, right? Not let them into the game. And I think he executed on that plan really, really well here, particularly knowing what unit composition he would want against a Meso Civ.
Yeah, you don't want to give Meso any advantage. The timing, the momentum has to be there for the Lithuanians. And in this battle, one of the battles that start to decide the game completely is a massive, massive battle here for dogao, with those knights just taking a lot. He keep the crossbows alive all the time. And we're going to see in the next 30 seconds how he keep out of goal all the time.
That was crucial, right? Because Meso Civs, the strength is behind with their Eagle Warriors, right? And you take them off gold, and what are they going to do, right?
Yeah.
This was, I think, a key moment in that game. The knights screening the archers able to pick off these infantry units as they want to do. And I mean, from that point onwards, I don't know, was the game over at that point for you?
I think so, because now, why we put in the highlights that TC extra? Now he was confident enough to say, okay, Now I can add economy. And as you can see, the KD is perfect. 64-23, 14 Villese to 0.
Like,
0, you know, and keep attacking the goal all the game. Already, 3 relics DauT, but dogao with 2 relics, he's fine. He got 14, 2 relics, the Knights are +3, and he called the GG.
And as we see there, very neatly timed, man. Wow, what an absolute professional. Look, you know, I want to take a step back, and because this is obviously, you know, pretty in-depth stuff here from Mem, and maybe if you're joining us as a fan of Age of Empires for the first time, maybe like me, you played it for the first time when you were 10 years old and you're back 15 years later watching this again. There are some key indicators here that we can take from this screen as to who's winning, right? And it's difficult to see, like DauT's ahead on villagers, way behind on military.
Yeah.
But it's numbers like this that you can look at and go, right, okay. And a villager in particular, losing a villager in this game, huge. When I started getting into competitive Age of Empires, that was a key understanding. Because like, oh yeah, well, I mean, when I played, I only had 10 villagers. I don't care if I lose one. I've got, you know, population 180 army. I had 1 villager. That's not going to make any difference, you know, as I triple wall my Byzantine bombard cannons at the age of 10. But in a situation like this, you know, you can offer some I guess, some markers, some keystones here for our newer viewers as to why this was important, pushing them off the goal.
Well,
that kind of pressure and these numbers, what they mean.
In this specific matchup, the most important is not the numbers itself, it's that the consistency on those. Because if you kill 3-4 villages to the Mayan civilization, you might be fine if you reach up Castlage a couple of minutes before or 1 minute. Why? You make the eagle warrior. The eagles are only costing 20 food. 50 gold. That's why he was pushing all the time on the goal. So the Villese in the start is not that big of a deal for him, but he need to keep doing the pressure. He did it, and that's why he won the game.
Yeah, and look, you know, from a different perspective as well, let's move away from the game a little bit, Mem, and talk about this tournament more broadly. Sadly, there have been players who haven't been able to make it. Obviously, Vinch, unfortunately, with some visa issues. Nikov as well, our thoughts are with him. He's got COVID and he was unable to make the trip over here. And obviously, you know, many members in the community heartbroken by the fact that they couldn't make it here. But looking at the players who have joined us, KingstoNe, looking at dogao, KingstoNe, he put up a real fight against the Viper. dogao now taking out this one, talking about the fact that he started playing yesterday again in terms of preparation, because it's been a mad scramble for him to even get here.
Yeah.
So let's just take a second to, I mean, appreciate the colossal effort that dogao's put into not just be in this tournament, but also taking out round number 1.
I was talking last night with him. Sorry, dogao, I'm giving some extra information.
Oh, here we go.
But he was telling me, Mem, I didn't know I was going to come.
Yeah.
So I was just playing a random map. I was playing use the ladder, and I didn't know. And look what he did with DauT.
Yeah.
What happened? dogao has a lot of experience, has been in many tournaments, and he has, well, a lot of knowledge, and he just knew exactly how to play this one. And well, guys, because you didn't see Leary in the B stream as well, we are talking about the performance as well. Daniel has been playing amazing and put Leary almost 2-0 down. He came back, but the level is incredible.
Yeah, he put him to the test as well. And of course, that's over in our B stream. There you can catch all of those matches. And I've got an update from our B stream as well. Mem, thanks so much for your analysis, mate. We're going to get things set up for our next match here. But while we wait for the players to head over to the draft room to chat about what, while we wait for them to get to the map room to get set up for the next round, we're going to talk about what's coming in for the rest of the day. And of course, have remind ourselves of where we are at the moment at the end of our second round. Let's have a look at our standings, bring them up for you to see, and you can see there that the Viper and dogao already 1-0. Down the bottom of the table, DauT and KingstoNe, although still, as we've said, a lot of Age of Empires left to play, and the magic number for these players is 2. 2 wins, and they are through to the quarterfinals, no questions asked. And we will be sending players to the quarterfinals, 4 of them in fact, from 2 from each group, to the quarterfinals today. So the players who have done well so far, such as the Viper, such as dogao, they'll be looking pretty positive for that quarterfinal spot. They're already halfway there. Let's have a look over in Group B and an update there. Mr. Yo beating Villese 2-1 there. So it was 2 games to 0, excuse me. It was Leary versus Daniel that it was a 2-1 affair in favour of the Austrian, former Red Bull champion. So a great effort from Mr. Yo, who returns to the Red Bull Wololo after an unfortunate absence last year, of course. It's great to see him back on top of his game, and I know Mr. Yo fans will be looking forward to seeing him in the winners' matches on this stream a little bit later on. A reminder, those Group B matches are being televised twitch.tv/Nilly_AOE. Let's have a look at what's up for the rest of the day here on our A stream. And you can see Kingston, the Viper already in the books. DauT versus dogao. Both of these 2 games to 0 here. And very shortly, it'll be Villese versus Capoch. And Capoch, one of the players who'll be playing in both halves of, I shouldn't say both halves, in the Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4 tournaments as well. More to come on that next week. And then later on, Jordan versus Tato. Of course, you're not going to want to miss that one. And then those TBD matches that you can see there, or you used to be able to see on the screen, they are our Group B winner matches. So they will be featuring players like Mr. Yo. They'll be featuring players like Leary. And we certainly hope you're going to be able to stick around for them wherever you are around the world. You can brave those time zones, my friends. Stay up late. And we're going to have a great time following this game that we all love. I understand we are making final preparations for our next draft for the next match, so it's my great pleasure to once again reintroduce Dave and T90, who are standing by with the call for our next match.
And now we have an incredible set coming up here. Riley mentioned it before. We've got Villese and we've got Capoch, and Capoch competing in both games. Capoch, such an experienced competitor. You never really know what you're going to get with him, especially in a live event. I'm waiting for that game face to come out that we saw last night. He actually made a joke last night. He came in, he's like, I said, Capoch, I need a different skill set for you. I need determination, 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. He mentioned the game face. Anyway, we're going to head to the draft room right now as both of them are ready to go, and they're going to be ordering are they villagers, workers? Villagers.
I think they're villagers. Oh, is that the trophy?
Dude, that is beautiful.
That's the trophy.
I haven't seen that. I have to look at that up close.
All right.
Oh.
We were curious because the trophy last year was incredible.
Yeah, the trophy.
And so I knew they were going to have to go for something crazy as well.
These banners are incredible as well. I mean, Capoch and Villese both having a nice banner behind them as we see the ban first coming out for Villese, and that is going to be Kawasan being banned. So now it is Capoch's turn, I believe, as he has that. That's a great jersey. I like that.
Yeah, I like it. You know, it was interesting to see all the different esports jerseys, you know?
Yeah, dogao had his new team on.
Yeah, it's really cool.
The last time, and Vilese's got the Red Bull Wololo swag on there, and he's, you know what? I think he's kind of getting used to these LAN tournaments. You know, there was always a question mark with him, but he's been through it before. I think this is his 4th LAN, 5th LAN that he's been to.
Yeah, I haven't exactly been keeping track, but he's been to quite a few at this point. As we see, Mora's picked. We've yet to see that played. I think that might be the 2nd time it's been picked today. That's his home map, and the pick here for Capoch is coming up, and it is Atacama.
No surprise. Like,
no
if I
surprise.
think of Capoch, and I think of some of, not only the one Atacama game we're thinking of, but some of like the sweatiest, most try-hard, like determination-based wins I've ever seen, might be Atacama and
He's
Capoch.
so good at it.
He's so good at it.
And he's been able to do that in RM and Empire Wars, which is so unique, I think. And a reminder for all these people, you're like, okay, why are they banning more? The way they determine the first game is by banning through everything except for one. So essentially, you just decide on what you don't want to face or play on.
Yeah, so it's kind of equal for both players. You're indirectly choosing the final map. And I think it adds a lot of interesting factors.
Don't ban Bull.
They're going to ban
Bull. Is that Bull? Did they ban Bull?
It's already banned.
They banned Bull?
Capoch, come on, my bald brother. We wanted to. I am just simply asking for your support.
Oh, man. Well, okay, so we've got enclosed and banned as well. And that should be, we got one more ban then, I assume, and then we've got a remaining one. It's going to come to us. I think Acclivity hasn't been selected yet. I'm trying to remember the other one. And we have Frigid Lake banned, so that would be Acclivity, I believe, if I'm doing process of elimination correctly here for game number 1.
Yeah, I don't see it there.
Okay, so first thing I want to talk about, because they're going to write all this stuff down, they're just going to be like, Aztecs.
Yep.
I think Aztecs can be really good on all these maps, and I think Aztecs either has to be banned, or you have to ensure you get the first pick on that.
Yeah, Magyars as well.
Yeah, and then
I mean, Morass and
maybe.
Acclivity and Atacama. I mean, Magyars is like, if I had to pick a civ even above Aztecs, I would probably pick Magyars there. So
now, maybe one of the rare times we could maybe have a discussion on Huns. That everyone knows that I'm a big fan of those good old days with Huns, but they did not. They've kind of been left behind with the recent balance changes.
They lost 100 wood.
They lost 100 wood, so they can't even open with a stable or an archery range.
Yep.
So Atacama has always been a good Huns pick, but I'm thinking no Huns there, Dave. So it's a shorter list of civs that work.
I mean, usually the case with Huns is that you could open, you didn't have to spend wood on houses, so if it's a hybrid map, you can get some docks down.
Correct.
You want that extra wood that you're saving, but now it takes you a while. It takes you 15 population before you can fully make up for that.
Yeah, you just can't.
And you can't defend yourself on land because you can't add an archer range or a stable or any sort of building, right? So Huns are very difficult now, and I think when we talk to the players, the general consensus is that they're not going to be selected.
Yeah,
like
at all.
maybe a one-off
Yeah,
on Kawasan or something like that. But I mean, it's so tough.
Yeah, so you know, when you're thinking Atacama, then maybe you think more along the lines of Lithuanians. Then extra food, Japanese, a civ that would be great to see there potentially. At least it is in more.
I think the first ban, Hindustanis has been banned. That's a great civ for all of these maps that are in the pool right now. So Villese now having his opportunity to ban a civ. I believe that's Lithuanians. There we go. Maybe they have a screenshot of the way the map was and they're putting them back. Or maybe just everyone just...
Yeah, that's a good question. Are they actually... I mean, I haven't been paying attention.
No, they're reorganizing them the way they were initially, yeah.
Well,
some of the nomadic civs have changed a little bit, some of the steppe civilizations. But, I mean, maybe Riley's going in there when we don't notice.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Aztecs banned.
Yeah, and you got to get rid of Aztecs.
I feel like Mangers should be the first pick here. I'm not competing, but...
Well, no, I mean, it's not a bad pick.
Definitely my choice.
It's not a bad pick at all, but Frank's could arguably be better. Yeah, Frank's so good, man. Such a consistent civilization.
Any one of these. Any one of these. Just great cavalry civilization. Morass, you want to put that food directly into units, and scouts are the best bet. Acclivity, you want to use your mobility, right? And there's Tatars. Interesting.
Now that is a very common acclivity pick. You've got the elevation between players, early crossbowmen, lots of cav archers. But I was expecting, okay, this makes more sense now. He gets another pick. He goes Magyars.
Yeah, and Tatars is clearly for acclivity. Unless you're playing some kind of mind games, like I don't see it being used at Atacama and Morass.
I mean, to be honest with you, as much as I like Franks, there is a bit of uncertainty on where they would be played. Saracens, I would guess, instinctually is going to be maybe acclivity, as we'll talk more about that once we get there. But he does get one more pick here. It should go 1 for Villese, and then it should go 2 for Capoch, now 2 for Villese. So he's probably talking to the villager about what he wants to go for next.
So yesterday, guys, all the players were practicing, and Villese was practicing for about 7 hours straight. Like, even when his practice partners would leave, he would just stare at the main menu waiting for a new practice partner. Like, he was a machine yesterday. And Tristan went up to him and asked, how are you doing today? How many games have you won or whatever? And Villese looked at him and said, I've lost 4.
No, he said, I've lost 2.
Oh, did he?
He said, I've lost 2. Now, that was like after like 4 hours, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And then he did, of course, like right after asking me, he lost another one. But he was playing a bunch of games against Yo. I don't know. I wasn't there the whole time, but... Bulgarians, I actually love these picks now for Villese. So Bulgarians probably for Moraz, Saracens probably for acclivity, which means maybe Franks is going to be for Atacama. There is that water aspect that we'll have to talk about once we get into Atacama, and I actually believe
Byzantines.
The water is not on that little screenshot
no,
there. So
it's not, but it is in the corners,
on the map.
Folks.
It is on the map,
Yeah.
And the fist bump.
That was an aggressive fist bump.
That was real aggressive.
Yeah. I like the Civ draft for both players. I actually love the Civ draft for both players. We've got these little bracers on as part of our costume, so it's kind of
hurt.
Stabilizing my arm.
Didn't stabilize
for the shock.
Well,
I guess I'm just more powerful than I realize.
It's probably probably
that's
true.
100%.
Well, they're going to walk by us, and I learned the lesson last time to not make any jokes as they walk past us here. But, you know, Capoch, a serious competitor. His history, for those that don't know, was he was one of the best players in Age of Empires. I think top 5 for sure. Early 2000s. Game started to die off. He left the game. He went to other games. StarCraft competed
successful there, too.
In many, big esports. And then he came back a couple years ago, and it was like the first Red Bull that he tried to play, and he qualified for, if I'm not wrong.
In one of the
game against
greatest
MBL.
Games of all time. Against MBL on Atacama. We were speaking about that earlier. And Capoch is just, it's hard to say exactly like how he's
I think it's
performing
intensity.
at the same level.
It's just intensity.
It's intensity
Every
and
move
will
is
to
with-
win.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't really do anything in terms of his execution or his strategy or whatever that is up and beyond everyone else. Like he can obviously keep up with everyone else.
Yeah.
But there's just a drive there. Like there's a. We were saying it earlier. There's like an old man rage. I'm not calling him old because he's like the same age as me. But
I mean,
there's a rage there, you know, that he can bring out and just drive right into the game. It's crazy when you watch him go.
Yeah, now for Villese, he's got like the more technical things that you can look at and see, like, wow, this guy's got crazy ability, whether it be the micro or I mean, that's the main thing is the micro, and the macro is obviously there as well. But like, think about this. Capoch comes back immediately, like top 16 in a lot of Age of Empires 2 events at his age. No offense, sorry. And then he qualifies for Age of Empires 2, and then qualifies for Age of Empires 4. Like, to have the guts to do that, it just shows how good he is at being able to win. Right? And so I'm excited for the guy. I'm really happy to have him. I feel like you want players like that to be playing our game.
And then Villese, on the other hand, is just, I mean, when we look at his skill set, you know, the skill points, it's going to be 8 out of 10 on almost everything.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm interested to see that, actually.
He is so good at the game, and he's got such a drive to practice and really prepare. And we're about to see the players walk into the main stage here. And like I said, he's been gaining experience through LAN events, so maybe that was considered a weakness of his in the past, as we see Villese now walking through. He looks a lot more confident this year than I remember last year, and then I remember at previous events. You look at him, he's ready to go, man. I'm excited for Villese because I know we all love him, everyone here in the community, as he makes his way down to his desk very deliberately. He even, that was a little smile there. That was a little smile. Those are rare. Those are few and far between. Those are gems when we get those.
He's ready. This is his moment, man. Again, he's been here before. Truthfully, in terms of like talent, top 5 might be a stretch, but like top 7.
Oh, he's
top
gone
7 in Empire Wars for sure. I think
he's gone in and out of the top 5 in different categories in our game many times, right? And he's placed second in 2 S-tier events, I believe, this year. So he's ready to go, and it doesn't matter for him, RM or Empire Wars, as we'll see Capoch heading in shortly. Villese just getting all of his equipment set up, and there's Capoch right there. And we don't see the game face yet, but it'll come out. It'll come out at some point.
Finally, like we talk about the game face with Capoch, but when he really starts to play, you see the gamer hunch. The bad posture.
Oh, yeah.
Face up against the screen,
and it
like
gives
ready
him power.
to go.
He's like charging up, man. I can feel the energy around him.
Oh,
it's
look
crazy.
at him. He's loving this. He's loving this. He's like, okay, it's a little awkward. Everyone's staring at me, but I'm looking like a badass right now.
Yeah, he's incredible. He really is. And the amount of effort he put it, like you said he came back to the game and he was immediately top 16, but that, I think that does him a disservice because Capoch came back to the game and he was grinding.
Yeah, no, of course.
He was absolutely grinding. He did not want to play a game where he wasn't in the top conversation, and he accomplished that for 2 different
villager
games.
delivery.
Yep.
That's nice.
Red Bull. That's just a general eco upgrade, I think.
Do the casters get a villager delivery?
I already got mine.
I don't actually need anything. I just feel left out. That's all. I'm actually completely content. So, well, you know, we have a best of 3. We have seen 2 very different sets so far. We had the crazy storyline of KingstoNe and Viper, where Viper had never played against KingstoNe, KingstoNe never against Viper. It was a great series, and the games went late. And then the second series,
the old boys coming out on the second series.
And it was fast, dude. It was really fast.
dogao with perceived less preparation, getting what looked like 2 easy victories there. I mean, we were talking about it. Maybe the first game was a little bit sloppy on DauT's end, potentially. I mean, dogao definitely forced it. But the second game, I mean, we were talking in the break there. The second game, dogao was just crazy.
Listen,
with the control, it was
and
nuts.
you know, I understand that it is a classy thing to do sometimes, and I understand our game has some RNG. But dogao, after that performance, had the nerve to go up there and say, "I think I was lucky both games."
Yeah.
Like, dude, come on. Come on.
That's like the guy who beats you in 20 minutes saying, "GG, well played."
Yeah. Like, come on. I mean, I don't think
like,
it was a lot of luck there.
Man. Yeah, sure.
Well, again, it's a classy thing to say. say. You like to see it, even though deep down we know that was all you. But we wait as they will prepare for game number 1. So I believe game number 1 is Acclivity. Historically, and Acclivity has been a part of Red Bulls for a bit now. I think it's been in since like the second Red Bull. What civilizations do you, or actually, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about approach. What have you seen on this map?
Mobility. I think mobility is key, and notably cav archers, but it kind of shifts maybe in the mid game if you can't get in on the edges of the eco.
Yeah.
Then you switch to more of like a crossbow approach, maybe siege, and whoever controls that middle is such a big deal. There's that little ridge line through the middle. If you get a castle up there, that is huge.
And we do have the Tatars involved, most likely anyways, for Capoch. So, yeah, so like, keep in mind with the Tatars, you have the hill bonus damage, and you have the additional food from the sheep, which allows you to get to Castle Age a little bit faster. So what I'm expecting from Capoch, I, weirdly enough, have played like 5 Empire Wars games on Acclivity against Capoch. Don't ask me how they went. But it's full wall archers play for him. So I think it's like maybe a counter pick as we see the wonderful, wonderful hallway here. Look at the ceiling. Look at the, well, we've got Villese as well, of course, but...
Dude, that was like the most epic pose of Villese I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's sick.
Looking off into the distance, another epic pose right here. Capoch.
This is so cool.
Oh, wow. I would not want to see this.
I just ran away.
Wait a second.
I just ran away.
I just envisioned.
Oh, I'm scared.
Oh, did I just seriously call Villese's stats? I
You
did.
did,
8
actually.
on everything. I didn't even see the final sheet. Tristan and I both took a step back because I just envisioned myself in an enemy army looking at Capoch with a sword.
Yeah.
It was a
I want to see,
bad
I
feeling.
want to see Capoch do that across the hall there. Just
Yeah.
like across the desks.
Yeah.
Try and intimidate his opponent. Oh, God. Don't stop
do it again.
scaring me,
Stop.
production. And that is, by the way, a compliment to Capoch because he is an absolute warrior.
He's a demon, dude. He is a demon.
Anyways, real quick though, back to the civilizations, as we might start to see those unique units pop up on the desk very soon, indicating what civilizations are selected. I think Saracens is a pick if you're expecting Capoch to wall and rush to castle, and if you can utilize the Saracen market, you can compete there.
Yeah, it'll be... I think the Civ draft here is a little bit more cut and dry.
It is.
Than the one we saw previously.
Yeah, I mean, it is more cut and dry. I think that's fair to say. But also at the same time, you know, I think the execution lacked a little bit in the previous set. I think DauT would maybe even agree with that statement. So, there's the Mameluke. Look at him go.
Nice.
That's
nice,
so cool.
Man. Riley asked me if we'd see any Mamelukes this tournament earlier today. Because he wanted like a history lesson to be taught about them, right? But I think that might be the only one we're gonna see.
There is a world where if it gets late game, Mamelukes shred the Tatars.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
but
unless they run into a flaming camel somewhere along the way.
And I've been hoping for it. In fact, I really wanted to bring it up in the Tatars versus Hindustani's game earlier, but Viper had to go Haub.
So expensive.
Yeah, well, Viper could have tried, but okay, he doesn't get to be fun for the casters.
To be fair, though, Acclivity is one of those maps where it could go late. It could go late. Yeah. If one player controls one part of it, and there's the Keshik red again, and they have just coated that armor in gold, and he's moving his spear on. Oh, I love these. I love these.
Now, you guys might think that this is just graphics, but no, this actually appears, it's like a hologram next to the actual players.
Players are so used to it by now, Capoch didn't even flinch.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Dave.
He flinches for much, though, that guy.
Well, I'm excited for this series. I mean, we've already had what we would perceive as an upset of sorts in the previous best of 3. And there have been crazy sets all across Group A. Obviously, you've got the B stream.
And Group B, too. That result, Leary and Daniel, was...
potentially an upset. I believe Leary still got that victory,
he did,
right?
He did, but that was good. That was a good sign for Daniel that he got a win. I think he won't be happy with it, but he'll be not sad about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Daniel recognized that most likely he was going to have to focus mainly on that second round. All right, so it's looking like gamer time to me. It's looking like gamer time for me, and this should be on Acclivity. We know it's Tatars versus Saracens, and so it's about getting the walls down and what level of archer numbers you commit to in Feudal Age. I think Castle Age, again, will be the key.
Yep.
And I think the market comes early as well. And there's always this weird approach where do you send villagers to stone to buy and sell? What do you do with that market? And here we are, ladies and gents. Start of the best of 3 between Villese and Capoch. And Capoch's scout just took a slight hit there. Yep. And you see Villese scouting his opponent, and surprise, surprise, we've got archery ranges.
And my question is, how long until we see that market? I see a big square on the minimap. Question answered, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And also, you start with 4 villagers on gold. After that market completes, he will have 7 if he sends that villager there. So this is the approach that we expected. And the thing is, there's not a lot you can do about it if you're Capoch, except be aggressive against his base.
I mean, you can't even get the market up faster to ruin the prices because you're not ruining the prices that much. You don't have that much to sell, and the Saracen market is cheaper than yours, so you're basically kind of handcuffing yourself. But Capoch is going for double range here.
Yeah, and like this is a really important thing to see because if you're able to go 2 ranges against 1, your opponent making it to Castle Age might not be a factor here. So as that gets scouted by Villese, it'll be really interesting to see.
I love the fact
he
that
does.
Villese immediately comes forward though with units.
Oh, and the scout too.
Just kind of hold Capoch in. This is an excellent start for the Finn, as he's gonna get. I think he's gonna get 2 archers here. He's gonna get 2 archers. He might even get that 3rd if he can catch up. But it looks like Capoch is gonna pull away. And now Villese has bought himself so much time with just 2 archers, a scout, and a couple skirmishers on the way. Hasn't even used the market yet.
Yeah, I was going to say, ironically, he bought time, but he hasn't bought resources.
He's selling the stone now, okay. So that little engagement there, maybe he was waiting to see how that engagement went, to see if he needed that stone for a tower defensively.
I think you're spot on there. Yeah, I think you're right. And he was holding the hill there for a while against the Tatars. Now that they're fighting on even grounds,
he's not
there's no hill bonus for Tatars.
Great micro from Villese so far. I mean, Capoch already has that +1 armor, so he's already invested the food into that. And look at this from Villese. Doesn't even want to get hit once. He does, unfortunately for him, and Capoch is now trying for a counterattack. It is 2 range for both. And Villese is really taking advantage of that deer at the back. What does he have, 9 villagers on that now?
Yeah, it is going to get awkward, though, because Villese is going to get pulled to defend from this. And as he does that, in theory, Capoch should be able to take the middle of the map. All that said, though, it's 2 ranges versus 1, and look at the army count.
Villese is looking amazing, and look at the resources as well. He's ahead on food. He's sending the archers in. He's just fighting skirm v skirm. He's getting the armor right now, and he's managed to kill the archers at the back with his skirmishers, at least drive them away. I mean, a Capoch didn't even get a villager kill back there.
Wow, this is so good. I mean, the KD doesn't even show how good this is for Villese right now. 6-4 does not do it justice. It feels like 10-4 with how important these fights have been. And we have an all-in feudal incoming for Capoch. Actually, as I say that, his resources are really high.
Like, Capoch is a guy that has really solid macro behind, and he realizes that Villese has kind of stalled out his Castle Age time by going for the double range skirmishers, even with that market. So he is going to realize that he can get up at around a similar time, and he's just going to bank the food.
Well, it's interesting because he did make scouts, but I think one of the scouts was the starting scout, and the other one would be the one he made and then decided, I can't make any more. But there is an army walled out right now of Villese's base, and there's an army now from Villese, and Capoch has nothing here, no tracking it. This is so awful for him.
It's so good for Villese, though. From Villese, like every single engagement here, he's been winning against Capoch, and he's still on the way to Castle Age faster. He now just completely idled the woodline. He's trying to kill that farm, but Capoch wisely deletes that. And Capoch, I believe, has an army on the left side trying to do the same thing to Villese. Villese has already taken the Ibex over there, but the gold is open and the woodline is open too.
The good news is he can leave that gold as long as he has a few skirmishers coming up. If he's got some skirmishers, he's okay. But I don't know if he noticed that, to be honest. In fact, both players will have to be pulled off their gold.
Yeah, this is ugly for both. And Villese just abandons with like 15 villagers, man, as he's hitting the gold back here. But Capoch actually has an army to defend.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how awkward it is for both of them as they try and attack properly and defend at the same time. I like the patience here from Villese with his skirms. He always has his skirms in front to soak the damage. But look at the patience from Capoch as well. The Capoch whittling down these villagers at the moment. And Villese makes it to the Castle Age, but he can't really do too much with it, Dave. You do not want to have 6 archers to upgrade to crossbowmen at this stage.
Yeah, and Saracens aren't really the Civ where you're thinking, oh, I got to Castle Age with 13 skirmishers. Yay!
Yay!
You know, like it's not a civ that you want the trash units with. You want gold units with Saracens. That's their whole thing.
I mean, he does have Bot Canero, which obviously makes a big difference right now, and I think the saving grace for Capoch
What a great
is
pick.
Capoch could do damage with the crossbowman if he can keep that mass up.
The micro, the control from both of these players so far in this set has been really, really good.
Yeah, I agree.
Like pulling away weak units at the last possible second, getting as much value as they possibly can, controlling multiple armies, and both players are just constantly in the back of the other's eco as we see that scout from Capoch continuing to get value, and Villese is on a sneak mission there. He's on a covert ops behind the base of Capoch. Once again, he's going to come back to that gold for what, the second, third time this game?
Oh, the timing here on crossbowman is so important for Capoch because he's behind in numbers. Actually, it's quite even, but he needs to have that crossbowman upgrade, and he can't afford it. He has to cancel all villagers and try and get it here.
Yeah, and he can't even take the hill, so Villese is denying him that bonus as well, as he's still kind of hanging around the gold. Capoch is just has a presence there with the archers, preventing those skirmishers from coming in towards his villagers, but he's slowly falling back, and now he can afford crossbowmen. Villese could afford elite skirm at the same moment, though.
Oh, and elite skirm takes so long.
Yep.
It takes so long, so he has a big head start on this. And once again, the skirmishers are doing their job against the enemy army, and the crossbowmen are there to kill villagers. Capoch is in big trouble
This
here.
is so messy for Capoch. He manages to save all but one villager there, but the villagers are still kind of wandering around. He got crossbow in, but now elite skirm is going to be in for Villese, and he's going to get all sorts of confidence from elite skirm coming in, and he's just going to target those crossbows and drive these villagers off the gold once again. Villese, with a small army in the back here, is putting Capoch already on the back foot.
Yeah, Capoch's gamer face is out, man. He's looking around trying to find a way back. I mean, it feels like if he had a siege workshop right now, he could maybe manage this, but
he's getting a market.
He doesn't have the resources for it.
He's getting a market. Yeah, I mean, he made one knight to help push those skirms away, and Villese, with small numbers of military streaming across the map, is going to take control of that wood line. Once again, Capoch isn't on that, but it looks like he wants to shift those villagers forward to that gold, and that's exactly where Villese is going to be. I mean, Villese is forcing all of these movements with that army at the back, and he immediately goes to the secondary gold. He knows what Capoch's thought process is right now, and he's trying to punish him.
Yeah, sees the wood line as well. I mean, he's just denying everything. And if you don't have gold, you cannot defend from this. There's no way. You need knights for the skirmishers, or you need siege for everything, and it's desperation time for Capoch. He's not dead yet. If he did have, you know, he could start to split up these armies and maybe take some decent fights, but that town center is the last place you want a town center. It's just a TC you place because you don't know what else to do.
Yeah, because you didn't even have a safe wood line.
Yeah, exactly.
But Capoch is trying to fight back. He has the knight there. Unfortunately for him, Villese has a bunch of crossbows. Look at how weak the army is from Capoch, though. I mean, Villese has been doing damage the entire time, and Capoch needs to run away from that. Still another army being controlled at the back. Villese is flying right now. His hands
I think
are
this
probably
is over.
Yeah,
I think like it's your first time at this LAN event, so you want to get warmed up a little bit more.
Yeah.
And Capoch is a fighter, but he's got nothing at this point. He's got almost no military. He can't take resources.
The game face was there for a second, and then it disappeared.
Yeah, it's like...
I think he's realizing that it's going to be really tough to come back here. Villese is controlling the golds, the wood, and the farms at the same time.
Yeah.
With only 23 military, and Capoch has 2.
It's amazing. Like, his army's always moving. Remember, like, DauT won the previous set, but we questioned his army positioning occasionally. He's always in the right spots.
Yep.
The timings on ballistics, armor, attack, anything that you would really want to talk about. Thumb ring now, wheelbarrow siege. I mean...
Yeah.
He's also in a position where he could boom. Okay, he just bought some stone. But seriously, like he's like aggression first, eco later.
Yep.
That's been the outlook here from Villese.
Yeah, look at that. Idling the farms. He's going to come back to the wood line. He's going to idle that. The sheep will only last so long for Capoch. He'll come to that wood line that he knows has to be there. Capoch is going to be frustrated when he sees that army. And then, if Capoch ever stabilizes, there's going to be a Mangonel attacking his TC from the hill, and Capoch will need to go for defensive Mangonels there when he can't even defend the area around that TC that he built for defense. I mean, Villese is smothering him right now. And of course, the crossbows go back to the gold again.
Look how many control groups does he have?
He's got like
seven
right now.
different blue dots.
Yeah.
This is insane. I mean, also, we're watching a dead man die even more at this point. Like, we're watching a corpse get pummeled at the moment.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Capoch, the issue I see, obviously there's many things that we could point out, but truthfully, I think he needed the Siege Workshop to have any chance. And he's continued to make crossbows, I guess, so we can get a counterattack as he does show up with this. But of course, Villese sees it, and he reacts to it, and he will clear it up. I mean, what else could we expect from this guy?
And look, he's got the crossbows. How much you want to bet he moves these crossbows away from the villagers?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's not just going to wait here, right? Are we wrong? We're wrong.
He doesn't have to move
He doesn't
them,
even
actually.
have to. He's got +2 armor. He doesn't. And now he moves them away, and Villese takes the victory there. Capoch calls the GG, and that, I mean, that's a tough one for Capoch because Villese, with those 2 archers and the scout coming forward, got that hill position, took 2 archer kills right away. He didn't need to drop a tower in defense, immediately sold the stone, went out to the Ibex to get the rest of the food, not buying it with the market, went up faster than Capoch, all while having 2 range production. It was incredible.
It was so good.
Yeah.
If you can have 1 range beat 2 range on this map at this level, you are truly an elite player.
Well, he had 2 ranges. It wasn't even, it was 2v2 ranges.
Okay.
He made it
Maybe
work.
added a bit
He
later,
made
yeah.
it work. Yeah, it was crazy. And he went full skirmishers and still had enough food to click up because he had 9 villagers on the Ibex.
Sure.
It was like a completely prepared build that was executed exactly the way he thought it was going to happen.
It's just the fight you mentioned, that starting scout with the 2 to 3 range units really started to snowball things. He's a beastly player. He's cold as ice, as is everyone from Finland, I imagine, all the time. It's very cold there.
He's willing to sacrifice.
Okay. Okay, well played. Sorry, I should have run along more with that one, but listen, Capoch has his favorite map of all time. If we were to ask him, he would go directly for Atacama, and that's what he's going for next with the Magyars. Potentially Bulgarians. Sorry, my mind is slipping on some of the other civilizations, but who even cares? It's Magyars. Magyars Atacama.
There is Bulgarians for Villese, though.
Maybe that's what it'll be then.
Yeah, I mean, Magyars are so good. And he also has Franks, too. His Franks, he has Magyar.
Yeah, that's true. I think he had picked Franks first as well, so...
I don't know, like, if you're going to be saving civilizations, because I think Magyars are better than Franks there, but you also have Morass coming up.
Sure.
And I think Magyars are probably one of the best civilizations there. So it's going to be tough, definitely, civ selections for Capoch. Villese has a little bit easier with already that 1-0 cushion under his belt. And, well, Villese also has Byzantines, which is just any map. It's just so hard to kill them off.
Okay, so the order here, if I'm not mistaken, is slightly jumbled. Or am I wrong? No, it goes left to right. So it went Lithuanians, Britons, Franks, Saracens, if I'm understanding things correctly, from Villese. So if he picked Franks first, and his home map was Morass, in theory, you could say that he picked Franks for Morass, but I think that like maybe Bulgarians for Morass, and then we might even see Franks on Atacama here.
Yeah.
Like, do you like that, though? Because if Franks don't have bloodlines, so if it's an all-in feudal, you could have some problems there.
I don't mind Bulgarians on, I think Bulgarians on Atacama, and then Byzantines can work on whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
In my opinion. And Franks will, well, they'll be strong on Morass because you can just go straight into scouts, and I think the early pressure wins. Like, whoever wins the first few fights on that map really dictates what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's Empire Wars for you. And
Look at that Magyar Hussar.
Best unique unit in the game.
It looks so cool,
it's
man.
amazing.
How does he hold that spear?
Wait.
That must weigh so much.
Do they actually have mustaches? Because I didn't know that before, and now I'm even more of a fan.
You wouldn't notice. I wasn't looking at his face. I was looking at the spear. You're like, mustache, brother. Yes.
I mean,
the Magyar mustache.
What do you expect? I mean, that's one of my favorite unique units in the game.
Yeah.
Well, probably won't see that in this one, but the Magyars have a stellar scout rush, which you would expect.
They have a stellar everything. Even their spears are nice.
Well, you know,
they get the +1 attack.
The main argument against the Magyars is simply eco. But in Empire Wars, while eco is important,
you skip over all of Dark. Oh, look at that
not
throwing
as
axeman.
important.
Yes.
Whoa, dude.
Yes. That's my bearded brother right there.
He's bald under there for sure.
100%. Why do you think he wears the helmet? I can't let the village know.
So is this like, am I going for Capoch and you're going for Villese right now? Is that how
I
this
think,
works?
yeah, it's a plot twist for sure.
Dave's so conflicted. He's like, do I root for Capoch who's bald or the throwing axe?
It's definitely a plot twist. Those look pretty cool though. I have to give it to our production team for incorporating those little elements there. Like every little piece that they add just adds another level to the production, and it's incredible. We'll be seeing a lot more of that type of stuff as we continue with this event. And Capoch and Villese seem to be getting into the game here. Once again, I have to say what a nice jersey Capoch has there. It suits him.
I agree.
Suits him very well.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I believe that is actually his merch, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. People can do some research on that.
Did he pay you to plug that, or?
No, he did not. I'm just that nice of a guy.
Okay, cool.
You have merch? Because I'll plug your merch too.
You'll have to charge him. Do I have merch? You'll have to charge him later.
Well, I also could be completely wrong. So, but yeah, they're in, man. They're in, and we need to hop in here as well. I'm sure we will any moment. My expectation is a lot of aggression as we're actually in to what looks to be a pause, and that might have been a Red Bull swig.
That's a Red Bull pause right there.
Yeah, seriously.
That's a Red Bull pause. Maybe they're having some issues with the map generation or connection or something like that. That's why we have the admins here live. Villese just says, sorry, go, okay.
There we go. Well,
here we are.
The first thing Capoch did when he lost the previous game, he didn't even breathe. He took an immediate swig of Red Bull. So he knows he needs to pick up the pace. And so stable opening for him as we see an archer range opening for the Finn. And important thing, scout victory there in the middle for Capoch.
Yeah, I mean, well, Capoch is under pressure, right? He's down a game in a best of 3 in a situation where he only has 2 chances to go through.
Yep.
How comforting do you think it is for him to go to Atacama of all maps?
It's as comforting as it gets, excuse me, because it is a place that he is so fond of. But remember, the winner here will move on to face dogao, and then the loser will face DauT. So to lose this and then have to go up against DauT, who you know is going to be
that's a tough one.
In better shape, it's not going to be a great time. So yeah, you want to take advantage of this situation if you're Villese.
And we look at the army numbers right now. I mean, it's scouts for Capoch, no surprise there, and no scouts for our Frank player. It's simply spearmen archers for Villese, and he's going to play a little bit more defensively. I like the fact that he's already walling to that middle wood line, too. That's something that players a lot of times can't get away with because the wood line is so far away.
The timing here is so crucial. So if you can get a couple spearmen with archers in when your opponent only has scouts, you can kill more villagers than you'd expect. And look at the distraction there. That scout's almost dead for Capoch. And we do actually have scouts being made by Villese, but that's going to take a moment. Oh, those archers, man. I mean, certainly those scouts for Capoch are not going to do anything right now. And yep, you can see Capoch is off of gold.
Yep. I mean, Capoch doesn't really need the gold currently because he's producing scouts and skirms, and he's trying to build up his scouts. And I like the fact that even though he lost some HP earlier, he hasn't lost the numbers. So if you come in with a big wave with forging scouts, especially after getting something like the armor or bloodlines, can be devastating. Capoch also housed for a few moments earlier. That was a great pick by our observer, Mapu, who's here once again. We haven't mentioned his name yet. He's doing a fantastic job. Capoch running around at the back, trying to get some value, but that's really, I was just talking about building up scouts, and that is...
He has no rhythm, unfortunately. He's taking so many hits. He did lose a Vill, but TC idle time's still very close, and the difference between this map and some of the other ones is you can have a player gain a lead in Feudal, and it can all fall apart like it's nothing. So the army number is really going to be the most consistent thing we have to pay attention to.
So far in these 2 games, what I've noticed from Villese is just constant attention to his armies. The previous game, we were talking about how many control groups that guy had, and this army is not taking his eyes off of it. His next army has been building, he's been mustering, I think would be the term, inside of his base while he gets that wall down, and he just is moving out as soon as he feels comfortable. Like that tower, if you were to just screenshot this, I would say like, what is that tower? But it makes sense for the reinforcement point that he needed for his army to secure that wood line.
And look at the scout timing. The scout. I don't know where those scouts are going, but these scouts go right into the skirmishers, and this is not something that Capoch was expecting.
Nope.
Oh man, Capoch.
He's under a lot of pressure here, and he's
really
even
is.
bringing villagers back away from the little chunks of wood. He doesn't have any control over that main wood line. Now, there is wood all around the map, but it's in like 4 or 5 trees at a time, and it's really tough because you got to keep moving your
This
lumberjacks
micro is so
around.
good. He makes more army than you. He micros his army better than you. It is clinical play from the Finn. And it's going to be a continuous flood, like you said, Dave. And even if there's a counterattack for Capoch,
Capoch
is he gonna hit?
Capoch is trying to go up to Castle Age, dude. Look at his resources. Capoch is trying for a repeat of that MBL game. Capoch is trying for a repeat
It's
where he
so
just
risky.
somehow gets up to Castle Age. He hasn't lost another villager
He
through
needs to
all
drop
of
a
this
tower.
push. It's an ugly economy. You're saying he needs to drop a tower. Maybe he's thinking about a tower in the middle to get control of that wood area. He's definitely thinking about Castle Age, but he doesn't quite have enough to get there. It's like a calculated risk from him, right?
Yeah, it's interesting too because he's been at 600 some food for a bit, but he's just so close and yet so far away. Meanwhile, Villese is putting all of his resources into the army production, and he might not have killed as many villagers as you would expect, but he's being so patient, Dave. He's not diving for the vills. He wants to win the fight.
Click up, 799, no! Okay, there we go. He clicks up to the Castle Age, and it's still 2 minutes and 30 seconds he needs to survive. He's only got 2 on food now because he was garrisoning those villagers to get the food in the bank, and he's only got 10 on food now. It's not enough to keep up the production. Can he keep surviving? I mean, Capoch's game face is out right now. He is so determined, and it must be said that he's only lost 3 villagers out of all this pressure from Villese, but the economy has been wildly inefficient.
People need to realize what is happening here. Villese can kill villagers. He could have had 8 kills already, but he knows if he does that, then he will lose his army and gives Capoch a chance. So what he does is he kills army first, and then if there's villagers, he goes for vills. The patience has been unbelievable because he could have gone for the villagers and gone for the kill if he wanted to.
He's noticing all these weak villagers. He just sniped 2 there with the scouts in that entire group, and now Capoch has lost 6 vills, and
look,
the army keeps up the pressure.
The army is still ready to go again every single time, and it's perfect.
Villese is not really worried about Castle Age right now. Like, he continues to just keep adding scouts. He's got the armor. He's got forging. Villagers can't fight against those upgrades, and he's got archers behind here. So even if Capoch gets to the next stage, will he have the resources to produce knights? He does have a lot of gold in the bank, so maybe he only needs to focus on food. And
he needs a market.
A market. Man, if there's any player that can come back from a position like this, it's Capoch out of just sheer willpower. I don't expect to see it, but I would love.
And to be honest,
it
if it's going to happen with any civ, it's going to happen with the civilization that gives you iron casting for free in castle.
Now, do you think with his first knights, do you think he should go to Vilese's economy instead of dealing with this?
He has to stay here because then he won't have gold.
But he's got 400 gold in the bank.
Yeah,
it feels like you might be able to draw that army back from Villese.
Maybe.
You've got a little bit of a cushion there in terms of gold. Gold is not the most important resource in the next few minutes. It will be food, and it will be production of the knights. And I think your chance...
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, just go forward, and then the next 2 nights or the next 4, it's going to have to be.
I mean, you're going to need a lot to clear that, or hope that Villese gets wildly out of position. Look at Capoch. He's just, man, he's not giving up. You know, he's sending. I'm like getting the energy from him from the other room. He's sending them to the wood line now. He's maybe going to attempt to go for a TC there. I think his knights are in on the wood line from Villese, so he did send them forward, and he's going to find some value. There is not enough room in that tower of Villese for all of these villagers.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't have +2 armor or bloodlines. He canceled bloodlines, so those 2 knights actually don't do as much as he would need. And now, the archers and spears.
No amount of determination can get you away from that one. Oh boy, these villagers have been on a journey this game.
I mean, which villager hasn't been hit by a military unit? It feels like every villager's been threatened.
Capoch, though, if you remember that epic game against MBL, has been in this exact position, it feels like, before. Although MBL was the one faster up the Castle Age, but he has been in a very swingy game. The only problem with this situation here for Capoch is that it feels like even if he gets over to Vilese's base with the Knights, he can't really do much damage to him.
Yeah, it's too little too late. I mean, both civilizations are great with Knights. One person has a flowing economy with 51 bills, and the others has 32.
He's about to have his window for the next minute and 20 seconds.
It has to happen here.
Yeah, and he's going to have to use the mobility on the Knights like that to pick off the villagers. Unfortunately for him, Villese has been massing Spearmen. Fortunately for him, there's only one tower there, and the Spearmen are slower than his Knights. So as long as he's controlling his units, he might be able to pick off some villagers. There's another one right there. There's going to be a third one on the farms coming up there, and he gets the Knights away. So Villese might have some wood issues. Look at the amount of wood in the bank. He's got 11 in the bank, and that wood line is about to be harassed. Capoch has a chance.
He's going to click Pikemen, and he can make Knights out of 2 stables. I think, I mean, you can see even by the lack of hesitancy to even wall there,
Yeah.
which Villese could easily do. Could easily quick wall. He really feels like he's got this, Dave. And as the scout,
it's such a messy game. I know there's going to be some people watching that's like, how can he let that happen? Well, there's many things happening right now.
Yeah, he's microing a million Knights because he has to kill a dozen villagers to have a chance. And that, again, comes back to the brilliance of Villese to understand the situation.
Oh, the Knights are coming in.
Yeah,
too.
this is a problem.
He doesn't really have a solution to that. I mean, Capoch, the only advantage he has over those Knights is the attack, but I mean, Villese effectively gets Bloodlines for free, which Capoch doesn't have.
Yeah, and the game should be over from here, and it was a dominant display again for Villese. Games that I thought maybe would have gone on a little bit later. I don't think Capoch played bad at all, but I think we just saw class the whole way through for Villese. He's so freaking
and
good.
He's so ready for it, too. I mean, Capoch is, once again, how many times have we seen the same group of villagers just running in a different direction? There's enemies over there. Okay,
I swear,
I guess we'll go this way.
I swear like 6 houses from Capoch are just houses he had to build because he had to pull villagers away from a resource to do something.
Yeah, and look at these now. Oh, he's
trying to do the dirty
trying so hard. Oh boy, but Villese put him in such a tough position. Villese with the safe wood control, safe gold control, army all over his base. Once again, Capoch garrisons in that TC for the 15th time, and he calls the GG. And he adds a well played on there, and it was indeed. I mean, that was clinical. Both games absolutely clinical from Villese.
He made that look very
easy. And we know it wasn't. Like, the amount of control groups he had even in that first game, the amount of control he had with that one little army in that second game, it was just incredible.
There are very few people that can micro like that, but there are even fewer people that can micro like that and macro defend everything that you need. And Capoch, with the look on his face, he's like,
that look is kind of like, well,
I had no chance.
How does one beat that? I don't understand.
That is the look of well played, right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Villese should be very proud of himself after that. I mean, that's super impressive stuff. You can tell the grind has been there in preparation. And like you said, I saw him play 7 hours straight yesterday.
Nonstop.
Just an absolute machine of an Age of Empires 2 player. And we're going to get an interview with Villese. Riley will be with him in the main hall after that incredible victory against Capoch.
I'm here with Villese. Mate, the caster said you made it look easy. What an incredible performance. You did so well. We've seen a lot of aggression today. Is this something that you think is going to be a big part of this tournament, really aggressive play?
Yeah, thanks. And I agree that aggression is going to be a big part because it's Empire Wars and all the or most of the maps are quite open.
Mm-hmm. And so when you're approaching these maps, when you're approaching your Civ picks, are you wanting to really get on the front foot and be as aggressive as possible, as early as possible?
Yeah, especially on this kind of maps that we just played. You want the fast, aggressive Civs.
So, I mean, previously in certain maps, you know, there is the option to wall off, to try to play very defensively and to, I guess, slow down the game. If you wanted to predict how things were going to go in the next couple of days, are we going to see much full walling, or are we going to see what we've just had here?
I think it depends a lot on the maps. On some of the maps, it's viable to just full wall and play defensive, but on most of the maps, aggression is the way to go, I think.
I want to ask you as well something slightly different. Last year, we talked about the fact that, you know, it's a very different atmosphere, right? Here in a LAN event, face to face, you're not in the comfort of your own home, and sometimes for some players that can be a little difficult. You seem much more at ease this year. Is this because, you know, you've been through this before, last year, the experience? Do you think that's helped you today and throughout, you know, will continue to help you this tournament, the fact that you've done this before?
Yeah, I think so. Like today, it felt like I was playing at home pretty much. So a lot better than it was last year.
Last year maybe a little bit nervous, a little bit unfamiliar.
Yeah.
But this year much more comfortable.
Yep.
That's really good to hear, Villese, mate. You put on such a show for us there. Capoch was just left in your dust, and I mean, well done. Congratulations, what a win.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, I'm going to head through here, mate. I'll let you go. Villese there, he is a bloke who really, really can turn it on when it counts, and that's what we saw just there. Last year, as Villese mentioned, a little bit unfamiliar being in the surroundings that we're in here in this castle, and perhaps that played into how he went last year, although he did put on a solid performance then, but man, holy moly. I mean, this was just the fireworks from Villese, coming out swinging, right? Like straight away, the aggression he showed, the wanting to seize the initiative. It's a pleasure to watch.
Who's this guy? I mean, is he shy? They say he's shy. Villese is shy. I mean, there was a domination. I like to say this word quite a lot. Like, Saracens, one civilization that with the market abuse in the first game, you have to be so smooth. But he was constantly attacking. We were watching Raleigh and me the games together, and we were like, he's playing perfectly. And the second game, Atacama, that is a map, super open, full feudal aggression, because you usually want to be up faster than what they did, but, well, it was perfect execution.
Well, you talked to me about the fact that the Magyars are really good in feudal, right?
Yeah.
If we're talking about 2 cavalry civs and a nice open map like we saw, I mean, I love the Franks, right?
Yeah.
Fast Castle Franks, the only way to play. But you were saying the Magyars with free blacksmith upgrades, can push really hard in the feudal age, can transition really nicely into the castle age with iron casting. But we just didn't see that because of the pressure Villese put on from minute 1.
Yeah, and maybe from that point he should adapt. Maybe the strategy he was picking Capoch was just to go up castle age faster, but when he saw that aggression, maybe he should add another stable and then just focus, go full feudal. Scouts are cheaper, free upgrade like we are talking. If the game keep going, you make bloodlines, you're gonna be ahead for over Franks pretty much all the time. But no, it didn't happen, and we're gonna see now in the replays in a moment that during the transition to castle age, he lost absolutely pretty much everything.
Well, you picked a couple of moments that we're going to have a look at here on the screen, and you can talk us through some of the highlights of what we've just seen. But I mean, I guess at this point already, I mean, we're three matches in so far on this mainstream, we're seeing that aggression is king.
Here, look, I mean, he almost killed Capoch. He was going to kill Capoch with that punch. Like, he says, I'm going to take you.
Exactly, really stamping his authority on the
When
game.
we saw that, I was, I don't want to play against him today.
He came ready.
No.
The aggression started already. But no, on a more serious level, like we have seen, and we'll continue to see here, just people favouring an aggressive approach.
Yeah, because
this was huge.
I mean, Saracens, you see that he's starting to pick one by one, little by little. The value from that scout is amazing.
Yep.
Starting killing the first units. Why? Because you get the initiative in the game. You get the initiative, and then you make the Saracens market, 75 wood, remember, very cheap. And then, well, those tax. Look at this, minute 3 already using the market completely. Very soon we're going to see that transition to castle is in minute 5, 30 seconds, and he was attacking constantly. You remind any aggression from Capoch and Tatars, they will get Thumbrin, then the advantage. You can see Villese already on the woodline. I'm surprised that Capoch never really walled, knowing that also Saracen's bonus can kill it faster, but better than being open completely.
I think one thing that was really interesting about this is that Capoch did launch counterattacks, right? He was trying to counter-raid, trying to get into Villese's base, but Villese was just everywhere. He was all over the map. He was controlling his raids perfectly and also defending really, really effectively.
Yeah, well, you can see how they, I mean, if the KD, how T90 and Dave were telling, maybe the KD doesn't show the difference it was, because when you are with the Saracens, like you don't have your own great economy. If you keep that pressure, then your economy is going to be so smooth. And basically, he was really well balanced. 22 on wood, 15 on foot, 10 on gold for a Saracens market abuse. And we will see how the highlights is pretty much all the time, except one counterattack before.
Yeah.
All the time is on Capoch base.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw on that wood line, pushed off the wood line, an emergency TC thrown down as well, but never really in doubt that that Villese, in terms of map control, in terms of pressure, I mean, you can see it here. There's just blue dots all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see also moments where he can use Tatars effectively, like where
using the hill. He never got on the hill.
Villese is all over the map. I mean, mechanically playing really amazing.
Talking about the draft, you know, when we saw Acclivity get picked, Tatars, perfect, right? They get extra damage from the hill. When they're firing downhill, obviously that's something that can be huge in a map like this, but we never saw Capoch really get a return on that investment.
The Villese, he was fighting with Villese. You were talking, he's fighting with Villese, well, nothing he can do and he call it. he's so expressive, Capoch. His face say everything. You see there that something is not going like I want. And then they were going to jump.
Villese, on the other hand, keeps his counsel, a very difficult man to read, and a really stellar performance from him, although you wouldn't guess it based on his face. Let's move and have a look at game number 2, which was kind of, in my view at least, cut from the same cloth, right? We saw Villese come out swinging. He really, really did want to feed the knuckle sandwich to his opponent here. An early trade goes against Villese with the knight in what, minute 1 or 2, but that didn't stop him. That didn't slow the Finn down.
That's surprising because losing the scout that early, you can be panic mode right now. But no, he kept playing, going aggressive. He did a tower that probably wasn't even the best, but he's constantly attacking. And I really think that was the key. We remember how Capoch has got during this Red Bull and, well, many big games in Atacama. I was thinking, Capoch, Atacama, Magyar. No, didn't happen. As you can see, all the time the aggression is here on Capoch basically. Yeah, we will see maybe some small moment that he tried to counterattack, but Villese was always there. Yeah. He's always on yellow base. He's attacking with the scouts. And the thing here is, he's almost going to go castleless, but the pressure is still there all the time. Right now is where I say it. You add another military building, you make more army. You don't really need to focus, even make the upgrades. But no, he tried to go castleless. During that time, well, Villese will take everything. The KD? Check the KD. How it's going to go.
Dave's comment when they were calling this match is that once Capoch clicked up to castle, he had 2.5 minutes to survive, right? Yeah. And, I mean, it's not, well,
he didn't.
It doesn't sound very nice to say it, man, but he just didn't. And, you know, it shows that Villese knew that he had to strike while the iron was hot. He had to make hay while the sun was shining, and that's exactly what he did. He was able to then transition into castle himself, bring in the French knights, obviously the best knights in the game, best unit in the game, obviously the knight, no one's arguing with that. And again, it feels like Capoch was just kind of left in the dust. You know? It's not a knock against him. Villese was playing incredibly.
Also, I want to point out, very surprised, Capoch always usually go as well to the corners, to the legs. We see they didn't use the legs at all, so they didn't got any extra economy advantage, sorry. But look at the guy. He's 11 KD on the Villese. It's constant aggression. I mean, he tried to make some counterattack when he was in castle. He sent a couple of knights. Yeah, but he was having already spears. And the Villese never stopped attacking. I mean, we could say more things, more deadly things, but it's just the truth, because the map is open for Villese even. But since he was attacking, he was fine at home.
Well, I want to, perhaps put on the old Memstradamus hat here for you, Mem, because we were talking to dogao as well about his approach while we were watching. He highlighted the fact that he has come here ready to play aggressively. A lot of the players have. That seems to be what we're going to see here, playing Empire Wars. Do you expect it to change? Is it just going to be full aggro for the entire weekend?
Well, what I love it is that people, a lot of times, they ask me, hey, Mem, who do you rooting for? I like people who play aggressive. And right now, till now, who is playing aggressive seems to be rewarded. Yeah. And I'm happy with that. So I hope that it's going to keep like this. Yep. And, well, the next series that we're going to have is... It's going to be some real amazing players.
We're going to see some fireworks. We've got Jordan NBL coming up after this, so it's going to be pretty huge. We do hope people are going to be able to stick around for that. Mem, thanks for...
I have to cast.
Oh, you got more? Oh, yeah, you're out of here, mate. That's it. See you later. Forgot his shoes. Jeez, he's in that much of a hurry. My friends, what a pleasure it is to have you here once again joining us from Heidelberg Castle, live from the heart of Germany. A $200,000 Age of Empires 2 tournament as part of a broader celebration of Age of Empires, including Age of Empires 1, 2, and 4, with a total prize purse of over $500,000. 32 of the best players across all 3 of these games have assembled here to pit their might against each other, and so far we have had a rip-roaring time, and it is so wonderful to have you here. Let's have a look at the group setting, or the group standings as they are now at the end of 3 games. You can see in Group A, the group we've been following on this stream, TheViper joining dogao and Villese at the top of the table. In the middle there, Jordan and NBL. They'll be doing battle very shortly. And down but not out, Capoch, DauT and KingstoNe on 0 and 1. The magic number 2. 2 matches, 2 wins, and you're through to the quarterfinals. And we will be sending 4 players to the quarterfinals today before the final 4 spots are decided tomorrow. We've got Group B to have a look at as well. And a quick reminder for those of you who are wanting to watch the Group B matches, they are available on our B stream, twitch.tv/Nilly_AOE. You can check in with Ellie and Survivalist over there. You'll be in their capable hands. And as I can now update you, I think we already saw it on the stream, a little update there given. Hera taking out Soto 2-0. It's good to catch up with Hera. He's feeling confident. He was telling me he feels very prepared this time around. He's really put in the work, and we saw him go a long way last year before being taken out by MBL. So I'm sure he'll be hoping to do a little bit better this time around for himself. I'm a big fan of Hera. For anyone who is new to Age of Empires, or perhaps returning to the Age of Empires competitive scene, I cannot recommend Hera's guides enough. You head onto his YouTube channel. He's got a guide to 2K. I mean, I got pretty close. I mean, we don't need to get into that. But if you want to level up your Age of Empires game, check out Hera's YouTube videos. They are absolutely invaluable. Let's have a look at what we've got on the docket for the rest of the day and remind ourselves of what we'll be seeing. Jordan MBL coming up shortly after, of course, we've seen KingstoNe Viper earlier today. DauT versus dogao, and just now Villese versus Capoch. All of these 2-0 affairs. And of course, Jordan MBL coming up in just a few moments. And then we'll be switching over to Group B to check in with some of our winners. So if you're a fan of Mr. Yo, Leary, Hera, you get the chance to see them here on the A stream later on this evening, European time. We do hope you're enjoying the broadcast. All of us here are having the time of our lives, once again, bringing this tournament to you. And look, for me personally, it is the perfect marriage of two of my deepest passions, history and video games. I'm certainly better at one. Well, I was going to say we're better at one than the other, but then again, perhaps not. But for all the Age of Empires fans around the world, it's so terrific to have you here once again. $500,000, more than, on the table here, up for grabs across Age of Empires 1, 2, and 4. Age of Empires 1, I'm sure many of you around the world, just like me, as little kids, you were playing it on your dad's work laptop, 4 gigabytes of memory, not RAM, just actual hard drive memory, installing it from floppy disks. I don't know if there was a floppy disk release, but holy moly, haven't we come a long way? 25 years on now, in a castle, playing these games still. And then, of course, Age of Empires 4. Very excited to bring you the latest generation of this game. That'll be coming up next week. $300,000 on the line when it comes to that tournament as well. So it's going to be absolutely massive. We do hope you've cleared your dance cards for the next couple of weekends, because the sparks are sure going to fly here from Heidelberg. We are getting ready for our next match here. Jordan MBL coming your way. The players are getting themselves situated up in that map room. I will be checking that they've put the magnets back where they belong, because I've spent a very long time making sure that was all as accurate as possible. So we're going to get across that in just a moment. But I'm very excited to announce for the first time today, stepping into the casters booth, my friends, it is Nilly and Mem. So we're going to throw over to them and settle in for our next match right now.
Finally, Nilly, finally we're here. Welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. This is Mem, this is Nilly. You all know probably both of us, hopefully. And now we have Jordan versus MBL. But what we have seen today, we could talk a little bit about what we have seen today. You want to talk about some surprise? DauT, your teammate, 0-2 against dogao.
Yeah, he was really heartbroken there for sure. Not really what he was thinking what happened, right? He was already thinking ahead, like, okay, who am I going to face in the winner's bracket? And now we are into a weird scenario in Group A where it's not unlikely that even if DauT wins, he's probably going to face a GL player in the elimination match tomorrow, in the decider match tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, I'm checking because it can be a potential TheViper versus Jordan. Can be. So then it can be that can be the opponent. We will see. So the next series that we're having, well, as soon as possible, it will be Jordan versus MBL. Let's talk a little bit about this series. I mean, you know pretty well how Jordan is prepared. We all know also pretty well how MBL is prepared. I mean, it's all good, you know. Yeah. But always makes MBL a more complicated player to play.
Yeah, he still had to work 2 days ago, so he arrived relatively late compared to all the other players. Couldn't really have the setup. Then we had our great invitational dinner here. So this morning he was basically having the first chance to really test the setup, get into the groove. And Jordan, obviously he arrived a day earlier, instantly started some practice games. So it feels like setup-wise, feeling out how the aura of the cast is going to work out, Jordan should have the small edge.
Also, you know that I always like to ask about the psychological condition. I have the feeling that this year is going to be less important for how the players are playing. Just look at the performance from KingstoNe. I mean, it's the first time, and he was with the Viper at some point, 200 power, 150. Then you saw Villese, the Iceman. Now more Iceman than ever. I mean, seriously? You have seen Villese, guys?
He was focused.
Was focused, and then, don't worry, guys. I am on the way to
is looking sharp, Villese, for example. So, again, about that, do you think that factor, both got experience. MBL has been in many LAN already, Jordan as well. So, it's all about how they feel today, the strategies. The games can be very snowball, civilizations. What do you think is going to be the bigger factor here in this series? I know it's a hard question, but...
The thing is, Jordan, his playstyle is he's trying to play meta, he's strong in execution, he's so linear in his playstyle, and you kind of know what you're getting. You get the best macro, the best micro, the best civilizations, but you know what you're getting, right? With MBL, throw all that overboard.
The most unexpected.
Yeah, it's like civilization choices, wild map choices you can't predict beforehand. Strategies, it's so wild. Like we saw Burmese, right? The only time someone picked Burmese, I think, was MBL in a Red Bull tournament ever. Like he had so many wild approaches to the game. And this could easily break Jordan if he's not in the right mindset, because he has to be so sharp.
He make the biggest comeback.
MBL.
In MBL, 2-0.
Yeah.
2-0, and then he was like, 2-0, I have nothing to lose. Let's go wild. And then
he lost.
Yeah.
So he had something to lose. Tournament life.
Let's see what we are going to see. We can also talk about the Viper. How you have seen today the Viper playing? He played his best.
Game 1 felt shaky. Game 2 felt really sharp, I have to say. That was like the perfect defense against a pretty aggressive KingstoNe. Then the crossbows, perfect decision-making after he found the villager kills. So that was obviously, like, he also picked Arabia, right? So he was confident going into it. I don't think he was really put to the test yet in Game 2. Game 1, not the sharpest, but then the late game was smooth.
So the thing is, we are watching Group A. After this series, we are going to see the winner from the other group. And in the other group, even if Leo was looking a little bit shaky because he was about to lose, the other two, let's say, big names, Mr. Yo and Hera. We didn't see, I don't know if you have seen some of the games.
I've seen,
yeah. Guys, professional, you know? We are checking the, what do you think we were doing the analytics? Because Nili was taking a look, and how was Mr. Yo and Hera?
Mr. Yo obviously played against Valas. Frigid Lake looked a bit shaky. He got good Jaras on Frigid Lake, which is considered to be one of the strongest civilizations, so a lot of people felt that should be an easy win. Valas pushed him to the limit there, though. And Hera against Sito just felt really smooth, and after that he went to Mr. Yo. I have 2-0, tonight I have 4-0.
Oh my God. Well, guys, let's see if that's going to happen later, because I think we have the draft, really. And we're going to jump into the draft from this amazing series, Jordan versus MBL. And yeah, I wasn't wrong. Look at this beauty. Oh, man. Now we're checking very close, because we were later before, sorry. And now we have here Jordan and MBL taking a lot of notes.
Yeah, and we start off with the map ban, so we get rid of the maps that you don't like. Jordan has the first pick there, Atacama gone, MBL. Felt a bit surprised by that.
Yeah. Did you see his reaction? Was like, ah, Atacama? Okay. Then but he went free lake.
Comparably, Jordan isn't as smiling as much as I thought in his shot, and MBL is smiling more than I would have thought. If you look at their pictures, right?
Yeah.
That's Jordan without teeth. That's like his worst mood that he can get.
You got a point. It's like, I don't like where this is going.
Ooh, Shoals and Outcrop are the home maps. We have 11 maps in total, so now we continue banning until we only have one more map left, and then we go into the civilization draft. There, Jordan.
He's smiling more.
He's back.
But Nili, these maps, we can talk about Shoals and Outcrop. Not the fastest map in the map pool. These are, we were talking about this map specifically. Shoals. These maps are more late game oriented.
Yeah, I would think so as well. Outcrop really easy to wall. Shoals very misleading if you look at the thumbnail, and we will discuss all about that. But both players kind of playing the late game, so I wouldn't be surprised if we went into and close in map number 1 basically, but a ban from Jordan. So
then Arabia can be the I mean, MBL is not going to ban Arabia.
That's
true.
true.
If he ban Arabia, we have to make a new Red Bull already. You know, like, what's happening here?
Yeah.
What? Is Arabia there? No, it's Acclivity?
Acclivity and the Bull being banned.
Yeah.
I think Acclivity could have been a good map for MBL as well. And now Jordan has 2 choices. I think Arabia was one of them, and he goes for the ban. And
I think that Arabia is the map.
Arabia could be left.
Is the
Northern
map.
Isles.
And he smiled to the MBL like, don't worry, I left you Arabia.
But aren't you surprised that MBL left Arabia and Northern Isles open?
Yeah, like you mean that should have banned earlier Northern Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Because he gave the opportunity to Jordan to pick Northern Ireland as well.
That's it.
But the surprise is that Jordan didn't pick it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Northern Ireland's bring that messy games.
Mm-hmm.
And Jordan don't want that one. Because depending how the map generation it is on Arabia, you can get a game according to what he want.
Yeah.
But we all know how good and how used to Arabia is MBL. I mean, you don't want to play Arabia against MBL. You want yourself?
I myself, no, never.
No, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's also like it gives MBL a nice jump into the tournament, right? Because as we mentioned earlier, Jordan should be having his head more in the tournament than MBL, right? 2 weeks of boot camp, now arrived a day earlier, and MBL basically, like, he only really got into the grind of the tournament like 4 days ago, even streamed a lot, still had to work. So I think if I was in Jordan's shoes, would have given MBL a weird map, something that MBL had to digest first.
Yeah, but that's one thing that I think MBL is doing really well. I think one of his best abilities is that he just adapt, he just adjust during the games, right? Like, I don't know, do you think he has a plan?
And
I say this like a compliment, you know, it's like a compliment, like seriously.
It's funny how his brain works, right? And even before the qualification, right, I still had the dreams and ambition to qualify for this tournament. I actually had coaching by MBL, and his brain works pretty weird, and he has so many like different takes to the top players, but he like envisions the game so early. Like he knows how mid-castle age is going to look like while they're still loading into the game.
Okay. Well, we see now Aztecs, Magyar's band, Kumans and Byzantines. Well, Kumans can be a dangerous civilization in Outcrop. No?
Absolutely, yeah.
So
not so much Arabia. Oh, it could be
that's preparation. That's preparation.
Yeah.
Kumans, Byzantines, for shoals, right?
Oh, and we get Gujaras, considered to be one of the stronger civilizations there for sure. And MBL looking over. Does he need glasses? Ma'am, you should know.
Well, I need the glasses. I mean, so I don't know what you ask because I don't see anything already. Mayans. Well, going for the safe picks. Mayans, you know.
Aztecs still open. Let's see, could be a composition there for Outcrop and Arabia. Goes for Hindustan, is there on the other side.
Let's start make guess now that
Wait, there I was confused as well.
Oh.
Yeah, Hindustan is for
MBL.
Yeah.
Okay, MBL was going to kill the villager, you know,
Yeah,
already and before I start the game.
Give me my gula.
What's up? Gujaras for shoals? I mean, it's difficult because
Let's see what
now we see
can
Dravidians. So
yeah. Dravidians could be better for shoals. Starting with extra wood there, something I could see. And
Saracens.
Then I think Gujaras could be played on Outcrop, could be played on Arabia. They're just so strong that they are very versatile.
I was casting all the games with Hera, Empire Wars, and in Gujaras he was taking the herd balls. He wasn't using in the mill. Are not worthy?
Different approaches there, and we probably have to interview some of the players, and they will have like very different ideas. Obviously, last patch, the income of those bowls was decreased, so and look at this. This is what I've been saying. MBL with the wild Civ choices. Turks clearly not considered to be in the top 12 civilizations, but MBL throws in a curveball.
And for what map? Or just to make him think. To make his opponent, I can pick there. I can pick. Well, yeah.
What? How do we play Turks here? Arabia feels unreasonable. It kind of has to be for shoals. Because shoals, we are playing around IM timings there and having better bombard cannons, instant chemistry. The castle janissaries are nice as well. You have faster gold income. So I think if you play like the Boomy game, faster Hassa as well, your early IM timing could be nice with Turks on shoals.
But I think if you think about, even for Outcrop can be good as well. Scouts are with extra pierce armor as well. You can switch into barges as well, or booming, you make a castle with Janissars, because it's a slow map, so you can go, like, it can work. But the good thing is, if we're thinking this, maybe Jordan is thinking the same. Right?
They were just walking by, and they were like listening, like, oh, well, what does Mavanelli have to say about, like, what about Turks?
Well,
the problem with Turks and Janissaries on Outcrop is that you don't have stone where you spawn, right? And therefore you have to go to the outside, then collect stone. You have to be in Castle Age kind of for that. And then you can't really use the mobility because you're very much in the corner of the map if you go for that strategy. So I think if you go with that, then it has to be with a more mobile unique unit.
Okay, now we're going to see the players' entrance in the... And that give you a lot of like information, like...
The confidence level.
The confidence. Look at me. Like,
I'm scared.
I'm not confident. Look at... Well, Jordan is always confident. I mean, seriously.
That's the smile that I was talking about.
Yeah. Confidence or happy, you see? The camera was in the other side, Jordan. What are you doing, man? Okay, he's coming, Mr. Jordan.
There he is.
Like he's stopping by, you know?
Yeah, he knows. He knows.
Professional completely. And again... Well, guys, you can see Mr. Jordan, GL Jordan, and who got more fans in the chat? Jordan or MBL? Because both got a lot of fans. Well, you can type 1 for Jordan, you can type 2 for MBL. Okay. For example, in the chat, you spam a lot, and that's it. Because now we're going to see MBL, that is number 2 right now. And look at the spamming, man. There's a lot for both.
Yeah.
Look at that. Doesn't look too nervous.
Oh, that's...
What is he looking? He's looking the weather. It's cloudy, man. What is he looking for? It's cloudy. It's not looking the weather. I mean, it's cloudy. Even raining. I don't know. It's raining now?
I don't know. I only looked at the screen after I woke up.
Okay.
And now he's walking there. Still the book. Wrote down all the draft.
Now that nobody listened, this is the first time that they use the book, the notebook to notes. They never use it, man.
Actually,
in the real life, I mean.
In the real life, no. No, they have Notepad open, but obviously we're changing the PCs here. They're bringing the SSDs over to the next PC, so they have their full setup, don't need to set everything up every single time. But especially for the draft, putting down your thoughts earlier, and it is different with the drafting situation there in real life compared to what we normally do on the PC.
Okay. So now we're going to be in game number 1, Arabia. We have all the civilizations, and we have to go to the predictions. I don't know if we can have the draft already again there for everyone, for ourselves as well. What do you think it's going to be?
Oh, prediction for the set is so tricky, man. I kind of rule out a 2-0 or 2. This has to go to a deciding game 3, I feel, because they're so close. I have to give the tiniest of edges to Jordan here, and I will give him a 2-1. But it's so close, it feels like 55-45 in favor of our German. Give the thumbs up there. But MBL, I just counted him out so many times and always felt like a mistake.
Okay. This is a good t-shirt, right? Yeah, it is. Well, MBL is checking now the notes. Arabia. Imagine that we talk about Turks and now he pick on Arabia.
Oh God, that.
I mean, that will be like, we will be crazy.
Jordi, the knot. Hello.
Nice intro videos, those.
Yeah. The crazy location.
They are more serious.
Ooh, that was a focus.
That look, huh?
Yeah.
That look.
That's so nice.
And finishing with a sword. Well, we can see here some of these, well, statistics, let's call it, right? The skills they have. Do you agree with all of them?
Well, I made them, so...
Okay, next question.
No, we actually took the heads of lots of players together. I let some of them proofread those, so it will be tricky, right? Especially like micro for MBL. Some people felt like, nearly what you're saying with micro is not right. But if you think about Mangonel micro, Bombard Cannon micro, Monk micro, if we all include that, MBL is probably the best in those in the world. So he has to be 9 out of 10 if you include all aspects of micro, for example.
Yeah. Other day he was playing Spanish versus Hindustanis. He was a Spanish. Hindustanis is better?
Well...
It's better, right? You know where I'm coming, right? From where I'm coming. He won with Villese and Bombard Towers.
Against whom?
I don't want to say. I mean,
okay.
It's better to not say. Come on. I mean,
okay.
With Villese and Bombard Towers.
He's a crazy dude.
I mean, seriously. And there was Imperial Camels. You know, there was And he won with Villese and Bombard Towers. I wouldn't mind to see strategies like this.
I wouldn't mind either.
I wouldn't mind.
I think Jordan will be on a level where that strategy should not work, though.
Yeah.
And MBL, oh, look at that. That was a look into the camera.
Oh, look at Jordan.
Oh, meditation time. Okay, no one type in chat, please. It's time to meditate.
But how he knows the camera was at that moment there? I mean, he was with the eyes closed. And, okay. That moment. Okay. Mayans then for Arabia, for MBL, the safest pick?
Feels like it. Hindustanis feels more like an outcrop choice. We had... Or is he going for them on Turks, probably on Shoals? It just feels so weird, but yeah.
Hindustanis with the mobility in outcrop looks really cool as well, like very strong civilization there. Seems he's going to be booming, cheaper villages. Then the late game is very strong. Like if you go for a really late game with, I don't know, cavalry and those crazy hand cannoneers that are beasts with the extra 2 range, I don't know, can be a lot, but we have information and they are already in the game. We're going to see the games. How excited you are, Nelly? Because I want to see the games already.
I wanted to see it so much. You have no idea, man. Remember also, the winner of the set is going to play against TheViper later tonight. So, like, so much on the line, and the winner of that is obviously already through into the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, let's see, guys, because they are about to start, as you can see, and... Can we see that? I'm trying to see this.
Mem, that's not how it works. Mem just moved his head to the right so that he can look on MBL's stream. Mem, that's not how cameras work and screen.
Listen, or what happened here? No. I was trying, man. I was trying to see the civilization. Come on. Okay.
Oh,
I love that. Now
God.
we know the Sith.
Dravidians.
For Arabia?
For Arabia, yeah. Plus 200 wood there is the opening. Apparently good enough for Jordan to pick them.
But if the game go longer, I don't like that choice, honestly. It's tricky. It's like MBL know more or less what is coming.
Yeah.
And if that fail, the later game for Dravidians, no mobility at all, because they don't have mobility. Remember, cavalry from Dravidians is arguably the worst in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a tricky thing. It has to be one-dimensional push, likely to be Arbalest, likely to be something with Halberdiers. Maybe they can mix in some Rumi Swordmen, but it's a unit that is certainly underexplored, and Jordan, he can't fully rely on the skirmishers plus 25% attack speed.
Yeah, I want to see, because if we have Dravidians, we might see in a moment what pick MBL. And I think it's coming.
I feel it's coming. Berbers
versus Dravidians.
Ooh. Okay, Dravidians obviously benefiting from the upgrades in the barracks. So it's very easy to get to Halberdiers there. So MBL might be struggling if he goes like full out in cavalry.
Shouldn't be a castle push by MBL? All in 3 stable. If you reach in a good moment in Castle Age, like the knights are working so great right now. The pathing, is working better.
Yeah.
I would say that is the moment that is working the best.
Yeah.
For the knights, you take a bad battle with Dravidians, and the snowball can be real.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's like, I think heavy Castle Age there is absolutely an option. You also said that Dravidians in Imp, they lose some mobility, so maybe MBL wants to go for something like his signature Elite Skirmishers and then goes into Massive Cavaliers with that as well. So I think MBL has actually multiple options in Castle Age and in Imperial Age. Thing is, not a lot of bonuses for Berbers in Feudal Age, and that's where Dravidians shine, because they can simply open like double archer range if they wanted.
Yeah. So, do you think that potentially again we're gonna see the market abuse?
Ooh.
And this one. And I'm talking about MBL even more. Like, if he abused the market and reach castles faster than Dravidians, so some walls and try to go very fast to Castle Age.
Absolutely an option, right? We know, like, if Berbers are up in Castle Age and can build that Knight number, it can just completely snowball out of control. And Jordan, he maybe fears that that's indeed an option for MBL, wants to get the pike upgrade earlier, wants to have crossbow earlier, and wants to survive to get into a better position there. And yeah, Jordan having some issues there, rejoining the game. Still in a good mood, as we can see. I'm joining the game. Password 1, 2, 3.
Isn't that crucial? Like, you can keep that mood? Because we saw before DauT was
a little bit frustrated, you know, for maybe his gameplay or if some technical difficulty, whatever. But you need to really keep the focus because it can decrease your gameplay.
Yeah,
that's kind of obvious.
Yeah, but DauT was obviously only that emotional after his set was over, right? He knows he doesn't need to play again today, so he is free to like just express all his feelings. While Jordan, staying in the right mindset, absolutely one of his strengths.
Yeah, right now, obviously. I think he's always happy. I mean, like, he's always happy. Well, you can see that he was complaining about something himself, like how I'm doing this. Jordan, how I'm doing this. Yeah, that's not the smile anymore. And in a moment, guys, we're going to have the first game from this series, the last series of Group A, remember. And we have 200K prize pool on the line, 200K prize pool. And the winner from this series will face, as you mentioned before, Nelly, TheViper. The next series, for those people that just joined it, well, I'm not sure if it's going to be Mr. Johera or Leary versus TauT ACCM.
I think it's going to be Johera followed by Leary and TauT ACCM going on right now on the B stream. ACCM leading 1-0 against TauT there apparently. So not looking too great for GL fans today yet.
Not only about that, it's like these players that has been shining for the last year so much, and I will say two names, ACCM and Villese. They has been, let's say, in the top 8 constantly. Yeah. But they never made the really next step. Yeah. And look, I mean, it's still only 1-0, but we saw Villese already. They are looking at the next level, right?
Yeah. Villese had some finals, right? But Mr. Yo kind of guarding the final spot there, trying to win. And ACM, Winchester, obviously one of the big names that broke through as well. And it feels like it's time that ACM maybe has one of the big breakthroughs, maybe a semi-final in the biggest Age of Empires tournament of all times.
And you can notice, guys, how important it is for players like ACCM, because we have met him here and the happiness he has. I mean, he's looking like he's in a paradise, really in a paradise. Okay, I mean, man, you can tell whatever you want, Nelly. I don't mind. I'm happy. I'm here. I'm here. I'm happy. Well, everyone is happy, obviously, but we want to go into the action, and it feels that now they are in the game.
Ooh,
okay, we are getting there, guys, because they are definitely in the game. So I'm gonna be in contact with Mapu again, which I'm very happy, Nelly.
Oh, has been a long time for the two of you.
Long time to be with Mapu. And when we see this camera angle, is because we know that game number 1 is about to start in a moment, and we're going to see what is the opening. We're going to see the opening. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, MBL, Berbers, Jordan, Dravidians. Obviously, nothing too much going on. We see MBL doing what we were talking. Nelly, walling right away.
Yeah, and well, let's take a look at the opening here. Archery range by MBL, and Jordan is opening double archery range. Remember, Dravidians have an additional 200 wood, so one of the few civilizations that could actually do that together with humans.
Okay, let's see, because that's really, really important. It makes that you don't need to have like the Cuman's cheaper buildings, but you can also make the double archery range right away. The problem is, if you wall like MBL is trying to do, I suppose, yes, but you make few skirmishers, you might hold, right?
Will be tricky. Early fletching here for Jordan as well. MBL had to pause for a small moment, pulled all villagers away from gold. That means he's opening skirmishes.
Yeah, he's opening skirmishes. You see how he is luring all the deers right now. He's walling, adding more farms, you know, and double B-tags already. So he didn't make it in the start. And let's see what is going to happen. We see all the walls. I mean, it's going how we expected. Like, MBL is walling all, and I wouldn't be surprised that as soon as he has the resources, he just make the market.
Oh, well, let's see. Wood upgrade is coming in there as well now. Trying to break this one. Low HP on the palisade, surely. And villagers, they are pretty exposed there. Berries, well, not the prettiest spot for them. And how much skirms do we have? 2, 3 more on the queue. Has to wait for fletching, otherwise he can't engage.
Well, Jordan is expected to have more army. It's normal. He has the double buildings. And we can see there the archers trying to get through. He couldn't. And I don't know if he's going to finish that wall. He still finished. I don't know why he's not doing a lot of idols. Look at that TC. A lot of idols by MBL. Now he has to relocate all the resources. all the Villese in the resources, but MBL is Jordan is completely open because he feels confident. He's just going aggressive, he's attacking, and he feels fine right now.
And that's the beauty of the Dravidians, right? You don't need to care about those early wards. Nice micro by MBL, pulling the low HP villagers away there. Now we see armor coming in, and then it's getting tricky for Jordan to fight there. He does not have the armor. Obviously not the important skirmisher versus skirmisher fight, but MBL, reasonable numbers, might lose his scout. 7 HP, getting away. Seems like it. And, oh, nice kill for Jordan. And now there's barely any vision for MBL.
Okay, he keep going. Well, as you can see with the fog of war, but nothing happening right now because he's walled completely. He's trying to balance the economy a little bit. As you can see, he has 20 villages on wood, 12 on food, 4 on gold MBL, while Jordan has quite a lot more on food right now. And well, he's not breaking in, but the economy for Jordan looks really smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. The transition is just so easy, right? Look at the food, look at the gold. MBL even goes for the food upgrade. Kind of interesting that he feels like horse color is an option here for him. Feels like he can defend here. Thinks about the very long game. Quite an interesting and pretty ballsy move.
Well, right now with this amount of skirmishes, if he micro properly, he's gonna take all the archers. He's taking right now all the archers, as you can see. Okay, and well, he's cleaning everything. He's cleaning really everything right now. The KD is much better, and MBL is doing a good job. The problem is that Jordan, it's going to go up to Castle Age. Right now, minute 6. There you go.
Archer count not that high, as you can see here for Jordan. Has two more in the queue. And, well, Castle Age coming in. Now with the market after he clicked up. That is interesting, man. Typically, we see a market being built so that we can juggle with some resources, try to get to Castle Age a bit earlier. But we're on the way to Castle Age market. Does that imply that he is actually trying to find a ballistics timing?
I believe so. I believe so because otherwise it will make no sense. But MBL still make the market and now and buy some resources. It's not going to be too far. The problem, as you were mentioning, like he's doing the market now. He has only 5 archers. He doesn't have like big numbers because the KD, he didn't get any advantage from that opening in the start. Having a lot more army and, well,
he got map control, right? Yeah. He got to design the map how he wanted to. He knows that he didn't face any aggression. He still has the faster Castle Age timing, right? So there are some advantages that he's taking away from it, but obviously he didn't find the major damage that could end the game quickly.
Yeah, and MBL is already up. I mean, this is typical from MBL. Going slower, a little bit slower, then he hold a little bit, and I wouldn't be surprised that then we see, I mean, transition double stable.
Yeah, feels like a very likely thing. And he is using the market a bit, bought some food there, 12 on gold, obviously not something you need if you go fully for skirmishes that don't cost any gold. Now MBL will find some kills, better numbers for him. I'm a bit surprised that Jordan is out here.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, that, like when you are going up to Castle, just wait a little bit, because right now you just get, well, the numbers didn't work completely. First stable coming, and now he's trying to go forward. We see the units are coming there in the minimap, so he's trying to make some attack. Has crossbow and botkin arrow coming. It's how many archers are there? Ooh, that number is tricky, but MBL noticed those skirmishes working like an outpost. Now, couple of houses, is only one stable. Second stable, and then siege workshop.
It's tricky, right? Because so many crossbow already knocking at your door. I think MBL needs to focus on defending. Also, look at that, walling a bit with stone. So he's accepting that he's not going to play 3TC here.
Okay, so that means that probably is another archery range. How many skirmishes he got? He got 9 skirmishes.
Wow.
I really believe that 9 skirmishes is probably a note, but look at that economy. Look at the MBL economy. If he has a second stable, he can spam a lot of knights. And, well, but 3 TCs for Jordan.
I'm so surprised. Is that a janitor play, ma'am? It has to be janitors, right? Because he's not continuing to produce skirmishes.
It can be, and he's doing the bloodlines is okay because he's gonna go for the knights, but bloodlines also works for the janitors as well.
Are you kidding me?
You want to make them
in the queue? Look at that, janitors! Barely a unit that we never see. Exclusive to Berbers. It is basically a stronger skirmisher, and I love MBL for using them.
With mobility, skirmishes with mobility, but the thing is, it's beautiful to see the units. Jordan, 3 tone centers. Difference, only 1 villager difference. And then the idle TC now for Jordan is starting to happen because doesn't have that many farms, or he has enough farms to keep going with the production.
Yeah, 13 farms obviously not enough. We need 17, 18 farms there if we have Wheelbarrow, which we are getting now. So Jordan, we would love to see some more there if we are the Jordan fans. Already thinking about relics, so Jordan accepting the long game there as well, knows that Janitors, they won't threaten him too much.
+2 Janitors already. Nice with the +1 double TC. Imagine Janitors with ballistic Nelly. What is gonna be here?
Can't run away from those.
Do you think he's gonna keep 2 TCs and when he stabilizes and can clean those? Because remember, those Janitors can't get even husbandry. Do you think a Siege Workshop forward might be the play?
It's tricky to say right now. He has 6 on stone. I feel like he wants to muscle up a big army of Janitors and Knights, and then actually is thinking about a forward castle here, man.
Okay. No, but the 6 on stone is Jordan.
The 6 on stone is Jordan.
Jordan,
Ooh,
he doesn't have on a stone.
Why does he have 6 on stone?
He doesn't have on a stone.
Ooh.
He's cleaning. I think that this is the right time. Look at the Siege Workshop exactly in this area with some small hill here close to that.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Menstradamus in the house.
Oh, nearly. There you go. The Siege Workshop is coming with the knights, with the skirmishes, with those Janitors that are about to happen. And if he's coming now, this is where I really believe that Berbers shine. In this kind of push.
Deleting all the houses. We're luckily 75 out of 105. Siege Workshop for the defense now, but this is not easy to maneuver, right? It's easy that a Mangonel gets trapped left next to the house, right of the house. It's not pretty. I think I would have liked either a bit further back or 2 tiles further forward because Mangonel's easily bugging out here.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what is going to happen. The game amazing. I think even if he's 11 villages here behind, I really believe that the quality of the army from MBL is much better right now. I mean, we can see the value. We can see the value right now. He's a stronger unit. Obviously, doesn't have ballistic. With ballistic, those Janitors would be now insane right now. But he keep pushing the goal. That he has another goal safe right now? No. The other 2 goals are behind the wood on the left. So the goal is so important, and he's trying to put all the aggression. MBL. Mangonel, and who is one of the best players controlling the Mangonels, Nelly?
It is
Thank you.
MBL. Membial. Yeah, and that was also really long conversion there, not finding the kill. At least gets 1 here. Tried to micro away a bit from that one. Mangonel at the front. Is MBL watching? Jordan didn't want to commit. Now he wants to and gets 1, maybe a second one. That would be so good for Jordan. Would be so good for Jordan. Moves into minimum range. The Knight needs another hit and...
What? How he saved that? How he saved that, MBL? He killed the first and we were going to think it's going to be 0-2, so then we are talking about how he controlled the Mangonels, and then we see that move. Unbelievable.
That's so sick.
Really? Amazing.
And MBL, obviously, this is his dream scenario, right? He can play his favorite unit, can play some like Skirmisher Knight, some Mangonels being mixed in there as well, and Jordan is running out of options.
I mean, he's attacking in the front. What? Oh, the kill. Is the kill now. Now he lost it. He was the kill in that one, but look at those Janitors over the TC. Yeah, he's ahead 15 villages. How many idols he got, Jordan, right now? How many idols?
Yeah.
Efficiency at the bottom right corner, nearly 57% Jordan. MBL close to 80%.
Oh man, and finds more villager kills here. Obviously, Skirmisher's not great against villagers, and Janitors neither. And Jordan, he needs to add something different than crossbows here. Not really the option. Look at his stone. Soon he can build 2 castles.
Yeah, he can make the castle, but where you make the castle right now? The goal is exposed. The castle, you cannot really make it there to what? Oh my God, Jordan got... That was a great one for Jordan. It was a good trade because he was about to lose. That castle is crucial, Nelly.
Can that castle go up, man? Military count 24-6. The Knights, obviously, line of sight of Knights are pretty bad. The villagers bugging out, not really building the palisade there. A ram now coming in. That's really good for Jordan. If MBL had a Mangonel here, we could see a lot of villager losses. Here it feels like Jordan can hold.
Yeah, but this is also very important here. Look at the village on goal for Jordan, 0. Those Janitors are almost about to die. Can we see fog of war from MBL? Because Mapu, we need to know if he knows where the other goals are from Jordan. And MBL have no clue also about the other information. Doesn't know at all that the goal is there just for 1 tile. You know, but Jordan can see it.
Jordan couldn't see his third.
Can see it?
Jordan couldn't see his 3rd gold there.
Let me check.
Oh, that's like he kind of should know, right? There's no other spawn, but yeah, MBL just pressuring so much and thinking about him.
Yeah, and that's the question here. Since he doesn't have a lot of stone right now, go up to Imperial faster or keep the pressure, like +2 knights, go all in or go Imperial, because 79 Villese for the really long game is not the greatest economy.
Yeah, well, he will work on that for sure. Only 2 TCs, right, for MBL, so not increasing that much. Obviously found some villager kills to equalize that out. And typically, once there's a defensive castle, going for massive castle armies isn't paying off that much anymore. So I'm thinking MBL probably imping, sends a lot of villagers on stone himself and tries to trap those 2 down.
Personally, I don't know what you think about that castle. I don't think that Jordan achieved too much with that castle. I will put more on the left, because that castle at the end, look at this. All these areas so weak, and now MBL can see that goal. Ladies and gentlemen, MBL with 2 TCs, 83 villages, 32 military, 117 population. He's about to go up to Imperial. You can go chemistry and bombard cannons as well with Berbers, even if you don't have a castle, but he will, because he has 13. And this is only 8 villages, 7 villages different. A lot of army for MBL.
Some of them, well, pretty ballsy running under the castle here. Some of them will lose their lives. MBL taking or running away there. Oh no, we see Squires trying to get some more range on there. And look at that, forward villagers are coming. MBL wants to place a forward castle.
Oh, amazing, amazing transition by MBL. MBL is doing already a 30C while he's going up to Imperial. He will keep going with the economy. The army just coming. Now he's going to split those units. No, he didn't. But being up to Imperial, Jordan, it's not going to go up anytime soon, nearly. This is looking really, really good for MBL.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jordan, like, now we have to even consider, like, what are his next options? If MBL goes in, typically you want to raid, try to avoid the trap war, but MBL's castle will be likely that aggressive that you have to address it somehow, and in Castle Edge, that's pretty much impossible.
Yeah, let's see where he's gonna make. That hill that we see here on the left, even go forward to take the goal directly. Oh, he's doing a little conservative castle, we'll say, right?
I think this is more of a castle. Okay, I'm going to kill one of your castles there at the front, and then I'm controlling all your woods, right? Because he's raiding behind here, raided this spot here as well, and now basically this front wood line here next to the castle is the only real control Jordan has over wood.
Also, we see all, guys. We see all. MBL doesn't know if his opponent is on the way to Imperial, for example. The score difference is not so big, so he preferred to be a little bit safer. Well, it's not that safe, because if he was up to Imperial, he's on the range of 40C. This is looking just so great. What do you think Jordan is going to think? Because I don't think he's obviously going to give up. The score is very close, but he's so far from going up.
I don't think he is expecting MBL to get in.
Right?
Like, I really will look at his camera and want to see how he's reacting to this, because we're 20 seconds away from probably a big surprise for Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, those janitors are now with ballistic already, and in 5 seconds we're gonna discover what Nelly was mentioning right now. 1-0, let's see the Imperial, and he didn't really react at all. He's so focused, he's really focused, but chemistry right away, and more stables all over the map. MBL is still like 20 villages behind, but who cares right now?
Yeah. If you get the traps out, like, Jordan is running out of options as well, right? We discussed strategies like trying to go into Imp and something like Arbalest, Halberdier, something we mentioned, but those are all Imp options. Jordan will click any second now, heavily using the market, but that's still like 4.5 minutes till you have those upgraded units.
Yeah, so right now the time in the momentum is gonna be for MBL. He's doing the already treble chats. And what the transition, actually. He doesn't have a lot of resources in the bank. First goal is just to clean the forward base from Jordan, I believe.
Luckily for Jordan, he can kind of work with an army composition of Halberdier and elite skirmishers here, right? He doesn't need control for this gold simply because of the unit choice that MBL is going for. Jordan indeed now tagging into elite skirmishers, tries to go for some more stone. Nice splits here, but pikemen, once they can close the distance, really good against janitors.
Okay, he's still trying to, but the problem is, he has been attacking all the time. The damn janitors, Jordan is not going to forget tonight, because he's been attacking with them all the time. The speed they have is just amazing, as you can see. And then the trebuchet already taking the castle. There's a ram as well, so he's taking the archery range. And when he's going to be in Imperial, what you were mentioning, It looks like it's 2 minutes is nothing. It's a lot at this point.
Yeah.
It's really a lot. And then you need the time to make the upgrades.
Yeah, and remember, Dravidians, they don't get bombard cannons, if I remember correctly. Now they
No, in the last patch, yes.
They now get
Yeah.
bombard cannons. So at least some option there, even if he loses the castles. Has 2 relics to his name, that's something. But MBL behind this just increased from 2 to 5 TCs now.
The level is incredible. We were talking about the preparation, really well prepared. Yes, that MBL maybe didn't prepare that much. He was working till, well, but now you see the games, 138 population for both, yes, but the timing is there for MBL. What more armies should do now, MBL? Because if you check the numbers, doesn't have a lot of army anymore. Like, there's not a huge advantage with the military. Of course, he got more, but let's see if Jordan is gonna be able to hold. He got some resources. Halberd this right away, or what? Because, ooh, that might not.
Halberdier tech is cheaper, so would make a lot of sense. And, well, Halberdiers, as we have seen before, are pretty good against Janitors and Cavaliers. So Elite Skirmishers may be the only option. I wouldn't mind if MBL actually tagged away from them, but Jordan has to tap out. What a good game by MBL.
Amazing performance by MBL with the 2 TC Berbers. You know, when we were talking in the start, there was not real damage from Jordan, and MBL used his civilization, I will say.
It's tough to analyze this one, right? Jordan, he went the double archer range, MBL with only 1 archer range, and somehow could hold pretty easily, right? Maybe you could have think, okay, Jordan, just poke with the archers, and the moment you see opponent is going full skirmishers or only plays 1 archer range defense, go back and wait for your crossbow timing, and then maybe crossbow, monk, mangonel, something together. But he was basically crossbow only, arriving in Castle Age with decimated numbers. And that's a dream for Berbers.
You remember that battle when he was transitioned to Castle Jordan and he got the army outside? He lost the numbers as well. So he couldn't, because when you are going that fast, you want to make the damage. He really, I don't remember the count of Villese, but he didn't kill economy to MBL at all.
Yeah,
remember attack. It was constant pressure with the Janitors.
Yeah, pretty crazy. And MBL used his mobility, and honestly, like, I kind of want to know of Jordan, like, if he even thought about Janitors being an option.
Yeah, it's just crazy. And now we are in the scenario that we are going to see Jordan home map.
Yeah, he can pick both options.
Yeah,
right?
for that I'm asking like this, like, it's gonna be his home map, he's gonna pick the other. Still, civilizations Jordan has, pretty good. But MBL, Mayans, and Hindustanis, and well, and Turks.
I honestly think like Outcrop could be Hindustanis, Turks could be something for Scholz, and MBL might not play Mayans, which initially was his first pick.
Well, with MBL, it can happen. It can happen. Then why you pick Mayans? What is he thinking right now? You know him better than me. What is he thinking right now, Jordan? Even if he looks happy.
It's crazy, like how he sometimes gets entertained by losses. If only the opponent played well, right? Remember him struggling in the qualification and like how he said like, I'm now a Ganji fan. Ganji played so well, crazy games. And he's like, just like MBL with Janitors. He's so smart, he's so clever. And he's enjoying the game so much.
So then, Neely, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna blame you a little bit. You have to increase the strategy to MBL. You put 7 points only, I think. I mean, strategy up a little bit for MBL. 8 this time? 8? Can be?
He had some wild strategy.
He did. It's not now seriously
as well.
Exactly. It's not the first time that he surprised and work.
Yeah, no? That's so true. That's so true. Yeah. Although this one with Berbers was relatively straightforward, right? But still, like the Turks are still the big question here, and we have to figure out how he's going to approach.
But we were talking about Berbers, and we were talking, let's say, double stable, even triple. If you, we were not talking about speaking about the Janitors, so it was very, very nice, and worked really well. Also true with all the upgrades, because if not, they are much weaker. He did +2/+2.
Yeah. And Bloodlines, Husbandry most likely, Ballistics. So like Janitors is a unit that really benefits from upgrade because you can go in so many directions to upgrade them.
Yeah. Well, now we're going to have the second map. We don't know yet the second map, which is make this waiting time even more intense for us. Probably they know already, or they're thinking about that. They're thinking about that, right?
About their civilization?
The map. Did they
map.
pick the map
Oh,
already?
I think Jordan
Probably
picked the map
already.
earlier, yeah. And now the big question, right? We have to raise this, like, if Jordan has a strategy prepared
on his home map, on Scholz, for example, he still needs to win both games. So what we have seen today multiple times is that actually the player trailing took the home map of the opponent. And that's indeed what we are going to see here again. Jordan will pick MBL's home map outcrop simply because either 1-1 and I can play my home strategy, or 2-0 and I might have kept my strategy hidden or my approach on Scholz.
Okay, I honestly think that both maps are okay for MBL.
Yeah.
Both remaining maps are okay for MBL because MBL is a player that if you go for the late game as well, I mean,
good
Jaras. It's scary, man. This civilization.
Hmm.
The animation is scary as well, you know. But the civilization is even more scary.
Just imagine like a cameraman jumping away because he got scared of that.
Oh man. Okay. And now we want to discover. I love it.
Don't show me Janissary. Please don't show me Janissary. Production. Okay. Just show me anything else. Oh, MBL. Oh, he has a smile. Oh no, he picked Turks. That's a Turk smile. Oh, he's still thinking.
I don't think it's a bad one, honestly. Come on, MBL. Come.
Oh, for the fans.
Come on, Patrick. Fans. Patrick, show me the Sith. Patrick, guys, is people in the production, okay? So used to know, you know Mapo, you know Patrick now, so they are knowing everyone, you know?
Oh no, oh no.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh,
the Mayans.
Ooh.
He's going for the safe one. Mayans versus Gurjaras.
Ooh.
I don't dislike.
That's something that I think Gurjaras is better.
Yeah.
Mayans? But, really? Ooh.
But Mayans is always dangerous. It is always dangerous, I don't know. Because it's a map that you expect to go for the late game, but it's possible to go all in 3 barracks, for example, against Gurjaras?
I don't think so. Like it has to be like Mangudal, Eagle all in at the side, then you control one of the goals, try to maybe raid the other one. But that's something we could have done with that 6. Oh, look at, he is staring him down. That's a look I always get like at poker tables, right? And like someone says all in and he's like looking over there like, do you have it?
No.
What's your plan? Gurjaras? You really think Gurjaras can do something against Mayans?
Well, now MBL is gonna make skirmishes with double arrows. You never know, you know, like, he can do that, you know. Let's see. He's gonna have something prepared. It's his whole map. Pick the Mayans.
Pick first, yeah.
He might have something. It's not gonna be standard.
Yeah, it can't be. Like, but what
is the standard?
What is the
here?
standard on
exactly.
Mayans? I really like. I've seen a lot of games over the last month on Scholz, right? And Mayans was something I think I've never seen. Yeah, I would be surprised. We have seen some Aztecs there. It's outcrop, not Scholz. Oh, okay.
It's outcrop.
It makes okay.
It's outcrop.
Ah,
you were thinking in the other. No, it's outcrop.
Yeah. It's day one.
It's outcrop. It's outcrop. But you say outcrop.
Okay, Mayans makes so much more sense for MBL now.
For that I was like, I think Mayans here.
And then Scholz with Turks are still an option.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yes, they have Hindustanis, which is not a bad one as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are in game number 2. And if MBL is winning, he's going to face the snake, the Viper, if he's winning this game. So we have a wall opening. I don't see any artillery or anything, right? He want to go directly into Castle Age?
Yeah.
And it's a possibility.
4 on gold, so he took some other villagers, scout around, camel around. So Jordan will win this battle quite easily. Second Eagle getting attacked as well. Not going for a Spearman. Now queues up the Spearman. Actually added a second barracks to MBL.
Okay. I see. Yeah. He did it. Okay. Can we see his base, Mapo, blue base for Jordan to see what he's doing with the Herdables where we were talking? He's taking. Well, he put some on the mill, but he's taking the other.
2 in the mill, maybe? Okay. Remember, though, we have multiple extra
combinations.
Right? Yeah, look at that. And 2 coming in. That could be nice income for him.
Yeah, because the opening, if you don't take the herdables, it might be slow and you might not generate the food node to go army. And if he's going army, he needs to put that way. I like that. The Gurjaras is a very smart choice as well here.
Yeah. Like 3 civilizations basically benefit from the extra sheep on this map. It would be Britons, it would be Tatars and Gurjaras. So those are 3 civilizations that we see a bit more often here than, for example, on Arabia. And it just feels like we are going towards Castle Age with the 2-0 KD. Maybe a bit more fight for the cows, but I don't see too much damage being done.
This map is a map that is more complicated to make some aggression, and this is looking now dangerous for MBL. Why? Resources for Jordan are just amazing, and he did a stable few scouts. He's walling all the map. I think he's going to be well complete on the left. Yeah, he just need to make that market, and MBL is just coming with not too much army either. Resources are okay, but Jordan is on the way to Castle Edge, minute 4. Not bad.
Thing is though, what are we going for if we are good Jaras here? Because Stone, not really an early option, so we can't go to Chakram Throwers. Stable, not that great against Mayans here. I'm interested what Jordan is going for.
I don't know.
He's surely not going Man-at-Arms, which technically is a great counter, like longsword tech against Castle Edge push of Mayans, but it just feels so unnatural for good Jaras.
Yeah, no mobile, they are very slow. I mean, is the riders, like I like to call them, an option? They are going to do something against potential Eagle Pikes? Not really.
Not really. That's not where they're shining. They want to face archers. And, well, Mayans not really playing into that direction yet. And those 2 cows.
Yeah. Well, he's going to kill it. Yeah.
That's bad, man.
He's going to kill them. And MBL being slower to Castle Edge is not necessarily bad here. Like, he might be okay. He's wall, he has more Villese. Mine resources last longer. He has Horse Collar and W tags. He's about to go up. And then he will add 3, 4 barracks maybe? How do you stop that?
I think he has to add town centers, right? It's just too easy to defend. Okay. Jordan now sending villagers at the left-hand side, tries to get TC up. The question now, is the TC going to be next to the stone? Eagle sees it, Spearman see it. And look at that, military count 11 on the field right now. He could send some Eagles over there. I'm not sure if Jordan gets the TC up.
Well, if he's sending a couple of Eagles more, it's not going to happen, and that's going to be a problem. Maybe he's going to try to make the TC and wall himself, but MBL is quite far with the other units. We check in the minimap how the yellow colors, the yellow dots are just coming, but there's more from the middle. 4 Eagles more, and I don't know if he has,
Walls have to be on point for Jordan.
He needs to wall this, because if the other units are coming and deny this one, it's a big loss here by Jordan.
If he loses those wilds, the game could be over already. 4 Eagles there. Remember, there's still few late. Get +3 attack. Yeah, and Jordan in time there. Okay, nice scout usage. This is really important because I think he's playing no units into, well, double stable Shiramsha, so he will defend okay-ish, but it's not super cost efficient.
Okay, he's gonna try to defend. I don't know. He's doing the +1. Is he doing more barracks at home? MBL 2 barracks.
Look at his wood map. How many TCs does he want to go? Like he might be playing like, honestly, the MBL style would be to buy 100 stone here and go for 4 TC boom. Don't you think so?
And just few Eagles. Few Eagles there, here and there, maybe pikes or maybe a monastery even.
Isn't that allowing the opponent to go into chakrams? Because like the queue isn't long. Look at that. 2 barracks producing, 4 villagers already in the queue. 1 siege workshop.
Oh, he's going aggro. He's going aggro. He's going aggro. He's adding also TCs. TC on the left at home, as you can see, doing the siege workshop right away. Resources are looking good to me. Forging +1 is doing Bozo, or he should have done Eagle Warriors because he's not doing the Eagle Warrior upgrade right now.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by his choice. Maybe Spearman could have been an option as well. And that's just the brutal thing, right? MBL, although he's putting on pressure with the Siege Workshop that's going to come here,
incredible.
He's still booming on 3 TCs, and that's so tough to figure out if you're Jordan here.
Man, that's amazing. Like 3 TCs as well from Jordan, but again, we have a similar game at some point with the previous one because MBL is going to be raiding. It's going to be annoying. You see 500 the score right now. Is the game 5 or 500 score different right now in favor to Jordan?
It's the
That's
scouting.
a look.
Yeah, I think
it's
the scouting.
Can we see both Fog of War? And then we can explain this. As you can see, this is the scouting for
like 45%, and Jordan looks more like 75. Right?
Yeah.
That would be 300 points.
Oh man, look at the amount of Eagles here with the Mangonel coming. Now that TC is gonna be in problems, and the stone miners. But Jordan has already the stone to make a cast of white.
Jump.
Big oof. Why? Because he bought it.
649, ma'am.
649 and no goal, my goodness. Well, that's so unfortunate. I mean, when you see that, you just want to cry. Really?
Only 2 wilds. What's happening here? He doesn't have anything on stone. He's buying another 100 stone, and the price is already high.
Super high. So this affects a lot right now his economy. MBL 49, Villese 17 army, 50, 55. I like a lot the position here for MBL. Obviously, the caster will give some breath to Jordan, but now you have to mass the Chatran. That, by the way, they are disgustingly good.
Yeah.
Like, we're so strong. but the reading is here. What do you do now with from MBL if he see the unique unit?
MBL just built another
What
barracks here. He knows that Jordan has to give up the town center, and it's questionable if Jordan should even continue building villages here. Right now he is, right? But the Eagles are around. Mangonels will kill their town center. I actually think that every single vill that could be built there is actually going to die to the Eagles.
Yeah, doesn't matter too much that now he's 4 villas ahead because he has the map controlled right now. It's true that the KD from MBL is quite low, but well, doesn't matter too much right now. He has so many units, 22. These are so cheap. He keep doing more, 5 more in the queue, 2 Mangonels. Well, that is gonna be down. He's not doing the villas anymore. He can take 4 villas from there, and he will right now, MBL. Doesn't matter. And look at the score, Nelly. Nearly the score. Say that MBL is about to take the lead even in the score. He's taking right now, TC down. The score difference has switched for 1K in 2 minutes.
3 versus 3 TCs. Jordan has a town center up, right? Yeah. He's in an okay spot. It's weird how we got here, but Jordan can't be too unhappy. Could add a 4th town center now, and if he gets a castle at the right-hand side, he actually got to the spot that he wanted to get to. Gets chakrams against someone that's going infantry.
But he's not doing them. He has a castle already, and he's not doing any of them right now. It's true that his economy is definitely not the best. Jordan 6 minutes idle TC, MBL 3. That means he's double the idle time, which means a lot. MBL doesn't know that there is a castle. That's why he's coming with those. He needs to react very fast. Now he see, so the mangoes are safe. He needs to move to the right side, Nelly.
Yeah, but that's an easy target, right?
Yeah.
MBL knows exactly this is happening. We have the hill there in the center. Another siege workshop at the right-hand side for MBL. Wow. He knows exactly where he wants to pressure.
But then Jordan is selling his soul to buy a castle, a second one. He's spending a lot to buy 2 castles here. Just look.
That's such an atypical play from Jordan, right? Not going for any units. Castle needs to control some gold. Oh, I think 2 tiles further forward could have been nice. He's not controlling any gold. No, he has 1 further down.
MBL
right?
fog of war. Okay. Mapu, please, MBL fog of war. He needs to see if the castle is there. Well, now he can see the Eagles are coming. The Mangoes are there. He's going to send everything or not. 3 Mangoes. The castle is going to be up in time or not. Percentage of that castle. 50% nearly. He's going to make that castle, or it's going to be a DauT castle
I think he's going to make it. I think it will be like 80%. Then the Mangonels are starting to shoot, and he can jump in and out of the town center. I think it should be fine for Jordan, but maybe with big losses.
Oh man, it's gonna be a very expensive castle. He's losing now quite a lot of villages. There's Eagles in the north, Eagles in the south. The Mangonels are here. Even if he's doing the castle, look at the population now from MBL.
Ooh, over 30 population lead here. Now aggressing this side, and that is the exposed mill as well, ma'am.
Yeah, he's taking absolutely everything. Now soon we will see probably, and thanks for that castle that is not 2 tiles forward, he's gonna build probably a castle MBL on the right side. He keep raiding, and ladies and gentlemen, this is starting to look closer and closer for a 2-0 for MBL.
We're going for chakrams now. If we get both Mangonels, that would be really good for Jordan. Tries to micro around it and gets the last hit there. Yes, he does.
He got it.
Chakram can clear it up, but just think ahead. Even if he clears this up, MBL already having stone, building the castle, trying to go for the aggression.
Look at that
He's switching away from Eagles.
He's doing the castle now. He's doing the castle there. Now fletching. What is he doing in that siege workshop? I'm not... It's rams. He's doing several rams.
No way.
But the Chathran might kill them.
Yeah.
Well, if you make Botkin, maybe he can with the castle support, but that mill is going to be down. So bonus is going to be gone. And I don't know, man. MBL is playing absolutely amazing. I don't know if he's going to win this game, you know, but looking so good for MBL.
If you're a Jordan fan, the last minute was really good for Jordan in the sense that MBL is preparing a potential all-in next to the castle while Jordan goes for more and more chakram. So he is actually building a pretty good army to defend here. And as you can see, chakrams are crazy with their line damage there against the Eagles. Oh boy, they're killing.
Yeah, he's killing a lot. He's killing a lot, as you mentioned, but there's a problem. It's an all-in quote. Why is all-in in quote, Nelly? Because he has now almost 20 villains more. So even if he's losing those, he still have a good economy.
Yeah. And he stopped producing the rams as well. Realized, okay, you're going for that many chakrams, not going to continue with this. And this is just the beauty of MBL, right? He sees, okay, I'm going to pressure. Oh no, you have all the right answers, then I'm going to change my plan.
Yeah, and his plan now is he changed the dam all-in for the 5-tone centers. 5-tone centers for Maya and Nelly. 200 villages into Wonder Victory or what? 5 TCs with the castle there and switching into now Plume Archers. No more Eagles, 100 villages. Man, I don't know, speechless. A little, well, we don't stop to talk, but speechless.
Yeah, not really typical for Mayans, right? They have really cheap units that scale really easily with low economy. So typically we see Mayans trying to get to Imperial Age with like 85, 90 villagers, then add some more so that you can use the nice tech advantage, get Bracer, get Elite Eagle Warriors. But MBL goes for the big boom here and will have a crazy economy. Therefore, Jordan gets some time to breathe, but rates are still pretty solid.
Nice, it's crazy. Now he's doing castle at home. MBL, I mean, if you see that the score is getting closer, I think he's reading well the game. He knows what's going on, and now he just wants to go up to Imperial.
Well, it should be the plan for both of them. Bracer flies in. We have the unique tech here for Gojaras, allowing all of your units to be 25% cheaper when it comes to food. So should be able to afford some more Shiramshas, should be able to afford some more of those Chakram throwers.
Oh, but this 30 Village is different. It's incredible. And the KD is 16 villages killed by MBL. 16 villages. Now he's still surrounded. Oh, he's inside the game with those Seagers. The XR +2. Now with the Squire, so even faster. It's to that. Those beautiful unique units from the Gojaras are there trying to make some damage, but still, he's there with the Eagles. Good walls there. Very nice
they
one.
Didn't find a single kill yet.
No.
It was coming?
No. It's still on 16, Echo KD.
Nice.
That's a
Villager
good one.
one will die, wanted to build the house, one Chakram around. Nice reaction there by Jordan while he was still going for some aggression at the front. Good job.
Yeah, now he's ready. Now he's ready, and he's killing now few villages. It was 16-5. Now he's being different a little bit. 88-7 with 16-2. It was the ballistic on the way. We see a second castle by MBL on the right. So he's gonna try to get a lot of map control, and the map control here looks really solid for MBL.
What units are we going for? That's why we said Gojaras are so sick on this map, right? Their units are just incredible. Chakrams considered to be imbalancedly good. Shivamshas, maybe even better.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how he's doing another TC. The third castle now for Jordan on the left, trying to recover a little bit of the map, and he will. There's now those Chafram units that are going to raid more villages. Now he's taking the kills. He's definitely taking the kills. He can see that castle as well, MBL. And there's nobody going up to Imperial. They keep raiding each other constantly. Population is still quite ahead for MBL, but it seems that the game kind of stabilized for Jordan.
It's wild, right? What a good game here, and how Jordan got out of that position, losing a town center. What was it, like 9 minutes into the start of the game? Absolutely crazy. And now Shivamshas, really good with dealing with those Mangonels and Blooms.
Oh yeah, but the Mangonels are there and more villages are going to be down. Those Plumes are now with Ballistic. He's doing a good job. He's trying to micro-check the economy because MBL economy, selling the wood, is about to go up to Imperial. He will have another castle that he's going to probably build in that area, and then he got, let's say, both flanks. MBL with 130 villages, 22 army. It's on the way to take the second game, nearly.
Jordan not having enough stables.
Ooh, he's on the
Two stables only, 5 Shivamshas in the queue there. We'll get some raids in here, not the best positioning with the Shivamshas. Ideally you want, or with the Chakrams, ideally you want to have the damage in the line, could have hit some more villagers. Jordan, again, way later to Imp.
Oh man, he's trying to defend now that castle, but he's not. He's taking a lot of villages here, taking a lot of villages here, denying that castle is not happening. Well, it might happen, but again, similar to the previous game, what price he's paying for this castle, Nelly? A lot.
50
really
villages.
a lot.
Yeah, pretty massive there. Killed some of the army, but still, that just delays him so much more. Thinking about Imperial Age. He gets some map control now, but right-hand side looks dire, right? Especially once we reach Imp. No way to defend this area.
Yeah, he's not going to defend that area. I mean, he cannot. And the biggest problem is that now Jordan has almost no villages on goal. 45 farmers, yes, but no food. 31 villages behind. And he's up to Imperial. Because if now MBL was going up to Imperial with, let's say, weak economy, 80 villages, something, you say, okay, he's going to keep going. But he's ahead with the economy as well. I don't know what Jordan can do here, Nelly.
That feels like the only option is to be heartbroken, because that seems like another L for GL boys here. Shivamshas trying to find some raids. Obviously a great unit to allow yourself some comebacks. Rally count 0-0, not really a great scenario there. Another Ram go, and MBL, just relentless aggression. Jordan, counterattacks his only option.
Yeah, the raiders are coming and try to raid a little bit here, but honestly, there's a point that if you rate a lot the Mayans, this is good because he has already too many villages. He has too many villages here. He's gonna take some. He's walling here. Yes, he can trap those. At least he's not killing the Sun. Blue Mars is defending there. He's in Imperial. Jordan doesn't react. He's on the way to Imperial. I don't know even how well he sells on. I don't know how he now click Imperial, but he has more army than his opponent. More army than his opponent. Is Jordan going to come back from this?
What? Score is so close, man. There was a lot of villagers going down. It was 135 villagers before. He produced quite a bit after this. So this could have been a raid with like 20 villagers, and they're not done yet.
Jordan has killed more villages than NBL right now. I mean, a minute ago I was telling you 31 villages ahead, only 9 right now. He kinda stabilized. Population is still ahead for NBL, but he's starting to lose the momentum. Well, I don't know. So many castles on the right, and he's hitting there already with the trebuchet. What is the following here from Jordan?
Well, he is just fine giving up this area, right? Get gold as much as you can, try to save all the villages. This is the main area. You want to tag into elite Shivamsha riders now. If you get to that spot, then it's getting really, really tricky for Mayans because then they need to come up with like Halberdiers, which are bad against the Chakrams. So Jordan is trying to stall here.
The problem is NBL has already the +3. He's about to get chemistry. Cap Rams as well. He's still raiding. So annoying, those riders. I mean, you cannot catch up. They're so fast. They're really, really fast. He's trying to kill, and he will, but he's taking a lot. Taking a lot. 10 is now more kill from Jordan that was so behind. Here, he's the only, but NBL now 23 Plume Archers and a lot of caravans on the left. That is the area that Jordan need to keep alive.
Man, only 2 stables. Look at that, 10 Shiramshas. Only now the 3rd stable finished. Oh god, Jordan a bit late there. Could have had better production. Now add some more stables, as you can see here. Desperately needed earlier because, well, he needs to upgrade those, needs to have proper numbers. The next Ramgo, I'm not sure how important that is, though, if Jordan loses that castle.
Well, for me, I'm really impressed that Jordan is still in the game. Like, seriously, because NBL has been playing really well. The Rams are coming. He's going to try to push that castle. This is the +4 for the Pikes. Obviously, if he's doing Halberdiers and Plume Marches and mass a lot, it's going to be very difficult, even if those units are great, super fast. The unique units are amazing, but that castle is going to be down. It's true that Jordan is doing another one in the south, but he's losing more and more map control, nearly.
It's not the most important one. He has enough gold control. He just needs to have a crazy farm number, ideally around the 60s. Elite Shiramsha is coming in. We just need some more armor upgrades. Okay, now we get the second one. Desperately needed there as well. And Jordan, that's fine for him. If he continues to buy himself time, if he gets to pop 200, he has a real shot in this game.
You need a brutal multitasking here, guys. A brutal multitasking because you really need to save so many attacks. NBL is right now on the left, it's on the right, it's all over the map. That Siege Workshop is down, the Halberdiers are going to be there, but on the right, exactly in this spot, Mr. Mapu on point. The Trebuchet is still there trying to take that castle. The Riders are trying to kill everything, but they cannot anymore because NBL still have a lot of army over the field. A lot of army, nearly 40 Plume Arches, 10 Halberdiers already.
I'm attacking buildings quite a lot here. NBL with his forward base. Pretty happy there how many Shiramshas are always fighting in there, but now once they get to the Plumes, NBL losing quite some army. Jordan close to pop 160, and as I said, if we are getting both to pop 200, I believe... Oh, villagers are being pulled here. What's happening, man?
He's gonna try to kill the Trebuchet, or what's going on? Misclick for sure, but Mr. Jordan with 160 population, he's whistling. He's whistling, he's saying no with his head. He's saying no with his head because NBL, 200 population, and the player that arrived the last here in Heidelberg, that's supposed to train in the leagues as well, is going to be facing the Viper because this is 200 pop, and Jordan is about to have pretty much nothing to counter him anymore. Conscription +2. What's going on?
I still believe, man, right? We have 33 Shivamshas.
You are a believer.
More in the queue here. Now he dives, maybe can hold the castle, jumps for the 2 traps here. He is holding this, and now the question is he getting out of there or trying to take the fight? No, he's just trying to buy more time. Jordan is doing nice strategic moves. He allows himself a chance for a comeback. Don't get me wrong, NBL still in the lead.
Yeah. But now that castle is gonna survive for sure. Still 200 pop. It's NBL with too many villages. It's time to delete building because check his economy. Yeah. I mean, 1,000 wood, 1,000 food, 1,000 gold, 40, 50 Villese on gold, so many. He probably need more, but how annoying those Gujarat units are.
Oh boy.
It's incredible.
Oh, that's still open there, I believe, next to the wood line. Barracks is not touching. Oh, no, it is touching the wood line. So good job there on MBL. Only now the last armor upgrade. Elite Eagle being tagged. MBL realizing, well, Plume's maybe not the go-to unit against Ramshas.
Well, Elite Eagle, if he's doing Eldorado, I believe he doesn't have that dark braid here. MBL just need a castle in this area. He has 600 stone. He can make it +4 now for Jordan. But look at those Eagles upgrade. 100 HP Eagles.
Oh boy, oh
ouch.
boy. Yeah, but
really ouch.
We saw it earlier. Chakram's really good against Eagles. We have 9. We are producing more if we get to Elite Chakram. Pretty crazy damage output there again. So Jordan, pop 130. It's not looking pretty, but MBL struggling quite a bit as well. But as you said, lots of resources went into all the crazy upgrades.
Yeah, and again here with the 2 Tre, which at least they have a lot of farming, constantly attacking. The good thing MBL is doing, even if he's getting raided, he's doing the same. He's non-stop. Now he lost a lot. Look, 102 Villese. So both kill each other, the same economy. It's incredible.
Relics.
It's incredible. Didn't take any relics. Okay.
Yes, a bit out of position here with the traps. Honestly, like 2-3 Shivamshas could run in there. Villagers are in the town center. No way for Jordan to defend this one. Now goes in with the army. I don't think Jordan... I think MBL can't stay there.
Yeah. I mean, it's still a lot of army. Look at this battle. Eagles, Blue Marches, Riders. The unique units are going to take over or not? Who had the battle here? I really believe that the MBL is just killing more and more. He just need to send forward the Trebuchet and he's going to take absolutely everything. On the left, you can see how Jordan is not giving up. He's creating another TC extra ton centers. But he's at the limit. JJ Cole 2-0 for MBL with a very good play. Not really those weird approach and so on. An amazing performance by MBL. Impressive.
Yeah. But again, completely in his comfort zone, right? He played Eagles with Mayans, played Berbers before in Arabia. Is that really how you want to design a set against MBL? That's certainly something Jordan has to question himself. Going back to the drawing board, maybe what situations did I want to put MBL into? Because this was a dream spot for MBL, right? He knew exactly how he wanted to approach both games.
I mean, he might feel so happy, guys, because with Berbers, as you mentioned, those Janitors, then the Mayans, because we were thinking that this wasn't the other map, you know, it was outcrop, and also it was his whole map, was a little bit. Well, it's always complicated, and now it's easier for us to say that he picked that one, but I really don't know, man. MBL he can do that. He's not the first time in this kind of situation.
Yeah,
I mean, when you have to face MBL, I mean, I remember many other tournaments, and who you don't want to face?
Yeah.
MBL.
Yeah.
You remember?
It's so unpredictable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jordan was not happy when he knew he was playing against MBL there. Obviously, avoiding the Tato matchup was pretty nice for him. But MBL, an absolute beast and just screws with your mind.
Okay, we're going to see now what MBL have to say with Mr. Raleigh.
Well, I'm here with the MBL, and my goodness me, this bloke, he knows how to put on a show. MBL, we were talking while watching your matches and describing you as one of the most consistently entertaining players to watch. Is this a goal of yours? Is this something you sit down like, time for me to put on a show here?
No, not really. I'm just trying different stuff. And yeah, my practice games didn't go well because I'm just not fast enough, it seems. But as soon as I got the walls up, I felt comfortable, and it's just the way it went.
Well, I mean, in game number 1, sort of describe that backstage as Genitor diff. Would you agree with that approach? We don't often see the Genitors fire on all cylinders like that, but you know, against a Civ that probably has the weakest stables. I mean, T90 was saying that probably even Meso Civs have better stable games than the Dravidians. The Genitors really came into their own, huh?
Yeah, Genitors are always great. People underestimate them a lot. They're super tanky, they're fast, they can run into their base, and man, it did a lot of damage, didn't it?
Well, let's talk about game number 2, because there I think the sort of the counter kind of ran the other way, right? Like the Shravamsha Riders against the Mayans are traditionally, although ahistorically, archer-based civilization. What was your approach, knowing that the riders could really throw a spanner in the works for you?
Well, I know that Gujaras are kind of bad against the Eagles in the beginning, and then they get pretty good against the Eagles when they get throwers out, whatever they're called, I don't remember. But as soon as I could put some pressure and also boom, I think Mayans is stronger in post-imp, so it actually went perfect.
And I mean, what a show you put on as well. Emby, you've mentioned that, you know, your preparation for this event has been, I'm going to be diplomatic and say, light. That doesn't seem to factor into the results you're putting up so far. Like, let's talk about your approach to this game. It seems that you just have that X factor. Sometimes you can just come and turn it on, and that's a bit of classic NBL for everyone.
Well, I played thousands of games and I know how to play the game. Sometimes preparing a lot can also be negative in some ways because you put a lot of pressure on yourself and stuff. I'm just working at home and I'm trying to play some games on the side and take it as it goes, honestly.
Yeah, that seems to be sort of a core philosophy of yours when it comes to actually playing this game is taking the games, even the games themselves as they come, right? Not playing according to a set plan or structure. You seem to be someone who really thrives on improvisation, innovation, and just being in the moment in the games. Is it sort of just a sense of playing by feel for you?
Well, I don't know. I draft the civs and I find what's good for what map. And I honestly, like, when I saw him having Gujaras, I was hoping he's going to pick that for that map because Mayans seems pretty good against it. He probably thought I would go Hindustanis for have a camel fight, but I don't know. To be honest, it just seems to go my way sometimes, and sometimes it definitely doesn't.
Sometimes
it really depends on who I'm playing, like in terms of style. If I play against a super fast player, like I practiced against Leary today, I practiced against Hera, didn't go my way because they're so fast on these kind of maps.
Right.
But then again, I haven't really played what I did today on the tournament. It seems like as soon as there's a tournament game, it turns out differently.
Bit of a wild card, NBL. I think that's the best way to describe you, mate. Congratulations on the win. Thanks for your time. Looking forward to seeing you in the winner rounds.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, excellent. Good to hear from NBL there as he heads off. My goodness me, what a show this fellow puts on. We're going to check in with T90 now. He was, of course, watching the game from behind the scenes, and he's got a couple of insights to share with us. Tristan, what do you got for us?
I have a lot. In fact, if I could have 45 minutes to talk, I would, but I imagine there's more games coming. NBL is, as he said in the final few sentences there, he's a player who knows how to just play when he's in the moment, right? Like, he's not going to prepare like other individuals and open up with the same types of builds. And it's very easy for us to be critical of that and say, NBL, like, why didn't you prepare? But I just feel like what Dave said back there was, like, sometimes he doesn't think. And, like, some of those things, like in the previous game, I'm sure we're going to break down a lot of moments here. It was just so random, but so executed at the same time. It's wonderful.
Well, I think a really important thing to note about NBL is this is not an accident, right? Like, he's a bloke who's obviously quite self-aware, and just sitting and chatting with him there, it's clear that this is, there's a, even if he doesn't like structure, there's still a method to it.
Sure, yeah, method to his madness.
He harnesses that unpredictability. He's aware of the fact that he will go out on a limb, try this, try that. And as he said, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And in this situation against Jordan in these matches here, or in these games, I should say, holy moly, did it work.
Yeah, and it is also very difficult to prepare for. Jordan spent 2 weeks, and I guarantee you he did not face up against Janitors.
Yep.
Right? And then, you know, I could go on with that. So,
well, just the breadth of the game, right? There's what, 10,000 different civilizations you play? What is it, 40... 41, 43?
42
exactly,
civilizations.
So you can't prepare against every single thing, and you hear NBL sitting there going, well, I hope he picks this civ because I've got a level 3 counter strat against that no one's anticipated. So I think he harnesses the lightning really well. And you, me, Dave, we're all big fans of watching.
It'll be very exciting to see NBL versus TheViper, which will be that winners match.
Oh, great! And that's going to be on this stream.
Because Viper, of course, was back there watching, rooting for Jordan, and eventually, it said, okay, I'm up against NBL again. So Norwegian Classic.
Excuse me, no, that'll be on the B stream, so they'll have to check in with the B stream if they want to watch that. Anyway, you've picked some highlights for us here, Tristan. So why don't you talk us through some of the moments that really stood out for you?
Yeah, obviously there were so many moments, so I'm going to see what pops up on the screen because it's all gone now. So hopefully they'll help me out with that. But, the interesting thing in this game for me was honestly like the macro difference. Obviously, we know NBL ended up winning this game,
But if you look at the resources of the players, you have Jordan on the way to Castle Age. MBL, 400 food, 400 gold, still hadn't even clicked up at this point. And so the key, truthfully, as much as we're going to talk about positives for MBL, is Jordan's got to make the most of this moment here. He's on a town center already. He's able to time crossbow with Bod Canero, and MBL only has like 7 or 8 skirmishers. So like Genitors take time, Genitors take upgrades, and I think Jordan was just too hesitant. He sees a couple house walls here. He's gonna, at some point soon, just not know where to go. And I think he actually loops to the wrong side. If you look to where his crossbows eventually go, we might end up skipping past it. They actually looped to the left and then died. You can actually see the blue blob here. I think the right side was where the gold was. But sadly at this point, it was a situation where the Genitors simply countered the Dravidians perfectly. Like, I just don't know what you make as a Dravidians against that unit.
There's just not much you can do because obviously their stable units are so
can't
bad,
make a
they
knight.
can't make knights. And
Exactly.
I mean, Genitors just get eaten up by basically anything out of the stable. But I mean, was it you, was it Dave, you were saying like, Mayans have better cavalry.
Yeah, like both of us. I mean, and then of course, classic MBL style, he's able to go forward. But what I liked was how confident MBL was in the armor of his units. A lot of players play pretty. A lot of players play with great micro.
Yeah.
But he said, no, I'm actually just going to dive in underneath your TCs. There's a point which may or may not show up here where he just ran 4 knights past a castle. He's like, you don't have anything. I'm going to run in. And it was just continuous from there. But like Jordan's strategy for picking this civilization depended on feudal age damage, which he wasn't able to do enough of, and early castle age. He did not pick Dravidians for their diverse tech tree. Right. He picked Dravidians for winning the game fast.
And you know, we talk about the fact that there are certain civilizations that have, you know, a power spike, like a place where they're really, really at their best. Sure. And being able to pick your moment, being able to make the most of those positions is critical, and it really kind of seems like.
Yeah, and speaking of, I mean, if you didn't see this whole game, you have to go back and rewatch it, because the positioning from MBL with his buildings, his outposts, and his vision was incredible. Obviously here, Jordan's building a castle. He doesn't have army there. Jordan was a bit surprised, I'm sure, by the Eagle play, and so desperately tried to go into castles. But the key was, even though the castles went up, MBL spotted it every single time. There was never a surprise. He always knew what he needed to do. Now, here's where it gets exciting. This is where it's like MBL's thinking, doing but not thinking all the time. Double castle, random ram. No one does this. Jordan can't prepare for this. 2 rams, double castle in the same spot where there's not really a ton of resources on a map where there's resources everywhere. And then guess what? As he's doing that, he's probably got a couple random things moving on elsewhere as well. Like if you look at his queue, he's got 4 spearmen and 4 more on the way, no pikemen. He didn't click pikemen for another 10 minutes, but he's constantly produced. It just, the way he plays the game is just, it's different, and it's different when you're up against it.
But this is something that, you know, this transcends Age of Empires. This is video games, you know, sports ball, all sorts of stuff. When you're playing against an unknown factor, you know, when there is an established and kind of rigid orthodoxy to the way that games are played, if you can operate from outside those bounds, sometimes you're just unstoppable because people don't know how to play against you.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is at this point, the KD, Jordan's dominating, right?
Right.
But MBL thinks, I can toss away units. It doesn't matter if I lose units because I get a position or because I'm forcing your attention here. And it is something that all players do, but not to the same extent that I feel we saw from MBL here. And you just, the second it becomes this type of game, you're just like, okay, you know, MBL's in his element, which is why, you know, he had mentioned in his practice games. Like, look at this. It's a weak siege workshop on fire next to a castle, and he's been making rams the entire time. Eventually, he pops out with like 6 rams out of a siege workshop that had like 25%.
Yeah, just takes down the castle. A great trade for him.
It's hilarious.
The way that he plays the game, I think, just offers him advantages that are not a lot of players have. And, you know, I'm not going to be critical of Jordan when I say this because I think it's one of his strengths. He is a player who sticks to the rule book, as it were. You know, he's a player who is...
Most do, yeah.
Exactly. He's a player who, I'm not going to say he's predictable, that's the wrong way to say it, but he's a player who doesn't push the boundaries in the same way that MBL does.
Yep.
And in that situation, I think that's a disadvantage when you've got a bloke who can keep 9 plates spinning in the air and you never know where the next one's going to be.
What makes it tricky is MBL's so good defensively. You can see eventually MBL knew he just needed to whittle down the castles, and you whittle down the castles and then you're up against stable units and you can go for infantry. But yeah, MBL's so known for early defense with walls and whatever he has to pull out that he just needs to get to the mid game. And that's where, so he's like one of the best defensive players. And then if it gets to Castle Age, he can create the chaos, as you could say. So
yeah,
it's so fun to watch.
He himself, I think he's spoken to me about the fact he doesn't really like being characterised as this being chaos. And
Sure.
you know, maybe that look, it's a debate as to whether you want to use that word to describe him or not. But certainly, I think there's a level of unorthodoxy to his play, and I think that is just one of his greatest strengths. In addition to the fact that he is just so entertaining.
Yeah, and you're spot on with the majority of it. He loves the chaos. Quote from MBL after I played a team game tournament was from him. I was feeling good about myself. I'm like, oh man, I just got a good win. MBL goes, T90, who created the chaos? And I was like, you, MBL, right? You created the chaos.
So when I was told he didn't like to, you know,
I think
knows the
chaos
master
is good.
chaos,
I think chaos is good.
I think he was trying to mess with my head and
Maybe.
create a little chaos up here as well.
Maybe.
T90, thanks for your insight, mate. It's been a pleasure working with you so far today. And of course, we've got the whole weekend to continue to get your insight and that sort of stuff going on here. So thanks very much, and we'll be chatting with you, of course, later on in the day. As we get on with having a look at what's coming your way now for the rest of today. We have finished up with our Group A matches for the time being, and we're going to be jumping over to Group B. Let's have a look at the final standings here at the end of day number 1 in Group A. You can see TheViper, dogao, Villese and MBL in the winner's circle. Jordan, Capoch, DauT, KingstoNe, they're going to have to come back tomorrow to try to improve their position at 0-1. As I've said before, the magic number 2. 2 wins and you're through to the quarterfinals. You make the top 8 and you'll be playing off for a position, of course, in our championship weekend next weekend. But as it is right now, we only have 4 players in Group A and Group B who are looking to defend undefended records. 4 players each, I should say. Mr. Yo, Hera, Leary and Tato. And if you're fans of those players, I've got good news for you because they are coming up on this stream. We haven't seen them on the A stream. They've been over on the B stream recently. But today, as we close out today's play, we can have a look at exactly what the schedule looks like. Those are some of the games that we've seen already. But it's the games that are coming your way shortly that are the most exciting ones. We've had them TBC all day. They are, in fact, now C confirmed. We've got Mr. Yo facing off against Hera and Leary facing off against Tato, who just beat ACCM 2-1. So, from Group B, we've got the blokes who are rising to the top here, these players who picked up wins in the early games, in the opening rounds. They're going to be facing off against each other. And we are raising the stakes with these matches because these matches are win-and-ins for our top 8. The winners of these matches will go through to the quarterfinals. So, Hera, Mr. Yo, Leary, Tato, 2 of those blokes on camera are going to lock up their spot in the quarterfinals. And we can't wait to bring you the action. We're going to get back over to the casting desk right now. We're going to throw it over to Mem and Nilly. They're standing by. We're going to get stuck in with our first set of winners matches.
What a series, guys. What a series, and what a series coming now. Mr. Yo versus Hera. We were talking about the groups. Group A, that will, well, and Group B so strong. At the end, the surprise, all in the Group A. Group B, the favorites, even if Leary got some problems, they are there. And we have now Mr. Yo, Leary, Hera. For so long, the Asian Empires community have said that they are with TheViper the top 4.
Yeah.
And then DauT, that arguably can be considered even many times with his performance 5 in the world as well. But for many people, this is obviously all subjective. What a 2 series we're going to see right now.
Absolutely crazy. All the big 3 going through, right? Mr. Yo, Red Bull 1 champion, Hera, pretty easily you can say the best player in the world that hasn't won a Red Bull event yet.
Correct.
So like both of them have to be hungry. Mr. Yo sadly missed out last year, and Hera, as he said earlier, pretty happy with his performance against Cito and told Mr. Yo that he's going to clap him as well.
Who is the favorite for you? I know that I do the questions that you don't. I mean, I have been checking the practice and so on. Mr. Yo, I feel that he's a little bit like MBL. In tournaments, oof.
Mr. Yo is crazy in tournaments, but Hera, he's so dedicated. And for me, a bit more. Like Hera is in the top 3, and I see Mr. Yo slightly behind those top 3 players. So I will give the advantage to Hera.
I would agree with you, but then it comes then the tournament and he do something. Anyway, I think we're going to move in a moment into the draft area because we are ready to see the players choosing the maps. There you go. What a beautiful
first place.
First place trophy. Ooh.
Left hand side.
And look at Mr. Yo.
About to start. And well, now we are in another round, right? We had the opening matches all day long. Now we are in the winner matches. And therefore, we have 3 bands instead of 2 bands. And that's why you see more dots here.
And now they are getting the feeling to be in the LAN party. Because they played in the B stream and we were talking, yeah, they feel the same, but they know that now they are the focus, the main focus, the cameras are there. They were not in the cameras before. It's gonna affect them because Hera was there last year. Mr. Yo has been in some other lands too, but it's the first time here.
Yeah.
Do you think it's gonna affect to this man the pressure? Honestly,
he has played quite some lands in Germany before, Maldives, in China, offline events. He knows his stuff and he is really confident there, I have to say. Obviously 2-0 against Valas early, and he's going for Northern Isles, a map interesting to pick against Hera. I saw Hera practicing Northern Isles earlier today.
Okay, he want to go for the messy game, and also Northern Ireland is not a real meta game. Meta map, like what is the meta in that map?
It's tricky. Landing an option, water an option, back dog, front dog. The game plays completely differently if like Vikings are in there compared to like Italians, Byzantines. So it's not as easy to play as, for example, Arabia, where you can see all the big streamers playing it every day.
Like it's a map like, since there's no Nomad in Empire World, right? And you know how Mr. Yo, the one that he can make the most, you know, crazy games probably. And then what is gonna be the Bull? Ooh. First time in the day that we see
nice.
And the main stream.
Oh.
And the opener is the Bull. It's like, I like to call it like a scripted map because you know exactly where the resources are except the first goal, right? So very interesting. It can be super aggro. We have seen also many games walling and going for cast. Like, what do you think is going to be with these two?
Who apparently the meta has switched there. That's the rumors behind the scenes. Apparently we still had the big walls trying to create the base, but now apparently players figured out that's not the way to play it anymore. I will be really interested. Players didn't really want to share what the new meta is, but I'm excited for it.
Okay, let's see now. We see all the civilizations has been banned. Cool, man. I think I've seen the Aztecs before. Yeah, the Castes are there as well. And Hindustanis. That was Hindustani, right?
Yeah, correctly. So I think something like Mayans could be sent away here.
Another Eagle. Eagle civilizations out. Because Eagle's in the Bull.
Sends Tars away. Interesting. So no one banning in any direction relevant civilizations away from Northern Isles.
But Tatars shouldn't be there, should be in the ban, no?
Tatars are in the ban. Oh, that's actually true. Yeah, they should be down there. So
down, right?
Yeah, just imagine them being in the red area. Lithuanians gone as well. Probably someone will scream and then a hectic villager will be like, oh, it's a bit like Overchop. Yeah.
There you go. All good.
Okay.
Don't panic, guys. Don't panic. Oh, and Lithuanians banned too.
Okay, so taking away the very
we forgot to mention winners. We have now 3 banned per player. You know, we are going to increase the bans because then in the decider it's going to be 4, if I'm not mistaken, Nelly.
In the deciders,
it's going to be 4 bans, if I'm not wrong.
Exactly.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Tomorrow.
Quarterfinals 1 ban. We mix it up so that we have a bit more stiff variety, very much like last Red Bull as well.
Okay, and now we start with the picks. The big civilization church. Franks. Ooh, Franks and Italians.
Franks? That has to be for Frigid Lake, together with Khmer. And look, did you see like Hera's look there? Yeah. He like Khmer and instantly looked at Mr. Yo trying to see the reaction. Bulgarians, that has to be for Bull, quite some aggression. Italians, obviously really good for Northern Isles, lots of bonuses for water there. Hera, late pick for water. And Gojaras seem to be for Frigid Lake then.
I think we are not yet, guys, getting the relevant of this match.
Turks?
Turks?
What? AM strategy?
AM strategy. Turks don't pick them.
Bengalis? What is happening here,
Look at the smile. Look at the smile. Look at the smile by Hera. You see, I can do this and more.
No way. No way.
Turks and Bengalis. And look at now, Mr. Yo.
He's right.
Did you see? Down. I love that smile. Like
picks Portuguese. That is only a pick away from the opponent. Like, what is Hera going to play on water? He doesn't have a water sieve, Memp.
Well, Bengalis. Bengalis?
How are Bengalis? Did he confuse them with Dravidians?
Asking to me? You're asking to me?
What? Hera has no civ that makes sense to me right now for Northern Isles. Mr. Yo clearly played Skujaras. He played them against Valas earlier, so Hera can kind of assume that and can pick a civ according to that.
Can we see the draft, guys? Can we put the civilizations here? We have a space, I believe. I don't know if we can or we can see the draft, because we need to analyze these civilizations, the maps. We need to see, because this is weird. But guys, you love the smile.
Hera's smiling. Hera's
He's
smiling.
Still smiling. He's going here and he's smiling.
He gave us something to work with.
You can see here the draft. Italians, Bulgarians, Gurjaras, Portuguese. Frigid Lake, I see Frigid Lake, Khmer.
Bengalis, they had something with
No,
the fishing ship.
I see. Let's go map by map.
Okay.
Frigid Lake, I see Khmer from Hera. I don't know what you
I
think.
also think Franks.
I like it. Franks or Khmer is very nice for that map. The Bull? What are you gonna pick in the Bull? Turks? Franks?
It has to be.
Then he's gonna pick Bengalis in Northern Islands? Or Franks in Northern Islands? But Northern Islands doesn't make sense. Don't have +3 as well. Oh, Turks in Northern Islands can be. With the transition, if you go for the chemistry, we don't know. I mean, no clue. But we're gonna discover very soon. I like it. Do you think I will try to make against Mr. Yo something? I'm gonna make something, you know. I don't want to discover my cards against Mr. Yo.
Okay, maybe that.
And if I win with those civs that are weak. If not, I'm confident enough to win in the decider.
But you want to not face someone who's 2-0 of their own.
I'm trying to find some explanation.
We will find explanations. You know? Players are ready for their walk-in.
Let's go. And Mr. Yo, he feels confident, man. I've been talking with him, Nele, and look at that. He's confident, huh?
Nice.
And he feel good. He feel good because he missed it sadly the last year. And this guy...
this is my castle now. Yeah. That's what he's thinking. And he walks in there.
Do you think someone can not like this player, this guy? I mean, is it possible?
Yeah, I like it.
Possible.
Yeah. So engaging as well, laughing, discussing strategies, like trying to pick brains of the people and just look at it.
And now just focus. Now he's focused already.
Yeah.
And now we're going to see the Canadian, that confidence that he was showing in the draft. We're going to see that smile again. It's going to be very soon. He's already noting.
Okay.
He doesn't look too worried about the save, you know. I think he's focused on himself.
He just drew one line. It was like Northern Isles, I won. Let's take a look at Hera.
It's a green one. Let's see Hera.
Oh, God.
Wololo legacy.
Shot's great. Yeah. Indeed. And hopefully Hera's legacy in the Wololo series could start in this one here. Look at how he's scanning through the castle.
Yeah, he didn't win any Red Bull Wololo, but if he's winning this one...
He could have easily won two, right? Two finals against Leary, 4-3 there. Impossible to say who was the better in those finals. And Hera, well, this is the second step for him maybe to his first crown in a Red Bull event. So much pressure put on himself in those events.
You think he put also pressure in this one to himself?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, he'll want to be the champion in anything he competes.
So badly.
In anything he competes.
I think he might be the person that wants it the most out of the 16 people here.
Really?
I think so.
Okay.
He's so dedicated.
Okay, I'm gonna confess you something. Oh. I was talking today with the players this morning, you know, with the 4 champions, and I said, "Do you want I want to make a video with you with the champions, but then I will put with this my 5th player, you know." I talked with Hera, said, "Hera, I'm gonna record this video," and said, "Man, sorry, man, I want to be focused in the games."
Nice,
you know.
Nice.
Like we'll have time, but I want to be focused in the games. So to support that statement you just made, like he might be super focused, you know, and he is really focused on the game. But now. Civilization, what is going to be? Because he's so focused, but he picked several civilizations. And look at this video. First of all,
well, it's going to be the Bull as the opener, right? We didn't really have a clear choice there. Maybe it is going to be Bengalis. Extra villages there trying to increase the economy. Could have been something. Hera with the look over there. Oh, that's a smile that I've not seen this weekend yet.
Finally.
What? Speed 10, we had to give him the speed 10 there. Strategy slightly behind, but still obviously world class experience there. We had to give Yo 8 simply because he missed out last year, but it will be an absolute fest when it comes to macro and micro.
Yeah, absolutely amazing player. Well, because his experience, let's say, according to this tournament, to the Red Bull Wololo legacy, right?
Yeah,
To the Red Bull Wololo's series, right? So it's not about the speeds overall in Age of Empires. It's in this series, guys. We all know that he has a lot of experience for sure. I'm so excited to cast this series.
Yeah,
Man,
it's
seriously.
a banger, absolute banger. Like so many question marks, not only about their performance, right? Maybe like they had obviously tough opponents, but this is the real test, right? This is why they took those long flights. This is what they have been practicing for 4 months, to face someone else out of the top 4 and see where you stand in the world ranking.
It's the first time we see Mr. Yo in the Red Bull Wololo LAN event.
Yeah.
It's the first time. He has played already, but it's the first time we see here in Red Bull. So Mr. Yo, champion for the first edition. We can remind people he won the Viper 4-0 in that one. Sorry, Viper, but it's the truth. He won in that edition. Then he reached way ahead in the others. But well, then after that, Leary started to be well in almost all the finals. To be honest, but well, Leary.
Every final.
DauT, Mr. Yo, and TheViper are the 4 champions. And that's why Hera want to be there as well.
He wants to be there. It feels a bit overdue, right? He was so close twice. 4-3 against Leary there. Could have easily been his championship. We said that multiple times. And yeah, this is step number 1. Because obviously, if he goes 2-0, he will face someone that advanced out of the other group 2-1. So he could, for example, avoid the winner of Viper MBL later.
Yeah, and that can be definitely good. Well, maybe he want to play against MBL. The revenge, you know, he maybe want the revenge.
Hera,
it wouldn't be bad, you know. I mean, we're trying to hype the possibilities, you know, that
what
can
a final
happen,
again.
and it can happen.
Yeah,
it can definitely happen because he's playing versus Mr. Yo.
Oh, God.
I will tell you that I think, according to what I have seen in the practice game and how focused they are, I think it's 51-49 for Hera. So I consider him a slightly favorite versus Mr. Yo as well, you know.
Yeah, I think I would go
I don't know if
slightly
that's
higher,
the percentage,
but
you know,
now with the draft, there's so many questions, and I don't know what's happening anymore, right? I would have expected Hera to be one of the more meta players, but they practice so hard. Maybe they found stuff out that Turks are so crazy, right? Because they like MBL picked them earlier as well. Bengala still massive question mark there. Franks, his first pick. A civilization that we thought was good on Frigid Lake, but nowadays Frigid Lake goes to Imp so often that actually Franks struggle a bit there. Bulgarians on the bull for Mr. Yo, at least that, not a big surprise.
It makes complete sense. It has a lot of possibilities. Remember, 50% cheaper plasmid upgrade. If you want to make many times, maybe it's the only map that you're going to see many times in Empire Wars, actually, because they are directly upgraded. And now we want to discover, please, production. We cannot with this tension. What is the civilization that Hera is going to pick here?
Well, it can't be.
Big Bengalis here.
I think Bengalis kind of has to be for Northern Isles, right? They still have the bonus, regenerating ships. It is not that fast, right? It's, I think, like 15 HP per minute, and ships typically have more than 100. He plays Turks.
In this map?
There is no stone in your starting base map.
I know. In this map? That's why I said, in this map?
What a sexy Janus.
I mean, I love the Janus. I was thinking the same. It's beautiful, but I mean, in the early game, I prefer Bulgarians. If the game go longer, we could talk about that. But early game, it's favored massively, I believe, Bulgarians. What do you think? And also the Capoch possibility to control all the middle. You don't need 650 stone, it's just 350. So
this is like, on paper, this feels like Bulgarians should dominate Feudal Age, should have the better spot in Castle Age. Early Imp is where I could see Turks work. In late Imp, I think it's pretty even there. Maybe a slight advantage for Turks if we have both access to gold. The fight for the center will be the main thing there. And I don't really know how Turks get there, because they don't have a lot of bonuses going for themselves. And Bulgarians, they can go for crazy aggression early on.
And you consider that in case that they are close in the situation, because if we think that Feudal is ahead for Bulgarians, Castle Age, then it's supposed that you are not going to be ahead in Imperial in the start. So the Turks, well, let's see, because obviously the execution and now the strategy they pick, it can say everything, but I think they are in the game.
Yeah, it feels like it. And honestly, like the start could be wild, right? Because with this super short distance, we have multiple options how we could open here for Bulgarians. Could be archer range, trying to pressure with skirm archer. Could be men-at-arms. I've seen even scout opening, just trying to go for some very early aggression. Blacksmith upgrades can fly in for Bulgarians. Super short distance, as we said earlier. And Hera has to weather the early storm that's surely coming from Mr. Yo.
Okay, let's see, because there's a lot of questions. Well, I love it, because when you know more or less what to expect, yeah, we say joking that okay, we still say Nostradamus like a joke. I prefer to not know what is coming. Really. The surprise and discover during the game, it had me a lot more, and probably the viewers as well. And for the viewers, who is going to be the favorite here? Let's say very easy, right? Number 1 in the chat, Mr. Yo. Number 2 in the chat, Hera. And let's see what is the favorite for the viewers. Spamming a lot there, numbers, and we're going to see.
Okay.
It's too fast. I don't see anything.
I can't read that fast. It's more equal than I thought. I thought it would be Hera favorite, but it feels like
I see a lot of one.
A
lot of Mr. Yo there.
Yeah. Maybe they're just laughing at your jokes.
Well, no, it's not that. I'm telling you, it's not that. Well, it's very likable, like I said, but you know, let's see. I mean, it's what we said also in tournaments. They both perform, but Mr. Yo usually, let's say that perform a little better than in preparation. You see Mr. Yo in preparation, you feel like, well, Hera is better player.
Yeah.
It feels that, like fast, they are so fast. Yeah. Like Hera, Leary. I would put Hera, Leary the fastest players. I don't know what you think. And then maybe Viper after that.
Yeah.
Right?
I think we gave Hera 10, Viper and Leary 9. And the third highest was 8.
Okay.
But we had like 10 people with 8.
Yeah.
Kind of. Because then it kind of leveled out. Like DauT got a 6, I believe.
You smile, not me. It's you.
Well, we asked the players as well. 3.5 minutes in. KD is 0-1, so we didn't miss a lot. But a forward tower by Mr. Yo, defensive tower there for Hera.
Oh, but that tower, I like it, that Mr. Yo tower, because now that tower from Hera is kind of useless, as you can see. So we have Bulgarians, Hera with Turks, archers that usually we don't see a lot with Bulgarians, because the transition for the archers with this civilization, remember, there is no crossbows, but in the start, in feudalism, you have to use them, Mr. Miller.
Let's try to catch up what already happened. So Mr. Yo went to the pawn left-hand side. We had the stable opening by Hera already losing some of his scouts. Is gating this one away. Mr. Yo, beautiful positioning there with his spearman, knew exactly what was up. And one of the major things, he also has access to the shorefish in the very north of the map, while Hera is still trying to control and got a pawn himself.
Look how far he just walled that gap already. It's too far and he got already walled. What do you prefer here? Having already shorefish in the north and also, well, both got the dock, or blocking your opponent from the middle? This is what Hera is trying.
Let's take a look at how easily Yo can chop out. We have seen strategies where people like put all the villagers on one lumber camp. You have to chop through here to get in that area. Hera should use his villager and wall this one off. Maybe even stonewall, because he already built the tower. Oh. This is the key villager. He needs to do lots and lots of work.
But he's going for the tower already there. And now, why so many villages? He has no villages on the stone. Mr. Yo resources very close to go up. And now we see how he's going to take the house. And he's trying to go very, very aggressive. Both are close to go castle edge, but those two scouts are going to be annoying. Going to take the fish. Oh. Mr. Yo is having the advantage to go up to castle edge. And Hera, no access to goal right now.
And this villager, I'm not sure if I like this one being focused on building the market. I think he should, like, one of the advantages for Hera is, like, he gave up map control at the top. He should have the map control at the bottom. That villager is so crucial in Hera's strategy. Wow, killing the spearman, that's big.
But he killed the spear, now he has 3 scouts. He's gonna probably take those 3 fishes. Mr. Yo and Hera have played 81 matches against each other in 2022. Hera won 57% basically of them. Well, that's quite a lot.
That's quite a lot indeed.
Quite a lot.
Archer aggression here as well, and taking down more houses. Villager, quite interesting pathing. That villager, he's so key. I can't like overstate how important the job of this villager is.
He's gonna wall. He's gonna try to wall that.
Sees it.
He's gonna try to wall that probably, and it's gonna wall it. We see now 5 villages killed by Hera. This doing another tower, but he's buying the tower, so now he has no goal. He's gonna maybe make just light caps, Turks, pierce armor extra. Light caps might work properly, but
I would agree, but no scouts in production, man.
Yeah. Well, he has the stable, he's not doing skill bar in armor, he won't have resources, and Mr. Yo is gonna be in castle edge, doing now for Scholar.
Is he really going for it? I think that's risky against Hera. That's so risky.
It's
He's
so fast.
so good. He's so good in defending this. Yeah, that was a bit, well, testing the waters a bit there for Mr. Yo, but Hera, nice defense.
Yeah, but he has so many resources. The problem is he's out of the middle right now. What is he going to do here? He's going to go with Siege in front. Siege there to defend. What do you think is going to be the following here from Mr. Yo?
Tricky stuff, right? He obviously can't go crossbow, so that's not going to be a major thing. Now goes for stable himself, so something like Knights and maybe even Pikemen could be an option. Hera, very limited in his option without gold control. I'm hating that Mr. Yo didn't wall this tower.
Yeah, well, let's see, because he didn't wall. He's now coming with those light caps, but it's true that he's going to have. He's have now the siege. He has some archers. It's true that he can't just kill those houses quite easily. Bloodlines plus 1 armor, and Hera has no gold. I mean, he's... Ooh, Villese there. Oh, he's going to kill those Villese. Probably all them. If he's microing properly, no. He's going to save 2. He's going to take another one down. Going to save it.
Jump!
No, he didn't save it. And that's already 7 Villese different. He's also trying to take that gate. He's multitasking all over the map, but the population difference is almost the same with more army. And with that amount of army being so close, Mr. Yo is going to be dangerous now, because it's still no goal for Hera.
Yeah, fish versus no fish is pretty brutal as well. That Mangonel, not really where you want to have a Mangonel, right? Typically you want to go for aggression, want to be annoying towards your opponent, not clearing up some houses behind your woodline.
Yeah, but well, it's what he's doing right now, because he needs to go outside. Remember that outside is just in the middle, in the center of the bull. Hera is doing army with the market, you know. Now he's outside as well, but he has no stone to make extra TCs. He has a lot of wood. He's selling completely all, and now Mr. Yo is going to be outside as well. Multitasking now is going to be crucial. And in this one, oh my God, those knights nearly is going to take a lot of Villese if not paying attention. He's doing really, really well here, Hera, because he's just going basically to the food income from Mr. Yo.
Oh, this is really, really tricky. And Yo has to be surprised by this, right? I took away all your gold. What's happening here? How can you afford so many knights, Hera?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy. Well, he used the market. He got over 600, 700 wood, and now he has 0. So means that he has sell everything. This looks like the game.
I don't want to say it, but it's a massive, massive advantage for Hera, surely. Population is good, 15 workers ahead. Defensive siege workshop here, now back on gold and stone. This one was not rewalled. Villagers have to be pulled away. What a beautiful spot Hera is in here.
Yeah, he's definitely dominating the game without even gold. Now he has, obviously, Villese on gold, Villese on stone as well, and it's what we were talking. The civilization matters at some degree, like, depend what the strategy are you doing, but if you are playing like this, civilization is secondary nearly.
Yeah, absolutely, like absolute beast mode here for Hera. Light cap tech not really used that much, even I think he went for like 6, 7 scout that were upgraded there in total. Now conversion, Mr. Yo a bit on the sloppy side. Do we see conversion, man?
No, he's going away. It's almost getting converted, but he couldn't make the conversion. Right now, the economy is starting to be really, really balanced for Mr. Yo. Yeah, 0 in everything pretty much, so no food, no gold, wood at the limit. He walled finally. He's 17 Villese behind. 17 Villese behind. It's true that he has 2 town centers faster than his opponent, but
a lot of control. Those archers won't do anything. And look at that military value. Just double for Hera there. Full control. And we'll lose all those archers. That's not how Bulgarians wanted to play this game.
No. Hera only played Turks twice this year in the tournaments before this match. Well,
and I guarantee you none of those games didn't spawn with walls around his town center.
Probably not.
Always had to be an arena map.
Yeah, probably. Monastery, look at Monastery here. Monastery from Mr. Yo. It's a little bit too late. We're going to discover 8 army 17. He's mining so much stone because the castle is coming, Ellie. Then with the castle is going to be down there. We see also 8 villages on stone for Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo only have 2 on food. It's, well, village is different. Where he's raiding, Mr. Yo, because the village is different. It's not that much anymore.
The ships that count at the top as well into the workers there. That house, well, is going down. That house is going down as well. Still close to a 20 population lead. And Mr. Yo, maybe a really well-placed grab post against the castle, but the army advantage is just so big for Hera. He can build a castle in the face of Mr. Yo.
Yeah, that's true. But he will need a Krepos there, and that's the question. Do you think that Mr. Yo is going to make a defensive Krepos? He's going to go crazy because he knows that he's behind. I'm sure that he's reading the game properly, and he knows, hey, I'm behind. For that reason, he was sending those knights, but then he needed to come back because Hera is there. With a Monk now conversion, more and more knights, and definitely the army is more than double for the Canadian. The police numbers can destabilize, so it's not getting now that much difference anymore because his two-tone centers on board are producing. IDLTC is similar to both players, but he's coming with a forward castle with a million of Villese here, and he's gonna make a castle nearly on his face? No, because the game is already over.
Sick game.
10 minutes.
Hera's so dominant here, and that was not Turks winning. That was pure Hera. It was just like beautiful market usage, and that key villager there, right, took so much attention away, and the aggression of Mr. Yo kind of stopped there. Bulgarians kind of stuck in like 5 archers, no way to transition. Hera just playing the map so well.
But the question is about the Civ. The Turks didn't give him any advantage. All he did was the right move that he could have done with any other Civ.
Yeah. It's like Turks are like Janissaries a bit, chemistry a bit, and mainly designed around their faster gold mining. He didn't mine any gold, man.
No, and he used the market.
Yeah.
Then he started to mine gold after. Well, and now we're gonna have the game number 2 that is gonna be what? He's gonna pick his Northern Island. He's gonna go for the whole map from Hera. I believe Northern Islands, Italians or Portuguese. Well, can be both.
I think it's going to be Italians there. Just his first pick. I think he simply didn't want to play against Portuguese and picked it away. He kind of had his plans. Okay, Gojara's going to be my Frigid Lake Civ, and it was more like it feels more like a ban than a pick. The Portuguese choice there, hidden as Malians, but no one will notice that. The other question is, that's the big question mark. Is it Bengales on Northern Isles?
We're going to discover very soon. And here is also the question. Mr. Yo has been one of the players that has done the biggest comebacks. One of the biggest comebacks. I remember, I think it was 3-0 down with Villese. It was in the Resurgence. And then he won 4-3.
Resurgence there, yeah. And
I think,
didn't they play like 2 finals in one day there as well?
Or something like this.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was crazy, like the crazy comeback. Yeah, they played another tournament after. So, nothing is said yet, but Hera looks very, very sharp in this first game. Because he was with a tower in the goal, no goal, access to goal, and look how he won.
Yeah.
But that probably also was the mistake, in quotes, for Mr. Yo. Like, all those villages on the surface were no protection because he wasn't imagined that he was going to send knights.
Yeah, Hera just had the mobility, right? The first scouts killed the fishing ships at the bottom. Beautiful opening. Then he had the control at the top. And Mr. Yo spread himself thin. Obviously, Spearman good against the scouts there, but mobility clearly on Hera's side.
Okay, let's see if we're going to have now the map soon and civilizations. Man, I want to see Bengalis. I mean,
it has to be
how
Bengalis.
That nobody listened to me.
It can't, like Franks feels so weird.
I hate playing with them.
Bengalis, you hate them?
Yeah, and Dravidians a little bit too because of the cavalry, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, they are great civilizations, but I don't like personally,
Okay. You're so fit now, you're so mobile in your body.
Yeah.
You can only play mobile civilizations now as well, man.
Well, you can see. No, but seriously, you don't know why he picked that Civ. I'm trying to, and you don't find an explanation. So
you're typing and smiling.
Smiling.
Ah. Maybe still listening to the stream and like, oh, those idiots. Hera. So focused. Holy moly. I think he is more focused than last year.
Absolutely. I mean, we can't focus.
This is sick. I've not seen him like this. I've seen him focused. I've seen how dedicated he is. But this look, it's just like, he wants it so much.
Well, remember, guys, if you don't know Hera, I mean, he moved it for a while for Age of Empires 4. He won a tier tournament there. Then he came back to AoE 2, and he has again the level, like, the gaming. I mean, they know, and he loves to compete. He won, like, what I mean is, he moved it to AoE 4, and he won also tournament there. So it's impressive.
It's absolutely how gifted he is in RTS there. We have seen it, like massive improvements in his short step over there in League of Legends, right? He got like top 1.5% in North America. So like he is so gifted and so dedicated in those games, and now going for the big crown. Had one massive tournament there in Hidden Cup earlier, but is hungry for more Age of Empires 2 crowns.
Yeah, I think that is not the note for him. Like, that's too long ago. I mean...
Maybe.
I want another right now. I want another right now. Mr. Yo, very focused as well. Doesn't seem to be really, really worried because, let's say to the viewers, the loser of the ones potentially, who will face it?
The loser of this, we can look it up in the bracket. We are going down. It has to be one of the winners of the losers from earlier. So Yo could face someone like Sito. Hera could face someone like ACCM if we go into those scenarios. It's still like people that you can easily lose a best of 3 against.
Yeah, and Joey CCM, if that happened, for example, you know, we are telling this, but Danielle almost beat Leary. So in mind that we were talking about ACCM, and who knows, I mean, tomorrow is going to be absolutely epic. Can tell you that it's going to be epic because tomorrow we have deciders. I mean, tomorrow, at the end of the stream tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we have already the quarterfinalists, all them.
True. So, we're seeing Northern Isles. We have the beautiful Genoese crossbowman here, ready to shoot. And now I'm so curious.
Bengalis.
It's just the drum roll in my head there. What are we going to see? Hera on Northern Isles against Italians.
We're waiting for what unit is going to be.
Production is killing us. They were just like, let the casters.
They're killing everyone.
Let them suffer.
Villese, bring me the civilization.
That's so weird. Oh. And Mr. Yo, he's still happy to play the next one. Northern Isles, on paper, should be better for Mr. Yo. I think it's a wild game. Water, typically not where AM is super excited playing on. So I think Mr. Yo, my slight favorite for this one, but obviously then Frigid Lake. And we see Bengalis. Oh boy. Better economy there, plus 2 villagers at the start, plus all your ships are regenerating HP every minute. So you are winning the 1v1 Fire Galley fights.
Yeah, but do you think really that Mr. Yo is gonna focus a lot on the water? That he's not gonna be transporting and trying to raid and make a chaotic game happening?
But still,
but then Hera is super fast controlling those situations as well.
Yeah, but if it's like 1 Fire Galley against 1 Fire Galley, Hera wins the fight, backs off, heals himself, and takes the fight 4 or 5 minutes later. And suddenly he has a new full HP Fire Galley that he can send to the front.
Then I make you the question revert like I did before. We were guessing like maybe Hera doesn't want to show the cards for the tournament. Maybe he's showing the cards too early. No,
it's
because he's crazy. Having the galleys, you know. But it's not too early here. Because the tournament is gonna be
$200,000 tournament, man. Against another top 4 player, you can go through into the quarterfinals. You are showing everything here. It's just too big of a game. Like now, already starting to think, okay, I'm going to hide strategies. I think that would be a major mistake. The stakes are just too high.
Yeah, I think we are going to jump into the game in a moment. I know, guys, that you are excited. We're excited as well. It's going to be the game in a moment. Mr. Yo is already clicking, so the game is going to be there. And hopefully, we are going to see what Mr. Yo has prepared, because he has to do something. When we have seen the previous game, we have seen how Hera is performing. And we have Bengalis. Hera as a yellow in the north of the mini-map. As a blue, Mr. Yo, Italians, that we always have said that Italians, Portuguese, probably the best civilization on water. A competitor now with Bengali is about to discover. They are exploring basically with the transports if there's not any landing right now, as we can see. Oh, they landed already actually. Hera Scout is already there, and Blue Scout.
Trying to find out if Mr. Yo is playing a second dock there. Mr. Yo only added fishing ships, as we can see. 3 fishing ships added on the other side. Hera went for 1 extra fishing ship and now goes for 3 fire galleys in a row. So wants to play a bit more aggressively in comparison to the one that picked the home map.
Okay, he didn't send his scout forward, so he probably want to be a little bit safer. Do you think that Mr. Yo feel like I mean, if they have that regeneration for the ships, I prefer Italians for the longer game.
I think I need to take a look at the tech tree of Bengalis later on as well. It feels like the early skirmishes should be in favor of the Bengalis player there for sure. Italians, obviously, their main timing is early Imperial Age, right? Where all the so expensive upgrades are cheaper. You advance to Imp faster as well because you have the upgrade cheaper, and then you have the chance to condos, and that's the main timing Mr. Yo should look for.
Okay, but now we see finally the landing, and it's only 2 archers, 1 spear, but 2 archers and 1 spear, when the archers got fletching, Nelly, it's a lot more annoying than people can think, right?
Yeah, especially like in the hands of Hera and Mr. Yo, it can be so annoying. You're trying to chase them down with villagers, but never really get the option there. And, well, Fire gets some damage. Hera should have spotted it as trying to wall, takes villager 2 and 3 for that area. Spearman gives his life for the greater purpose and should be fine here. Meanwhile, check the tech tree. Bengalis, water, their dock has everything except heavy demos, so should be fine for the late game.
This will be absolutely fine. Remember that the Italians doesn't need the same resources to go up. Mr. Yo is not clicking, but now it's on the way to castle. It's Bengalis. Hera is not gonna be too far. Not gonna be too far. And right now, this is looking okay for Mr. Yo. He's ahead in Villese, even if he starts with less because of Bengalis bonus, you know, and his castlage. Oh, no buildings. No buildings for Hera. Now he's rising the market with 4 villages, as you can see on the left. And this timing, this is so important in this kind of situation, Nele.
Yeah, should be a bit better for Mr. Yo there. But honestly, like, Hera is already going for quite some aggression here. And Mr. Yo, he has to go for some fire galleys here for the defense. Next raid coming in. And, well, even the scout being a bit annoying. Mr. Yo not with the quickest reaction. Should lose a fire ship here, I believe.
Yeah, he's probably gonna lose. No, he didn't lose because he's now there with the galleys sending more, sending quite a lot more. In total, 6 galleys. Well, Mr. Yo has no galleys at all.
Quite interesting, right?
1, 2, now only.
Fire galley here too, now the repair. That's going to be a lot of dead fishing ships. Hera with quite some nice aggression. Those 2 archers, they didn't do the job, ma'am.
No, they didn't. They didn't, and now there is no navy. If you don't have navy now and you have a lot of fishing ships like he has, because he got quite a lot, yes, they are cheaper, they are Italians, but if you lose them, this is a disaster for Mr. Yo. And now Hera is just getting more and more of them. Already killed 2, probably gonna kill more. He's trying to repair that because he has no numbers. Good thing, reinforcement is close for Mr. Yo, so he can produce more.
Maybe a demo could have helped out there, ma'am. I don't really see that one. That fire galley is going down as well. Fishing ships going down, and population advantage minimal, but the Eco KD already pretty nice in favor for Hera.
Yeah, he's 3-0 already, but now he's gonna take the galleys. No, he's still repairing, but he's not killing the galleys. The micro is insane. The micro is just amazing by the Canadian. He's going away, and he still have pretty much all alive. Yes, with lower HP, but they're still there. All there. What is happening on the Hera Island? I don't think too much.
Oh, scout!
He won the scout!
What? Okay, he's going away. He's going away.
Okay. That was too much, man. That was too much. If he won the scout to Mr. Yo, I mean, seriously. But this is what we were talking. With less now, thanks to that timing, that momentum, Nelly. Now he got the upgrades for the galley upgrade, and he's fine and recovering. And Mr. Yo resources, in terms of food, really, really good. Is that the scout wall? Because it is still there forever.
No, it's not walled in there.
Okay, I mean...
But interesting positioning there for sure. Archer still around, being annoying. And Hera took quite some time to tag into the fire ship upgrade there, that we have some proper damage output. But look at that split. Now goes for more attack, and look at that. More just being annoyed.
Some archers being annoying there. We see the second DC going up already, but a lot more galleys is still for the Canadian.
Demo's popping. I don't know which dock though. Oh, that's 50%. Okay, it popped at the other spot then. And goes in here. Shouldn't be the craziest hit. Has to trade 1 for 1.
Nearly I have to hype.
Go
Elephant
hype,
archers. We see elephant archers
What?
already from Hera. I see 2 already. Maybe to defend at home. And 2 elephant archers. There's a demo. That demo is important to give the numbers. Well, not that great. Still 4 galleys, 1 galley is losing absolutely everything. Mr. Yo, 50 population. The Canadian with a total domination on the water map. Nelly is killing absolutely everything. I know that he has 2 tone centers, but the water, belong to the Canadian.
Holy guacamole, how dominant is Hera? Look at that, elephants are clearing this one up so beautifully. All the workers still around. Villager advantage is minimal, but now has fish, and Mr. Yo lost water on a water map, on his home map.
Yeah, well, the resources still looking okay for him. Still no horse collar, he will have to do it if he want to go booming. It's true that it seems that Hera has invested more on the land, on the water, sorry, and that's why he is now ahead, because if you check, 3 on foot for Hera. His economy, if he's gonna have 3 TCs, doesn't look so pretty right now.
Lost some fishing ships here. It was up to 5 only now.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's the killer here apparently. Got 3 kills already, make it 4 kills. And that one alone is responsible for basically
5
killing the villager
5 is
production.
there.
Yeah.
5.
You got all the 5 fishing ships.
5 fishing ships, so it is stabilized. Look at the population now.
Count is even. What's
It's
happening
even.
here, ma'am?
One fire galley, and now we have Italians on the field. And Mr. Yo, in at 30 seconds, maybe 1 minute, if he's doing the buildings, and he's doing the building there, is about to go up to Imperial with 5 on foot.
No way. How is this possible, ma'am?
Well, Italians and Mr. Yo, that is... He's just a special player, let's say. Then the economy for Hera, 0 food, almost 0 wood, 800 gold. That's why he's balancing the echo now. But Joe is about to click up. He will need some monks probably, because if he transports those elephant archers, he's going to have problems on the land for sure. He's up to Imperial, 15 minutes.
And Hera just built like 18 farms without horse colors, so that's going to be really draining on his wood count pretty soon as well. Not really what you want to invest onto a water map there. I think horse color could have really helped him out. And yeah, I think a good spot would be front docks, and we indeed see them here on the minimap. Front docks for Mr. Yo. Fast fire ships coming out. And then I think a landing like 3-4 condos, and Hera could be in so much pain.
In a lot of problems. Do you think that also maybe a few monks, get the relics, get the middle, because you want to secure that middle in case the game go longer, or you will go directly try to go full water and, as you said, some landing with the condos?
I think water control in the center is really nice. Maybe even add some more fishing ships trying to get some advantage there. But you have to deal with the landing first.
Elephant archers, those elephant archers, you are not going to kill them. You are not going to kill them. Why you are not going to kill them? Because you got nothing. He got absolutely nothing. Now he's doing the monks. You need a couple of them. And if you convert them, he should be just fine. He got already 1 relic. But where's the monk? Where's the monk? I don't see it.
Picking up
okay,
the relic
picking another.
Side.
Okay.
Yep. And if you have 2 monks, you should be fine here, right? So this is annoying. Villagers have to be pulled, but it is something he can clear up. He luckily, or wisely, already prepared the counter there.
Where you will make the castle for Hera, he has a stone to make a castle. Go to the middle right away, but when you see that your opponent is in imp, that might not matter. You make chemistry, cannon galleys, and the castle is down.
Not easy, not easy. I don't think we really need a castle here in Hera's position. So I think even pull the villagers away from stone and build it when you find a better spot. Then, oh, I have 650 stone, I have to place it now. Oh, he thinks center is the best spot. I think it's very reasonable.
Let's see if Hera is going to react when he sees that his opponent is in Imperial, because when you see Imperial that fast, the fast fires, by the way, nearly gonna take everything. Everything.
You can't contest the water now anymore, and that's why the castle is so nicely positioned, right? Because those fire ships, fast fire ships soon, cannot engage on the right side anymore.
Yeah. So, what Mr. Yo need now to really come back, because population still much more ahead for Hera. Mr. Yo has to do something, like taking the water with the fast fires. It might be not enough, so he's doing the chemistry for the cannon galleys.
Cannon galleons easily sniped though if we have those massive numbers. I would love to see a villager there to repair, but obviously lots of micro that you don't really have time for in the late game. 4 docks here at the front, 5th one being added. So Mr. Yo is trying to make it a full water play now. But Memp, who's soon on the way to him?
How this is happening, man. How he's up to Imperial nearly.
Lots of farms.
Oh my god. He's on the way to Imperial. So, how much time has Mr. Yo? Because even if he's taking the score lead in a moment, not anymore, and he has the fast fire ships, he has 2 minutes and 40 seconds to make this happen. It's true that military numbers, or navy numbers in this case, because it's pretty much all water, it's 16 to 11. Not a big difference. But if you take that castle down, Italians is still very dangerous. People might say, 84 village 66 is an old for with Italians.
To reach them, yes, but you obviously want to constantly continue producing villagers. Remember, Bengalis, we have 3 town centers, so they get an additional 6, reaching Imperial Age. So Hera is looking pretty hot when it comes to his economy setup. Mr. Yo, he wouldn't mind getting to 100.
Let's see if he's going to make some cannon galleys. He's doing already 2. Horsecore now, his economy is really at the limit doing botkin because maybe he's going to go full water at the end and then go the Galleon upgrade as well. He need the middle, Mr. Yo. He need the middle.
Oh, castle. Oh, 200 HP.
He kill it. He killed it.
He lost it.
He lost the stone. He lost the stone, and the stone is not definitely easy to recover. What a timing here for Mr. Yo. He lost the castle because he was just shooting there, and that's gonna be a game changer. Look at the score right now, and now, I mean, the difference is so huge. To take 2 castles there when you are about to be Imperial, it can be a game change.
Absolutely. Look at that now. Demo being sent in. Remember, neither civilization has heavy demos, so armies, I think, should be mainly designed around fast fires. Trying to squeeze in there. Uh-oh, no demo to protect. Galleons there. Oh, nice maneuvering, nice awareness here of Mr. Yo. This is a brilliant game, man.
Yeah, and Mr. Yo just did a couple of cannon galleons. Now he's trying to spam galleons, galleon upgrade, but I like that combination. And here Italians, remember guys, why Italians are so good? All the dogs upgrade 50%, pretty much. So it's
way cheaper, yeah.
It's way cheaper. For that reason, if you have 30 villages behind, the Navy now, the numbers is the same. And he is taking that castle. And obviously, Hera won't have a stone forever.
Oh yeah, trying to repair here, but demos there coming in. Cannon Galleons not looking.
Oh man, the Cannon Galleons is not looking, and now he's gonna lose it. The castle is going to survive, and the castle is alive. So right now, Hera is still taking the lead. Looking so solid, 130 population, 95 is going back. He's coming with so many fast fire ships. Hera has more navy, more army. The castle is still alive, and even losing that castle, looking so smooth to take the 2-0.
Oh, demos could be big here. We have 4 demos in the queue. Can they squeeze through? That's a lot of ships there. Left-hand side very clumped up for Hera. Oh, I don't think it was enough. I think Hera's pushing this one.
He's trying at least, and now he's gonna make a sandwich with that Navy. I think it's not gonna work. Look at the Navy here, 24-13. Mr. Yo is about to lose this one. It's double the Navy. He's going away. China is, Italian, sorry, is really good, you know, but doesn't seem to be enough. 50 population ahead.
Crazy by Hera. Maybe we have to think back. Was it already the spot to tech into Galleons? Because obviously if we think like 60 versus 60 navies, Galleons are better. But we weren't really at the state yet, right? I think going full fast fires here by Hera was the correct choice, and that's why he's now controlling the center in this game.
Yeah, he has those fast fire ships are just crazy. He's taking absolutely everything. Mr. Yo don't have the middle, don't have the water, doesn't have any economy advantage. It's almost double the population.
No heavy demos.
And not double, but not heavy demos as well. And I don't know what he can do. Maybe he's trying to buy a castle to, in the shoreline is the only way to try to mass something.
I think the moment, this is where you don't go for more water, try to get ship right, and then allow yourself some form of a comeback. I don't think like trying to just spam in those demos will help.
Well,
1 military on the field, man.
Block printing? No, man. No Navy. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's really, really good. He's trying to make dogs on the left. I like that, but Hera is coming. He's gonna discover those soon. And now he knows. I mean, Hera is going right away to another spot. Also, he see the castle, so he has to move. 90 villages with Italians doing all the monks arbits, trying to make more dogs. He's there already, might take them. I mean, he's trying, but if he keep constantly producing Hera, Bengalis is my favorite civilization now. That's what it is, man.
Villese, dogao, 1-0 there on the B stream. Obviously, winner of that set is in the quarterfinals.
Already. That's fantastic. That's amazing. That's amazing. Villese is already ahead, as you can see. More dogs, maybe some cannon galleon, maybe some bomber cannon. here to take the trebuchet down.
Yeah, we already tagged into chemistry very early on, so absolutely an option. Mainly going for traps here. I think I would have loved to see Mr. Yo cancel those 12 villagers and try to go for shipwright and allow himself to come back that way.
Look at Hera resources. What upgrade is he going to do? He's doing the chemistry right now.
Shipwright for Hera.
Great, but look how expensive it is.
Yeah, 1,000 food.
It's so expensive. Okay. Let's see if he's gonna be able to do it. He's gonna make the bomber cannon. The bomber cannon is coming. He has a couple of monks. He just need to take those trebuchets and then expand there. I mean, Mr. Yo know what he has to do. The problem is Hera is not letting him to do it.
Just such nice methodical play. Those fire, I don't think they can reach the traps. Oh, maybe the third one now. But repositioning there from Hera. Doesn't want to get converted. Soon we'll have Shipwright and then production will continue again. Oh, goes for the cannon gun shortly before Shipwright finishes. But still, that should be a good fight for Hera.
It's so complicated. There's a bomber cannon. The bomber cannons he wanted to use to kill the traps, but since he got millions of army, that bomber cannon cannot reach those traps. He's trying to kill all the fire ship, but he still have a lot, really a lot. 40 army, 7 army. You know, in this situation, maybe if he got Portuguese, you go Vitorias, I would say he has something to do. But at this point, really, doesn't look like Mr. Yo can come back from this game.
I don't think so either. Bombard cannons goes for monks now. Obviously, he knows this is such an important set. He's trying to squeeze every single percentage of win chance that he has. Another redock there in the back. Has enough food now for Shipwright. Had it earlier. Maybe didn't think of his cheap attacks. Monks are doing a good job, honestly.
Well, they're amazing, and he's doing more and more. He's doing more and more. He did even Sanity. He has all the upgrades with those. And now doing dogs at the back. He's gonna keep trying, man. He's a fighter. He's really a fighter, and he's keep trying. But those elite cannon galleons, what range they have, Nelly?
I think 15.
15, I think, yes. It's just crazy. And you can see there, 15 range. I mean, if you put the fog of war, you can see absolutely everything, Mr. Mapo, right? You see everything, right, Mapo? Yeah, tell me with the cursor, please. Okay, yeah. You see everything. Amazing. Really good. Well, ballistic now, but population, Hera, I like how he's playing because he's just non-stopping. He's not giving a second.
Look at the resources of Mr. Yo, though.
Oh, God.
If he gets the docks up, he can really go for stuff here still. I think he's floating too much, didn't really go for all the great upgrades. Goes for guilds now, who really want to play the late game.
Yeah. I mean, he felt that the late game is still... I mean, if he's... well, we have seen these kind of games with Mr. Yo more than one time. The score is 3,000, but we don't have to forget about that. There's a score, time limit, and, well, everything can matter here. Not going to be easy to recover, but he keeps trying. Now this is quite a lot of dogs, and he can make a castle. Do you think that it is worth now to make a castle in this island, or he was, at this point, try to save that Estonia potential middle island? But look at this army.
Middle island is controlled here by Hera. I think there should be a better fight for Mr. Yo if we had some more bombard cannon connections. Remember how much splash damage they are doing? This was cost efficient.
Yeah, definitely, because all that navy is not all together. The bomber cannon, that never die or what? It was never dying, but still he has so many. Man, he is not stopping. He has 48, 10 more in the queue. He's still doing dogs. He has crazy resources. Now he's doing the upgrade we were mentioning before, Shipwright, but oof.
Shipwright is, like, obviously I mentioned it 8 times, so at some point the viewers found out, okay, apparently Nili really likes the upgrade. Faster production, cheaper, an upgrade we were missing. Mr. Yo missed his chance to directly go into the quarters.
GG call. What a game play. And we have Hera already, the first qualified for the quarterfinals.
Correct.
Already. Wow. Not without effort, because look how focused he looks right now. Huh? Because it might look easy, it's not. This game is, well, everything except easy. Definitely not easy, Nelly. So, what are the keys in these games? Like, I've seen a domination by Hera.
I think Mr. Yo played a bit too greedy early on. I think like adding 3 fishing ships, second dock really late, and then Hera basically outmassed Mr. Yo at Mr. Yo's docks. That's something that should never happen, right? Defender's advantage is a thing. That's why Mr. Yo at least could somewhat defend, but Hera, just beautiful micro there with the 6 fire galleys that he split away, and it's just Mr. Yo I would have liked maybe testing the water a bit more, like going like 1 fire galley, seeing, okay, wow, Hera, you're going for 3 fire galleys yourself. Well, maybe then I need to go into production myself.
I don't know. Probably he was confused, a little bit surprised about Bengali. Don't think he has played against Bengalis many times at all. But let's see, Mr. Yo, I mean, I expected a little bit closer series now that nobody listened to us.
Well, it was just the Civ picks, maybe. Game number 1, obviously we have to say Turks didn't decide it. It was Hera's crazy play, the market usage, the work around the map control. But game 2, Bengalis played to perfection.
Let's see what Hera had to say with Mr. Riley.
Well, thanks very much, boys. I'm here with Hera. And Hera, before we get into the interview, I just want to say thank you, because you're one of the reasons that I can actually sit here and do this job. For anyone new to the game, Hera, your stream, your YouTube channel, one of the best ways for people to learn. And we're going to learn a thing or two from you right here and right now, because I want to ask you about what we've just seen there. A really, really confident performance. We'll come back to your confidence in a second. Let's talk about the games. Game number 1, pick the Turks. We were expecting maybe a castle into Imperial Age, push out those Janissaries. But it seems that you were taking advantage of the light cav bonuses of the Turks to sort of squeeze Mr. Yo into a corner. Was that your approach there, or what was your approach to this?
Well, first of all, thank you for the very kind words. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Yeah, game 1, I mean, the Bull is a crazy map. It's very hard to know how to approach it. To be honest, I feel like Turks is really a counter to Archer Civs, like you said, with the light cavs. That was my plan. Seeing Bulgarians kind of threw me off, but I figured if I can get to his fish fast enough, you know, that there could be something going on there. And yeah, the castle wasn't planned. It was just, you know, I saw him kind of a little bit behind, and a forward castle is just such a killer blow on that map, so it worked really well.
It looked like you were sort of trying to take control of the edges with the mobility of the light cav, and then knowing that Yo would move up to the fish, punish him for sort of being concentrated up there, and we saw that work really effectively. Was this something that, because you know the Turks were not 100% sure what to expect with a Civ like that, was that your mindset?
Well, I've practiced the map a few times, and the thing that I took away is that the map plays out differently every time. It really just depends on like what happens. And so, you know, because I had control of the outside pretty convincingly, I made the gate. You know, I figured Yo's a smart player. He's probably on the fish, and I made sure to check that. I think his biggest mistake was just, you know, assuming I wouldn't go there. He wasn't defending it, so I was very fortunate to find that, and it was a big punish.
Yeah, you were really able to strike while the iron was hot there. Let's talk about game number 2, Italians versus Bengalis. Bengalis, I think, overlooked by many when it comes to playing on water. There aren't a lot of civs in the game that have passive regen, right? But the ships having even a very slow regeneration thing, was that a big part of your pick here on this hybrid map?
I think that's part of it. For me, it's really just like the extra 2 villages from the start on a map where it's unpunished. Like that just sounds pretty good to me. I don't think it's as good as Italians. I'm gonna be honest. But at the end of the day, he first picked Italians, and so I got other civs that I wanted, and then just last pick Bengalis. But the ship regeneration does play a big role. You know, I'm running around the map. You notice I had a low HP fire galley. Instead of running back to a villager, just run around the map, and it gets a little bit of a boost. So. Yeah, I think the economy was really smooth. The elephant archers made a showing, which is kind of funny, but yeah, overall, I think that was like the only area I can see Bengalis thriving.
If you want to just put on your Professor Hera hat for just a second, we don't have a whole lot of water maps. We don't have a whole lot of I mean, we got, I guess a few. There are hybrids you can build on shoals or whatever, but talk to us about water maps. What's the key to playing on water?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that really, but
okay.
I'm usually very shaky on water maps. If I can give some advice, it's that landings are extremely hard to make work, but only if the defender is scouting. So make sure to scout. Landings are always possible. As long as you're careful that a landing isn't coming, you're gonna have a pretty good time. And yeah, that's basically the main way I think to approach water maps. Yeah, that's kind of how I go about it.
Intel is key. All right. Well, let's zoom out a little bit here. Harry, you're a pillar of the community. You're someone who has offered so much help and guidance to so many people, myself included, and obviously many people will be cheering you on. I want to talk about your confidence. I want to talk about your mindset coming into this tournament. You've really put in the time. You've really put in the effort. You were telling me yesterday how hungry and motivated you are. And I mean, so far, Perfect. You're our first person qualified for the quarterfinals, so congratulations there.
Thank you very much.
Talk us through your approach and your preparation for this event.
Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of tournaments, but I feel like this one is very special to me. I was here last year and I lost in a very heartbreaking series for me, but obviously a legendary series for MBL who did get that reverse sweep. So this one means a lot to me to come back and try to do better this year than the last year. But more so than that, I'm just really enjoying Age of Empires 2. It's a great game. I played it for 10 years. I still love it. I'm a fan just as much as I am a player. And I'm extremely just enjoying the game and motivated to do well. And I told myself coming in here, my preparation was solid. Even if I lose round 1, I still feel like I grew as a player.
Yeah, so still learning something.
Regardless what happens in this tournament, even if I lose in the quarters, even if I make it all the way to the finals, I feel like I improved as a player and I'm going to carry that forward regardless of the results. So I'm very, very happy with how things played out.
As you should be in the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Hera. Can't wait to see more from you, mate.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us. All right, my friends, we're going to check in now with Dave, another learned professor, a scholar of Age of Empires. He's standing over ready to give us his insights as to what he's been keeping an eye on during this set. So, Dave, why don't you talk us through some of the highlights from what we just saw?
Well, I mean, we started off with an amazing map, the Bull, a map that we haven't really seen so far today, and it's a dynamic map, right? Everything is always changing, like Hera said. We asked about the meta on this to many players, and they simply said, I don't know. We thought they were being secretive, but maybe they were just being honest, right? And I think it's so dynamic because there's so many resources you can take advantage of. There's the 6 relics around the edge, there's the stone and the gold in the middle, there's the fish in the north, the fish in the sides, and I believe Hera really took advantage of that with the Turks as well. He went for the scouts, he killed the fish from Mr. Yo early, and Mr. Yo tried to pressure him down the middle, and Hera simply started moving to different resources, right? He went to the fish in the top that Mr. Yo was taking advantage of. He went to the gold for Mr. Yo. He went to the middle and blocked Mr. Yo off that wood line. So that was honestly incredible play.
I think it's a map that more than anything rewards agility. It's a map that rewards not necessarily innovation, but being able to think on your feet, right? And adaptability. That's what I'm looking for here. It's a map that rewards players who can make quick and effective decisions that don't necessarily have to be perfect, but have to be good enough. And because of the huge diversity of gameplay we see on this map, really being able to think on your feet, being able to adapt to whatever's happening to you. And that's what we saw Hera do. He came in with a loosely formulated game plan with the Turks, but what we really saw from him there was an ability to adapt to what the circumstances required, and a well-deserved win for him as a result.
Yeah, and it's so important on that map. I think maybe that map more than any other, and it's going to be some of the best games of the tournament that we see. It's going to be on the Bull.
Yeah, appropriately for our Red Bull Wololo Legacy Series.
I think, though, the key moment in that game is probably when he came into the shortfish. So
let's have a look at some of the key moments. I know you've identified them here.
If we can see some key moments here, I mean, the scouts were running around, and Yo was pretty confident that he was taking those short fish for free, and here's the moment right here. Hera suddenly shows up with knights. Hera did not have gold access that entire time. He was using the market to get the knights. It could have been knights, it could have been light cav, it could have been camels, as we see will follow up shortly. And Yo is completely undefended, completely unawares, completely unprepared for this action. You can't recover from this.
No.
He's already lost his fish. He's losing villagers now, and Hera is blocking him off from the middle still, as we see on the mini-map in the south. Yo is trying to deal with that. He's trying to deal with this. He's trying to deal with his dead fish. He's trying to deal with the fact that these units will not stop coming because he has no land military, and he can never really get that momentum with the Bulgarians, with the Krepos, with those stationary positions that he really wants. Like, Hera's just perfectly content to stay under the TC because he knows Yo has nothing there. He can raid him to death. So fantastic play from Hera, and that was a very short game. I think Hera is one of the players that Mr. Yo really struggles against because he takes those good fights early. He gets that snowball, he gets the momentum, and Yo against Hera can't do those crazy pushes. Hera defends calmly, as you love to say.
That's it. That is your mantra. That's number one, dude.
That is what Hera does best, arguably, in the game. And here's the finishing castle. I mean, he stalls out the villagers building the TC. That TC was never going to go up. That was a pipe dream right there.
That was a DauT TC.
no, that was preemptive DauT TC. And the castle goes up, and that's just the finishing blow from Hera. And then, of course, we move into game 2. And Hera is using his fire galleys so nicely in this game with the regenerative bonus on the ships from Bengalis. And we've all seen it. Like, if you watch Hera play, you've seen him on Arabia with Knights, bringing them back at 1 HP to come heal from the Monks. And he's doing this so perfectly with the Fire Galleys. Look, he doesn't even lose a single Fire Galley here. He can pull those back, and suddenly when Yo wants to get back on water, and Yo is trying to contest, Hera still has 11, 10 fires wandering around that he can upgrade for later and use on his Navy. So,
but also fire galleys that have regenerated, right?
That's exactly it. Yeah, and that's why he has the numbers.
Ready to go.
And we can see right here, I mean, Mr. Yo getting the advantage to Imperial Age, right? He has the cannon galleons and he kills this castle foundation. Hera just straight up loses that stone. That is such a huge blow. And now Yo can shift his focus over to that other castle. But Hera does an amazing thing coming up here. Mr. Yo has a couple cannon galleons attacking that castle. Hera knows if he shifts all of his navy over to this side, he can send his demos on a YOLO mission around the other side. And once he takes out those cannon galleons, he keeps his castle alive. Yo can't get a position on the middle, and Hera can push right back. Fantastic. Like, he knew exactly where the navy from Mr. Yo was, and he deliberately, it felt deliberate to me anyway, pulled it over to that side and sent the demos. If he loses the demos, it's 3 demos. If he gets the cannon galleons, it's absolutely game-changing.
Yeah. And I think for Hera, I mean, you know, Hera, I mean, I've got a lot of respect for the bloke, but I think there was a bit of modesty with him saying he's not an expert on water. He feels a bit shaky because this bloke has shown just surgical precision with the way that he played this game.
Yeah, I think Northern Isles is more of a dynamic map than most of the water maps. I mean, he has a proud history of some games on water maps, but he feels like he's not confident. He should be after this performance. That was incredible, and I think Bengalis is a really, really strong civilization pick here. Full tech tree, too. We were amazed. Like, we don't play it that often on water. We don't see it that often on water, and Tristan and I were sitting there going, oh, they have this. Oh, they have that. Oh, they have that, too. Okay, this is great. Yeah.
Well, look, a deserving victor in Hera and a worthy adversary in Mr. Yo, who, of course, it's worth remembering, is not out. At 1-1, he will get another chance tomorrow to find his way into the quarterfinals. So we'll, of course, check back in with him. Dave, thanks so much for your insight. It was great to sit and watch the match with you and you know, chew on some of this stuff. And now we get to present some of those moments, and hopefully the audience at home have got a fuller understanding of what they've just seen. So
yeah, it was an amazing set. I look forward to the next one. I mean,
it's going to be fantastic.
Here we go.
Thanks very much, Dave. As I moved back to have a sit down here with another one of my caster colleagues, T90, fan favourite, and Monsieur Cito. Thank you so much for joining us here, mate. Cito, I wanted to check in with you, mate, because on our B stream, obviously the B group has been playing. There's been ups and downs, smiles and frowns. Unfortunately, you went down to Hera 0-2, but we just wanted to have a chat with you about your impressions of the event, how you're going so far, your confidence, sort of checking in, because while you weren't here last year, you took part in Red Bull Wololo 4, which was an online tournament. How does it feel now to be at in a castle at this offline event, this LAN?
Well, it's so much different from online tournaments, and I love to be there, right? Even if I lost today, I have had some really good time, and yeah, I'm gonna try my best tomorrow and see, but I really want to stay as long as possible in the castle.
Yeah, of course, I can imagine. Tristan, I'm not sure, obviously you were casting, so you probably didn't get a chance to see a huge amount of Hera and Cito, but probably worth asking Cito, I mean, from my perspective at least, how that match went, but what are your thoughts, or anything that you want to ask Cito about what we perhaps didn't see on the B stream there?
Okay, so obviously there's a lot of good opponents. I guess the first question that comes to mind for me is, I wasn't someone who was able to see every moment of that game. Do you think Hera was like a good person to lose to in terms of picking up on strategies, learning lessons, or are you just like, T90, this is just a caster thing, you're just creating stuff out of thin air?
We've got to get the content somehow.
Yeah.
I don't think Hera is the best person to lose to, like to learn what you did wrong, because Hera is so skilled, like he's probably like one of the best player, like in terms of speed, micro, and everything. But even if you play like good decision making wise, you can still lose to him.
Sure.
And if you do a single mistake, you're gonna get punished by Hera. So, of course, I know what mistake I did, and I'm gonna try to correct it. But it's never easy to correct mistakes versus players like Hera.
Just a player of his caliber. As you say, you can play perfectly and still he's just that good. Sometimes he'll outplay you. Well, I mean, the pressure's on a little bit for you, Cito. Tomorrow you'll be playing against Villese, who also unfortunately went down in the opening stages of Group B. walk us through how you're feeling about this match. Talk to us about what's on the docket between now and then for you, preparation, rest, getting yourself in the right headspace. What's going on?
So I think Villese and I are really close, and I'm super prepared, but I'm pretty sure he's prepared as well. Like everyone is so prepared. The level is so high this tournament. So I don't know who is favorite. I'm trying to stay focused, and I know I'm prepared, so I'm not stressed about failing. I know I'll do my best anyway, and if I lose, it's just because he plays better. But I'm feeling confident, but doing good. I don't know about the result, but yeah, I will not feel bad anyway.
Well, that's such a great mindset to have, T90. Like, we talk to these players about how they're feeling. There are some players who are, a little nervous under the bright spotlights and that sort of stuff. There are some players that feel very at home. But, I'm sure you're both going to agree. Tristan, this is just a massive event to be part of, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to sound super cheesy, but you could also apply much of that to like life in general. It's like, I'm going to do my best with the factors I can control, and sometimes it doesn't always go the right way, right? So, I mean, I think it is important to control whatever factors you can, which is preparation, and then of course the in-game stuff as well. But yeah, I mean, it seems like Sito's got a really good mindset. It's tough because you've got 15 other players that also have a
pretty good mindset
skill and good mindset as well. So
yeah. Well, let's talk briefly, Sito, before we let you go, about your preparation. Talk to us about the path that you took to get here, and also what the last couple of weeks have looked like for you to make sure you do your best at this event.
So I played the qualifiers, 2 qualifiers, because I didn't qualify to the first one. So I was already super prepared after the second qualifiers because I really wanted to be there. So I practiced like a ton for a month before qualifiers. And then I was feeling confident, but I knew I still needed to stay in shape before the tournament. So I kept practicing versus different opponents, because you want to have to play versus different strategies, of course. And after every training, I was thinking about the games and just getting lessons out of it. And I think I know what strat I want to do on every map now. So
that's great.
Yeah, I can start a match being confident, and that's the most important, because if you are not sure what you're going to do, it's already super bad for your gameplay if you're not confident.
You're kind of fighting against yourself at that point. Yeah. Well, Sito, thanks so much for joining us and taking the time. The very best of luck to you tomorrow, mate. Looking forward to talking to you again. And I really, really appreciate your attitude. Even if you're not met with a huge amount of success, you're here, you're part of it, and you do your best. Sito, thanks so very much. T90, thanks for hanging out with us here as well.
Thank you, guys.
Right now, however, I'll get you to stick around because we are going to head over to the casting desk. I understand that the players are ready to draft, so we're going to get into the thick of things nice and quick here as we chuck it over to our next winners match, a quarter-final slot up for grabs here. And to talk you through it, it's Mem and Nili.
So great, guys. And thank you, Riley. We're going to move right away to the draft because we're going to have Leary and DauT. Leary and DauT, both players with similar results today. Both started losing their series. They came back. And now we have another quarterfinalist in a series with, 2 champions, 2 times runner-up, DauT and TheViper, Leary, versus Tatito, that want to be finally, at least, I believe, DauT in the top 4. You might know better than me.
Did he ever make a semi-final? I don't even know.
I think no.
It's crazy, right?
No.
Because we consider him to be a top 8 player in the world, right? So at some point, he has to have the breakthrough performance. I think he played every single Red Bull event, Red Bull Wololo that is, and, well, now we're going into the picks here. Schultz taken away from Tato as an option, so didn't want to play water there. Plays Acclivity is Leary, obviously one of his strongest maps, and Atacama taken away for Tato.
Yeah, also Atacama, one of the best. I was talking with Leary before, and I was sure he was going to ban the one that he did. He probably don't like that one. And then Tato picked Northern Islands. So water. I mean, Tato is trying to pick water here. He cannot ban both. Leary, right?
And now the big question. Did Tato pick it with the knowledge that Leary could easily go for Bengalis? he clearly looked at the last set.
Oh, the bull, it's banned. Now we have Mora's banned as well. Are we going to see Arabia? Or Tato is not going to want to play Arabia?
I think playing, the more fancy it gets, the better it is. think taking Arabia away, yeah.
Away, expected.
Like you predicted.
Expected.
It's a nice choice for TauT.
Yeah, it's expected. But we still have here in close map, or does enclose? No, Kewasan, we might see enclosing. What is left right now? Enclosed and free leg is there. Out enclosed is gonna be.
Enclosed. Ooh.
Enclosed is gonna be.
Ooh, and we have seen some really good enclosed game over the years here at Red Bull for sure. Remember, those two faced each other in Red Bull 5, so same castle. I think it was in the quarterfinals last year as well, and Leary won that one 3-1. Game number 1 enclosed there as a starter. Plays out so differently depending on the civilizations, and it feels like there are 10 civilizations are equally viable and enclosed.
Favorite for you in these cities?
It has to be Leary.
Has to be.
It's like I could fanboy GL now, but Leary is the favorite. Leary is clearly a top 3 player in the world. 2 crowns, 4 finals in total. TauT, he has to be a level behind.
I don't know also if we have this statistic with the face to face they did in tournaments, but I think Leo has always got very good results against TauT by close cities.
Yeah,
like 3-2.
3-2s,
many times, you know.
3-1s, yeah. In total, it's 4 wins for TauT, 11 wins for Leary.
Wow.
But the last win for TauT was Hidden Cup 3. So, what was that, May 2020?
Because it was given. You know, well, that might matters. I don't know. Anyway, look at those bands. Saracens band. Leo banned Saracens because you know that TauT with the Saracens, some magic. And now the Meso civilizations from... well, Leo is not a player that picks so much, the Meso civs.
True. In comparison, we would
With
like
others?
to see, but exactly what I wanted to say. Leary is one who likes to play some crossbow. Betting something like Ethiopians, something like Britons could make lots of sense. Leary really strong with that. He got really pushed to the limit on acclivity against Daniel. Could have lost 2-0, but a massive Arbalest ball saved his day.
Yeah. Remember that we want to ban now 3 per player. So in total, 6 civilizations going to be banned. We have now Gurjara's banned, Britons, Aztecs. What is going to be the next one?
Saracens felt like such a clever ban against TauT. Such a crazy good player with them, and tough to see. Burgundians.
Okay.
Oh, that has
for enclosed, it can be very strong too. That map, yeah.
We have seen them multiple times, and GL kind of likes them as well. DauT seen multiple times.
Yes.
And another archer, Eagle Sith, banned away. Yeah, so TauT was following system there.
Yeah, so now the pick's gonna be, do you think Ethiopians again? He made them really popular. Ethiopians with 1 TC Imperial, and they recovered the bonus now.
Yeah, I think Ethiopians will be seen in those 8 civilizations, likely on Leary's side. And he's going for humans first. Okay. Really strong on enclosed for sure. Yeah. Can also be played on acclivity, but I think enclosed feels very reasonable there.
And you take from your opponent.
Yeah.
As well.
True. You go for Tatars. Ooh, that has to be acclivity, I believe. Obviously, the massive fill in the center makes it tricky for the opponent to engage into you with a better bonus. And Dravidians.
Tatars being so popular, being picked so high pretty much in every draft, as we have seen, but he's not getting banned. So they consider he's strong, but he's not as strong to get banned.
So they have to be like in this like 7th to 12th best civ kind of threshold.
Hindustanis now.
Something for enclosed.
No archer civ.
No, or is that... Then humans acclivity and Berbers.
No archers still.
So Leary just keeps Northern Isles open for his 4th pick, I believe. Berbers can be placed on enclosed. Byzantines there.
Well, Berbers has been picked by dogao very well.
On Northern
Islands against DauT as well. Remember, Berbers are also faster galleys, faster Koreans. A lot of naval civilizations there.
TauT can play Northern Isles 3 times. It's going to
and
face
Italians. Well,
okay.
Italians.
Well, then Dravidians probably not going to be on water, but being played on acclivity there for TauT. Lots of options. Oh, this is going to be a great set.
I think it's going to be Kumans enclosed. Byzantines for enclosed.
Feels so weird, right?
Yeah, but where do you put
the
them?
distance is so long. Do you really want to play Byzantines there?
But you can spam, and the problem with the Kumans, if he's going opening double military building. Good civilization to counter that one is Byzantines.
That's so true. That's so true.
For cheaper units. I don't see other choice that is better for enclose. With the Sivsky peak.
I think maybe Byzantines, are there an option on acclivity as well? Because if you go mass skirmishes,
but then
often
Tatars,
we play...
you can pick Tatars in enclose. I prefer Tatars in acclivity.
I think Tatars acclivity could make sense. And then we have Dravidians or Byzantines. Well, we just
or Korea.
We have too many naval civs.
You know.
Or is Koreans an option on acclivity?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. I don't know what people think also in the chat. They know 4K chat, remember?
Obviously.
4K chat. Well, we can have the draft because they are going to start in a moment, but we can have the draft and we can see because we have good memory, but you know, after so many hours, I'm thinking that now I'm casting still Mr. Yo versus Hera, but no, we are now Lear versus DauT. And then who they are going to face, the winner of this one, potentially, we can talk about that, the potential matchups, because Leary DauT. Oh, we have Leary now that is coming already.
We have an upgrade on the B stream, but we can talk about that a bit later. Leary, it wasn't his castle, right? He was so close to making it his castle last year.
And when you have been champion 2 times, another that you lost, then you are almost close because he was 3-2 ahead. The motivation from this guy has to be also
really high. Yeah, like lots of people said, Leary practiced more than they would have anticipated. Because he was most of the time a guy practicing, like try-harding the last 4 or 5 days before a tournament. But apparently he started earlier, took it very seriously, and, well, takes a good sip of Red Bull to fuel himself.
Was talking with, yeah, and now we are going to see DauT. I like to call him DauT, guys. He's in a cute way, you know. And there you go, the Spaniard from Gamer Legion team as well, with a very nice dessert, I have to say. Very, very nice one. And DauT is coming. And he's thinking of reading the strategies. I pick 3 for water, and the water I'm going to pick. Guys, he looks so serious. So serious. He's not that serious in real life.
Yeah, that's true. He's such a smiley boy as well, writing down all his strategies here as well. Look at that. He's doing massive circles. Is he...
All the 3
Is he
seats?
painting the maps? What is he doing there? Okay. Quite interesting. Write something down. Can we zoom in a bit more, please? I could see what's happening there.
They don't want to spoil. I mean, the zoom is absolutely amazing. We could see it. Now, Lear is not there. Let's go.
He's asking, Hera, sorry, we're playing Northern Isles. I forgot to pick Bengalis. What should I play now?
Yeah.
I've misclicked to Italians.
Well, we have to remind also, guys, that dogao won Villese 2. So we have Villese already
in the quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm. That's already one step ahead for him.
Yeah. Villese quarterfinals, massive achievement there for sure. Last time he was basically the last game of the tournament, decided that he was not going through, but Tedo was going through. So heartbreaking there for sure with 2-2. In the end, Buchholz decided that he couldn't go through. And this time, top 8 performance, winning 2 games, 2-0, 1-2. Great performance by Villese. And now up next on the B stream, obviously, TheViper against MBL, deciding who's going through there.
Yeah, and I'm just checking right now. What is the change? Well, probably you know and you remember. Ooh,
10K guaranteed.
The chance to be guys in the quarterfinals is that $10,000 already for Villese.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for Hera as well, obviously.
That's true.
And there you go. Another video from Larry.
Oh. He's so confident.
Did you notice that I don't kill him the kid anymore?
You will at some point. It will slip. It will slip, man.
Okay.
I know.
During the series? The series? Okay.
Once he micros 8 archers on 3 different places, you will call him the
What
crazy
archers?
kid again.
There's no archer saves?
Micro and experience.
What?
10 there, obviously, Leary. No one has played more Red Bull Wololo games than him. Macro, maybe something where we could see some improvement there. Speed, absolutely out of his mind. Strategy choices, crazy as well. And Tedo, slightly behind there in some regards, but he is giving Leary a run for his money, I'm sure about it.
Well, and now when we see this, we're probably going to see the civilizations, the map. We know already it's going to be enclosed. And that banner from DauT was beautiful. You know, it's really beautiful. We have the civilizations. Well, this is the angle usually that we see that great 3D one, and I want to see it, man. I want to see it because we are really curious. Also, what happened with Herod? We were a lot of questions, and now we don't really know. I still vote for, I don't know. It has to be Byzantines or Tatars. And then close for Tatot.
Okay, so
I believe, I don't know.
Byzantines, or what was his fourth shift again?
Tatars, then he got Korea.
Koreans, Koreans, something I don't see. It kind of has to be Byzantines, yeah. And I'm not sure if I like that too much.
Well, the thing is, if you go with a lot of farming, the transition to a potential fast sim can be great, but you want also in a map that you can, I mean, Close is a map that you can expand. You need to make damage early, and you can move. So,
and Byzantines don't need to expand that much, right?
Yeah.
Because they aren't that reliant on gold. You only want to go into gold if you go for Katas. Even if you play Arbalest, it's kind of gold heavy, but having 2 gold spots is totally fine till like early to mid Imperial Age, right? So they are totally fine going for a lot of very cheap units. And Leary, he is not that sure where he picks what civilization, I believe.
He's confused probably. And also Byzantine, we say one thing, don't have to be 1. 2 TCs and spamming units can be okay, can be a node. Let's see, because we don't know if they have decided already the civilizations. I think they did. I think we're gonna see now. Come on, I want to see the cataphract. It's beautiful too. Will be the first time.
Would be, I think
first time, right?
First time, and I think it would like
Give me
might crush the table there.
Prissy, get me a cataphract.
But don't put the glass there. The cataphract might throw it over.
Or is it gonna be a Kashik?
No, also an option. Tatars, they have a crazy late game. If you play Kashik, heavy CA, you have a lot of gold.
And a lot of mobility as well for that map. Yeah. But the problem is that the Kumans, you can go very aggro in the early game. I don't know if then you can add, well, we're telling Kuman, and maybe then he's not picking Kumans as well. Hopefully we are not going to fail, because then they're going to think, what are you guys doing there, man?
Well, Cumans also are a real option on acclivity, right? Because you can open double archery range, you can technically open archery range stable as well, simply because your production is cheaper in the wood cost. So short distance, you can put on some aggression. TC, a bit ignored if you play acclivity. So that's why enclose is where we feel Cumans the more clear choice.
I believe that DauT, it doesn't matter who is facing, is motivated. I think he's even more against Leary. For what we were talking before. Like a mini challenge for him. Like, I have to win him in a big tournament. A series to Leary, right? Because he has done to most of people, but don't think against Leary, I don't know.
Well, yeah, as we said, like Hidden Cup earlier, but like Red Bull 5, he kind of lost 3-0 pretty easy. It was 3-1 in the end. We played Aftermath, which is like a really wild map, and look at that. What's riding in there, man?
Well, you can see the beautiful node, the amazing unit. It's beautiful, huh?
It's so sick.
It's so sick. He's so sick. He's so sick. That cataphract there. My goodness. Byzantines, we were right. We know something. We know something.
Okay.
We know something. And now we're going to see the Kipchak as we were talking.
I think it has to be the Kipchak on the other side. Humans just feel so likely. We have seen it so many times. The distance is long and enclosed simply because the wood line is in the center there, and we just have to think it buys enough time for humans to add that extra town center. And they can also still play mind games, right? Could go for the stable opening, could go for archery range opening, could go for even the double opening.
Okay, let's see, because I want to see now the Kipchak, the same that I saw. We saw the cataphract. He's still thinking, man, and he's a best of 3.
It shouldn't be that complex, but apparently...
Exactly.
Yeah.
Imagine a best of 5. This Sunday, remember, a quarterfinal best of 5, then...
And it should be easy for Leary, at least Northern Isles, right? It's easily
it's
Italians.
It's Italian.
Yeah. And what? What?
Whoa. We need newcasters. The newcasters right now. What the Italians are doing here? And then what he pick on water, Berbers? Huh? What happened with AM? Bengalis, now Italians on close?
What's that?
Archers?
For production, I think you picked the wrong civilization there. This is
it's confirmed.
Obviously it's confirmed, but it's crazy.
Yeah.
This had to be a counter to what he expected Tato to play. I think he tried to out-mind game Tato there, and remember,
do you like it? Do you like it, the option for Leary? Because it late.
Oh.
You don't like it?
He's dry on water now. What is he playing on water?
But against Byzantine. Let's focus in this one. In this matchup against Byzantines,
I don't think the
in a
Genoese
late
perform.
game?
No, they don't perform well enough against Cataphracts.
No?
No.
Okay.
Genoese? I don't think so.
Well, but that's in a very, very long game. But in middle game, also, Skirmish is ballistic for TauT, and he's fine.
I think so as well. I think Leary, honestly, needs to play a really aggressive game here. Because if this game goes 40 minutes plus...
It's his style. Otherwise, usually, that's his style. So maybe that's the plan. Then you can go up to Castle. It's also
But there are
easier.
better
because it's
civs than
cheaper.
playing Knight's crossbow, what I'm kind of expecting. Oh, it is Cumans. Oh, whew. Whew, yo, man.
They troll us.
Oh,
they troll.
production.
They troll. The production troll us. My goodness, they are trollers. Well, Freezy, Patrick, whoever is there, they troll us. It's cool, man. This production is on another level. Ladies and gentlemen, we see Leo, it's second TC and double archery range. Thank you, production. We love you as well. All right.
Double gate. Ma'am, time to scream.
No. I don't have voice anymore. You don't listen or what?
Okay. Oh, that should be that scout, though. I think should never get out. I think wall between the barracks.
Kuman's a scout.
Yeah, it's 5% faster, ma'am.
Okay.
It gets out. Oh, that's a bit sloppy by Tato, I believe. I think he could have killed it.
Yeah.
Like 2 houses away.
So he has only one archery range. I confused before.
Oh, look at the other side, please, observer. Look at what Tato is doing. He's pushing the deer away and killing them with the spearman. Look at that. One more hit needed here.
He's gonna kill it.
Oh, perfect. And that means no food on those deer if a military unit does the last hit.
That's really great because you need that food. Even more if you're doing second tone center. That's 280 foot in the damn hell. Gone. He's still taking the other deer. It's true that he has the berries, but the berries is the slowest food income in the game. While the deers use one of the opposite. They stop the shorefish. Deers hunt, it's absolutely amazing. Liv is now exploring. He has archery range. The goal. Why they did this to us, man? What do you tell? I'm still thinking,
They're probably laughing at production, like, how did we make those stupid castles look?
Yeah, but now, guys, you have to put the Kumans, the Kipchak. We need to see that.
On Northern Isles, they put the Kipchak on the table.
Island. Okay.
Oh, Tato, can he block this? I don't think so. It's, I think, too close to the town center. Indeed, saves his HP. Archers are around, tries to find another one. It's not actually housing Leary. Do we find a kill? Looks good.
TauT is microing properly. He's taking one village. He's going to take another. Leo is not there with the archer. He's going to kill another one. This is going to be 2 villages down probably. He's with fletching. The scout is taking damage in those archers, but as you can... Oh, he saved everything. Saved the village and killing them all. Not bad. And well, one village down is not that huge when you have double TC. You can see how TauT already selling everything. No stone, nothing to go up to castles. And then forward siege or shop?
I don't know. I think he might actually buy stone back there as well. I think it's just trying to survive, or it's just trying to push the town. Yeah, I think forward siege workshop could make a lot of sense. Something weird happened. Tato actually went for wheelbarrow. That's obviously a great upgrade. The more villagers you have, but he did it after like 35 villagers, way earlier than we typically see it.
Yeah, well, and you can see how Leary is not too far from going up with double TC. 5 is more, 6 already. Still have the numbers. He's now microing here. This is the 10 points he got, right, in the micro. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it because TauT got 9, so... And you can see, guys, how both players are microing the archers really well. Still Leary a little bit ahead with the KD and trying to push a little, but a stable at home. I don't see yet any forward villager. And on the way to Castle Leary, not going to be so behind with the double TC, Nelly.
This is an interesting market placement as well. Kind of forward where Siege Workshop could make a lot of sense then. Now Skirmisher added. I don't think Leary can stay here, but well, Leary is proving me wrong here apparently. Armor is in. Skirm should be pretty good, and yeah, Leary needs to run. But as you mentioned, on the way to Castle Age with way more villagers.
Well, but he has wheelbarrow. It's not that many more. I mean, 9, so it will be 6 because he has wheelbarrow. So those 3 villages less, let's say, because wheelbarrow needs the time from 3 villages. But still, he keeps creating more. He has the second town center and is coming forward. He's coming forward. Remember that also this civilization with the town, which as well, when you make the building, you don't even need an outpost. You see absolutely everything. The problem is Leary is too close to be up. And if you don't make damage with Kumans, you might be able to clean that forward easily.
Well, we will will see. I think multiple stables. I think if he expects the forward siege workshop, he should already be building the siege workshop. Remember, humans can do that in Fuel Age.
Correct.
Could help out quite a bit to go for the mangonel production. Doesn't really have the wood for it now, but this is a game where if you want to use the restroom, better do it after the game, because this one could end pretty quickly. This is going to be wild next minutes.
Oh my god. But good thing for TauT. I don't think he saw the siege workshop. As Mapu pointed out there, no, he didn't see it. Now he's pushing back a little bit of those villas and he's getting some idle. Still 11 villas ahead, 12, and he's doing the stables. And the stable from TauT is at home, so it's gonna take too long to be there.
Botkin with only 6 archers. So Leary not going for crossmen, resources are limited, economy not really there yet, and skirmishers will do their job. Now Monastery most likely at the front as well, mangonel pressure will come in, and that's the only gold Leary has access to, obviously.
Yeah, and Botkin is not a really cheap upgrade. Let's see the fog of war for Leary Mapo, please, because we want to see if he can see another goal. He doesn't see that goal at 9 o'clock, so he cannot see that goal at all. As you can see, he's missing that one. Oh man.
Tile.
And now he's gonna get inside. Let's see his base. There's a mangonel now. Well, he can move the lumberjacks. He's killing one village, but he spotted the siege. So what to do now from Leary? As you mentioned, Botkin with 7 archers is not too much. He's doing now the monastery, correct, to convert those camels. But he needs mobility because TauT army camels very cheap as well.
Mangonel pressure, I don't think crossbow is the easy choice. There's skirms annoying a bit, scouting quite a bit. Look at that. TauT doesn't want to play more skirmishers. He's mainly using them for scouting right now. Puts on some more pressure here, another villager dead. And TauT only 12 villagers behind.
Yeah. 3 village kill is even less because he has wheelbarrow. The TC is now in danger. He should attack with one mangonel to the village and the other to the TC.
Potentially, maybe a bit further down. He wants to keep them together though. Shot against the crossbows. Now you want to click the farm, then you're slightly increasing the range of your mangonel shots.
Okay, but now we see double stable. From Leary, he's doing his skill bar and armor. No bloodlines yet, but there's monks as well. Not gonna be easy. He's trying to micro those crossbows. Knights are about to be there. He has to be back. We don't see yet the monks from Leary. He has only 1, but he's not converting. This is 3 mangonels. The push is absolutely real. That is gonna be down. And the big problem is Leary doesn't have any goal now. No goal. The crossbows are going down. The score is switching in a moment, and TauT is in a very good position, as you can see. That was a big and very good bada boom. And still, you have to move to find more goal, because if not, it's going to be a quick game.
Uh-oh, that's going to be tricky indeed. Mangonel shots again, man. Really good ones. There are barely any crossbows left. 4 on the field only.
And that TC is about to be bye-bye. These 2 monks is going to convert. He's committing. No! You cannot commit. He's going to lose a lot more. Look at the KD. He's double the KD in favor to TauT. And TauT is taking the town center. And Leary, what Leary can do, I'm telling you, Alt F4 is a good up. Another TC in the same spot is going to be able to clean those. Oh my God, he's trying to clean the mangonels. So maybe the Alt F4 was too fast from me. It looks like, but military numbers, 18 TauT, 3 Leary, Villese is the same, and this is looking great for TauT. The KD 15, Villese 0.
Oh, military count 2 against 20 now, even in villagers. That's so beautiful. And simply because resetting the crossbow count happened earlier, TauT can now go for Knights exclusively.
Converted.
Double conversion! That's so good! TauT takes game 1! Memphis speechless. Ooh, look at how cool he's taking that zip as well.
Thanks God the production didn't show our faces, because what a domination. Look at that. No, please, they're gonna troll. They're gonna troll us. They did. I don't want to see that. Okay, you can go with the replay if you want, Freeze here.
Should Leary have picked Italians?
Maybe Italian was a good choice. But that was a domination from TauT. He didn't explore properly. He could have go back to another back goal. You relocate your resources, and you don't suffer like this.
I think staying on crossbow was something that I typically don't see, right? Especially like we have a very famous player in the Age of Empires universe that is very famous for mangonel pushes, Hoang, and the typical thing you play against it is not double archer range crossbow, because it's so easy to run into those shots, right? Your whole macro suffers so much, and TauT starting off with a big W.
Yeah, well, and this match is so important because remember that at this point it's going to decide a lot of the brackets. Not only that you qualify to the quarterfinals, it's what potential opponent you get in quarterfinals, and that's really huge. That not only need only, in quotes, only one win more against Leary. Leary started to lose in the previous series, start to lose this series as well. What was the mistake then here for Leary in the first one? Was that
no siege workshop and archers? I think it was archers, yeah. Tedo, he also had the market, so he could easily see, well, Tedo sold all the stone, so he knew the all-in was coming. I think also...
He explored also.
Yeah, Taumoch was missing, man.
Yeah.
That's such a big upgrade. If you're getting forward, it gives you the extra vision. And then Tedo, beautiful micro, right? Crossbow shots, like in their face, mangonels used beautifully, conversions on point, and then ran in with the knights and camels at the perfect time.
Okay, and is Acclivity now confirmed map? I believe it's Acclivity confirmed map, and it's going to be now Italians again, probably, because this production won't only Italians, but now seriously, it will be Tatars versus
Berbers, probably.
Berbers.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one for sure. Tedo, I think, like Feudal Age opening, is Leary maybe even opening stable? It's kind of something most people moved away from.
Yeah.
Most of the time I've seen one archer range or double archer range on Acclivity.
Yeah, you don't want. It's true that Tatars in early game might have the edge there, but in general, Berbers counter Tatars. I mean, unique units counter, then with the Knights bonus, and if you are going to go Knights, let's see. Don't bring good memories, Berbers, to Leary in the tournament.
Don't
bring good memories. Well, I'm telling you, was obviously another opponent, another matchup. It was Berbers Teutons, okay? So let's see what is going to happen. Leary 0, Tato 1, and we want to see the unique unit there. So beautiful. It's supposed to be there for sure.
I think they need to move the glass a bit. Ooh, the Gulam. So Hindustan is the choice. We don't really know the map though, but we are kind of expecting it has to be Acclivity. Technically, Leary could choose between Acclivity and Northern Isles.
Well, Hindustan is amazing too. I mean, we were not talking about that. Is on any map. Almost.
Yeah,
they're very strong.
Yeah,
they're really strong right now. Hindustanis. For those people that are new in the stream, okay, the map is Acclivity is confirmed, and for those people that are new in the stream, has been away. They were before Indians that has been converted to Hindustanis. They made some change. They now have a new unit, unique unit. Sorry, that is the Gulam that basically eat the archers. Eat the archers, and they have also crazy hand cannoneers. And oh man, beautiful one.
The Capoch.
Yeah, the Capoch is there. Tatars.
Crazy unit.
What do you prefer?
I think on this map it's close to even, maybe slightest of advantages for Tatars.
Okay. There's quite a lot of hills, and if he used the map control like in the previous game and going aggressive, well, let's see. Because man, the previous game has been so quick, unexpected quick, because in close can be a very long game. We were talking that, well, a close map can be for the late game, and I don't know. We will see what is going to be, and what is going to be the approach. Stable archery range.
Oh, that's the
for both. I mean, it's more popular archery range.
I think
it's really unsafe.
It's just so easy to create like what we call the potato base or egg base, where you basically just wall like 12, 15 tiles away from your town center and then be super safe. And that's so easy to defend if you go for archers. And then melee units aren't doing that much damage. So we feel archers just makes it so much easier to get to Castle Age because you're not taking that much damage.
Okay, and we have now Tatars and Hindustanis. The answer is there. Archery range for Tato. Leary is trying to explore that. He's going to explore in a moment. We're going to see.
Stable.
We're going to see if he did what? He did a stable opening by Leary. It's going to be a full feudal approach. Then archery range also soon, because you cannot go only scouts.
Yeah, it has to be some skirms or archers with that one as well. Tedo already walling with like 4 villagers, what it seems. And obviously can wall pretty small, right? Archers won't threaten him too much. 2 spearmen at it as well. Those deer probably out of reach there at the left-hand side. Those 2 villagers will finish the walls. Now some attack here should be that villager.
Okay, and he's going to take it now. There's the spears. They were fast. I think he's doing already the archery range. I seen the mini-map, but signal there for Leary. There you go, archery range right there. How's it? TauT and is forced to make the Tone Watch, well, Tone Watch is great, as we were talking before, and we might see the difference if we put the fog of war for TauT. In between our tournaments participants in 2022, Tatars played the Hindustani 13 times. Tatars won 12 of those.
Wow.
Not bad. But it was Indians.
Maybe it's just
But
after.
It's the same? You think
no,
that...
I think they took Hindustanis exclusively.
Okay.
Yeah, I would think that.
Okay.
Because that's not that many games, right? And we had a lot of
huge.
tournaments.
That's huge,
but
actually.
Crazy advantage for Tatars then.
Yeah. So let's see, because this is getting even more interesting now. Obviously, he has to micro so well Leary. He has only 4 military, well, TauT 9 already. The resources for Leary looks smooth. Like, it seems to be getting closer and closer to go up to Castle Age.
GL trademark. Tatars with the market there. Could be a timing there with earlier crossbows. Because look at that. Archery range, yes, by Leary. Production, no.
No.
Not a single archer, not a single scout.
He's not doing. It seems that he's going to go Castle Age. Not feudal aggression here. But the problem is, if you go up to Castle Age really quick, it's great. But if you don't wall in time...
The back is still open.
Yeah.
Trying to wall the left-hand side. Archers are going.
All this is open. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Everything is open. I mean, everything is absolutely opening with the 2 Lumbercams here. Is going to wall now. I like the wall is not so greedy. It's walling closer to the Plasmid, not too close for the gold, so he might defend. Now that the scout is going to be down, it is down, which is important. And the kid, it's on the way to Castle Age.
Crazy how he avoided going for units and completely waited till he clicked to Castle Age. Now is going for skirms. We know skirms are producing so incredibly fast. So I think he could be in time saving his villagers there. Just needs to pull them, which he's doing.
And then what is the transition? He see the archers coming, the 4 villages, the 4 hunters from the deers, are going home. And now he's doing the skirmishes. Those skirmishes without even fletching, doing the armor faster. Okay. Because he won't just to hold. And then the archers won't do almost any damage to those skirmishers.
Yeah, only 1 damage there per shot, and so therefore you're surviving quite a bit. Interesting that TauT still didn't properly use the market, right? Now we're selling some resources. Wow, interesting. TauT wants to play multi-TC, not selling the stone.
Yeah, he's not selling the stone. I mean, usually when you see the market that early, you feel that it's going to go all in. It's not really happening. I don't think now it's worth it to sell the stone anymore. And Lee going forward.
What? Is that a forward siege workshop?
I mean, not going to be a monastery. I mean, if he's doing a monastery there, I'm going to be, what the hell? It cannot be a monastery.
Well, there's a relic.
Well, it's true. And then go back. And then he's going back. Anyway, let's see what is going to happen.
Maybe because for vision?
What's happening?
I think it's just for vision. He's just
make an outpost. Not want to make 2 TCs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then we have to see Tone Watch pretty soon. Spearman getting some intel there. Castle Age timing probably faster than TauT anticipated. And yeah, that house doesn't get a friend.
It's a lonely house. I like it. They make a palisade. Anyway, TC at the back, going for the Boomy approach. Is the right one, Nilly? I mean, Broomy approach is doing botkin, which is nice. Obviously, no horse collar at this point. Subidon?
Well, I think horse color, typically good timing is on the way to Castle Age. That's where we see most people going for it. And you earlier said it. Gulam, the main unit there for Hindustanis, eats archers, and we are building the TC next to the stone. So that seems to be Leary's plan. Skirm defense now goes for the 2nd armor already. So he will not die to any castle full archer all-ins that TauT is throwing at him. And Leary, his game plan is shoot that deer, and I think he shot it with the TC, right? The deer. So loses the food there.
Lost one.
He lost the second one. And the long-term plan, though, after shooting the deer is get the castle, get on to.
So now he's doing the horse collar. And TauT is the one who is coming. Ooh. The one who is coming again is TauT. He's going to go with a lot of archers, but he's not expecting. I believe that now we might see a siege workshop from Lear. But Lear is not playing the usual, if he's taking this village, but he see it. So he knows he's coming.
Mm-hmm. And villagers being sent back, builds it at the other side. Sneaky. 3 villagers there, 4 archers, trying to find some wild damage. And TauT is adding town centers. So this is not an all-in. Don't get confused. It is crossbow and magnol, but mainly for the composition, not to
he doesn't have to do damage.
Yeah, remember guys that those archers are also with Thumbprint. You can see how those archers are eating the skirms. It's true that it's not going to be that easy, plus 2 armor. And now he's here as well. Do you think Villese will make Ballistic? I believe it's so expensive. Probably he should keep going with the boom.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially for Hindustanis, right? You benefit so much from having multiple town centers. So I think like 3 town centers, maybe even 4 town centers could be an option, because Tedo, he won't do many of those moves, right? Those 4 crossbows are here to suicide themselves, trying to get 2 villagers, and he is happy, but Tedo won't go for more run-bys than those.
Yeah, and now he's trying to save those, and he's gonna save absolutely everything. Camels, 25% attack faster than... Why the Hindustanis are great for the economy? The villas are cheaper. Don't watch as well for both players. Leary is gonna see the mangonel coming soon, but the boom is being quite smooth now for Leary. He has the TC, well, TauT is fine too. 54 seconds idle TC, 1 minute only. It's pretty close. It's only 5 villas different nearly, even with more army for TauT. The problem is that that army TauT is doing is expensive. It's more expensive, as we can see in the value at the bottom. And if he keep that hill, he's not really achieving anything with that army. And the longer the game goes, the caster from Hindustan is going to be closer to be built.
Not your typical game.
Oh, another TC.
Third TC. We played 2 TCs versus 2 TCs for quite some time, and the KD is 5 against 7. So, like, both players building an army, but neither player able to find lots of damage, because that is the first time that mangonels are crossing the area in the center. Now going for this gate should easily fall. Leary now rushing his defensive. Siege Workshop as well, and mangonel micro will be interesting.
I don't remember if Leary has the market, because the market will help now a lot. 500 gold. He has no way to make the mangonel. He's doing the mangonel right now. Okay, just got it. But a lot of army for TauT. A lot of army for TauT. We are used to see Leary going really aggressive. It's not happening in this series. He's going more for the macro. But when the mangonel is there, if he has a good micro, we can see 4 villages ahead. But military, he's behind, and a lot of idle time, because even if you don't see it reflected, all those villages are not working.
Yeah, that's so true, and you see that kind of in the work efficiency. So column at the bottom right there, and you simply see Tedo right now, well, get some more resources compared to Leary.
Echo KD is still 0-0, because not taking big risks. He's now trying to open in another spot. This is Ballistic, potentially. Well, Ballistic, Thumbprint, big investment, but if he's snipe, if he finds some hole, he's gonna kill a lot. He has double the army, 5 is more, but he's floating already over 400 stone, close to 500. We might see the castle, and then those Gulams might really kill everything from Tatars right now.
Where is Tedo's 3rd TC? Is it on stone or not? I think he needs to buy 100 stone and needs the 4th TC on stone, because Tedo is running out of options here. He can't play crossbow or CA against guaranteed to come Gulam. He needs to switch into Capoch, and Tedo, I wouldn't be surprised if in like 6-7 minutes we see 15 villages on stone for Tedo.
Yeah, well, we see Wilbaro as well. Still with the economy approach. Ballistic is covered. He's taking 1 village. He's taking the farm. Now those villages are still not working now for Leary. The score is still solid for the Spaniard. And where's the mangroves? He has 2 mangroves, Leary. The problem is that he's now downhill. He needs to go with those mangroves. He's gonna be very important this moment. Now with Ballistic, those villages are going down. The TC is in danger. He has to move more. He's gonna lose another one. And another one. Let's go. Now the mangrove. Almost. He's gonna lose that mangrove. No, but now it's coming with. Oh, he's gonna take both mangroves with that one. Both mangroves from Lee. And now there's 2 mangroves with the skirmishes +2 as well. That was huge. But still, TauT with 5 villages ahead and more army.
But isn't that really important? 5 villagers, he's diving in there. Not really sure if I like this play.
Oh, well, he's gonna lose a lot of army still. The castle is about to be up there, and being 4 villages behind, if you lose all that army advantage against Hindustanis, it is not great.
Oh yeah, that's so true. And still, there's no transition into better units. Look at that, more crossbows in the queue against full mangonel and skirms. Tedo, is he maybe a bit too stubborn here?
Yeah, well, I mean, he probably maybe feel that he has to do this, because he feel that this Hindustani's composition, future composition can be crazy. Look at the resources. He has 700 stone, has some good economy. Those camels are with 0 upgrades. He didn't even make bloodlines. +1, but he's still taking those. He's taking another village. It's already 11 villages killed by TauT for 0 by Leary. He's attacking, so, well...
Mangonel dancing here. Wants to be repaired though, Monk.
Oh, kill the Monk. Kill the Monk. The skirmishes are coming. The Mangonel is there already. He's gonna try to kill the crossbows, but those archers are very strong. They got all the upgrades, only missing the +2 armor, but enough for what he's doing right now. The problem, I insist, is that Leary's economy is looking so smooth. He's about to go up to Imperial.
And I think Tato, is he maybe thinking about a castle age all in here? Because he's adding stables, he's going for armor, now 4th TC, not on stone. He is sending 17 villagers on stone now, so he knows that Capoch is an option for him here. Didn't want to invest the 100 stone for another Townsend. Felt like, okay, I never lost any villagers, we didn't even lose that Mangonel. So Tato will get into Capoch. Then we have to question the double stable play there, and that's going to be really tricky for the Tatar.
For Tatar, but Leary is not going up yet. He doesn't really have a lot of army there to really defend that one. And where he's gonna locate that castle? He's trying to clean this. Oh, he's coming with another Mangonel. The castle is super aggressive. He's at the back, trying to defend his Townsend. It's super aggressive, Nilly. Come on. Look at that Mangonel now. He's gonna take it. One. No. He micro properly. He's coming with another. He's gonna take it. No. He's not taking. Look at that micro by TauT. Taking one Mangonel. He's gonna take another. 1 for 1. That's good for TauT in that moment because he lost the other one.
And now is actually queuing up some knights, still far away from imping. Here is Tato, goes for knights, might go for some more caching, and camels are really good against that. Crossbows can't even hold the hill.
But this is good for Leary. He's on the way to Imperial. Ooh, maybe it's not good for Leary anymore. I told you it was so aggressive castle. It was so aggressive.
Maybe
man.
too aggressive.
Too aggressive. 1, 2, 3 villages down. He's not noticed 4 villages down. Already 15-0 the Echo KD. He's still up to Imperial, but he need to clean that one at the back, and he need to build up the Kulams. Because if TauT now is coming with the castle forward all in, we have seen this kind of aggression by TauT more than one time.
Crossbow's really good against the camels with these upgrades that we have right now and being pushed back. Oh, that goal is so undefended.
Yeah, there is nothing there for Leary to defend. Look at the score. Now the Krobos is gonna be taking more and more villages. One more down, another one down. Ooh, man. The 3 Mangers, the castle is on his face. He's gonna be in Imperial. But he's at the limit, 20 villages behind right now, and the castle is still not up, nearly. Who has the advantage?
Oh, impossible to call. If we look at the numbers, it is Tato, but we're going to Imperial Age, and we feel like Hindustanis will have quite a good army composition. Not a lot of villagers on stone, namely 0 for Leary here, so a lot of questions marks still. I think Tato's aggression should be continuing here, going for more knights, because Leary can't afford all the upgrades to find the proper counters.
Yeah, he cannot. He cannot, because if we think about the Imperial, okay, it's great. He can go camels, he can go heavy camels, don't even have bloodlines. He does have a stone for another castle. He might bring trebuchet, but you need to defend those trebuchet. And TauT, he's gonna buy another castle, or what is he gonna do? Well, he's close to go to Imperial, but maybe continuing the push is even better than Imp.
I'm not sure. The second castle placement will really tell us like what Tato wants to play. If he wants to continue pushing forward, I think that's a really questionable thing, because he should know the castle is up in the back. So I think further to the north on the hill and play the long game might be Tato's approach here.
Okay, now he's in Imperial. Heavy camel, chain barley armor, not even bloodlet, remember. You need the
Mangonel shots are good.
He took it right now, and he need to move Villese. This map is huge. It's really, really huge. You can definitely move your economy. He's gonna be able to do it or not. Well, the +2 is gonna be there. The camel upgrade still take a minute. And what is he doing now with that upgrade? He's doing the +4 right away. He's confident enough that the camels, heavy camel with the +3 is gonna clean. He got 4 camels.
That's crazy.
And that castle is not aggressive one.
Tato is taking into pikemen. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 3-4 barracks there.
Do you like the pikeman approach there? Because if you do some
it's great if he sees what Leary is taking into, but I would not have expected the full camel play here. So great scouting or anticipation.
Raiding in the Lumberjacks. He's killing more villages. Still 24 villages, man. He didn't kill a single village to his opponent. The Camels are coming. The Camels are not elite yet. They are not, sorry, not heavy, not +4. He's trying to commit already, but now he's gonna get the +4, and he has only 4 camels. That's not enough army. The Capoch are doing the job as well. There's some monks, population 109, DauT 162 population, and the Gamaleon, it's in a very good position. I like this castle, I do. I do like the castle because you need to kill him from there.
Defensive castle now trying to stabilize. More Night Raider coming in, and that should be some dead villagers. No way that Lyri can save those. If Tado's actually clicking, has another group there at the bottom, tries to get some more outposts. That could be way more dead villagers. And Camels, we have to question that choice, right? Because crossbows, Sunday doing some reasonable good damage. Oh, look at the walls, man.
He wallet, he noticed, he lost that. I mean, you cannot be passing, just passing. But he's still losing villages in the wood. He do not notice. Echo KD 32, he killed his first villager now, probably is forward. Oh my god, 4 relics for Tato also. We didn't notice about the relics. He has all the map control. He's playing amazing.
Could be the 5th one on the way, obviously. Like this, at the left-hand side, we had the last relic, so maybe Tado's even trying to make some sneaks there. Capoch coming in, and the first click for Tado Nymph was Halberdier. And we are facing mainly Camels. It's such a weird thing to not see Lyri go for Gulams here.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't make a single one. Didn't make a single one.
And he rushed the castle in the back, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well.
One more raids. Look at that Eco KD, 42-4.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's really incredible. It's still 118 population. It's true that not a lot of resources for Tato because he's using everything. He's gonna clean that forward castle, so then maybe he can stabilize a little bit. But we have there already a lot of Capoch missing upgrades, of course, but the raid is continuing. He's raiding all the time.
Racer is finished now as well. Should do some reasonable damage. But that's a lot of exposed villages. And 46-4, that could easily get way closer. But look at that many Capochs coming over.
Yeah, he has to be really careful. He's now moving away with those villages. Look at the Crumble, look at the Capoch. And Tato is super close to being the quarterfinals already. He's really close to be on the quarterfinal. Look at those Capoch. Gonna take, we were talking about that big win against Lyri in a big event. This is the biggest one, and he's getting there. The Capoch are going to take the TC. Maybe the Crows are coming. He's waiting for those bloodlines now for those camels. +1 forging now on the way. The resources at the very limit. Population 133. Tato close to the 200. Nelly, and keep killing more. 53 villages. The KD is impressive. The Mongol is gonna be down, and I really don't know what Lyri can do to come back from this situation.
So tricky. He's now going into some Gulams. That raid is stopped in the back as well. Halberdier has produced to defend this one. Now the TC is going down, and with it probably the 8 villagers inside there. Didn't even try to save them. Trying to buy himself some time is Lyri, but with what forces?
It's crazy. Look at those camels now. They're coming, but they are not Imperial camels. They are heavy camels. 65 army, 25. Tato cannot lose this game right now.
Look at the military, 65-25, and still the hill advantage. How can Lyri engage here? I don't really see the options. Only now the second attack upgrade, and worker efficiency is still pretty high though. Lyri doing a really good job at keeping everything. 3 traps can't really help against that army though. Lyri's still stuck at pop 130, man.
Yeah, well, he needs another castle because it's the only way to stop this somehow, and I don't know how, but he should get the Imperial Camels is maybe the only choice. Now he's throwing some army here. Tato is not controlling that one. About to have the castle, the lead Capoch as well.
Traps actually helping out from this. What are we witnessing here? Camels taking the hill, Capoch moving away, the crossbow unprotected.
Well, everything is unprotected now, but the trebuchets are going to be down. He's going to kill all the Crobbles, and then the Camels will kill the Capoch. So I'm not sure if that trebuchet is worthy to kill. Now he can clean all. Now Lyri can clean this army, actually.
That was the best possible fight for Lyri here.
Yeah. And, I mean, he's still really behind with Villese, yes, but military numbers is getting a little bit closer, and he killed it quite a lot there. Still no stone to make the other castle. He's now repairing that one. This is the traps, and this is a lot of halberdiers. Another castle to take the hill, but +1 now. We need to see more Gulams.
he need to make more Gulan.
Absolutely. They would help out so much against all the Halberdiers here. Castle still trying to be safe, but only repairing with 4 villagers. Going to be a tricky thing. Traps not being used there to fight off the traps of Tato. And it's basically full Halberdiers now, but more raids. Those were really good minutes here for Leary. He's fighting back in this.
Yeah, he's killing quite a lot of villages finally there, like 8, 10 villages, maybe even more. The Halberdiers don't have that mobility. Remember, Halbs are only +1 armor for Tatars, and now more raiding here. He's gonna lose the castle in front, or maybe not, I don't know. Population is still big difference. I mean, he's still trying like a champion that he is, but the score is just growing and growing. And even if Tato is losing some units, he's still expanding all over. I mean, I don't know. He has killed like 20 villages with this raid, which is good. The Gulams are there, but Gulams, you don't want Gulams against Elite Kashik.
Absolutely not, and they are generating gold so nicely here. Tato is now targeting the main TC of Leary. That's never a good spot to be in. Pushing in even further. GG, good luck. Next.
Whoa, GG Cole 2-0. We're gonna see Tato's reaction. Ooh. That was his reaction, and Tato is happy. It is really happy. Remember, $10,000 guaranteed, and Tatito, the Spaniard, is in the quarterfinals. It's an upset, nearly.
Absolutely an upset, beating the most successful player in Red Bull Wololo history. Leary, 4-time finalist, double champion, endless amount of experience, considered to be so well trained, so well prepared going into this one. And Tato, we had big upsets. This might be the biggest of the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2-0. Yeah. And let's say, clear win.
Yeah.
Like he won very, very clear in the
games.
first one. In
Both
this
games.
game, he dominated. I mean, Lear didn't really play, in my opinion, his usual gameplay. He loved to be aggressive, or he has been aggressive. He didn't play like that today at all.
Yeah.
Was Tato the one who was aggressive in both games?
Yeah, absolutely. And I questioned the stable opening on Clivity, right? Then Leary went into the skirms, defended quite nicely. Maybe a different approach with the Gulams there in the mid game, but remember the first game, right? As you said, Leary, the best in microing those small armies, in microing those feudal, like 20 versus 20 armies. But then Cubans, the TC, giving the control to Tato and then going for crossbow, that's where we have to ask the big questions.
We saw that the draft was a little bit different of what he usually is doing. Tato also was like what he's going to do, but I think we're gonna know more in a moment, because I really think that Riley is ready. So, Riley, let's see what Tato has to say.
Thanks very much, boys. Joining me here at the interview desk, Tato, what a win for you. The casters have already called it an upset. I mean, Leary, one of, if not the best Empire Wars players on the planet, and you've unseated him 2-0. I mean, it must be huge.
It is huge, it is huge. I didn't expect this. Like, I knew that I had chances, but 2-0 is always like a surprise, even more against Leary, obviously.
Well, can I be the first person to congratulate you, mate, because you have made it to the quarter-finals. Cool. It is fantastic, 2-0 here. A huge moment for you, obviously, massive. Let's talk about the games that we saw. We've seen a lot of aggression today. I really think that today's play has been characterized by people taking aggressive stances. We saw uncontested pressure really on enclosed. Talk us through that map. That's a map that can be played very defensively, but you took a different approach.
Yeah, we were spawned a little bit closer as well, and he got Cuman, so that kind of gives me the opportunity to be more aggressive, because he will have more economy, but his castle age will be later. So that means that if I get the map control, I can punish him, and it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it worked out really well with that forward siege. You were able, I don't think he saw that. We had the mini map, or sorry, the fog of war showing that he didn't manage to scout out that forward siege. So you were able to get in there really close. And at that moment, are you just 100% focused on closing out the game?
Yeah, obviously. Like I knew he was ahead in Nico, so I had to do that match, or I will probably fall behind way too much to recover. It was like all in is. I go for the kill.
Well, it worked very well in game number one. Game number two, a little bit of a longer affair. Very entertaining to watch, of course. We saw the classic Tatars on Acclivity. We've seen this map Civ combination before, but not everyone's been as successful as you were with it. The Tatars, obviously, with their bonus on the hill, that's a key factor in picking them on a map like this. But what are some of the other things that go into winning on a map like Acclivity?
Well, Tatars also has the siege bonus, that it helps a lot, because then you can delay your farms and you can get hot cola. So the economy is not too bad. And I think the kid was like, again, like he gave me the map control. Like he went for some scout, then skirmisher. I was checking how much he had, and if I could punish him, like building a shield workshop to recover map control. And I took, I think I managed to do some small attacks that I distract him, and I kill a lot of villagers with some like leftover army.
So do you think it's fair to say, based on what we've seen today, that the formula for success at the moment seems to be early aggression into map control and containment, and then really not letting opponents, once that early momentum has been gained, not letting opponents back into the game?
Yeah, like online events obviously is like at the start you don't feel that as comfortable as home, right? So it's hard to attack, but at the same time it's harder to defend. And if you manage to get a good position on the hill, it can be a bit shaky, and it can work out pretty well, as we've seen.
Well, an interesting fact, I don't think we've had a single 2-1 on the mainstream today, and you were just playing yellow, right?
Yes.
Yellow has won every single time on our mainstream today, and it's been 2-0 as well. So I don't know if that factored in for you, Tato. But congratulations, mate.
Thank you so much.
A huge win for you, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals. Thanks for joining us, Tato. We're going to head over now to our analyst screen over here, and joining us, it's T90. T90. Such an entertaining series of games there, particularly game number 2, which we'll come to in due course. But, I mean, if we can just build upon what I was talking about with Tato, what a performance from him.
It was amazing. You know, with Tato, typically you're talking about out strategizing ahead of time, and he showed he didn't necessarily need that. Something I do want to touch on, though, is I really feel like the draft was a draft that Leary tried to become Tato a little more than he normally would. And what I mean by that is drafting with mind games involved, right? I was talking actually to Leary's older brother, who was sitting right next to me back there in the games, and we're talking about the draft, and I was like, Tato will go Cumans, Leary will go for something standard. Leary picked Cumans, and then he couldn't get his Tatars, which he always loves and has played mainly on acclivity. So I think that played its role. Mem mentioned like Leary's played pretty defensive, but I think it's because he wasn't able to, or he chose not to, I guess, play his normal style. And Tato knew how to take advantage of it.
Tato really punished that, I think. And you know, we're talking about, again, Leary. This is a guy who has won 2 of these Red Bull Wololo series. I mean, the whole thing's, right? He's won the entire championship twice. He's more decorated in this tournament series than anyone else. He's been in, I don't know, 10,000 finals, even if he hasn't won them all. This bloke's a real threat, a huge titan in this format of the game. And for Tato to have got him here, massive.
Yeah, it was really good. I can't say any more, really. We could probably move on to a couple highlights here and specifics throughout it. I mean, it was just so interesting that there's obviously the action. People love the highlights and mangonel shots, whatever it may be. But like controlling a game, proper scouting, those are the things that really give me chills. You know, and there are a few moments that I had chills just watching Tato.
Well, let's chuck up some vision here, Tristan. You can talk us through some of the huge moments here. I'm sure there'll be the mango shots in there. Don't worry about that. But I am interested to get your perspective on some of the other bits and pieces that we saw. So we'll stick this up here and have a chat about it. But I mean, once again, our quarterfinals already confirmed so far. We've got Hera, we've got Villese, we've got Tato. At the moment, right now while we're chatting, Vipey is 1-0 up. So he's
you just call him Vipey?
Vipey. Little Vipey boy. That's it. That little silver boy, man. He's doing very
conversation from breakfast carried over into the show.
That's awesome. They work their way in there. We're always working on that gear. Sorry, Mr. TheViper. I should give him Esquire. I should give him his full title. He's 1-0 up. Yeah, so he's very close to a quarterfinals appearance as well. But again, once we've got these highlights for you to have a look at, we'll get stuck into that. But I mean, again, so much to talk about here. Let's get stuck in and
okay. So first off, maximum nerd from Tato, and this is actually really important because Leary's building a second town center, and if you're going for a second town center, you want as much food as possible. That was a crazy moment. All of a sudden, 280 food is out the window. The key here for Tato is he recognizes that his opponent's on 2 town centers, which means a later castle age. And so just matching any army that's out there is going to be fine. And this is when Leary really started to command to archers in this game, which is a Leary thing to do. But Tato is able to drop a stable and eventually get those villagers forward.
This was the huge moment here, the forward siege that wasn't detected by Leary as it was going up, and it just enabled so much pressure to come through. Leary wasn't really in a position to respond.
He was a minute or 2 later to Castle Age, which is actually impressive with Cumans, but Tato added everything. If Knights came out, he had camels. If the camels weren't there, he had monks. If his opponent had siege, he had knights. Like, this is the type of push, especially with the proper repairs in micro, that realistically kills the Kumans almost every single time. Nili had questioned the crossbowman. Do you want to go crossbowman? Again, probably didn't know about the siege. I still think if he opens double stable knights, his opponent has monks and camels, and it could be the same result because Tato covered all of his bases.
Yeah, and that's what is really impressive here from Tato, is that he just played a really complete game, right?
Yeah.
Like, he covered angles, he was able to put together such a dominant push here, and he said he knew that if this push failed, then he was going to be a long way behind because of Leary's sort of eco snowball that would come. So you've got to hand it to Tato for putting himself in a winning position and then driving that win home.
Correct. And again, I take nothing away from Tato. There's so many things we're going to bring him. But if you know Leary as a player, it is never give map control up because then players can take advantage of it. He is always the one taking map control. I think he was scared of Kumans, so picked it away from Tato. You could see Tato's reaction there after he got the win. And Tato knew how to do it.
There after he got the
he's
loss
like,
as
why did I do that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, poor old Leary. We move on now to Acclivity. This is what we were talking about before. Tatar's on Acclivity, always a menace. And once again, Tato very early to seize map control here.
Yeah, so Leary, look where Leary's skirms are right now. Now, at this point, there's already siege out, but Leary has no vision. He has no clue where the army is. This is very uncommon for him. Typically, he's playing into crossbows or knights or something that's playing into control. He's got skirmishers patrolling around the map as he waits at home. And again, as we saw in game one, Tato able to do a lot with map control. And there's a TC. I didn't realize it was actually delayed so much. But I mean, that's a fine TC for Leary. But again, the whole thought process is now you've only got 4 skirmishers because you're looking for the army. You don't have control of the game. And when Tato shows up, he shows up, right? Yeah, ended up taking a lot of these production buildings. This was the reason I selected this moment to talk about is because a lot of players think I don't have the town center yet. Okay, that's an awful moment to say that. But anyway,
it's always what happens, man. You always get your pants pulled down by stuff like that.
But anyways, he will. I think we've gone backwards by accident, but eventually he's going to break in here, and a lot of people are like, "I'm all in. I've got to force this home." And Tato was so patient. It almost reminded me of Villese earlier when he had villagers he could kill, but then he sniped Capoch's army the entire time. But you'll see it. He's going to go in here. I don't know if Fog of War was toggled at all. But clearly he's like, okay, I'm in a great position. Ooh, there's a siege workshop. And you never know how that's going to go, right? And it's so much easier for the defender to take care of everything that's there. And so he loops around, and so many players just continue to
smell blood,
to push
and they'd be like,
yeah.
I'm in, right? And look, we even, I mean, in game one, we saw that. We saw that unbridled aggression, but here, a little bit of restraint. Tato showing that he can play both sides of the court.
And then this crossbow army, I think it was, I'm a little uncertain actually, but I believe that crossbow army ended up looping around and killing 9 villagers. You'll see that eco KD eventually go up over here, but everyone, including the players, were just looking here because, you know, it was at a point where if Leary didn't defend, he could die, but also at the same time, defender's advantage. And now you're starting to think Leary could actually bring this one back, right? Like, he's got that army cornered right there from Tato. And this is like, I mean, that takes a lot of guts right there, that bit of micro. But again, no ballistics for Leary. Like, crossbow ballistics, ranged units ballistics. He's playing defensive, didn't get that army right away.
And Tato was really able to pick his moments here. And it's interesting to compare and contrast game number one.
Oh, there's a just passing moment.
Ships in the night. It's interesting to compare and contrast game number one and game number two, Tristan, where we saw Tato go, is all in the right way to describe it, like trying to punish that Cuman start on enclosed. But then here, being more judicious, taking his time, waiting for that opportune moment, and really sealing the deal in a very, ultimately in a very convincing
Like
way.
right there, if he doesn't have the additional mangonel, Leary can take map control, and Leary can start to spend all of his food, which I also think Leary, like, I don't know what he was going in for there. I think he's really not used to playing into a civ that he can't switch into knights with in that situation. The castle obviously getting done, but again, it's like Tato the whole time having control. Now, I have a bit of a broken record now, but that's just how Tato played.
Well, I think, again, to come back to how we've sort of characterized this entire day, really, it has been about proactivity. It's been about aggression. It's been about seizing the initiative and then deciding what you do with that initiative. And what really impressed me specifically about Tato is that he didn't just follow a blueprint, right? He adapted. And he rode that momentum that he seized out in ultimately what was a very, like, the correct way, right? Because this required a bit more patience.
This is probably a very clickbaity thing to say.
Oh, here we go.
But Tato
we got to get those clicks. Let's go.
Tato didn't just beat Leary, but he beat Leary being Leary. like he. It's like the roles reversed somehow.
It's the Spider-Man gift thing.
Yeah.
It's the Spider-Man man.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Someone can tweet that at us, and I'm sure it'll get out there. But yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And again, it's like when you have control, you could do things like the 3 knights running into the side eco. And I mean, Leary at one point was using trebs against crossbows.
Yeah.
That's not ever really good sign.
That's next level, dude.
Yeah.
Leary's, well, maybe it's not this next level. Maybe at this point it's that next
True.
level.
No one really specifies what next level
which
means.
direction
What
it's in,
direction are we going?
But no, look, I'm not going to take anything away from Leary. He's a superstar of the game, and he's a superstar in particular of Empire Wars, and we're going to see a lot more of him, of course, tomorrow. And I would expect, into later days in this tournament, because he hasn't said his last piece just yet.
Yeah, so my thing is, and I sat back there and I said, it's like every Red Bull Wololo, we have like an absolute killer, as Tato celebrated there.
Yeah.
Go up against an absolute killer. Not to say none of these guys are killers, but Leary, clearly top 3, top 4.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to have to play up against somebody. If he moves on, which he'd be favored to do, he could face like some other big name in the quarterfinal, because a 2-1 will face a 2-0. Now, of course, I think he plays the winner of Sato and Villese, which is in the elimination matches tomorrow. And my implication that they would lose to Leary might make me look like a fool, because Sato said he was in good shape later.
And we've just seen.
We'll see.
People
have to watch a lot of games. Yeah.
Of course, yeah, and we'll get into all the finer details of that tomorrow. But Tristan, for now, thanks so much for everything, mate. Thanks for talking us through that there. It's been fantastic. We're going to close out the day. I'm going to move over here and close out the day as I'm joined by both Dave and Mem. And boys, what a day we've had. It's been incredible. There's been ups, there's been downs. We've had smiles, friends, there's been laughs, there's been tears. Bit of everything today, Mem. And I mean,
the end of the day has been incredible.
Well, we got
the 90 was telling about that, and I was talking like Tato. They switched the positions. Tato was playing like Leary. He beat him with his strategies. He never let him be Leary, in my opinion. I don't know what you saw there, Mr. Dave.
Well, Dave, I mean, perhaps we can again talk about in broad sweeps what we've seen today. This aggression, this proactivity. What are your takeaways from today's matches?
2-0s.
Yeah.
Across the board, at least on the mainstream. I know the B stream had some tough matchups, and it must be said, I mean, Tato coming in and sweeping Leary, it is a best of 3, but 2-0. He had a really tough matchup against ACCM. We were watching that on the B stream, so that shows the quality of ACCM, that shows the quality of the competitors that maybe if you were only on the A stream here, you didn't quite see. We will see in future days, but everyone here is ready to play. I think our first match highlighted that more than ever. Like KingstoNe, who just shows up here, Viper looks stressed in that first game. Like, he took Viper right to the limit there. He had a chance to win. There was opportunities for him to get some damage done, and that just shows you that even the guys that are, maybe your perception is that they're at the bottom of this list,
they've still got something to say.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
They're still going to come here, and they're playing for keeps. Mem, we've got, of course, days left in this tournament for Age of Empires 2. We've got elimination matches, we've got decider matches tomorrow, we've got quarterfinals, and then next week we'll have semis and, of course, the championship match. What are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
Well, since predictions doesn't work anymore, I'm looking forward every single game. Yeah. As Dave said, I don't want to see 2 zeros, but we have seen some crazy, really, really crazy games. Tomorrow, I don't even know what we are casting, what we are not casting, because there's so many games, and I expect more upset tomorrow. So I don't know what we're going to have for the deciders, and then the quarterfinals can be crazy. With Leary already in decided that nobody expected that, it can change already a lot.
Yeah,
really a lot.
Dave, we've already seen sort of expectations subverted from, as you said, match 1, KingstoNe, really turning the screws on Viper, and now Tato getting up against Leary. We could be in for a wild ride tomorrow, man.
I mean, we were already in for a wild ride, I think, the last couple sets of the day, and I think it really kicked off with MBL. I mean, I talked to Jordan, and Jordan confirmed our suspicions. Jordan had never played up against Genitors. He had never even thought. In like the 2 weeks of the boot camp, and he said, MBL is just the worst matchup for me because I'm not the greatest with things I haven't seen before. And literally every time this guy opens the game, it's probably something that you haven't seen before, whether it works or whether it fails miserably. That's what makes him so entertaining. And Jordan said he was playing really, really great. He was really confident in his play style. He had a smile on his face. I mean, no surprise there with Jordan. I mean,
yeah, I mean, with those teeth, obviously, you're going to take every opportunity you can to show it off. Exactly.
Yeah, he felt like he was playing really good. DauT was a little bit stressed about the match against Capoch, and why wouldn't you be against a guy like that? And my biggest takeaway from the day, even with Tato winning against Leary, even with MBL showing his stuff, Villese looked like an absolute beast. So
really looking forward to him. Really looking forward to him saying his piece tomorrow. Exactly right. Well, boys, thank you so much for everything today. Thank you, of course, as well to Nili, who is off on the sidelines right now. And thank you to you as well, the viewer, for joining us today. It has been an absolute pleasure to have your company. Let's remind ourselves of what we've got coming up tomorrow, of course, before we say goodnight. We'll have a look at our schedule, maybe the standings as well. The schedule for tomorrow, of course, a result of what we've seen today. We're going to kick things off with Daniel versus ACCM. That's going to open the broadcast for us. Follow that up with Villese versus Citeaux. dogao versus, I believe that'll be the winner of the match that's still being played. I'm not 100% sure on that one. We'll figure that one out because, of course, we've still got some results. Oh, the loser, excuse me, of that's still being played. We'll bring that. I mean, look, as Nili would say, check Wikipedia. Let's have a look at the other ones as well. We've got, of course, a couple more to show you here. We've got Leary, MBL, and Mr. Yo. We're still going to be figuring out their opponents, but huge names, all the same, coming your way tomorrow. So clear your dance cards. We will see you then, and we cannot wait to bring you more coverage of this event. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, it has been a pleasure to have your company today, and once again, we do hope to have you back again tomorrow. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick look back at some of the highlights from today, remind ourselves of some of those big moments before we close out the stream once and for all. Once again, on behalf of the entire production team here, thanks for joining us today. We're looking forward to seeing you once again to do it all over back here at Heidelberg Castle tomorrow.
No!
Oh, no!
Oh, that's not the start you want.
It's not looking. Oh man, the Cannon Galleons is not looking, and now he's gonna lose it. The castle is going to survive, and the castle is alive. So right now, Hera is still taking the lead. Double conversion! So good! Tanner takes game one! Even further. GG, good luck. Next. Whoa, GG Cole.
Leary's castle goes down. It's his turn to raid Leary's economy. And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.